Hello and welcome to Ascent Chicago for Grand Archive. My name is Cam. I'm one of your casters today, and with me, making her triumphant return to the United States, Clem. Hey, Clem.
Hello, how are you feeling today?
I'm all right. A little bit tired. We are definitely starting an. It's today.
Definitely. I woke up at like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Very stressed because I needed to have help get cards for people because
Mhm.
there's so many people here, and then everyone's like, "Yeah, I need one or two cards for my
Right.
decks." And then they messaged me last night. I was like, "Yeah, I need this." I was too tired, so I had to grab them all.
Right. Yeah, there's so many people. I think we have over 300 people that bought tickets. Show up, but I think no matter what, it's end up being our largest ascent to date. Right? Every time we have one, a
Yeah.
little bit bigger than the last, and we are doing 9 rounds today. This before to top 30.
I wish good luck to all the players. 9 rounds is a lot of play, especially if you're on top tables, because
Mhm.
then you really have to focus. So I hope we see fun decks as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a very long day, and there's a lot of, especially from what we see in the Mercury Arch format. There's a lot of like slower decks, stuff like Tristan. It's gonna take the game pretty long, so I can't imagine playing something like Tristan 9 rounds. We get it easy. To sit back and watch.
We get to think for the players,
Right.
but not help them. Yeah, definitely. I think we'll see a lot of overtime, a lot of time extensions as well. I think there's gonna be more rules questions than usual because
Sure.
we have many complicated interactions now.
Right, yeah. And we're sort of like in the full swing of MRC where we've had a couple of larger events, and so people have sort of figured out what the meta looks like, but I don't know, have you been talking to the players, seeing what people are playing? I've been like kind of shocked with the things that people have been telling me about what decks they're playing.
Like my friends, they have been making some very spicy brews. Which is, I think, I personally didn't expect it.
Right.
It was a bit of a surprise, but now everyone's on the whole team, and I'm definitely excited to see how they do. It's gonna be fun, but in general as well, like there's some fun decks. There are some decks that you expect, like Sylvie, Tristan,
Sure.
and there I think we'll have some surprises definitely.
Yeah, I've been hearing some rumblings about some decks. I don't want to give anything away. Anyone that told me about their deck in confidence, I don't want to betray them live on stream. But yeah, I've heard some interesting stuff floating around, some decks that I wouldn't have played. But yeah, it's going to be a great event. We are super excited. You guys can take a look at a little bit of what the venue looks like. We are in lovely Rosemont, Illinois.
Yeah.
For Ascent Chicago.
The area is also very nice.
Yeah.
The venue is very nice.
Yeah, we have Path of Puzzle. I think it's like maybe my favorite thing that Grand Archive has done, where they have split some spoiler cards for Mortal Ambition that is coming out on October 11th. We have 8 cards, I believe, that have been split into puzzle pieces, and everybody that bought a ticket got like a handful of puzzle pieces, and then over the course of the weekend, you have to find other people that have puzzle pieces to create these spoiler cards that we'll hopefully get at the end of the weekend.
But I think the community did a very cool thing where it's just they set up I'm not sure if it was originally set up that way as well, but there's a table where everyone just donates their puzzle pieces.
Sure.
And tries to make them. So there's like little corners for each card.
Sure.
Where it's like, oh, it's a similar color, so they put it in one pile, and there's just people sitting there trying to solve the puzzle. I'm terrible at puzzles, so I was like, just take my things and try and figure it out.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday before the stream about how bad we both are at puzzles, and so maybe we'll get punished and have to do some puzzling on stream for you guys. But I'm letting the community down. Mine are in my bag. I should go make sure I drop them off when I'm not on camera. I'll go drop off my puzzle pieces.
Good. Yesterday, the 3 of us tried to do some puzzles, and then we realized we don't have enough pieces because it's 8 pieces per person.
Right.
And there's like so many puzzles, and it's just impossible. Like it has to be a big community effort to actually make it. And I think that's very good, very cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, they're way bigger than I expected. I sort of expected it to be like square block goes in the square hole sort of situation. but looks like they're much bigger puzzles. So like, I'm completely out of my depth. So
Yeah,
hopefully,
same.
the more puzzle-oriented people at Ascent Chicago here will get it done, and we'll get some sweet spoiler cards for Mortal Ambition.
Yeah, I bet by end of round 1, the people who are not playing and just visiting, we're gonna make at least one of them.
Right.
I'm definitely excited to see them because the arts we've seen for Mortal Ambition are amazing.
Right.
I'm in love with all of the art so
Yeah.
far, and I want to see more. I don't care about the art, what the cards do right now. I just want to see
Yeah.
art.
And we will hopefully see some art. Of course, if you guys are watching the stream and you'll be along with us for the weekend, at the end of the weekend for the closing ceremony, which I believe will be streamed, we usually try to do that if we can, there will be some cool announcements, and you guys will get to see those cards as well.
Oh, someone
But-
just walked in with an uncut sheet. That's
You're getting ready. Everybody's getting their tickets and getting ready for some uncut sheets. I don't know. It must be Mercurial Heart uncut sheets. Right?
probably that's what I expect.
So, is there anything you're looking forward to seeing this weekend? Just things out of the blue, or is there a particular deck that you have your eyes on? You want to see
Well,
get a little bit of success?
I've been a long time Sylvie fan, but right now Sylvie's everywhere. So I'm not excited to see Sylvie
Sure.
for once. There's been too much. There's been way too much Sylvie. I'm not sure because the meta is so diverse right now that there is very few things that you don't see, right? Because it's obviously there's the 2 recollection based decks because
Right.
the cards in there are incredible.
Mhm.
But there's also like everything else, right? If you look at a meta breakdown from like the Yeti online events or something, it's everything, literally everything. Like there's Arisana players
Right.
still as well,
Yeah.
not just you,
Right.
but there's
Right.
you know, though there will always be at least one
Right.
Arisana player in there.
At least when I'm here, we're not in the other room. But yeah, it is a very open format. I agree, 100%.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how things shake out. Like you said, there was that really big online regional that just happened. I think that was 2 weeks ago now. Where the format was just so wide.
Everything. I played in that, and I played Luxem in there.
Oh, really?
My round 1 opponent was Luxem. My round 2 opponent was Nico, and then round 3 I played. I forgot. Oh, I played a slime, not a mirror, but they were on norm slimes.
Sure.
It was very fun, and it was awesome. It basically was a online Ascent because it was awesome to see all of these people show up just to play the game online in their free time.
Right.
Like obviously, if you show up here, it's also your free time, but it has a community aspect. But
Sure.
online, you really are just playing
Just for the
because
game.
you love the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was awesome to see so many people. It was like 200 plus, 213
huge.
people. It's so big.
I think I don't have the dates in front of me. I believe there's another one of those coming up as well.
Yeah,
so.
at the end of August, there's another Yeti one, and then in September there's an EU one.
Right. Awesome.
So I think every region got one. I'm not sure about Southeast Asia, but every other one. And there's it's gonna be fun. I think it's definitely also a great opportunity to just play the game if you don't have locals,
of course.
right?
Yeah, like wherever you are, you can jump on, and I'm glad, like you said, there's going to be one for the EU as well. So no matter what your time zone is, you can sort of try to fit one of these into your schedule. And yeah, it's cool that you sort of just get to play whatever you want, whatever your pet deck is. If you're a Polcock player, you can find some sort of success in this format. Is really cool. So yeah, I'm excited to see what other people are working with. I'm such a terrible deck builder and a deckless stealer, so I'm excited to see what people come up with. And like I said a little bit earlier, I've been hearing some really, really interesting things. So hopefully we get some cool decks on stream for you guys. We are looking to be starting round 1 at right around 9 o'clock, so it should just be a couple of minutes before we get underway.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely a very exciting weekend. Very large turnout, which we're so happy to see the growth for GA.
It's amazing. It's like finally there's a brewer for everything.
Right.
I'm terrible at brewing as well, and I really want to believe that I know how to.
Sure.
And then I brew something, and everyone's like, "That's not it, champ." And I'm like, "Oh man, I thought I had something."
Right.
So, but with more people are brewing decks. Maybe need with Mortal Ambition, Arisana's gonna become meta. You don't know. You
Yeah, they
never
keep
know.
telling me that. You know, it's every set.
It's an X set. It's
Right.
an X set. Trust me.
Yeah, here's hoping. Or maybe somebody just figures it out. I think that's
Maybe today we see someone.
Right. I think that's the case with just about everything in Grand Archive. Is that so many decks feel like unexplored because the community is so small, and like you said, it's growing, and so now there's sort of a brewer for everything, and all of these competitive teams are trying to exhaust every angle and find the absolute best deck that they can.
Yeah.
So it looks like we are sitting down for the player meeting, so it's just going to be a couple of minutes like we said. We do have at least one person that we've confirmed for our first feature match.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I know what they're playing. I know their deck very well.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting. I'm interested in who they are playing against.
Yeah,
Because Ekarit can go many ways.
Yeah, so we're going to have Tyler, Once in Love, on stream. He was one of our Worlds casters, if you guys don't know who Tyler is. Amazing player, and he is going to be playing in the event today, and he is going to be our round 1 feature match, of course, because he's a very talented player, but also because he has an entirely foil deck is part of the equation.
We had to double sleeve it.
Right.
Because some cards, there's like 3 or 4 non-foil cards in there, and one you could pick those out too. Some cards were curling so bad.
Yeah.
Because he gets his cards in like California.
Yeah.
So it's very humid, so all of them are like curled. Like very few they're not, and you could just pick them out.
Well, I'm glad that we have him double sleeving his extremely expensive deck.
Yeah.
I'm personally overjoyed to hear that, and we have Tyler on screen here getting ready for his match. We'll find out who his opponent is in just a second. But Tyler's playing a sort of take on Merlin is the plan, right? Have you seen his list? You said?
Yeah. He's on Fire Merlin, straight up, no hybrid, just actual pure Fire Merlin. It's very streamlined.
Slight delay. Looks like we're gonna have a repair. I think we are gonna keep Tyler in the feature match, but we're just gonna wait for who his opponent is. We're having a bit of a repair, but Fire Merlin is she's good. She always has been, right? She's like the sort of staple of Grand Archive.
Yeah, Merlin is a very, very strong champion, but she's also like not undefeatable, right? But she's always gonna. I cannot see a future where Merlin's like not good.
Sure.
Because of the double, like she's dual class, right? She's a mage warrior, so you can use a lot of these class bonuses. These very strong ones on level 3, and she's Crux, so you can have all the card advantage of Crux.
Right.
And she also draws cards on her own. Right. She's everything. She's an engine on her own. Even if you don't do anything, eventually you'll just draw into what you need, right? And you can just ascension your swords and just attack every second turn. She's very, very versatile. So I think I'm excited to see how she does in general today. And she won Worlds as well, right? Merlin won Worlds.
And even then, she was sort of the underdog in that Worlds format, and like you said, she's so versatile and sort of just has a route to win every matchup. Even if she's not like particularly favored, she has some sort of game plan into everybody because she has such a versatile card pool. And I think Tyler's running not necessarily a stock list. I got a chance to peek at it yesterday, and he's running a couple of really interesting inclusions, stuff like Gloamspire, which is not something that you typically see in these Merlin decks. As they always have so many cards, it seems like something like that requires you to be low on influence wouldn't really find a place, but he's really confident that it helps him sort of ramp up that.
Yeah, because he plays the Fragmented Spirit. It's very good in Merlin, right? Because on level 2, if you get the level counter, you can use the Spirit Shard token to draw a card immediately. And but you still get to Glimpse 6, and so it's not that big of a setback for you. But the Gloamspire helps you stabilize and get you to 7 influence immediately, basically. Right. So it's very good. We saw the tech in Worlds for Rai. Like Sean was playing it, and it's very good because your opponent usually does have at least 7 influence, right? Especially if you're the starting player, regardless of what spirit your opponent plays, they have the 7 influence for it. So it's very easy in the beginning to just use it for yourself, and then after you get the value off of it, and after you stabilize, it doesn't matter that it's gone.
Yeah,
right?
it's gotten its sort of refund
Yeah,
already.
yeah. Like it's a very good cantrip.
Right.
And sometimes you also just want cards in your memory,
Mhm.
so it helps with that as well, right? Because if you have nothing to play but you still need something to banish for materialization, it helps you with that. It's a very good card, I think.
Yeah, super interesting inclusion for sure. I think a great meta call too. Like we had talked about at the start of the show, there's a lot of these like slower, more controlling decks, and they're all so heavy on these card advantage engines that most of the time your opponent is going to be above that Gloamspire threshold, so you're going to be able to take advantage of it being a one-sided effect rather than giving that advantage to your opponent as well.
Yeah. I mean, you have a lot of floating memory floating around as well.
Right.
So they're rarely gonna banish cards, so they're rarely gonna really go down on influence, right? It's like it's on a Nico matchup, for example.
Yeah.
Their whole deck is based on having a full hand and just having floating and banishing that for things.
Right.
So it's interesting. It's definitely a good call, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see how it does, because on paper it's good.
Right, of
but
course.
then you see the meta and see what people are playing, and it's like, damn, it could be.
Yeah, that's what we were saying about brewing, right? You're like, oh, this all makes sense. Here are the reasons I'm going to try it, and then, maybe it doesn't work out, maybe it does. Yeah, definitely a super interesting choice. I think he's running Incendiary Fractals as well, which is something that's a little bit interesting for Merlin.
He's playing a playset of Incendiary Fractal. He's going all in on that. But I think that's also a very good meta call with all these ally decks running around and like all the protection for them. It's definitely a good meta call as well, I think, because it also helps you with, like, if you're going with the Gloamspire and low influence, then it also helps you still be able to play cards, right?
Right.
And because it's Silidar.
Looks like we have the surprise appearance by Silidar, the lead designer of Grand Archive, that is just sitting on camera being Tyler's opponent for some amount of time while we get him his first round one. But we have a little bit of a delay in check-in. Like we said, this is the largest Ascent that we've ever had, so it's a little bit difficult to get everybody checked in. So we are taking some time, making sure that everybody gets checked in, making sure that we have everybody paired up, and so it looks like Silidar is going to be our dummy opponent for a little bit.
Definitely. If someone, Silidar is great too.
We have a Path of Puzzle update already. This
That's
is what
so
people are taking their time. They're working on the puzzles and sort of at least getting some headway is what we're hearing.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a look.
Oh, the art is so pretty.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot to be excited for.
Yeah,
here,
lot to digest here. So this character, maybe my brain doesn't work, which is probably true. But this character, I believe we saw somebody that looked very similar to this in the art that we got teased at Worlds.
She's upside down, so I cannot tell.
Yeah, so
I cannot flip it in my mind. But it's looking like a water card for
my
sure.
lord, she is gorgeous. We have one more that is sort of getting there.
Oh
wow!
I prefer this one. One, it's not upside down. Two, it's a guy. He's very handsome.
I think I have a piece of his hair. I think I opened a piece of this puzzle's hair yesterday, so I'll have to run that down.
Yeah. Oh, but it looks like an assassin card, maybe, because you can see there's a dagger or something in the hand.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, the cool thing, Mortal Ambition coming out pretty soon, but it is a Mage Warrior focus set, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be support for those other classes, so it's cool to see, maybe something like an assassin card. Looked very fire themed, and so I know there's lots of Fire Assassin fans out there that are hoping for more support for that.
Hopefully. But there's Fire Assassin, like we were talking about this yesterday, like FISA specifically is one of those decks that's always going to be around, right? Because it's a very cheap and simple deck. Two, it can be efficient, and like if people don't respect it, out of nowhere it can just destroy you, right? That's why I think there's always going to be like one or two that day two, because if you're a good player on FISA, then it's very, very easy to win and dominate games with it.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see how many we see today. I've definitely heard some people be like, "Yeah, I'm playing that."
Right.
Because obviously, why not? Like, if I were to, I had to pick a deck. Like, if you were to tell
Sure.
me I cannot cast right now, I have to, I must go
Sure.
play. It would probably be a Pfizer.
Yeah.
It's very simple. It's very fun, and it's a great deck. But yeah, I hope we get some more tech for it. It's
Yeah.
always fun to like have little adjustments to decks, right? You're like,
Right.
oh, its deck is perfect. It's at I have everything for it, and then a new card comes out, and I'm like, oh my god, this makes it so much better. And then you have to cut something for it. But I
Sure.
don't brew, so I don't know what to
Right.
cut.
Wait for somebody else to figure it out.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting place to be in as a fire player right now, where the format has been so dominated by these water and these wind decks, and it's the first time ever in Grand Archive that we've seen fire be sort of the underdog, like
Yeah.
they're the least played element right now. But I think that you're right that it's something that a lot of people aren't like respecting or expecting, and so if you've tuned your deck to beat these slow water Nico decks, and then you get paired up against something like Fire Sander or Fire Lorraine that's just trying to kill you as fast as possible, you're going to have a pretty bad time. So
Yep.
I have, like you said, I've also heard from some people that are playing some Fire decks, so maybe we'll see the reappearance of Fire at Ascent Chicago this weekend.
Yeah. Because Fire dominated for so long because of card advantage, right?
Mhm.
And with all the new sets slowly, especially Mercurial Heart, every other element got such good like card advantage.
Right.
Creating cards like Wind especially.
Right,
Wind has
yeah, for sure.
everything now, and I'm very excited. I've been a Wind player since I started playing Grand Archive, so I'm very excited to see that it's coming back because from like Fractured Crown and AL's and Alchemical Revolution season, it was kind of an underdog. Like it was definitely an underdog in Alchemical Revolution season. But I'm excited to see it making a comeback. I just want it to be less Tristan oriented.
Sure.
Like it's Wind Assassin especially is so good right now.
Mhm.
But I think like as well like Wind Robots, right, with automaton focused like combo deck is also good. But we've been seeing a lot less of it recently.
Yeah, it's been falling off a little bit.
It's sad. It's like everyone's just focused on Tristan right now because the assassin cards are just so good.
Yeah.
That why not? If you're gonna play Wind, just go with that. But I really want to see more people play just Wind decks in general, like ally based decks. I love allies. I'm very simple.
Sure.
You give me allies, I will play it. In every card game I play ally focused things.
Yeah, it's tough. Something that you had said was that these Recollection decks are really just making waves, right?
Yeah.
And I think that Wind Assassin deck is very much evidence of that these Recollection decks are just making such a powerful impact on the format. But hopefully we see those win cards that, even from the Recollection deck can sort of spread out and go to other classes, and we see, the sort of ubiquity of cards like Stifling Trap and Windmill Engineer that were designed for Tristan, but they can fit in so many spells.
Yeah. Windmill Engineer, Reclaim,
Yeah,
great
so
opener,
good,
and Wind. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I really love the Sylvie Recollection, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's best if you just play most of the cards on Spirit of Slime. I want to see more flavors of Sylvie, right?
Yeah.
But that's the most consistent one because before Sylvie was like animals in general thing. Now she's very slime focused, obviously. But that makes it a bit tough to brew with any like expected element spirit, right? Because you're locked onto Spirit of Slime if you want to have most amount of value.
Yeah, it puts players in a really hard position that I think the Sylvie deck right now, this sort of Spirit of Slime deck that's running around, is so powerful. And there's so many powerful things that it can do that people are sort of like not incentivized to break out of that norm, right? Like you already have such a powerful shell to work with, why would I take the chance and play something that's maybe weaker? But I do really think that you're right and that Sylvie hasn't been like quite explored enough. I'm not a Sylvie player, so I haven't even tried. But our local Sylvie players, I'm like, hey, you should like try some other stuff. I think she has some really powerful tools that you can leverage, but I don't blame people for taking the tested, the tried and true.
Yeah,
Spirit of Slime Sylvie.
Yeah, just go with the reliable thing, especially like before a big event. I understand, like you want to just get in, as many reps with your Ascent deck as you can.
Right.
And if that's the strongest one, why start brewing, right? Because it's proven time and time again how very, very good Spirit of Slime Sylvie is.
Right.
Because slimes are just so strong. Slimes are so good. Like, you just need Ethereal Slime and Storm Slime, and you're set,
and
right?
You fill in the rest.
Yeah. Because Storm Slime counts all slime cards, not just allies. So you just put everything in, banish everything, and then Storm Slime for 10.
Right. And you do really lose that sort of density of slime cards if you move away from Spirit of Slime, because you're playing so many of these like ancillary slime cards like Slime Eruption and Gather Slimes and all these things that, like you said, can add to your Storm Slime count. But if you were to move to something like Spirit of Fire or Spirit of Wind, you do lose access to a lot of those. It does feel pretty bad if your win condition is Storm Sliming people, which is a pretty good one.
Which is a pretty good one, right? Yeah, and we don't have that many things that give you Spell Shroud, right? It's like, obviously, Wind once again has agility, Innervate agility. Yeah. With which you can get Spell Shroud, and like there are some cards, like some material deck cards that also do it, but it's not that hard to get more Storm Slimes, and two just hit you for 3, because it's still a 3/1 ally. Right. So just being there is also a big threat, right? It's a 2-cost 3/1, which is so good, even without the
sometimes even free.
Yeah. And then if it's free, it's like it's a 0-cost 5/3. Right. It is so good. It's like same with Ethereal Slime, right? Ethereal Slime has stealth and true sight both. And draws you. It does crux things, right? It draws you a card. Cheats. It draws you a card. Then if it comes in for free, it's a 5/5 with stealth and true sight. Yeah. And draws you a card on enter. That's so good. Like even Spell Shroud is like whatever for the deck, right? Stealth is also whatever for the deck because you have Ethereal Slime.
Yeah, like think about your position as this Wind Tristan player, and your Sylvie opponent goes to level 3, and you're like, oh, I'll play Innervate Agility, and you choose Spell Shroud to turn off their Storm Slimes, but then you get attacked anyways. You choose Stealth, but then they hit you with their Storm Slimes and their Ethereal Slimes. Like there's no good middle ground there.
But I think that's where I think you can see that the recollections are kind of balanced for each other, because that's why Tristan has the redirection ability, right? And that's why she's also very good, because sometimes even if you have no win condition in your hand, you just have your Ominous Shadows out. As long as you have one Ominous Shadow, you're basically set,
sit behind your wall.
Yeah, and you just use your prep counters, get more prep counters, and then suddenly you can win. She can win out of nowhere, well, somewhat out of nowhere, right? Because you see the prep counters accumulate. And slowly go up, but it's definitely interesting. I heard pairings are up.
Yeah,
so
we should have a game shortly. We'll see who Tyler's opponent is. Once again, we have Tyler Once in Love in our first round feature match, playing Fire Merlin against mystery opponent, not Sildar. He's not sticking around to play round 1. We will get a different opponent for Tyler. Hey, maybe they'll be playing that Tristan deck we're talking so much about. Maybe Sylvie. I assume we're going to see a lot of those this weekend. But, you never know. There's so many interesting decks that are floating around, and hopefully we will get to bring some of that interesting stuff to you guys. Of course, as we get later in the day, we will start covering all of our top tables to see all those people that are fighting for those coveted top 32 slots for tomorrow's day 2. Like we had said, we're running 9 rounds of Swiss today, Clem. 9 rounds.
9 rounds of Swiss.
Got a long day.
It's a very long day. I don't envy the players. Being here, talking, is fairly easy compared to being in there and playing and doing, it's just so much thinking by the end of, especially if you're playing like Tristan. Yeah. By the end of the day, the Tristan players are so tired.
I'd make it to round 3. That's enough for me. Yeah, I'm glad to be not making the decisions. We get to watch the decisions be made from the safety of our booth. We get breaks here and there. The players do not. They're going to get a short lunch break for round 4, I believe. But, man, 9 rounds is a long day for sure.
It's tough. I hope everyone keeps hydrated. Yeah. There is free water, I think, outside.
That's perfect.
It's very good. And I hope we don't see many people be disappointed at the end of the day, right? Yeah. It's the whole point here is obviously to win,
of course,
but it's also to have fun and enjoy the game and just see everyone in one place, right? It's a very community-focused event, and that's why I really like casting, because it's like this. I can walk around and talk to people and just get to know the community, because they have so many amazing people in the community. it's like there's very few people that I like. I don't like. Or I like everyone.
Right.
I cannot think of a single person that I've had a negative interaction with in the community.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think all of these Grand Archive events have been so different from any other TCG that I've covered, and the community is so awesome and so welcoming.
Yeah.
So if you guys can make your way out to one of these Ascent events, I couldn't recommend it enough. We have a couple coming up pretty soon. We have Singapore is right around the corner. That's going to be in September.
Yep.
We have
Toronto in October.
Toronto in October.
Christchurch in November.
Yeah.
And there's another US one.
Mystery,
or NA one, I think.
Ascent in December. Yeah, I hope we'll see that this weekend.
Yeah.
We don't have any insider information, but hopefully we'll see that. But it looks like we do have our round 1 opponent for Tyler, so we're going to get going in just a second here while these players get set up and get ready to kick off Ascent Chicago here in this MRC format. All right, looks like we have on our right Wolfie. We don't know what they're playing yet. We don't have deck lists in front of us, but we will see just as soon as you do, as these players get shuffled up. Oh!
It's slimes.
I see some slimes
It is a slime thing.
So, yeah, it looks like we are going to see that Slime Sylvie deck. I've only so far seen... No, it looks like I saw a green card in there as well. So
yeah,
it looks like
I saw.
slime,
Yeah. Oh, some of the cards are upside down. They would annoy me so much. But it's a very particular thing I have. It's like whenever I shuffle my deck accidentally half upside down, I have to go through every single card and go through it. I can't, because it feels so weird. I draw a card and it's upside down and I have to flip it.
I've been so used to having like art on my sleeves so that I don't box my deck and shuffle it upside down. But yeah, I can't stand it when that happens. The worst thing that can happen, shuffling your deck upside down. But yeah, looks like we're going to have Spirit of Slime Sylvie versus Fire Merlin. Definitely an interesting matchup.
Yep.
Both decks that have a really explosive level 3 game. So I think it's going to be a little bit slow, a little bit more plotting in the first couple of turns while these players get set up. And then as soon as they hit level 3, we're some fireworks go back and forth.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. Let's head into match 1.
All right. So looks like we are going to get going. Not sure who's going first yet. Looks like we're going to roll off live. Big 11.
11.
All right. So
seems like Tyler is going to start here.
yeah, and we're going to see, like you had mentioned when we were talking about his deck list, we're going to see that Fragmented Spirit here. So he's going to Glimpse 6, going to get a little bit of control over what cards he gets in his opening hand, and he's also going to create a Spirit Shard token, allow him to get that extra card back a little bit later.
Yeah, and then immediately on level 2, basically. On Merlin, you want to get it back, right? Because you want to get the level counter, so once you go to level 3, you immediately get the card advantage and damage in. That hand is very shiny.
Yeah, we do have Tyler playing an all-foil deck, which is, both a blessing and a curse. Going to make it maybe a little bit harder to read the cards on stream.
Seems we're going for the Gloomspire here. Like I said, it's on... But because his opponent's influence is 0, they also get to draw. But because it's their first turn, they don't have a Recollection step. So it's actually, in the end... It's not that big of an advantage for their opponent as well. It's like increasing danger.
Right, very similar, yeah. And gonna be huge in a matchup where these first couple of turns are really gonna be looking to set up, and Wolfie's not gonna have access to that extra card. They can use it to level up should they want to, but yeah, very, very smart from Tyler here to activate that Gloomspire as soon as he can. We're gonna see a baby red slime get deployed. Just so powerful in these.
Yeah. Baby red slime is a fantastic card. It's also so wild to me. They're all 2-1s.
Right.
They're there and they hit hard.
Yeah.
It's not something to scoff at, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we had seen a fire card discarded here, they'd even be getting for 3, which is, like you said, nothing to scoff at. It's a much more buff version of Hasty Messenger.
Yeah. There's a 1 to it.
It looks like after a quick attack for 2, we're just going to pass it back over to Tyler. We're going to see a nice CSR Blanche banished for level 1 Lorraine here.
Yeah, and he's grab a Sword of
very classic stuff. Classic Merlin grabbing her Sword of Seeking. And we'll see if he can get set up. Maybe find a little bit of floating memory would be the ideal to get him towards that level 2 Merlin. And like you said, maybe an opportunity to crack that Spirit Shard a little bit early just to have more options, have more control over. And we are going to see a Gloamspire activation. So here we are seeing the power of Gloamspire. That Tyler does have less than 7 influence, but his opponent does have, I think, exactly 7, so they will not draw a card.
Yeah, oh, and he's gonna go for the Incendiary Fractal, because Incendiary Fractal, even if you don't have the Mage class bonus, it deals 2 damage to an ally.
Yeah, so it's gonna set up that Fractal. He can use that to pay for some costs later, and yeah,
also
deal
take
2
care
damage.
and also take care of the one ally.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Ooh,
slime
or
shield.
not.
Or not, exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Slime Shield deployed. Save that baby red slime. Just trying to keep some aggression here, which I think is a smart move in this matchup. Merlin is really scary if you let the game go long. So I think Sylvie's going to look to get as much chip damage in as she can, and then hit level 3 and go for some, first turn to finish the game. The one banished is another
baby.
Yeah, good banish to that Sylvie level 1.
Yeah. It's Sylvie is definitely an interesting spot here. If she lets the game go on too long, then Merlin can recover very easily and just steamroll, like win as well, like steamroll Sylvie. But
yeah, looks like we're gonna keep the aggression coming. We're gonna see a Limitless Slime deployed, and it is gonna pick up a buff counter from that level 1 Sylvie ability. Just has floating memory right now, doesn't have all of its fancy text that it'll get throughout the course of the game, but it is another 2 damage that's going to be coming across, which, again, is adding up. We've already seen 7 damage, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's the power of Sylvie and ally decks, right?
Yeah.
Because it adds up very fast.
Right.
You can just, you can't let the board grow too far.
Right.
Because then suddenly, even if you have like Peaceful Reunion or something that gives you stealth, even then the next turn they can just recover and hit you for the same.
And we do see this Incendiary Fractal that we tried to use to take care of a baby red last turn, but Merlin not typically known for her dearth of removal spells. She's very late game focused, and so she doesn't usually have a lot of like spot removal to deal with these allies on board. And so we'll see if maybe Tyler has to do something like spend the Fireball in his hand just to sort of control the board.
Yeah.
But he is in a position now where he does have what every Merlin player wants to see, and he has a Dungeon Guide. Gonna bring him up to Merlin level 3.
And he gets to crack the Spirit Shard token and draw a card immediately. If maybe he can find something that'll help his situation a bit better.
He gets that Gloamspire activation too. But I mean, just like you said, just a turn ago, we've gotten to the point where Tyler's going to start ramping up and starting to accumulate that card advantage. And if the Sylvie player doesn't end this game quickly, it's going to sort of snowball out of control.
Or reprogram off of that Spirit Shard, which is not what you want to see right now. It's a bit too late for that. He already banished one for the Dungeon Guide.
Right.
That's a rough position to be in. Because Merlin right now, the next turn, Merlin's going to be an odd level counter, so he doesn't get to draw yet. It's going to be 2 turns. It's gonna take a while. But hey, the Sylvie level's up here. He gets to draw 1 card because she only has an animal right now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Sylvie decks sort of shift away from playing basically any beasts in the list. A lot of people used to be running like the original red slime and blue slime, but people have sort of shifted away to mostly animals until you get to level 3. So we are going to see that 1 card drawn off of Sylvie with the pack. Yeah. We'll see if we have the dueling Dungeon Guides here, but I don't see one in Sylvie's hand.
It's also shifted away from Beast because people started playing Gaia Songbird.
Oh, sure.
And then to dig for the 2 slimes we were talking about earlier, Storm Slime and Ethereal Slime, right? And it's definitely like it hinders the level 2 a bit, but you still, as long as you just have at least like 1 floating, it immediately refunds itself, right? The level up.
Very smart. Yeah, I mean, like, we had talked about before the start of the match, people are just sort of refining these strategies. and getting these deck lists as optimized as they can. We're going to see 2 cards put down for a fast cure.
Because Tyler's influence is a lot lower than Wolfie's. He does get to recover 4, go back down to 9 damage counters.
That helps stem the bleeding a little bit, allows him to get this drawn blade as well. So trade that card for a different one, gain a little bit of that life back, and we're going to see that very powerful Merlin ability start ticking up. Like you said, she is on an odd turn right now, but next turn is when the sparks will start flying. Gets to draw not only her draw step, but her extra card for turn.
Yeah. Drawn blade is in general, I think, a very strong card in Merlin, because you get to use your floating always, and like you get to Ascension it back and just use it over and over again. It's Ascension is also a very good card. Right. It's still going strong. It seems immediately, look at that. With, like, Tyler has a Pendragon in hand.
Yeah, speaking of good cards, looks like the draw step for turn was Ghosts of Pendragon, so that's going to go ahead and return one of these swords to Tyler's material deck and allow him to draw 2 cards. And this is where that sort of snowball effect comes in.
Yeah, because
just so much card advantage.
Is it right now? If even if Wolfie there takes care of the Pendragon, he has a Cruxite in hand, so he can just get it back and play it again next turn, right? So it's really, you can see the power of Merlin here and Crux. Yeah. It was not looking good just like there's a turn before, and now he's stabilizing so well just because of all the card advantage he gets. Right?
Crux is fine.
Crux
they keep telling me Crux is fine.
Yeah, I have a hoodie now that says Crux is fine. Crux is actually fine.
But it's looking pretty powerful here. Yeah, like you said, it was a little bit looking a little dicey. Looks like he's actually going to cash in.
Draw away the Crux. I mean, it's very good to just cycle it as well, right?
Yeah.
Just because he wants to see his kill cards. Immediately. Oh, Escape the Wreckage. I was torn on Escape the Wreckage in the beginning because it's 3 cost, right? It's a very expensive card, but it's very good. It's like in situations where you have a lot of cards in hand, and especially Sylvie, right? Because there's so many cards that are advanced element that you don't mind it being so expensive because you just have the cards in hand, right? Because you're just advanced element stuff. You can put it down and not worry too much.
Yeah, going to allow for a pretty clean level here to sort of similar to decks like Rai. Sylvie's the type of deck that is totally okay with like naturally leveling up like this so that she gets more slime cards into her banished for something like Storm Slime. And so we are going to see that Escape the Wreckage actually put that baby red slime back into memory, and it does end up getting banished for her level 3. So level 3 Slime Sovereign, going to make the next Slime ally that Sylvie activates cost 2 less, and we're going to see a Storm Slime deployed. Yep. Ooh, a big one.
It's a big one. Well,
a quick count.
It's 5. That is a very big one. Yeah. It's a 0 cost, 5 damage on it, like the 5 damage on enter, and then it's a 5/3 as well. That is Storm Slime is a very good card. Like both of these decks can stabilize very well on level 3, right? It's that I think that's why these champions are so good, because before there were some level 3 advanced element champions that where the advanced element didn't give you enough, like Sylvie specifically, for example. But now I think level 3 like advanced elements are pretty viable again.
Yeah, I mean, we see, like you said, this one card 10 damage being presented, and Sylvie still has 5 cards in hand.
But Tyler seems to have a Resolute Stand in hand that he's.
Looks like he's going to start with a reprogram. Make it just a little bit smaller.
Just a little bit smaller. It's still, all of that adds up.
Right.
And he gets to bring out his Drawn Blade for free again next turn.
True.
So, well, basically for free again next turn, and gets to draw the card off of it. So.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to opt to not play that Resolute Stand that we had seen. He's going to be a little bit more patient and see if he can leverage, maybe later in the game, a wider board to get a little bit more value off that Glow Spire, or that Resolute Stand. But he is definitely taking some damage. 28 health is Merlin, but 14 already.
It's halfway there. Yeah. But with him playing Reprogram, he also had he also is below the threshold for upkeep on Golem Spires. He gets to keep it still.
Yeah, interesting.
So, well, it is definitely something. Yeah.
Yep, he's going to point that out. He is at 7 influence. Gloam Spire says if you are 8 influence or more, you do have to sacrifice it. But
yeah, and you get to order your triggers. So the reason he didn't have to sacrifice it here with the Merlin trigger still on the stack is because he is, as a turn player, he gets to decide how he does it if they all trigger at the same time. And upkeep does trigger at the same time as Merlin ability.
So smart from Tyler here. And then we see a Spirit Blade Ascension deployed, I believe, still in his Recollection.
Yeah. And that is that Prismatic Edge. We'll see if both players' memories are revealed here, but only Tyler has cards in memory. So with Prismatic Edge, if there's a wind card, your opponent banishes a card from their memory at random, obviously. And if there's a fire card revealed, you get to deal 3 damage to any unit.
Yep.
And there as well, there was no water, but if there's a water card, you get to draw a card.
Yeah, it's such a powerful card, sort of the replacement for Sword of Avarice, which typically what we saw in these Merlin decks. And just really showing the power here. Did not get to strip a card out of Wolfie's hand as they didn't have anything down in memory, but just being able to take that Storm Slime off the board, generate a pretty large weapon should he want to use it. He can, cash in this Prismatic Edge since it's his on turn. Looks like he finds another Incendiary
Fractal,
as well.
which is just, I think it's 1 damage shy of killing the Limitless Slime, which is 1 Dungeon Guide's worth of points.
Yeah.
1 Dungeon Guide's worth of damage, which I think he will use here, to take care of that Limitless Slime.
Yeah, no Slime Shield this time. Going to take care of that Limitless Slime. Give a little bit of floating memory to Sylvie, which she can leverage on her following turn. Yeah. But Merlin is starting to look to be in a pretty commanding position. It's going to be not more than a turn or two before Tyler can find a route to close the door on this game. So we'll see if Wolfie can find a line here for lethal. We're going to see a him.
A him?
Yeah.
The art looks so similar. Like that. And for a second, I was like, oh.
So yeah, in response to the attack here, assumingly with the Prismatic Edge, so assuming an attack here for 5, we're going to see a Hymn of Gaia's Grace, which would allow Wolfie to put a slime into play and then redirect the attack. So we'll see if she gets something big. I think that's an ethereal slime.
An ethereal slime, a bestial friend, and baby gray.
So an interesting choice. She can choose to put this ethereal slime in play, and we'll see if she wants to use it to sort of stem some of the bleeding from this attack for 5.
I think definitely.
It looks like a lustrous slime as well. That's huge. So lustrous slime's going to reveal any amount of slime cards and get that many buff counters when it comes into play. So if Wolfie has some slime cards to reveal here, could be big enough to survive this this attack for 5 with Prismatic Edge. So really heads up play by our Sylvie player. See if there's any slimes revealed when lustrous slime comes in.
I think the on-enter is still, because it's an on-enter trigger, so it can still react to it before it gets the buff counters. So, but it seems he didn't react, but he could have fireballed there in response and killed the lustrous slime before he gets any buff counters there, right?
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be 3 buff counters put on this lustrous slime, and then we're going to see a retaliation as well. So lustrous slime gets to eat that attack for 5, and then deal 4 damage back for its trouble. Huge play here, especially if it can end up living. It looks like we're going to see a Sparkalite to take care of that extra.
It's exactly 3 damage, right? So it's just enough to kill it. And probably that's what Tyler was thinking there, right? He could waste the fireball on it before the on-enter, but then the damage would also go away. Or he can just have the Sparkalite and take care of it like that, right?
Right. But even still, a pretty huge turn for Sylvie. Got some real resources exchanged for that lustrous slime, and even some damage for her trouble. I believe after a retaliation, we should have Tyler having received 4 additional damage. But we're going to pass back over to our Sylvie player. Going to see if they want to use that floating memory that they got from...
They're not. They're getting a stone scale band there, probably to cycle some of those early game slimes that you don't want to see this late into, right? Because you're so close to killing
You're
Merlin
right.
here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We saw them cycle a baby gray and a baby green just to try to find something big enough, something like a storm slime. It looks like, I can't quite tell what that is. Is that
A
a
forest cake, vampiric. There's two forest cakes, 2 ethereals, and 2 slimes. One
Right.
vampiric slime.
Yeah, I think they were just fishing for a storm slime. Looks like they're going to have to settle for this 3/3 that draws a card and has keyword soup.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with the life total because he was on 14, got 4 retaliation. Now we're on 20.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that extra damage from, but hopefully we have everything accurate on our player's side. We are going to see this ethereal slime deployed. When it comes in, you have to banish a tamer card from your ethereal deck in order to give it a buff counter draw card. And we're also going to see this forest cake probably get activated a little bit bigger.
Just enough where it can hit through with results.
Right.
It's just one more damage. With 1 damage is 1 damage.
Right. But even still, this is not an attack for lethal.
Yeah,
So even without any interactions, just going to bring Tyler up to 26. Seems to be the plan here.
It's here you probably don't want to waste your resolute slam because if next turn they build a bigger board, they can you can still save yourself with a resolute, right?
All right, so looks like after that, I believe we're gonna get our life totals fixed. I think Tyler should be now at 20. I think that might be the plan. So.
Yeah. Someone saw into the future.
Right. Yeah. Seeing a little bit ahead of time that that was gonna be the case. And so it looks like after that attack, we're gonna pass back over to Tyler. We're gonna see a Terrafring.
Yeah, that also helps you survive just enough, just a bit longer there.
I mean, that's the name of the game, right? You want to survive just long enough
to
cast this big fireball.
It doesn't matter if you're on 1 life or 28 if you win, right? Because life really is just a resource here.
Right.
So
huge draw step from Tyler. Picks up a Crux Sight.
That is what you like to see that here because he just gets to get back the Pendragon then. And, well, unfortunately, though, the Ethereal Slime has stealth. So
yeah, it looks like we're going to see an attack here for 1 with the True Sight of Sword of Seeking. Maybe he has something like a... I'm not sure exactly why we'd want to attack here for 1. Looks like we're going to start off with that Crux Sight that he has pulled to the to pick up that Ghost of Pendragon, just like you said. Maybe even he could opt to pick up the Spirit Blade Ascension here.
That's
both
true.
Real options. He's going
to
to think
that's
about
what he's thinking about,
weighing his options. Looks like he's going to pick up Crux Sight. Man loves drawing cards.
Yeah. I mean, this is a Merlin player.
Right.
Merlin players are all about card draw. He has a Flame Rune Swordsman here.
Yeah, so he's going to cash in that second Crux Sight.
I mean, I guess the Ascension, like you said, because he definitely has a wind card in memory now. We saw him put down Scatter Essence, if I recall correctly, and I didn't get to see the other card he put down.
Sure.
But
assumingly a fire card. Right?
Yeah. Oh, but Incarnate Majesty, good here because it halves the damage. It has the Majestic Spirit halves the damage and would be dealt to any Crux unit. Here it's obviously our champion. It has Intercept. It has Vigor. It's a 4/10.
Yep.
And I think that's probably what he was digging for there with the double Crux Sight as well.
Yeah, looks like we're doing a quick count. So Incarnate Majesty does have efficiency. Merlin currently level 6. We're getting 6 cost reduction there.
And there's one sword in banishment.
Exactly right. So that's going to cost 5 for Incarnate Majesty, and that's going to bring out, like you said, that Majestic Spirit, 4/10, Intercept, True Sight, Vigor.
What doesn't it have? Yeah. Probably that's what he was thinking with the 1 attack.
Yeah. Yeah, very smart.
Or maybe like if he drew into a Sparkleite as well, he could have taken care of it. So I think he was really just digging to make sure that the slime is gone, and he managed to do.
Yeah, just weighing all of his options. Looks like knows his deck very well. Knows exactly what he's looking for. We're gonna pass over to the Sylvie player. We're going to see a Gaia's Blessing. So it looks like they want to pay the alternate cost, but they don't have to do that in their Materialize. Yeah.
They can't do it in Materialization, right? Because you have its activation.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so I believe the way that this is going to work is we are going to just resolve this Guy's Blessing as normal. One card will get banished, paying its normal cost here. So we're going to get Guy's Blessing. Going to give a little bit more pseudo card advantage to Wolfie. Going to reveal the top card of their deck, and as long as that card is an animal or beast, they can cast them from the top of their deck. Let's take a look. What we got? Looking for Storm Slimes. That is not quite it, but Baby Gray is not terrible. And sort of reset the top of your deck if you need to. But after draw for turn, do the top card once again. Slime Eruption. So again, Wolfie could choose to draw that card if they want to play this Baby Gray. We'll see. The plan is, I believe they also have another Ethereal Slime, so they could draw it that way as well. And there is quite a lot of slime cards in their graveyard that this Slime Eruption could just be enough, right?
Well, we'll see. I'm not sure how many fire slimes they have.
Right.
Because you can banish any amount of fire cards or fire slime cards, and then up to 3.
Right.
Slime. But
if
Tyler
we have life totals correct here, right?
But it's they have to deal 4 damage only. That is.
Interestingly enough, I believe Slime Eruption is 1 damage at a time.
Really?
Yeah, I believe it is. You choose and it deals 1 damage at a time, and so the way that Majestic Spirit works is it halves damage rounded down. So if you take 1 damage, you actually take 0. So if that is the case, the Slime Eruption is gonna get it. Unfortunately, we are gonna see that Ethereal Slime deployed. We'll look to banish another Tamer card, draw that top card of the library, and hopefully find something like a Storm Slime. That's what we want.
Yeah.
We really want to see those big Storm Slimes is actually the win condition that we're looking for. Looks like we're getting a quick check on life totals. Make sure that everything's right. I think we did have a bit of a misstep in there somewhere. So Tyler may have a little bit more wiggle room than is reflected here.
That's why paper notes are the best, because you can keep track of exactly what happened there.
Exactly.
Like what happened where and when, how.
Yeah, it looks like gonna see what the all right. So looks like there was just a pass over to Tyler. This Ethereal Slime can't quite get through that 410. So he's gonna stay back on defense. We're going to pass over to Tyler. He's going to grab a backup charger. And it looks like we're going to get another Recollection Ascension. Grab that Prismatic Edge back. Going to see a reveal. 2 normal cards on the side of Wolfie, but I assume we'll see close to the full gambit here. We only see Fire and Wind. The 3 damage going to be dealt. Card banish.
Yeah, 3 damage to the Ethereal Slime, which is enough to take care of it. Even if it had a buff counter, 3 damage is 3 damage, right? So it would be a 3/3 then.
Yeah.
But that's a bit rough there for Sylvie.
Look at how many cards Merlin has in hand. It's just ridiculous. They've made it to the point where they can really just sort of take over the game here.
Yeah,
so these fireballs now are for 8. I believe only 1 fireball in hand, so not quite a lethal line that seems obvious, but just pecking away with this Majestic Spirit is a pretty good way to get things.
I believe the Majestic Spirit attacked Sylvie directly, right?
Yeah.
The life total did it.
Right. We're gonna see a creative shock cast. We'll look for probably some more burn damage, fireballs, or does look like a Sparkleite was found as well.
That's you're very happy to see that.
Yeah.
If it's 26 damage counter, you are happy to
Right.
see anything that can take care of allies or
Yeah, for
prevent damage, right?
We're going to see Wolfie's hand just get absolutely picked apart by yet
Yeah.
another Spirit Blade Ascension, banishing that next Forest Cake,
Yeah.
dealing a little bit more damage, is starting to peck away. We are in the on turn on Merlin as well, so we're going to take that chance to attack for 5. This Prismatic Edge. Now that it's gotten the job done, we've run out of Spirit Blade Ascensions to bring it back, at least for now.
Yeah. We'll see soon, maybe.
Right.
There's something. Backup charge is really good with Prismatic Edge as well because you get to draw into, and if you know like the top card, you get to just draw the if you're missing the water one,
Right.
you get to just draw the water into memory and then Ascension Prismatic Edge,
Right.
and then once again you get the value off of it.
Tale as old as time. And
And
we are going to see a
the
Fireball. Fireball is going to be for 8 here. I don't believe that's quite enough, but the
A
Sparklight should be enough to get over the finish line. The 8 plus the 3 from Sparklight good to be able to deal
Just-
lethal damage,
Yeah.
and that is
It's
game 1.
Game 1, or game 1. But that's how these decks are, right? They're both they're on for the long run. They're
Yeah.
their long game plan. Like you have to go up to level 3 with both of them,
Right.
and we might see a tie. We'll see.
Maybe,
but
yeah. I mean, something that you had said at the start of the matches, it's so on the Sylvie player to sort of have the pressure that they need and finish that game as fast as that they can. But looks like they were not able to get it done before the sort of board was established by Merlin, and these Majestic Spirits and Fireballs and Spirit Blade Ascensions sort of just start snowballing the game out of control. So we'll see if Wolfie can have a bit of a quicker start. Something that is notable in that first game is that these are both decks that are very reliant on Dungeon Guide.
Yeah.
And only Merlin won that game. And so that did put Wolfie a whole turn behind of sort of adding pressure to this very sort of quick matchup. So see if Wolfie can find a Dungeon Guide, maybe find a little bit more of an explosive draw. A really unfortunate death of Storm Slime that game as well, that did not get to use its secondary on death ability, which can be really leveraged in a matchup like this to sort of keep getting gas and applying pressure. So we'll see. We're going to see the players do some sideboarding and see if there's anything in the way of that will improve these matchups. They're both decks that I think feel like pretty well positioned into each other, so I assume that most of their sideboard space is probably going to be dedicated to other matchups.
Yeah. Well, I know Tyler is playing Under Fire in his
Oh,
sideboard,
interesting.
which is very good here. Like it also comes back to life being a resource, right? Because Under Fire you can trade 3 or 4 life. I think it's 4.
It's 4 life. Yeah.
To become distant, which is not too relevant in Merlin, but it also gives you stealth. Which here is definitely something you want to see. So I think he will bring those in because Ethereal Slime might be good and might have true sight, but it's not everything. But at the same time, you know, it's a difficult decision because you want to also minimize the amount of damage you take, because he was 2 damage off here, right? So you cannot pay that freely.
I do think you're right, though. The stealth thing can be pretty huge here, and the only Ethereal Slime that's like going to be really problematic is if they use that first level 3 trigger, right? And it's a 5/5. That one is really hard to deal with. But the other ones are a little bit easier. Stuff like Sparklight can deal with those 3/3 Ethereal Slimes. So yeah, maybe we will see the addition of some Under Fires to pair with stuff like Resolute Stands, just to get one more turn. That's all Merlin wants. She just wants one more turn until that's enough to find a lethal line here. So looks like we're going to go into our next game. The choice will be Wolfie's. We'll assume they're going to go first.
Really want to have the materialization advantage against Merlin here. You just want to push. You're going to be able to get to your level 3 as soon as possible. Even though, like, on allies, sometimes you want to go second just to start with damage.
First,
But here, with, like, slimes is a bit different because you want to go up to level 3 and then push everything.
You know, and something interesting about Merlin is that since she's a dual class champion at level 3, she does get 28 health, but she's a mage at level 2, which leaves her at 22. So if you can sort of hit that sweet spot where you hit level 3 the turn before Merlin does, still at that 22 life, that is a much easier sort of goal to accomplish as your first.
That is a lot here to take care of.
We're going to see Tyler do some glimpsing, as he is wont to do. He's going to grab that Spirit Shard as well, just giving him complete control over what cards he starts game with in his hand. It looks like he's pulled a Gloamspire to the front. He's probably going to hold on to that one. The ship summon to the bottom, draw 3, and then draw 1 for turn. Second, so start with 7 cards.
He gets to draw 1 for a turn here as well because he's the second player. Yeah. So he has a full hand of 7.
But he can deploy this Gloamspire and be right under that Influence 7, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. Put 3 down and probably activate that Gloamspire right away. Which
is what you love to see. Like it's a magic of Gloamspire. Right. Even as the second player, you get to have the draw off of it.
Yeah, and you know, Baby Gray Slime being such a powerful card did leave Wolfie at above that influence, so that Gloamspire was one-sided as well. Something to note as we move through this game too is that I did see a dungeon guide in Tyler's hands, so he has found the prerequisite. That is the power of that sort of glimpse spirit that he has access to, but it looks like Wolfie hasn't yet found one. Does have access to stuff like Baby Red Slime here that they can use to do some filtering, hopefully find a dungeon guide.
Once again, Baby Red with 1 buff counter on it, so that's a 2-cost 3/2, which is pretty.
Yeah.
It's immediately 4 damage on board.
Right.
Which you can just start chipping away with it very easily, right?
Yeah, I mean, provided that Tyler can't find something like an Incendiary Fractal or a Sparklight, this Baby Red Slime's going to do some real damage, especially if Wolfie, like you said, is discarding fire cards in order to pump that up to 4 turn.
Very strong. It can still add up, but it seems Wolfie does not use the ability.
Yeah, they like their hand. They're gonna stick with it. Just gonna peck in for 3, and then another 1 from that Baby Gray Slime intercept. Probably not gonna be super relevant here.
Yeah. Until later, right?
Until it blocks giant horses.
Yeah. And that's what you want to use it for.
We're going to see a level up.
I hope you love to see that. It's a Potion Infusion Seal. I talked to Tyler about that as well. It's because sometimes in the Tristan matchup, when they steal your cards, they can use it against you. Like a Chilling Touch can be very detrimental to you, right? So you have to play something that has floating memory so you can discard it to get your level counter or level up from it. But something that Tristan cannot use against you, and Potion Infusion Seal, pretty good for that.
the best way that Arisanas cards are used is that they're uncastable by your opponent. That's,
exactly.
That's the name of the game. That's what we got.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah,
it's okay. I'm
not upset. We're going to see that gorgeous Anime Expo Flame Swordsman deployed.
It's a foil.
It's
so shiny.
Then
once again, Slime Shield. That is pretty good there.
I mean, that Baby Red Slime is a problem.
Yeah,
it's going to get a second counter. It's going to be a 4/3.
And then it can become a 5.
Yeah. It's basically your Storm Slime at level 3, right? Like it's already attacking for 5. My God, you have to hate to see that. So yeah, it looks like the Flame Rune was going to try to start taking care of that Baby Red Slime. Got Slime shielded. So Lorraine is just going to go ahead and take care of the Baby Gray. The Gloamspire activated for both players, then shipped back over to Wolfie here. Looks like we're getting a quick read of Gloamspire, but I believe everything should be above board. I don't think we missed an upkeep trigger. But we're just making sure that everything's good here. All right, so we're going to pass back over to Wolfie. Gonna see if they want to go for that level 2. That is usually the plan. Go up to level 2, draw a card. Looks like they're gonna choose to get a nullifying land here. Maybe just taking a turn off. The unfortunate part about the way that these Sylvie decks are built these days is they don't have a whole lot of access to like free materialized stuff. They're not like playing Grand Crusader's Ring or like Tariff Ring or Backup Charge or any of these things that you see in a lot of other decks. So it looks like Wolfie just wasn't ready to level up here, and they're going to nullifying land. Turns off those Crux sites in the late game.
Yeah,
and that can,
this is
definitely be relevant.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very safe play here.
Right.
Which might be a bit detrimental in the long run, but we'll have to see, right? Because, as you said, it turns off a lot of Crux sites, and, like, that's it, basically, though. So if he doesn't have the Crux site, it's irrelevant.
Right, yeah.
So...
Sort of a tough read to make, but man, if they had that last game, it would have been pretty good.
Yeah,
right? So we'll see if it turns out to be as relevant this game as it was last game.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably just wasn't ready to level up there. All right, so it looks like we are going to see that attack with the baby red as we expected, and then it looks like an end step fast cure.
Forward that.
Yeah, I think influence is tied here. We're going to see in response to gather slimes. Going to reveal the top 5. Going to recover X, where X is the amount of slime cards revealed, slime ally cards revealed, and then going to recover.
Oh, there's not much to recover here in this Merlin matchup, but that would be a very, very good gather slimes. I've seen gather slimes that hit 0 slimes, so we're in a good spot here.
Yeah, we're seeing a glorified blissful calling at a slime to hand. It looks like influence is 7 to 6, so Tyler is going to get that recover 4. And then we have to, true Merlin fashion, go up to level 2. And maybe we'll see that, like you had mentioned before game 1, he does have access now to the floating memory, so he can level up to Merlin 2 and then eat his own floating memory to crack that spirit chart early. Looks like he's just going to opt for a GCR.
Seems like both players are taking it a bit slow. But I think he doesn't want to lose his dungeon guide and ghost and everything he already put down.
And it's okay to match the pace of your opponent, right?
Yeah,
if they're going to take a turn off, you can take a turn off, and they can just slow the game down a turn. And I'm sure Merlin more than happy to take an extra turn for the game.
It's but here I think the one winning in this slowing down is Tyler with the GCR, because he gets to have an extra card, right? The card advantage.
Right.
Significant versus a nullifying lantern, which is good late game, but I think as Sylvie here, you really want to push and level up, especially at 2 Storm Slimes in hand, if I can see that correct.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it looks like Luster Slime, 2 Storm Slimes, 2 unknowns. Can't tell those middle. Looks like they've set up. I assume these 2 cards are exactly the cards down that they want, so they're going to level up to 2 and hopefully just rip a dungeon guide right off the top, right?
I'm in a hero slime, but I am not.
All right, we're going to see a Scry the Skies. Gorgeous player rewards, Scry the Skies. Just for 1. Just going to take a peek.
Tension, if I see that correct.
Like he does not want it. Chips it to the bottom, draws a card into memory.
Ghost. That's you love to see that.
Right. Can't be upset about that. The Flame Rune Swordsman coming for 2, just getting a little bit of chip damage. And shipping the turn back. We have to assume we're going to see a level 2 here. Oh, looks like they're going to opt for the backup charger. Just choosing to take the sort of aggression route, going to try to maybe deploy some more threats. If that is engineered slime, like you said, maybe we'll see that deployed and a little bit more pressure put on. They're going to draw a card into memory. And they're gonna
but they're taking it.
A lot of cards in hand now. Maybe they're just really fishing for something like Dungeon Guide. They're looking to get that sort of 1-2 punch, right?
Yeah,
they go directly
had the
to level 2.
Dungeon Guide in hand. That was hidden next to engineered slime.
Yeah, maybe they're looking to set up for just a giant 1-turn kill where they level up to 2, Dungeon Guide to 3, play these 3 Storm Slimes that are in their hand now. Like,
That
surely no matter what the state of the game is, that has to be it, right? So
yeah.
that might be the plan. We are going to see that Engineered Slime.
Yeah.
Well, curious if this Engineered Slime is going to take care of this Flame Rune Swordsman or not. It's a difficult decision to make.
I believe that I was wrong, and that is a Twilight Slime in their
Oh,
hand instead. So
interesting,
2
sure.
storms on Twilight.
Just 2 Storm
Just
Slimes.
2 storm slimes, you know. Because at this matchup, Twilight Slime is pretty good.
Yeah.
Because it just stops Fireball. What are you gonna do?
Right. Stop Fireball, sort of make Sparklight choose its target, right? It has to deal with Twilight Slime. Yeah, definitely an interesting choice. So it looks like... Oh, I see. So, yeah, Engineered Slime does have Pride too. So they could not attack with that Engineered Slime. That is fair point.
Ghost is lost. Isn't he? Through last turn.
It'll be all right. You know,
Yeah,
it's
it's
one
fine.
ghost down, 15 cards in hand. Could be worse.
Good.
So yeah, looks like we're going to level up to Merlin 2. And we do know that Tyler does have access to a dungeon guide, and I would be surprised if he's shy with it. Probably just going to fire that off and get up to Merlin level 3.
Yeah.
No float to eat here, unfortunately. For better or for worse, this Flame Rune Swordsman has stuck on the board for quite a while.
Yeah.
And so no access to floating memory, but...
But the Flame Room can alone take care of the Engineered Slime.
Right.
Which is a bit rough as a...
Yeah, interestingly, he could go for this attack, and Engineered Slime can retaliate. And so should Wolfie retaliate, as they do here, that does give him that floating memory.
Yeah, that's... But I'm not sure if that was the play there.
Sure.
Because you do give Merlin the level counter, and then he can immediately use the Spirit Chart as well to start digging. And
it's a difficult spot to be put in, right? It's like
yeah.
you let your opponent have an ally that's going to remain on the board and peck away at you for the rest of the game, or you give them that card advantage that you know that they're looking for.
Yeah.
So we are going to see that Dungeon Guide. 2 cards chosen. Level up to Merlin 3.
Resolution. Right. Brightest skies.
If only there was a Scry the Stars. Maybe at some point this weekend, you know.
Maybe.
Fingers crossed. But yeah, we're going to see that Merlin, and she is at 1 level counter now. So we are going to see next turn.
Immediately get value off of it.
Yeah.
That's a tough part here.
Yeah.
By the giving floating to Merlin is always. And there we see the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yep.
The other one is the...
And in response...
Yeah, so the on-enter goes on the stack. And in response, he can still Ascension. And get the value off of it. And then put back the sword he just grabbed.
Yeah. Smart plays here from Tyler. Going to reveal both a fire and a water card. We see a second Potion Infusion Seal in the memory. So we're going to see the 3 damage dealt to that very pesky giant baby green or baby red slime, and we're going to see a card drawn from revealing that water card as well.
And then he draws 2 because the ghost is still on the stack. He goes true more. That's a crux thing.
Yeah, just 3 cards off the top. Looks like he drew a Blanche in those 3 cards as well. So even if we do see that powerful level 2 into level 3 from Sylvie into these giant storm slimes, Tyler has found the Blanche in his hand. Boy, at fast speed.
Yeah,
right. Pretty powerful.
Now the score is 1-0 to Tyler.
Yes.
So if we have 30 minutes left, so if he doesn't win, this is probably going to be a tie. But
yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure. But he is looking to be in a pretty commanding position. We don't want to call anything yet.
No, we saw last game how quickly things can turn, right? So, but he does have that Blanche in hand. So even if Sylvie goes turbo level, or like immediately to level 3 here with the dungeon guide, those storm slimes aren't gonna damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's so powerful here, and you know we just see the absolute power of the draw that Merlin has access to. She saw so many cards that turn. It was like 6 cards that he got to see that turn, and so you know you can say that he drew the best card, right? But he had so many shots to see.
Wow. So More slime cards banned.
Yeah, these storm slimes are pretty big.
Yeah.
Like
Five again.
Yeah, five's a good number.
It's a solid number, solid amount of damage there.
Yeah, and if Wolfie has 4 cards in hand, I can't quite tell. They can play Storm Slime, deploy another Storm Slime, but they're going to unfortunately meet that Blanche.
Fortunately, Wolfie only has 3 cards in. Not do a double. Or maybe that's it'll end up being fortunate for them if Tyler does decide to go with the Blancher, because they can take care of the Blanche, and then next turn they get to Storm Slime again. But
so Blanche, very powerful here. She says if another unit you control would be dealt non-attack damage, you prevent an amount of that damage equal to the number of cards in your memory, which I think the number for Tyler is too many. And, so it's going to prevent this Storm Slime from dealing any damage.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And so this is assumingly on, in response to the trigger of Storm Slime does target. So the target was probably Tyler. Unfortunately, we cannot choose to like redirect that damage to Blanche. So we're going to have to spend at least that Storm Slime attack probably to take care of Blanche for future Storm Slimes. Yeah, looks like that is the name of the game. She did her job.
Yeah, she did what she was there to do, and she's gone. I forgot that there's Blanche in the sideboard for Tyler.
Good.
Complete.
Definitely great into decks like this. Storm Slime being such a powerful card in the meta right now. Just with the Doctor work.
Yeah. And we're gonna see the trigger ordering once again, because his influence is 7 if I counted correctly.
Yeah,
so
I believe so.
He wanted that to be done first, and then he can draw for the even level counters with.
I mean, that's what we love to see. Right?
Yeah.
We're playing at Ascent Chicago, highest level of play, and we just such tight decision making from players that are very familiar with the decks that they're playing.
Have to hop over your game.
Yeah.
But 9 rounds is a lot. 9 rounds is a tough.
It's a little bit easier now.
Yeah, it's you can still make all of these decisions, timings, everything perfectly. But by the end of the day, we might see more misplays.
Right. Yeah. And who can fault them, right? Like such a long day. So we're going to see Ghost Pendragon take care of that giant Storm Slime. 1 threat down. And we're just going to see, exactly what we saw last game. Tyler's just going to start trying to snowball this card advantage engine to, sort of find a way to close the door. There's not a whole lot of cards in the Merlin deck that do actually finish the game, so it is up to Tyler to find them as quickly as he can.
Gonna go for the
Yep, just gonna take care of that dungeon guide.
Yeah,
why not, right?
Go through everything, clear the board.
Yeah.
Yes, he's got time. Yeah, he's stabilized very well, and that's the one thing I think Sylvie's problem is that it's very ally reliant, and once they take care of it,
it's really hard to come back. I mean, look at the difference in influence here. Tyler has, I believe, 8 cards, and Wolfie, I believe, down to just.
Gonna attack with, he has the attack bonus this turn plus the sword, so he gets to hit for 3 damage there.
And after that, he's gonna play a Spirit Blade Ascension. Probably going to reveal at least. No!
There is everything. This is what you love to see as Tyler. And have cover the full spectrum of.
The unfortunate wind card in Wolfie's memory there allows Tyler to get all 3 triggers, draw a card, deal 3 damage, and banish card at random from your opponent. So leaves Wolfie down to just 2 cards. That's going to be a tough road. Their draw step will allow them to cast something like this Storm Slime in hand. They'll start getting a little bit of work done, but they're going to need some pretty quick running draws here, I think, to get the job.
Not looking good for Sylvie, unfortunately, because it was really the best choice for Wolfie to put down the baby green, but it's still quite unfortunate.
Right. A pretty big draw in Slime Eruption. So it looks like first we're going to see Gaia's Blessing deployed here. So Gaia's Blessing does have an alternate activation cost. You can banish 4 animals or beasts from your graveyard to activate it from your material deck, and you can do that in your main phase, which is pretty powerful. But most notably here, it's going to put 4 extra slimes into banish for that Storm Slime.
I believe Tyler drew another Blanche.
Oh
If I
my
saw
gosh,
it
is that
correctly,
true?
I'm not sure. I saw CSR, a white,
Oh no, he's
a
too
very
good.
bright CSR.
He's too good.
Uh,
Not like this. Not again.
it was.
Oh,
It was
no.
that.
Oh no.
Again, it does not block all of the damage this time, but
Pretty close.
it's a lot. It's 6, if I believe.
Yeah, so I believe the
6.
Storm Slime's for 9, so I think he's going to be taking 3 here.
Yeah.
But still, my God, that is it's a good one to have here.
That is. You don't want to see that as Wolfie.
Yeah,
that's very, very rough,
Ooh,
right? Because it was the most reliable out they had.
Right.
That's why they pumped up the numbers as far as they could. But unfortunately, Tyler just hadn't.
Yeah, I mean, without a Blanche here, this Storm Slime was threatening like 12 damage, which is a lot, but just not going to be enough. Looks like there was a Fireball left in Tyler's hand as well, so it's going to be just about all he needs to close this door pretty quickly.
Yeah, he has right now 3, 6, 7 damage on board, plus with the Fireball, that's 6 more. That is unfortunately enough here.
Yeah, that's the number we're looking for. Wow, just such a powerhouse Blanche was this game.
Yeah, he's I think she's also not very respected nowadays. People kind of forgot about her.
I couldn't agree more. More respect. Blanche, go buy your Blanches now.
He is also very cute. So even if you just want to have a pretty card, it's also great. I think.
So it looks like we're going to see one banish for a Drawn Blade here. Just going to cycle some of these less impactful cards. Let's see if you can draw maybe some Fireball.
I believe Wolfie has some cards in hand because she had to everything for that Storm Slime, unfortunately.
Yep, I believe so. So no Slime Shields or anything going to be able to protect her here. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like in Recollection we're going to see a Fireball. Fireball here going to be for 7.
That's
and we just have enough damage on it.
Yeah, that's us whipping with all of the swords and allies.
And I think that's going to be the plan. We're going to go through the paces here. Attack for 1, it's going to bring it to 1. 4.
And then
we'll see if, you know, we saw Wolfie grab for that Quicksilver Grail there. Maybe there's something under that we're not expecting.
Covenant Organs.
Oh, that would actually be really good. That is totally possible.
I think they kept it up because they don't want to go down on influence.
Right. We'll see. Yeah, maybe it is a Covenant of Thorns.
Maybe. So then if Tyler did not banish the Sparkle,
right,
then that would be.
Oh yeah, true.
That would be enough. But with Covenant under the Grail, it might not be. I completely forgot about Covenant for a second there.
Yeah, that could be the case here, but it doesn't look like Tyler has, right? He's playing really slow and patient, even though he should have a lethal line here, and he must be thinking about something like Covenant.
I definitely Creative Shock there probably to dig for the Sparkleite or something.
Well, the interesting thing here is I believe Wolfie should actually be at 24 after that Ghost Dragon attack, so this Covenant or this Creative Shock should be lethal, should they? Yeah, looks like we are going to see the response. Covenant of Thorns going to be placed on that Ghost of Pendragon. So the way that Covenant of Thorns works is anytime you would be dealt damage, it's dealt to the recipient of the Covenant instead. So we're going to see this Creative Shock, and if a fire card is discarded, it's going to be 2 damage dealt. Ghost of Pendragon.
You might not, and now he has a lot more freedom. Gloamspire. It is kind of the obvious decision here because you cannot have 2 Gloamspires and doesn't need it anymore.
Yeah, now we can just see like an attack for 3 with Merlin, and then he did draw a Fireball. Yeah, either way. Yeah, whichever way you want to do it, able to find lethal.
He had a thing.
That's the way Merlin goes, right? She just draws so many cards that she finds the answers that she needs. You know, something that you had said, it's just such a versatile deck, right? Like you have all of the answers, you just have to be able to find them.
which is with Crux, it's not that difficult to
Right,
find them,
right,
right?
Yeah, 6 cards a turn is pretty easy, right? To see exactly what you need. So that is 2-0 going to Tyler. So congratulations to Tyler. Moving on to 1-0 in Ascent Chicago. A good place to be in. Gonna have to rattle off another 8 wins or something. So
Yeah, just a couple more.
yeah, just a couple more.
Just a couple
One
more.
or two more rounds left today. Yeah, that is going to be the conclusion of our first round. And ooh, man, have 8 more to go.
8 more rounds to go. If they all go like that, it's gonna be a long day.
Yeah, and you know, I think that was probably one of the shorter matches that we're going to see this weekend. I mean, both like pretty explosive decks that are looking to end the game as quickly as possible. And even still, you know, we went pretty low on time there. So it's just showing how sort of difficult to navigate a lot of the decks are in this format, as we see, you know, some of these more controlling strategies. But we do have the meta breakdown, which I'm very interested to see what people are playing here at the biggest Grand Archive Ascent of all time.
Yeah.
This is going to be our meta breakdown. So we do have, we're going to start with our spirits. We have 32% wind, 30% fire, 20% water, 18% loss. Those lost spirits are going to be assuredly all spirits.
Yeah. And we have someone that's playing wind and water together.
Oh, true.
I wonder if it's like a Vanitas deck
maybe,
or a Nico deck, right? Because those are the only two that you can play mixed like that.
But I mean, something that we said, we're seeing a lot of representation from fire here, which is not been typical for this MRC format. So it's definitely very interesting. We do have the champion breakdown as well. And we see, wow, in first place, Lorraine, which again is not necessarily what I would have expected.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was expecting like Sylvie to. I mean, Sylvie's up there as well, but Lorraine, so many people are on Lorraine.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely surprised, right? I expected a lot more Tristan. I expected Tristan to be up there, and like, I'm not sure what I expected the top 3 to be exactly to be like, but I did not expect Lorraine to be top at all.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of these like automaton-based Tenoris decks, and so Tenoris is sitting in that 4th place, but yeah, Lorraine taking first. I mean, she is also responsible for some of these Merlin numbers, right? A lot of these Merlin decks are playing Lorraine level 1, but 65 Lorraines definitely means that there's a lot of decks that are just going full Lorraine. That might be the more typical like human-based Wind Allies deck. That could be Wind Crux, which has seen a lot of success in the history of the game. Fire Lorraine, I know, has been a little bit underrepresented lately, but is still a very powerful tool. And we did see that 30% fire decks. Maybe there are a lot of those Fire Lorraine decks running around.
That's true. It's definitely something very interesting. But I think we're going to head into a short 10-minute break here.
And then we will be back with round 2 in just a few minutes.
welcome back everyone to our coverage of Ascent Chicago. I'm back here with my wonderful co-caster Valkyrie here on the booth for the first time. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to sit next to you and do some commentating. I'm excited for some Grand Archive, amazing matches. How are you feeling after that first round?
It was a long round. Both were very, very late game heavy matches, but at least it was not a tie, right? It's and I'm glad we got to have a nice conclusion to it. It was fun. It was a fun matchup. I definitely did not expect to see Merlin round one, right? And until suddenly it shows up. But it was rough. How was it watching it?
Yeah, watching it was great. It's one of those things in a large tournament, especially since we have over 300 people here, that anything can appear on round one of stream. So it's really interesting to see that we were able to see that Merlin and then also that Slime, two of the better decks here that we're going to be seeing, sort of that top upper echelon of the tier list. That along with, you're going to see some Wind Tristan and then along with Water Nico or some Lorraine. So it's always depending on what you're going to be viewing or what's top. So hopefully we're going to get something different though, a little bit more unique decks, and that'd be really exciting to see. But what about you? What do you want to see on stream coming up next?
I definitely don't want to see Nico on stream. I love Mill, but Nico is a bit of a pain. But definitely, I'm definitely interested in seeing anything. I want to see wind robots. I'm a big fan of wind robots, and because like I mentioned earlier that I've been a wind player, like a wind allies player from the moment I started playing. So I really love the more combo flavor of automatons. So I would love to see that. I'm not sure how many of those we have here. Because you saw the champion breakdown. It's mostly Lorraine.
A lot of Lorraine.
But maybe people are using flavors of Lorraine for their automaton decks.
So it looks like right now we are just starting to get our feature matches set up. Pairings are out, so we're waiting to see who we're going to be having on. We're going to go ahead and take a look at their deck list if we're able to. Go ahead and see if there's any spicy tech that people are deciding to run.
It's a spicy deck that we're going to see here with a Spirit of Water Vanitas deck. I'm so happy to see this because you don't expect Vanitas at all, right? And it's a interesting concept because with Vanitas level 1, people would assume that you want to maximize the utility of the level 1, right? You want to glimpse, but I think the value from having multiple elements is so much more than glimpsing things 3 once, right? Because you have the elements for the whole game, but you only get to glimpse once, right? And there's many cards that glimpse for you if that's what you want to do. So definitely. What are you excited for?
So it looks like just taking a glance at the deck list right here, they're taking advantage of a lot of the allies, and being in 2 different elements really enables you to run those utility cards you couldn't normally run in a single allied deck. It's over here, since we're wind and water, we're seeing both the benefit of the fairies, Snow and Dream, with allowing you to lock down an ally matchup or just prevent them from playing it in general. And the glimpse isn't really worth it in the long run if you're going to be able to control your opponent and have answers for what they're going to be doing anyway.
Yeah, I think this is definitely it seems to be that it's more so a control deck, right? With Fracturizes, Conjure Downpour.
Conjure Down, that's one you don't see often, right?
Yeah, it's not correct. Like, my brain immediately didn't even know how to pronounce Conjure. That's how rarely you see that. Yeah, but it seems like the water cards in here are mostly for control, obvious. But and then the wind is there to push damage, and it doesn't seem to be focusing too much on Vanitas level 2 Vanitas' ability of taxing your opponent and hitting bigger when you are attacking without a weapon. it just probably it could be just be chip damage or something like that, because aren't many the water here is definitely helping pump Vanitas, but that doesn't seem to be the focus, right? Because they're all reactive cards, and most of them are reactive cards to protect yourself, right, and keep on surviving. His opponent, what is his opponent playing here?
And as we're looking up the opponent here, we have both our players on the stream right now. We have Dunking versus the Civ. So it is going to be fun. And Civ, looks like we are on none other than the flavor of the month, Fire Xander. Clem, do you have some thoughts about this list? It looks very interesting, a little bit aggressive, but has some defensive tools that you normally don't see in a lot of these all-out decks.
I think it's fairly standard, but what I'm seeing here is a one-off reduced to ash in the main board, which one-off cards to me are always very funny, right? Especially if it's something like this, because you think that for reduced to ash you want to see as many as you can, right? Or like maximize your chance, but it's just one card here. Well, this. I think we're gonna head into match 1 immediately here, but
So match 1 of round 2, we have Fire Xander versus our Windwater Vanitas. And Vanitas went ahead, won that dice roll, and will be getting us off first here. So a very normal spirit. We draw 7, no glimpsing, no fragments whatsoever, not going to be messing with levels. And we're just starting with a...
Lost in Thoughts for 0, just for the float, right? You just... And into Frostform Paladin, so you get to draw a card, and you immediately have a big ally on board. You will love to see that. Lost in Thoughts is one of my favorite cards from Mercurial Heart. It's such a fantastic card. And do we see a Char? The girl who was cosplaying as Sylvie at Worlds.
Indeed,
she made the custom. Here's the custom spirits, and I love them. They're so cute.
And very respectful by the opponent, showing the custom spirit, and then ask the opponent, is it alright if I'm showing you it's the Spirit of Fire, can I just go ahead and use this? And it looks like both players agreed upon. So I just want to touch base back on the Lost in Thought turn 1 into Frostworn. It does, since you go first, you have 7 cards in hand, and then you dump 1 for the Lost in Thought, Frostworn to replace, so you actually net back to only 6 cards, Frostworn to 7, so it's not that bad of a play. And it really sets you up for, especially if you think you're against any aggressive decks, you have that defensive option with that intercept to go ahead and protect.
Civ is going to go ahead and Zealot here, which is 2 of them as well.
Good things come in pairs, they always say. So we have 2 Manic Zealots hitting the board here. This is one of those cards that don't really seem like they do much. They're just 2-drop 1/1s, but on death, they go ahead and deal 2 damage to champions, and that damage really stacks up if you are on the back foot. Never want to take free damage, but it looks like both of them were swinging into the Frostworn Paladin. The Frostworn going to go ahead and retaliate against that second attack, and Manic Zealot on death trigger will go ahead and proc and deal both champions damage. Evening up the game, it's just instead of starting at 0, we're starting at 2 damage counters.
And see that Dunking is gonna go for the backup charger here immediately, get the cards, right? And you obviously want to pay for backup charger before you recollect, just to immediately get the card from it, right?
It's a sort of a delayed GCR where you draw the card into memory, and then you are able to then recollect and get that card. So you can't be backup charger if you need a card, but it does allow you to still filter through, get that extra card draw. And as his deck list wanting a little bit more playability, you want to make sure you have as many cards as possible at the start of your turn, be able to fill the board with allies or keep cards up in response. I'm assuming here that the player now understands that he's going to be playing against a very aggressive deck, so you want to set up some defenses. We have Rhymesoul Bishop, a Cleric card, 3 card to activate here, 2/2. It sort of acts like Frostworn Paladin. You could banish a card with Floating Memory if you do draw a card, and it also has a class bonus of Floating Memory itself, so that could be your late game insurance policy if you're going into Vanitas and you need Frostworn or even Lost in Thought.
Yeah. And there's another Frostworn Paladin. This is a very card draw heavy deck if you have the floating for it, right? Unfortunately, it seems that Dunking does not have it right now, but it's still an interceptor with that's a 3 cost 2/3. they are always good, even without abilities. Like, and it has intercept, so he's in a good spot right now, I think.
Yeah, and it's, as you said, the intercept is a great defensive tool. And one thing Dunking's really doing a good job about is playing around the Gildas that they run in their deck. They're making sure they always are drawing their turn with 7 influence, and if they do have more than 7, they're making sure to drop enough allies or cards down to prevent it. So the Rhymesol itself with the Frostborn Paladin really put the board pressure on after using backup charger without having to sacrifice any chance of a top deck Gildas, or maybe they have one in hand and they're just waiting for the lethal swing on that. So we're going into the Civ's second turn here. What do you think would be a good route of play in order to start to overcome this very aggressive defensive start from?
Just be more aggressive, right? It's in Fire Xander, you really just have to push damage as much as possible. And I saw he has the mark the target in hand as well, and it's very it's a mostly skill, and then the card type skill based deck for damage. You really have to get those cards right and combo off. But it also has some allies, but even the allies themselves are for chipped in that for that extra bit of damage with their abilities. Because Manixelt also has this. Rococo has it's all an ability damage based deck, right? So even with the allies, sure you have them to attack and have them to deal damage, but they themselves on their own as well, just with the abilities, they deal a lot of damage. So I think you really just want to not let it distract you. Stay focused on your game plan, and then go ahead and push as much damage as you can.
Keep hitting that champion, right?
Yeah,
You want to keep going. So we went ahead and leveled into Xander Prepared Scout, banishing the marked target from memory here. And on Glimpse, we saw a Korhazi Outlook, or Korhazi Courier, the red one here, and the Planted Explosives. And on Glimpse, I believe the Planted Explosives did go on top, Korhazi on the bottom, which we drew for turn. Now we're looking sort of a peek at that hand here, and it's quite interesting setup. I see perhaps 2 Blazing Throws, a Planted Explosives, and not a lot of aggressive allied plays. Maybe we're missing out on the Arthurs or some more ways to clear board. That's one thing Fire Xander does struggle at, is anything with a wide board, they don't really have removal for it. They have to constantly 1-for-1 themselves, or keep trading allies into the deck. So here we see a Planted Explosives, which is going to be prepared. That is targeting, I believe, the buff Frostborn Paladin. Yep, taking that off the board here. Wanting to just eliminate the amount of possible intercepts for when that dagger finally does come out. That is one of the annoying parts as a Fire Xander player, is if your opponent has intercept or taunt, you have to get through that before you can even consider dealing damage to the champion.
Yeah, definitely. So it's easier with Fire Xander because you're like I mentioned earlier, you're less so ally based, but with the little, like, sometimes it very much depends on that tiny little bit of chip damage, right? You also want to prevent them from attacking you, so it's a 2-for-1, right? It's 2-in-1. You take care of the interceptor so you can chip in for more damage, and you also take care of the damage you're receiving.
That is correct here. And we have the water player going ahead and recollect, getting a GCR and not popping it immediately to draw a card, which signifies there may be a future plan for that card, or we're going to be working around with some balance or things like that. But we do see a Charged Mannequin. For those of you unfamiliar, Charged Mannequin is a 1/3 2-cost to activate ally, and if you have a power cell on the field, it goes ahead and gets +1 power, which turns it into a 2/3, which is a perfect ally stat line for its cost. Additionally, it's an automaton, so it can take advantage of that power cell as well, being used on it for the additional 2 attack.
Yeah, it's a 2-cost 2/3. Better than a 3-cost 2/3. You love to see that. But yeah, it seems that the Vanitas player also has a automaton focus, because they play so many like automaton focus cards, but they don't have as much power cell generator I thought it would have, right?
Yeah, sort of just relying on a couple of cards here, like Cell Converter, the Backup Charger, And when it comes to a list like this, you're not really trying to go as many power cells as possible as you see in Robot Lorraine. The power cells are probably going to be meant for favorable trades or to push in that little bit of damage they're needing after controlling the board. And we see just a swing in with both the Rhyme Soul and the Automaton into, I believe, Champion there.
Yep.
And then the Fire Xander player getting a Grail. It's one of those age-old questions, what's in the box? What do you think is going to be underneath that Grail?
I suspect a poison dagger. Because you don't want to risk it getting fracturized, or well, even then, you want to minimize the risk of it going away, right? You want it to get fracturized for you have to make them work for it, because even though they could fracture, you can just take it out and they fracturize it. They're forced to keep up cards just to fracturize it if you take it out on their end step. So it's definitely a possible play here.
And here we see a Conjure Downpour trying to go ahead and start preventing some attacks, but immediately an Incapacitate.
Wow, that is rough. You don't like to see that if you're dunking here.
It is unfortunate that your Conjure Downpour is countered due to Incapacitate, but looking at the influence of Xander here, we only have 3 cards in total. Or, I'm sorry, 1 card in hand, 3 cards in memory. So your influence is already very low. You're not going to be able to really put allies on the board to take advantage of that Poison Dagger.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a good thing for Vanitas to have Fire Xander not be able to rush you down. You're getting a nice level up here as well, with still a developed board. And the life total is only 19 for Xander level 1.
Yeah.
We're 8 damage away from lethal.
It's very close. No, it's not very close. It's very fast, right? You don't expect Vanitas to be like this, but I think it's an interesting take on a deck like this. But I think I have to assume, based on the list and what we've seen here, is that Vanitas is there just for the element, right? And then later just to chip in for more damage.
And here we see a spicy card, Ally War Priestess, something you don't see quite often. It's a 3 cost to activate, 1/3, but class bonus you do get +1 attack. And then if you have 4+ cards in memory, you recover 2. It's super helpful in ally mirror matches with that recover 2, because it adds up every time you attack. Your opponents are going to be forced to have to remove it off the board.
Yep.
And then it's swinging for 2 itself, so it's also a threat. So we have 2, 4, 6 damage on board right now. If we pop the power cell, it will go ahead and be 7, since Charge Mannequin does lose its +1 power from the power cell no longer existing. I believe we're going to 18 damage counters here on Fire Xander.
No, I believe that is exactly lethal.
Exactly lethal.
Because 17. It is. It was fast. Like it was a very, very fast game, but not in the direction you would think it would go, right? Because you would expect Fire Xander to pop off there, but allies, right?
Yeah.
What can I say? There's not much else to it.
Sort of ran down by allies.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these sideboards, though. Let's start with the Vanitas player. So we have some Blanches, Morgans, Conjure Downpour, Korhazis. Out of all these, what do you think is going to be brought in against this matchup?
I have what I have no idea. Probably Frostbite, but there's not much here. What I find very interesting, or Blanche. Blanche. I completely missed the Blanche there. All 4 of the Blanche has to come in, right? Because Blanche, we saw proven in the first round how good Blanche is in general. So in this matchup, even if you don't even need that many cards in your memory for Blanche to be very impactful, because Fire Xander chips in for a lot of little damage. So once you have like 3 cards in your memory, it's fine. You don't even have to have anything. You have 3 cards in hand, or your influence is 3. You put 2 down, play Blanche, and that stops most of the damage from.
Yeah, it's a really good tool and way to prevent the Poison Dagger turn. It really helps limit the mark the targets, blazing throws, and planted explosives. You pretty much effectively half the damage output from them, which is really insane from just a card that you could play at any moment. Additionally, looking at this, you I think another Conjure Downpour is what you're going to bring in case you do have a slower start. This was kind of a very fast start for the Allies player, but it's not going to always be the case here.
Yep.
So you want to make sure you have an additional defensive option. And Frostbinds may be a good option if you are going pure defensive, but I still think you want to try and race down the Fire Xander player and put enough pressure on them.
Yeah, yeah.
And then looking over at the Fire Xander player's side, we do have a couple of interesting choices in this sideboard that we could bring in that I think may be very effective in this particular instance, just because you really don't see it quite often. I really think these exploit vulnerabilities coming in.
Yep.
It's a really great way to cycle filters through your deck. Additionally, if there is a very buff Frostborn Paladin,
Yep.
it will allow you with just one prep counter for your Manic Zealot to go ahead and take that out. But other than that, what do you think is going to be coming in?
Viridian. I think he does expect Vanitas there to be more more reactive. So I think Viridian will come in, even though like we didn't see that many reactions. But from a water deck, you always have to expect everything, right? You have to expect the control. You have to expect. You can't always have the incapacitate for the Conjure Downpour, like the things. So it's that's gonna come in. I think obviously exploit and maybe for Hazi Arsenal, but it's a very situational card because you don't like stopping Ramsol Bishop is not that important here, right?
Yeah.
But
the denial, the floating memory.
yeah, because they have many other ways, but I would still very much use that. And it seems that our Fire Xander player is starting here, just to, as you would expect them to, honestly.
So go ahead and going to choose to go first here. You want to be, as the aggressive deck, be able to set up, plan out your turns a little bit better here. And the sideboarding was fairly quick for both players, so very confident in either their decks or what they wanted to bring in. And we're going to see a much better start here with a turn 1 Korhazi. This one is super interesting. It tells me that they're going to want to go ahead and level up into Xander level 1 as fast as possible here, probably on their next materialization. Just because of that class bonus, on hit, you draw and discard a card. If it was fire that was discarded, you deal 1 damage to it, any target. So you cycle through your deck, you deal additional damage, which is the name of the game, and it's has stealth, so it's very difficult for Dunking to get rid of.
Yep. It's definitely, but see, it's also chips in for a little bit of damage, right? So the blanch here is very good, but I didn't see one in Dunking's hand, unfortunately. Oh, definitely. Oh, it's Cell Converter.
And this is one of those cards that is very interesting. We were mentioning how there isn't a lot of generation when it comes to power cells, but here we see Cell Converter. At the end of the turn, you go ahead and get a power cell to your side of the board. It also has floating memory itself for Cleric. Locked behind class bonus, unfortunately. And then it's a 0/3, so it's one of those things where you're going to get value every turn from it, and your opponent really doesn't want to attack into it because it's not doing anything besides that.
Yeah. But it's still rough. Like, if you see that, you know it's going to be used, right? So you do want to get rid of it. And if you're in Fire Xander's shoes right now, you're like, you're still like, it feels bad, obviously, to waste your damage, because you chip in for so many little damage, so much like little bits of damage. It would feel bad to waste 3 whole damage, or possibly even more, on an ally like that. But it can also bubble very fast, right? It can get out of hand very quickly if you let them have their power cells.
And the thing is it is an automaton as well, so it can take advantage of the own power cells that it is generating. I do want to touch base here on the Civ. We went ahead and materialized the Poison Dagger. And so this is showing that they are very comfortable and confident into a next turn lethal here, as we see additional Korhazi hitting the board. So this is just in hopes that Dunking is not running Fracturize or did not draw the Fracturize. Because this is, all we do is level up into Xander to go ahead and take advantage of those class bonus, and just on field, we're seeing 6 points of damage.
Yeah, it is.
So we'll see how we go. Dunking going to head and go into a Grand Crusader's ring, not leveling up into Anitas, so not too concerned, I think, about this potential lethal push. It's one of those, do they have it, do they not have it when you're playing against Fire Xander? But I believe that in the top left corner of the hand, we do see a Fracturize.
Yeah.
So a little bit more confident knowing that the Poison Dagger is exposed, vulnerable, and ready to be taken care of.
Yeah. Definitely in a tough spot right now, but yeah, if they have it, they just have it, right? There's not much you can do.
3 cards being put down into memory here. That is not the cost of Fracturize, unless I'm missing something else here.
I
You should still have one card, only 2 cards down in memory instead of those 3.
That is a Frostworn for Afghan. I'm sure that yeah, that will
Going
get
ahead.
fix him.
Good thing he did keep the memory separate when he was paying for those cards. Just don't mix them up in case anything like that does happen. Still do have 1 additional card. Frostworn's going to be eating that Fracturize, drawing that card, and is going to probably stay up for defense. What do you think on that?
I would expect it as well, right? Even without the Poison Dagger, the on-hit ability of, I mean, obviously you can get the on-hit ability regardless, but you definitely want to stay safe, get in as little damage to your face as possible, while also pushing for as much as you can. But the intercept on Frostborn is very powerful, especially when it is a 3/4, because now the Civ would have to hit in with both of them, with both couriers, and then use the ability and activate, like, trigger the ability both times with a fire card to take care of the Frostborn.
Yes.
And that is if they intercept twice, or if you attack it twice, right? Because he can take the risk here and go for try and attack the champion, but then he's risking not taking care of the Frostborn.
Expending a lot of resources just to take it out. And one thing to mention here, that in sitting in the middle between the Cell Converter and the Frostborn Paladin, is we see a Korhazi Trapper. This is a very good card in this matchup, particularly because even if your opponent tries to go for a Rending Flames, and shut that down entirely. With the tap ability, removing a prep counter from your champion and giving any attack -3. It also, if in case there is an Arthur on the board and some allies are swinging in for a little bit more, it's a great way to help prevent damage and save your Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, it's an all-around pretty powerful card, because on its own it also gives you that prep counter, right? So it's a guaranteed you're guaranteed to have the ability. If I see in the Xander level 1 glimpse, that is a Sable Remnant and a Vermilion Decree that we're designing, but both
Going on top, it looks like
it's
here.
went like this. It seemed to me Sable Remnant top, and then Vermilion is interesting. He probably wants to push him for more, because I don't see anything, and that could draw a card right.
You want to push in for damage, but Dunking's board's kind of getting out of hand. It's the Cell Converter already has had 2 turns of unchecked potential, and he saw how much damage can just come through from automatons and mannequins, and with the addition of extra power cells and the influence that Dunking does have, I really think that we're going to have to start seeing some board clears.
That is a threat, but I do see an exploit vulnerability on the in the Civ's hand. So
one of the things that we were talking about, touching base on here. So with that, we have one Fractal being tapped, 1 card down in memory, and it looks like they're in the exploit vulnerability.
He has a prepare 1, so he has the prep counters for it, right? So he is definitely in a good spot. But unfortunately, though, exploit vulnerability only gives it to one Ascent, which is a bit rough here. So he does have to use everything to take care of it, and he can just exploit vulnerability before damage, right? Because it's a fast card.
Correct. Yes.
So he gets to see if they have any reactions there, and it seems that's what he's doing, right? He's going for the Prosform Paladin with that courier, and then using exploit vulnerability at fast speed before damage to take care of her for sure.
We did have a little bit of a cool interaction here. Sable Remnant hit the board and went ahead and attacked in the Frostborn Paladin. Korhazi Trapper then activated, removing that prep counter, reducing the attack. And then we had the Korhazi Courier swing into the Frostborn Paladin. And then with that attack declaration still happening, we had the prepped exploit vulnerability. Going to be drawing a card, and now since that Korhazi has dealt damage, that Frostborn Paladin gone.
Exactly.
And we're going to do a little bit of filtering here with the Korhazi. Since it did hit, we're going to draw one and discard. And if a fire was discarded, we're dealing an additional point of damage to any unit of our choice. In this instance, would you want to go ahead and ping the Spirit of Water for one? Or are you going to start working on that cell converter, dealing it one, and then have your other Korhazi swing in?
It's a fantastic question, because right now, right, you do not see that much. The threat is not too big with the power cells, but it can absolutely get out of hand, right? Because with 2 power cells, it just sacrifices, buffs the cell converter, and just magically, out of nowhere, basically, can kill you, because it's unexpected. Well, not unexpected if you can see it, but it's something that you don't immediately consider, right? You just see that, oh, it gives you power cells, whatever. But then you don't realize that it itself is an automaton.
Mm-hmm.
So I think here I would personally take care of the soul converter. But it seems that the Civ went for the Spirit of Water instead, going to level up into Vanitas.
Yeah, pushing damage here all to face. We have 5 total influence for the Civ at the end of the turn, passing 2 cards in hand. And Dunking leveling up, leaving 6 cards in memory after getting to Vanitas level 1, drawing for a 7th return. So if there is a Gildas in that hand, we are able to be balanced to push in additional damage. But I'm very curious what the answer is going to be to the Korhazis. There is stealth. You're probably just going to have to race against them at this point. And we did lose our aggressive ally in Frostborn Paladin. Dunking has not been able to deal any damage. But that's such a good card. If we see a Dream Fairy in hand, and this might have been the reason we pushed for level 1 to activate that wind. We have just been locked on water. But no, we're seeing another Frostborn Paladin, sort of prioritizing defense over the offense or the board removal at this current point. You want to make sure that you're not going to lose just out of the blue against Fire Xander, because that is a very common something that can happen.
Yeah, you want to take care, you want to protect yourself from those little bits of chip damage right there. Because the on-hit Morgan, it's not something you see every day, especially not with class bonus active, right? Because Vanitas is a cleric, so you get to have the glimpse one or recover one at the beginning of every turn, which is a very good effect you want to take care of.
And one thing to mention about Morgan as well, since we are talking about her level 1 ability, it's going to prevent all non-attack damage that we dealt to her. So it's going to eliminate Korhazis from being able to ping her down. So Civ is going to have to put another ally on board just to try and trade into that Morgan, and that additional healing every turn is going to really add up if we already see minimal amounts of 1 attack, 1 ping, 1 damage here, 1 damage there sort of kind of gameplay. But I really do like this sideboard choice.
It's I think it plays Morgan mainboard. Funnily enough, I think he has 1 Morgan in the sideboard and 3 mainboard.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, three Morgans
So
mainboard or 1 Morgan. sideboard.
So Morgan here to stay on this one, and we went ahead and passed turn with 5 cards in memory, 3 power cells now, so that's 6 damage that cell converter is gonna...
slowly growing there. I think the Civ hasn't noticed it. Probably. I would expect because I would expect him to want to take care of that sooner rather than later. Because of right now, there are no other automatons. So if anything, the cell converter is going to be the one to push all that damage. But I would be getting worried now, right? Of one big turn, especially while you're only on 19 life. It's definitely a scary spot to be in if you're the Civ, or at least for me it would be, with the slowly growing army of power cells on the other side. But I also like if he has a game plan of how he can also win out of nowhere, right? Especially dunking being on 5 damage already. He has a good chance of just drawing what he needs and popping off, even without poison dagger. But I would start working towards getting rid of the cell converter there because it is growing fast.
So some cards that we're going to be looking for here as Fire Xander is you probably want to be able to commit more allies to the board to start favorably trading as much as possible. A lot of the spells and actions that you do have in the deck are very nice, but they're better when you're ahead or just plain even, but being behind and on the back foot starting to get really difficult to find opportunities.
Yep.
We go ahead and materialize a smoke bomb for turn, and then we're gonna prep the target pre-recollection, getting that additional prep counter. So that smoke bomb is gonna be very interesting because it's gonna prevent intercept from Frosthorn Paladin. Perhaps we're looking at pushing in tons of damage this turn. I do a Blazing Throw in hand. So we could, if there is a Mercenary's Blade in that Regalia deck, we can go ahead, remove a prep counter, get Mercenary's Blade, and then we could Blazing Throw that, so that's 4. We see 2 damage on board from the Korhazis. If there's a fire card discarded, we see additional 2. That's 8, putting us at 13, and Vanitas is 19.
Is oh.
And then we could also see a Rending Flame.
Yeah,
if
because
possible.
we do have 3 fire cards in graveyard now. Yeah, Cerulean discarding to the Courier.
Courier, yeah.
Yeah, just for the additional damage. Rococo. Unfortunately, Rococo does not do much right now.
Rococo would actually help push lethal because we're using a lot of our cards for the Mercenary Blade, Blazing Throw, and then Rending Flames combo. We should have enough to go ahead and get Rococo in as well.
I'm unsure about the exact imp.
But we see 3, so this is going to be a Varukan Soul Knife coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just exact lethal. We do have 2 Blazing Throws. If there is a Mercenary's Blade in here, we're going to Blazing Throw this Varukan Soul Knife for 4, and then we're going to get Mercenary's Blade with a prep counter, and then go ahead and Blazing Throw again. So
there is a Mercenary's Blade,
so there is lethal. Yep, here we are, removing the prep counter, getting that. The Civ, finding it, staying patient, calm, dunking, putting all cards down in memory, so no chance of interaction, no frostbinds, anything like that, allowing this to push directly through. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then Rococo just finishing us off here.
Lethal. That's what we're talking about, right? And out of nowhere, immediately just draw the right cards in the right sequence, and then you got this, right? It's also a very precise deck, Fire Xander. You have to, as fun and jolly as it is, you really need to be on the top of your game with it. If obviously the higher standing you are, the more focused you have to be on it. But in general as well, if you want to be a very, very good Fire Xander player, you need to focus a lot on sequence, making sure you play everything in the right order, right? Because then you have to be prepared for situations like this where your main plan with like Poison Dagger gets interrupted, then you still have to be able to come back from it, right? Because that's what you're focused on mainly, Poison Dagger, and then with that it pushes that extra damage. But oftentimes things like that happen, right? So many people have Regalia hate nowadays, and it's a 0 cost Regalia, so it's very, very easy to take care of. So that's why I think, on paper it's like, oh yeah, just do that. But I think to be a very good Firesender player, you need to know the deck very well and need to know the lines and how to sequence things precisely.
Exactly. It's not just playing allies, turning them sideways, and hoping you win the game. There's a lot more in-depth thought process that goes around these lines of how do I win without my Poison Dagger? What happens if I only draw my spells and my actions and no allies do go to that? And there's one brilliant thing about Grand Archive is it's a game where every decision matters, no matter what. It's even the smallest of ones of like, what card do I put down in memory to play Blazing Throw?
I think that is like, people underestimate the importance of what card you use to play, because one mistake and it can be over. Like in the first round, we saw the Sparkleite get banished, right? And the Sparkleite would have guaranteed the win if he didn't top deck well. That was like a mistake. I heard him even mention it, that the moment he did that, he was like, I misplayed there. But then he got it, but it could have made or break the game. But we started game 3 here.
Game 3, where we went ahead and opened with a Lost in Thought for 0 into a Rhymestole Bishop, our Frostthorn Paladin at home. Went ahead and banished that Drew card. We don't get a buff counter, but then we see a Stalwart Shieldmate setting up the defenses for the Rhymestole. So it allows you to both get your draw a little bit more filter and still have some defensive options. And it's one of those things that, as we're talking about, every decision matters. We are at Ascent Chicago. 300 plus players, a big event. It's nerve-wracking being on camera. 286 confirmed players. And it's nerve-wracking. We really don't want to make any mistakes, but it happens. And some people may forget about, certain interactions, retaliating, making sure you use all your resources as much as possible. That is one of those big factors that can make or break your round win to help advance.
Yeah, definitely. You have to ice.
So we do see the Civ with a nice grip of cards in hand. I see a Vermilion Decree, a Sable Remnant, Exploit Vulnerability, I believe there, and a Surging Bolt. So not a lot of allies that you want to play initially turn 1. This may be a... Is that a Surging Bolt?
Yeah,
I believe.
Seems art. Definitely looks like it.
So it was not imbued, so we're just going to go ahead and deal 3 damage to target champion. Just push in a little bit more damage. This may be because the Civ is sitting with not a lot of good turn 1 plays, especially you don't want to drop in an ally like Hazi Arsonist or your Sable Remnant for the rhyme.
Well, would love to see Hazi Arsonist to get rid of that floating memory, right? Because
that is true.
It would send her straight into banishment, which means they cannot get the floating off of it. So it's they do get, they prevent 2 damage in a way, but it still hinders their floating generation.
And Dunking just starting off with I'm gonna play Lost in Thought again for 0. So we've seen this before. We're gonna have something to go ahead and banish it. Cell Sharpshooter, another water card that banishes a floating card from memory to draw a card. But instead of getting a buff counter, we go ahead and get a Power Cell, which just more and more adds to another route that Dunking's deck can take. And Cell Sharpshooter is also an automaton, so creates a Power Cell for itself to use or any other one of the automaton friends in that deck.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely. This deck is not what I expected it to be at all, right? But it's a pleasant surprise, because I said, hey, I want wind robots. We're getting water robots. Is it close enough? I'm happy, right? Seems are you going to imbue a Cerulean? Not a Surion Vermilion.
Vermilion Decree. We do see an imbue. We have a Rococo, a Planted Explosives, and a Mark the Target. So that is going to be very interesting information for dunking if they are able to keep track of it. Because those 3 cards themselves show the late damage or last bit of damage push you need in order to close out a very fast round.
Yeah, and it seems like for the Vermilion, the Civ just dealt 3 damage to champion to push them more damage and take care of the board, right? Till 2. They did not draw. He did not choose to draw a card, right? Because in this position, I think it would have been just objectively worse to give a card to dunking here, right? Because you want to push the damage here because right now you're in he's in a very comfortable spot with 0 damage marked on him, 0 damage counters, but you want to be still. Both decks can win out of nowhere. You want to be sure and be the first to win, right? Win the race.
Exactly, yeah. And just playing with a little bit of hypotheticals here for the Civ, this Shieldmate may be the only factor keeping dunking alive on this turn, because we did see from the 3 cards revealed, if we hard leveled up into Xander level 1, get that prep counter and assassin class bonus, we could then mark the target, planted explosives. That's going to go ahead and be 5 damage, pushing dunking to be 11, leaving that 4 life at that spirit. And then if there was a blazing throw in hand, we could banish 3 fire cards that would then be in the graveyard to get the Varuk Soul Knife to blazing throw for exact lethal.
Yeah.
But the fact that we saw a Grail materialization instead shows that there is not a blazing throw, and we're going to play a little bit slower, to make sure the board is open and not have to worry about any pesky intercepts, taunts, things like that for the kill turn on the Civ's next chance.
Yeah. But he also he doesn't here. You don't bother attacking, right? Because it's a 1/1 into a 0/2 is just pointless.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he is. I would expect him to learn from last game and have the poison dagger under the Grail. You never know, right?
And a very important materialization here. You saw dunking really considering it, thinking about do I need that extra HP or do I need more cards?
Yep.
Because the one downside of committing the Stalwart early is yes, it protects you, but you now are down a card in hand, total influence. And the fact that it hasn't died yet means you haven't been able to actually take advantage of playing the card.
Yep.
The resource denial from the Civ is very smart because you don't want to give them a free level up into their champion to enable their advanced element in air quotes.
Exactly. It is definitely okay. It's interesting because even without the free level up, floating memory has such a powerful tool in his deck, and as we've seen its past 2 games, it has floating memory that is not only for materialization. Like we have so many good cards in water that are able to utilize it very, very well, and are able to get loads of different kinds of advantage off of it. And so it's definitely, I think that's also why the Civ hasn't bothered too much to take care of it, because it's very good in general, even if they don't level up. Like even right now, taking care of it normally would still be advantageous for dunking, even though it's like level 2 is, you might not want to go up to that, right? Unless you have a good reason to. But right now I don't see much reason for the dunking good to do so, other than the life, right?
Correct. And we do see something very interesting. Dunking just drawing their card, thinking about it for a second, and then passing turn with 7 cards in hand. So this is going to be a very defensive turn. I do see 2 Conjure Downpours in that hand as well. The Civ opening up, we're going to go ahead and materialize into Xander level 1, do our Glimpse, and then pre-Recollection, we're going to prep a Planted Explosives. Whenever Planted Explosive is prepped, we deal 4 damage to a target unit instead of 2.
Yep.
And that went straight into Vanitas, putting dunking at 10 total. And we see an attack with the Sable Remnant, and we're going to have to respond to this here. Conjure Downpour is going to go ahead and give -2 attack for all attacks for this turn now.
Yep.
And then if memory is 4+, you do draw a card into memory, so it replaces itself. However, we do not see any other response, so we're not going to get that card draw into memory.
Fortunate. Yeah.
And it looks like here, Dunking, speaking with one of the judges, whenever a unit attacks, the attack is already declared. So
Yep.
Conjure Downpour does not affect the unit that is already attacking. It does create a window of opportunity to play it, though, to prevent for the rest
Future,
of the turn.
yeah.
Yes.
Future attacks, but I don't think like Dunking is afraid of that right now, right? Because in two, that I don't think that's on his mind, unless he's thinking that the reason he took care of Stalwart Shield Maid there is to push through that damage. But I don't like. I think the reason the Civ did is because he's just like, he leveled up already. It's not that important anymore.
I just have a feeling Civ is attacking to Stalwart this turn because they have something in mind to
I
push lethal. Do you see that top card here?
Yeah, I do see a Rending, what I believe is a very beautiful supporter pack 1 Rending Flames there.
That is correct. So a Rending Flame is a 3 cost to activate, 3 power attack, and on hit, if it hits, you get to double your damage when you banish 3 fire cards. So 6 is going to be an huge power swing, and then we see a Rococo in hand as well. If we have exactly enough cards in hand, which I think we do.
Unfortunately, I don't think we do because there's 3 down and 1 in.
1 in hand, not
yeah.
2. Okay. So just pushing in, but here we do see a Conjure Downpour in response to the activation of Rending Flames.
Yeah, which means that Xander is not attacking yet, because once it resolves, then we move into combat, and then it's considered attacking. So the Rending, but the Civ can still choose not to banish cards for the on attack, right? Because it's it's Yume, 2 it's on attack, right? It's for the same reason Conjure Downpour is effective here. Is the exact reason why the Rending Flames is not he does not lose that much value off of it. But it's still, obviously it stops him from delivering lethal, like slows it down because he wouldn't have been lethal regardless, but it's not that detrimental, right? If he has another Rending Flames, he can do it again next turn.
Exactly. And we see Vanitas level 2 coming in. This is a card you don't really see often on the board. And we're going to go ahead and go over here a little bit. Whenever you activate a spell card, Vanitas' next attack without a weapon gets +1. He has 1 power innate already on his card. And then on champion hit, if you dealt 7 or more damage with your attack, the opponent materializes cost 1 more. So it's a very interesting way to put attacks on your opponent if you're able to hit that threshold. You see a lot more in Pure Wind Vanitas where they start to spam spells like Fairy Whispers into things like that to really stack up the power. I think we just got the level up here for that HP. Get that 3 additional HP, just a little bit of safer. But we see an attack with Vanitas, attack with a Sharpshooter, and then just a pass turn. At the end of the turn, the Civ is popping the grill with our good old friend, the Poison Dagger, right underneath it, coming in. And let's see if Dunking has the Fracturizer answer to this before Civ is able to untap.
Does have the Fracturize immediately.
Which we do, but it's one of those things where it gives the Civ another resource to expand, to be able to push through damage. And we saw the Rococo. We know there's still the Rococo in hand from the imbued Vermilion earlier. So that's something that if the Civ is able to find a way, like another Rending Flames or double Blazing Throw again, that Rococo's just going to lethal. Blinding Orb is a very interesting card, one you don't see often. It's you can banish it, and each opponent puts 2 cards from their hand face down into the memory, and if you are an assassin, you get to draw a card.
I think here the more important part was drawing a card, right? Because you're not he doesn't have to be afraid of Conjure Downpour anymore because it's a 3 cost, and Dunking only had 3 cards in hand, so you cannot he couldn't use it regardless. But it's still very good against water decks. I think we should see Blinding Orb more. It's a very, very good card. Like I've seen it pop up more and more recently. Obviously with all of the Tristans. everywhere. But it's just a great card, especially if you have that expandable float, right? It's fantastic utility to just survive, right?
Yeah, and it's very beneficial against water, as you were saying, just because with 3 cards in hand, there is still a Song of Frost that is a very viable option. And you already got your first Rending Flames Conjured Downpour. You don't want your second Rending Flames being Song of Frosted. So just using every possible tool you have to be able to eliminate any chance for your opponent to respond.
Yeah. It seems the Civ was here trying to decide whether to planted explosives before Recollection or not, which I think is an important decision here, right? Because you have to. If he did that, he could have Rococo as well, but he's marking the target.
Marking the target for 1. We're going to do a 1 damage to Vanitas and get a prep counter. We're looking for 11 is the magic number. 22 is the total HP of Vanitas level 2. So we've dealt 1. We're looking for 10 more. We do know the planted explosive is going to be 4, and Rococo is 4 in herself with 3 from the ability, 1 from that. So that's 8 damage. I don't think we have enough cards in hand to be able to finish off this turn unless we do something very interesting. But this is a great way to just push through more damage. So the hand's looking like double planted explosives incapacitate. So we're just going to go for it, right? Put Dunking on the back foot. Pretty much say that you have 1 turn left before I kill you, so you're going to have to really do something here.
Yeah, you really want to. The pressure is on, and basically, the Civ is missing like 1 preparation counter here. Like because Rococo is a 1/1, right? She's very easy to take care of, and probably Dunking will. But he's missing just 1 prep counter for the planted explosives, set and done next turn, right? So it's or he can just attack, right? I think even he just materializes anything, any weapon.
Yeah, we get a Verucan Soul Knife.
He can just activate the Verucan Soul Knife as well, right? Because he has so many cards in, right? But he does get the Safeguard Amulet, which is smart. Which is obviously you want to have that here, right? Regardless of what he has in hand, Safeguard is keeps you that 1 turn alive, right?
Yeah. Well, we've seen some cards already this game. We've seen Vermilion Decree, Surging Bolt. There's so many direct spell damage that can end this game here.
Yep.
So Dunking making sure to eliminate those possible options from the Civ, and Civ's really going to have to, hopefully this draw for their turn has the answer they need to deal 2 damage, because we do see 1 guaranteed damage from a weapon at least.
And he really has to think of all of his options here, right? Because the Fire Zander is very much so like a traditionally the trading card game term for it is the burn deck. It's very spell focused or ability focused for the allies, like we discussed earlier, and so Safeguard is a very good play here. But it's a bit more versatile because you still have those Rending Flame, some attacks, right? You still have the weapons as well.
And we do see a Surging Bolt, I believe.
Does not look like an ally.
Unsure on what that one is right here, but we do
it's
see
a weapon. It's a weapon. My bad.
It's Impact Hammer. It is Impact Hammer here, and we see a Conjure Downpour in response to that activation. So we really don't want it to swing in for 2. Impact Hammer is very interesting. It's a 2 power, 2 durability hammer weapon that on attack you take some damage, but it has a really great stat line. And if your Guardian get that class bonus unlocked, you get that +1 power to it as well. So you'll swing for 3 and take 3. If you're the aggressive deck who HP not really is in consideration, this is a great way.
Life is a resource after all, so use it. Especially if you're so aggressive. It's great. You should just. Yeah, Conjure Downpour. It seems like the Civ forgot that the Conjure Downpour is for a whole turn and every single attack.
Yes, not just once.
Yeah, but you can still go attacking, right? Because if your power is 0, you cannot go attacking. But because once it's only reduces once you are attacking, you can still go attacking with your units. For something like a hasty messenger or somewhere where the on attack is relevant, you can still use that. It does not by default just reduce everything to 0 or like less.
Dunking still trying to find a way out of this. We do know the 3 cards for the Civ is those 2 planted explosives and that incapacitate. So drew that Sable Remnant off top, and Dunking's gonna have to find another answer on their turn because it's lethal on board.
Yeah.
We already know with the Impact Hammer and that Sable, I'm confident the Cell Sharpshooter is gonna have to trade into that Sable Remnant just to try and minimize that. But hopefully we have an answer, maybe a Fracturize to this Impact Hammer to be able to get it off the board, but giving your opponent more reserve is very, very...
unfortunately, I do not see a Fracturize in Dunking's hand there. So that is rough there. A Smoke Bombs? I think the Smoke Bombs is really that
will do it.
Yeah, that helps. But it does get you that 1 extra turn, right? Regardless. The Smoke Bombs is definitely just for the card draw.
Yeah.
It's also a way to cycle your float.
Fire's Ender does not run much any of defensive options.
Yeah,
so
it's very aggressive.
that stealth is not going to matter too much here. It's just to take advantage of that floating memory and to draw a card. We're going to go ahead and see a Retaliation.
Vanitas goes attacking alone. Well, not on his own, which is always fun to see, right? Because him and Trisket are the only 2 champions that can do that. They can go attacking on their own. But
every little bit of damage adds up.
Yeah. It's a step by step. It's a slow process, but you get there, right? And it's always fun to see, like not many people play. The only one here that dies. So it's always fun to see weird weird in a certain way, weird cards like that.
And we see a Wind Resonance Ball will be materialized, banishing it to draw a card, and I believe that's a Blazing Throw off the top, which is...
would be lethal if there was not a Safeguard Amulet.
So I think we're going to try and get the Safeguard Amulet pop pre-Recollection by playing a Planted Explosives, trying to force Dunking into taking 2 damage now, or using that Safeguard.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very smart option and choice from the Civ to, force Dunking to be the one to decide how your turn will go. Because you have 2 different routes you could play. If they pop Safeguard Amulet, which Dunking did decide to do, you now just go ahead and try and set up for lethal on your next turn by pinging 1 point of damage. Or even, we have the Blazing Throw here. All we have to do is just commit something to the board, and then next turn, instantly Blazing Throw for that game here. We only have 3 damage counters we're working with for that Vanitas. Ooh, and we have a Korhazi Courier off the top, swinging in. So this is exactly what we were talking about, where just that 1 extra point of damage, now even that second Planted Explosives in hand is going to be...
You don't care to discard the fire card here, right? Because of the Sacred Amulet lasts the whole turn.
Yeah.
So here he really was just digging to see if there's any other way.
Oh,
he can. Oh, he's getting it now. Well, he cannot play Blazing Throw even if he wanted to. So he cannot do a misplay. But that's interesting that he immediately gets it down. Because now it's a risk of getting fracturized. Like, sure, you have 2 weapons, but getting the Verucan out right now is interesting in general, right?
It is. You already had the Impact Hammer on the board for your Blazing Throw, so maybe it's an insurance policy, but at the same time, you can activate that anytime during your turn if you have 3 fire cards in the graveyard. So it really says to me that the Civ is making sure there is going to be no possible way or option for Dunking to just shut down that. Maybe a Lantern was a concern. That the next materialization would be able to do that. So we go ahead, get it out, make sure that even if Dunking gets Lantern or it has a way to remove the graveyard, there is the Cleansing Reunion in Wind that would be able to do that. But we see a Terrafring for Materialization instead, which it would be really good against the ally swinging in, but we do know what the Civ is holding. So the Dunking is going to have to find a little bit more better options for direct damage.
Yeah, and that's definitely if you're in Dunking's position here, you obviously don't know what the Civ is doing, so you want to, and what he can obviously see is that he's dead on board just to attack. So he has to make sure that that he cannot attack, like the Civ cannot attack through, and just build his little pillow fort as much as he can, and try and survive, right? But it's definitely rough here, because he still has to win at the same time, and he's using all of his resources to survive without stabilizing, right? It's very, very one-sided here, because he's doing everything to save himself, while the Civ is just is chipping in for like 1 damage a turn, is still chipping in for 1 damage a turn, especially when you're on 20 damage counters and your champion is 22 life, right?
Exactly. And it's a good thing that you mentioned there, Clem, is Dunking was looking for lethal that turn. We saw the gears sort of turning in their head. On board, we see 2, 3, 4 damage. The power cell that is 6 damage. And Dunking only needs to deal 12 damage in total. So if there was a way to push that additional 6 that turn, you would have been able to just catch the Civ by surprise.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we are a couple cards short from able to do a play like that. There was no Froststorm Paladin to get a buff counter. I did see an ally War Priestess, but not going to really add up as it only swings 2, and you can't play that Priestess to get the Recover 2 and something else since you are short on cards in hand.
Fortunate. It's very unfortunate if you're in Dunking's shoes here, right? Because the Terrafring is probably very, very premature, but technically, you have to wait.
And
Recollection, but
yeah, when we're getting a smoke bomb from Materialization, Dunking just sort of being like, I'm doing this or that. We're gonna smoke bomb the Korhazi, which will draw us a card, which if Planted Explosive is in hand, which I believe it. No, he left the Blazing Throw in hand. So we're just gonna go ahead and recollect here, and that is going to be
because it's going to be lethal, because even if Dunking has like a Frostbind, the Civ's influence is 5, so he can play for it plenty, or like so it's unfortunate Dunking, but I think that is
sometimes it happens when you're playing against an aggressive deck, is you're just pushed up to the point where you can't afford to take any more bits of damage, and they have that tipping point.
It's that's lethal,
And the hands are extended. What a good game. We went ahead, Fire's Ender taking it over Water Wind Allies Vanitas, and it was such a and Dunking showing the attune with the wins they had in hand, just really trying to do that math, see if able to take care of. If they had 1 extra card in hand, they could have played the Morgan and then the attune with Wind to push through that damage. But great showing by both those players here, really showcasing their decks as well. We got to see both of them perform very well, do what they wanted to do. In that matchup itself, did you see anything that was like a standout play or decision making from one of the players?
No, both players played extremely tightly, and they were both very focused on their game plan, right? And I think both of them are wonderful with their deck. Like they seem to have a lot of skill on it, and they were both very aggressive decks, right? And sometimes you're just in a situation where it's kind of pushed, and as an aggressive deck, it's very hard to protect yourself, right?
It
is. Even in a more controlling deck like the Vanitas here, you just sometimes don't have you just don't have it, right? And it's rough. What about you? Do you think there was anything?
Yeah, I really liked how the Civ was playing the lines they had possible, especially when you got to that game 3 where you were pretty much locked out of allies and you had to remove that safeguard amulet. So playing it slow, playing it smart, and then no discredit dunking. Game one, when they went ahead and took it, was an amazing like display of their deck. They locked it down with those Frostthorn Paladins early, made sure to constantly keep that pressure up. So I think both players did an amazing job. It was great to see. I'm happy to have seen unique decks on stream as well. It was very enjoyable. Ally matchups are always interesting because it changes the dynamic of Grand Archive in itself, because you're fighting way more for board control and board pressure than anything. You'd rather trade into your opponent's units and allies before you go ahead and swing into face to deal some damage. And once you go ahead and get that tempo and maintain it, that's when you really start to see the explosive ally turns taking advantage and winning the game out from there.
And I think we'll go on a short 10-minute break here. And see you guys soon.
Catch you around for more Grand Archive. Alrighty, and welcome back to Grand Archive Ascent Chicago. I am now joined by none other than Lineage Break Cam. How you doing today?
Hey man, it's good to see you. Good to be back. It was a sweet match you guys got to cover.
It was.
Little Vanitas action.
It was amazing. Love to see it. And, you know, it's an honor to have you here with me now.
Well, thank you.
It's going to be great, and I'm super hopeful we get another fun match to cover together.
Yeah, I think we're working on finding out who our match is, but we will get underway in just a few minutes. I was just telling Valk that I realized that Vanitas player last round was one of my locals, like halfway through the round, because my eyes are bad. But you know, they're very excited to play in Vanitas. Glad they got to be on coverage. But like you said, yeah, hopefully we'll get some fun stuff, especially while we're early in the tournament. We are covering 9 rounds of Swiss today. We got a long one.
That's a lot. Yeah, it's a great representation as well.
Yeah.
Getting that little bit of variety out here. So it looks like we do have our players getting their pairings, and we're going to start getting situated here in a moment. And let's go ahead and take a look at what we might be seeing here on stream.
I believe we're on table 11 for our feature. So still pretty close to the top tables. I believe these players will still be in the 2-0 portion of the field. It's a big event. I think it was 283. I asked somebody on the floor what our final count was. So these players will still be 2-0, but maybe playing something a little bit more interesting. Maybe not one of these 65 Lorraine players that we have in the room. But yeah, a really good spread, honestly. Very diverse meta so far. And it looks like our first player is none other than Sean Zhang playing Tristan. It looks like Wind Tristan, so like sort of similar to that Wind Tristan control deck that we've seen a lot of, but piloted obviously by a very talented player.
And it is one of those things I do want to mention, just quickly going through this deck list here. It's going to be the more tempo-oriented one, running the slice and dice, rather than going the full late game Shadow Strike win combo. So that's something to keep in mind, that this deck now has the potential to be able to sneak out those mid-game wins, sort of where Tristan falters, because you want to spend a lot of your time with preparation counters, surveilling, getting generation until you hit level 3. But here, if you do that on Spirit and level 1, you can still close out the game on level 2 while your opponent thinks they still have that additional turn or two.
Yeah, early in the format, we saw these, like you said, slower Tristan control decks, and a lot of that was met by the advent of these like Tenoris robots decks. And I think this is a bit of a consolation to that, to have a better mid-game plan into the more aggressive strategies that are going to try to, you know, kill you before you can get to that big Shadow Strike.
Exactly. And sitting across from the table of Sean is going to be Ken here, running a deck that I'm super excited to finally be able to cast. It's this element has been near and dear to my heart, but we have a Water Nico deck going to be on stream. And it's just going to be a very polarizing matchup between these two. Nico is wanting to sneak in that early game damage to finish off the Ravishing finale. And Tristan is very vulnerable in that early game.
Right.
So we could see Nico sneak in and close out before Tristan's able to actually get anything on board to help prevent that. But on the flip side of the coin, if you're the Tristan player, once you hit level 3 and get Omnis Shadows, Ravishing Finale is not going to be able to touch you.
Yeah, it's a very interesting place to be put in. I think really who's going to be going first is going to be really impactful in this matchup. I think both of these decks, and like you had said earlier, the Tristan deck being a little bit more aggressive, can sort of try to steal the game early. But if both of these decks go to the late game and get their full setup and sort of try to win the games how they normally would against the other slower decks, it's going to be really tough for the Nico player to get past those Ominous Shadows. So yeah, it looks like we have our players here. We have Ken on the right and Sean on the left. Going to be battling it out in the 2-0 bracket. Both decks that we're definitely familiar with seeing. Nico and Tristan are no strangers to the MRC metagame, but we are happy to see them nonetheless. Yeah, definitely glad to see Water doing well. I'm a Water player as well, so I know that we're both happy to see some Icebound Slams and some Spirit of Waters.
Yeah, and let's actually take a little bit deeper dive into this deck list for Nico itself. Usually these deck lists are running all Water cards to help with the Icebound Slam and the Cerulean Imbuing. You see a little bit of a spicy tech with Savage Smash.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that I've seen Savage Smash included in the deck. Hopefully, you know, to give it a little bit more consistency, a little bit more access to those attack cards, because a problem that the Nico deck will sometimes run into in these matchups where they do have to race, where they do have to stick that damage early, they only play the 8 attack cards, and 4 of which are like pretty hard to cast, right? Ravishing Finale early in the game is going to be pretty difficult for you to resolve. So these Savage Smashes are probably a consolation to that, something to do when you don't have, you know, the perfect. So yeah, definitely an interesting take. I wonder if this is going to be the sort of standard for the Nico decks going forward, or if this is sort of an innovation that they've come up with on their own.
I definitely say it's an innovation for now. If we do see high placements or the run that they're able to make in this event, it may start to become the norm.
Sure.
You never really want to make it so your Icebound Slams don't hit.
Right.
But as you're saying, the attack card is so important because sometimes you, as Nico, you just pass your turn with nothing to do because you have reaction and that's it. And you have no way to actually close out the game or push the game. One thing I do want to mention as well is this is not the Cell Sharpshooter variant, the one where they're able to banish floating, get a power cell, push damage there. We're looking at only just Vapor Jet Shieldbearer as our ally. Everything else is and Frosthorns, everything else is attacks, fractals, or spells.
Yeah. And so, yeah, definitely going to be very important for them to see those attacks. We'll see if it pays off, right? It really, it's going to come down to if this Nico player is going second and they have that opportunity to play that very known for Icebound Slam on their first turn that they're able to attack. It's going to be really risky now with these 3 normal cards in their deck to, you know, get that +5. So we will see. Looks like we're going to start it off with Sean going first. Going to materialize that Spirit of Water. Or Spirit of Wind, sorry.
Yeah, and we it's very interesting, as you said, you were now going first in the matchup, is because this is going to allow to generate some value here with Windmill Engineers, Fairy Whispers, and Surveil the Winds. It's going to allow the player to, you know, keep that hand advantage while still maintaining a level aggressive up strategy. Just flicking through those cards right there, we do see that Slice and Dice, Fairy Whispers, and what appears to be a Saudi in hand as well, which is going to be very handy and helpful if we see Nico try and commit any early allies on the board.
Yeah, sort of depends how Nico's hand shapes up. There's a lot of these Nico hands that really will rely on something like a Vapor Jet Shield Master, but if they, you know, can deploy a Sadie into that, that's going to be pretty devastating. We'll see how it goes. It looks like there is a couple of Icebound Slams in the hand of Ken here, but it looks like he might decide to wait on that. Going to play a little bit more reactive. Hopefully, you know, he understands that he's put himself in the position where he can't fire these off right away because he has those normal cards. So it looks like he's probably going to take a bit of a slower approach. We're going to pass over to Sean.
Which gives Sean the opportunity to materialize Lantern. First materialization, just not wanting to play around any Icebound Slams or consideration like that. It's one of the scary things. If Nico does high roll you with 5 water cards instantly off the top, that's 8 damage. That's half your Spirit's total life gone in 1 attack card. So making sure to just shut this game plan off for the rest of the turn. It will only now swing for 3. And it's something that we now have to consider as Nico of what do you do since half your attack cards are shut off.
Right. So we're going to see a Lost in Thought in the end step from Ken. He's going to use that, banish it to become Tenoris level 1, grant himself Taunt for the turn, and now maybe he's going to look at deploying one of those Icebound Slams, but again, could be pretty risky. Looks like he's pulling those down into his memory to deploy a Vapor Jet instead.
And we see Vapor swinging in, looking into swinging into Spirit here. You really don't want to mess with those Windmill Engineers when Tristan has a lot of cards in hand, because that is just a way to not only lose your attack, but allow them to, with a 2-for-1 gotcha moment, get the Reclaim Floating Memory in the graveyard and get that Windmill Engineer back to imbue again.
Yeah, it really shows the mastery of this sort of matchup that both these players are pretty familiar with what's going on here. It's definitely, like we said, no strangers to the meta here at the table, so makes sense that they know how to navigate this matchup. We're going to see Sean level up to level 1. Tristan grab his first, assumingly of many prep counters.
Yeah, that number will only go up from here. There's no going down. And we're talking about a little bit, but there's a Saudi in Sean's hand, and now Vapor Jet Shieldbearer committed to the board. So this can be a great tempo swing for Sean with swinging a Windmill Engineer into the... but Storm of Thorns just immediately shuts down that plan.
Yeah, so we're going to see a bit of a flurry here. We're going to see a Storm of Thorns to stop that attack from the Windmill, but the Storm of Thorns would end up killing that Windmill Engineer, so he's going to, Sean's going to choose to reclaim it before damage is dealt. Like you said, trying to get as much value as possible, especially out of cards like Reclaim. Tristan not known for her like dearth of floating memory, right? She's known for this raw card advantage, so anytime that you can take advantage of a card like Reclaim, use that floating memory just to make it a little bit easier for you to get to level 3 is
and we see that Windmill Engineer coming back down on the board, imbued once again to draw into memory. And just like that, we've already cycled through about 4 additional cards because of these Windmill Engineers, and it adds up just every turn being able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, look at Sean's influence right now. He's influenced, what, 7 at least?
We have 5 down in memory, I believe, and 3 in hand. So looking at 7 to 8, which is a lot. And there has not been exactly like, he even hard leveled up into Tristan level 1.
Yeah, it just shows the power of this Wind Assassin deck. We're going to see a mill with the Vapor Jet Shield Bearer. It is going to mill a Fracturize, so another float added to the bin. And now these Icebound Slams are looking a little bit safer. But once again, you know, these players really taking it slow. And it looks like they've decided who's going to be on the sort of aggressive foot here, and Ken is choosing to take the role of the defender, play a little bit more reactive, even though he does have access to those powerful attack cards in his hand.
Speaking of taking it slow, we see a backup charger materialized for Sean here, which is just like, if you thought you didn't have enough cards before, wait till you get an additional one here. And it's just one of those things of, you're not feeling pressured. You don't have to level up at all. You can continue to dig for the cards that allow you to generate prep counters, allow you to dig even deeper and further to assemble pretty much your combo to win the game.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure that Sean is more than happy that his opponent wants to take the game slow, and he's happy to do so in kind. We're going to see a Korhazi Outlook deployed. Going to get a second preparation counter. A very, very powerful card in this sort of matchup. That ability on Korhazi Outlook shuts your opponent out from doing anything while it's your turn. So it's going to come up later, I think, with a lot of these blue sort of the counter magic sort of things that Ken's got going on here.
Exactly. That's Water's main thing, is they want to do things on your turn most of the time. And we even see a second Korhazi Outlook coming in, which is going to go ahead and get the additional prep counter. And Ken just not wanting to really mess around with all these allies starting to storm the board. So we're going to get Vapor Jet Shield. So on enter, you link it to a unit. So the unit in this case being Tenoris. And class bonus for the rest of the game, as long as you're linked, you prevent 1 damage whenever you're hit.
Right. Yeah, it's going to clean up all of these 1 power allies that are left on the board. They do start to add up, right? There's 3 allies on the board already for Sean, and if he gets to swing with those every turn, that damage is going to start getting out of control. So really smart to get this shield. We are finally going to see the Icebound Slam deployed, and in response, there's going to be a Fairy Whispers, maybe looking for something like an Innervate.
That was a little fast Dream Fairy. And so this Icebound Slam was into a Korhazi actually too, just because it is only going to be swinging in for 3 due to the Lantern.
Right.
So it's a great form of removal. We unfortunately see 2 Ravishing Finales hit the graveyard as well from the top 5 mill. But we did see a Floating Memory as well, so not all hope is lost. There are still ways for Ken to go ahead and close out the game with a Ravishing, but losing 50% of your odds is not good.
Does not feel great. We're going to see a Windwalker Boots be deployed by Sean. Once again, like you said, taking it slow. No need to rush to Tristan level 2, especially without those 4 prep counters. You definitely want to hit that break point before you go up to Hired Blade. And we'll see what Sean wants to do.
Alrighty, and looking here as well, we do see a Dungeon Guide in hand for Sean. Windwalker Boots is going to provide that 4th prep counter at the end of this turn, which you can then hard level up into Tristan level 2 the next turn, into Dungeon Guide, into... Unfortunately, I think Nico would just then be so far behind. If you're level 1 Tenoris with your opponent at level 3 and a Lantern on the board, you've lost a majority of your ways to push in your early game damage.
Right. Yeah, like we said before the match, it's going to be really tough to come back from if Sean is able to establish himself at level 3 Tristan, either Shadow Reaver or Shadow Dancer. We do see that Sadie come down. It's going to take care of that Vapor Jet Shield Bearer and get that Agility 3. Like you said, he's going to get that 4th prep counter as well. Yeah, it's all looking good for Sean, but Ken is not done yet. He's going to use 2 floating memory to level up to Nico. Whiplash Allure.
There she is making her main stage debut at Ascent Chicago here. I do want to touch base on the Saudi play is super interesting. With the ability to pay 2 and return it to your hand, Sean's able to put any 2 cards they want to banish for this Tristan level 2 level up. That Agility 3 has helped so much because he eliminates the RNG factor of cards in your memory. So we do see Ken playing another Vapor Jet Shield Bearer, coming in, swinging into Tristan here, and milling a floating memory, which is great to see for Nico.
Yeah, I think he's 3 for 3 now on Vapor Jet mills on floating memory, so that part's going well. The Ravishing mills were a little bit worse, but definitely finding the float that he needs. All right, end of Ken's turn. We are going to see Sadie bounce to the hand, a 5th prep counter generated, and just like you said, we're going to see him go up to Tristan Hired Blade, getting rid of his least favorite cards. He's going to use 1 reclaim floating memory and then 1 from his memory. It is a 2nd copy, or it is maybe the copy? No, a 2nd copy of Sadie.
Yeah. The 1 was for that brought to hand, getting to draw 2 off of Tristan level 2's on enter, since we do have 4 more prep counters. And then
so powerful.
Pre-Recollection, we're gonna Fairy Whispers to sort of see what we could find here. I think at this point we're looking for Mastermind Scheme. I do see every other combo piece in that hand. We just need to make sure we get those prep counters up. And what a risky play with these Fairy Whispers. We saw 2 Umbra cards and 1 Norm in those glimpse of 3. So Sean decides to bottom deck them all and is rewarded by seeing a Windmill Engineer on top.
And he's, I think, still thinking in his Recollection here. So many cards that this Tristan player has access to that he can decide basically if he there's anything else that he can do before he maybe goes to level 3 and starts putting on some pressure.
11 influence. That is so much right now. It doesn't even feel like there's been many cards that have been played to help generate that. It's just passive over time.
Yeah, I mean, that just really shows the power of this Tristan deck. Like you said, just lots of passive ways to increase your influence and manipulate your memory. We're going to see this Dungeon Guide finally get cast and perhaps a response.
Yeah, we do have 4 cards in the hand of Ken here, and we do see a Cerulean Decree imbued, looking at a Fracturized Ravishing Finale and an additional water card, and we just see the pay 2. There's that, and then draw a card into memory with the 2 modes. You know, it's one of those things where your opponent will still be able to level up here, but maybe they had to put 2 cards they really didn't want to put down.
Right. Yeah, hopefully just stemming Sean's resources a little bit as well. Really frightening for a Tristan player to be going into their level 3 with 7 cards in hand. So Ken's just going to choose to use this Cerulean that he's really not going to get real value out of later to sort of slow down Sean just a little bit and hopefully get some tempo back.
And we see we are choosing to go into Shadow Dancer. That is going to be the one to bring us our 2 Ominous Shadows on the board. And 6 prep counters, we can see a Claw come out as well for free this turn if we want to start pushing in some more damage. The one downside is the Vapor Jet Shield itself is really going to limit the potential that Shadows can do. That's one of Tristan's strongest suits, is you hit level 3 before your opponent, and then you could come in with those Ominous Shadows for at least 3 turns, and that's 6 damage just adding up every time.
Right. So we are going to see the Dungeon Guide and a Sadie deployed to take care of that Vapor Jet Shield Bearer for the third time this game.
Yeah.
They just keep getting wiped off the board by Sadie. We're going to get that Agility 3. Sean's going to pick up a few cards. It is 7th prep counter, and he's just looking to be in a very commanding position right now.
Indeed. It is one of those things where it's looking at just the board state currently, it is clear who has the advantage.
Right.
And Nico's not known for being able to claw back from this much of a deficit, especially being shut down in an early game. The only way to clear a wide board is Tidal Sweep right now, but you're going to need the assistance of Magebane Lash or Tide Hold Claymore, but that's also shut down from the Lantern.
Right.
So you're very limited in what you can do, especially since you don't have many draw cards. But here we see the Savage Smash coming in handy here.
Yeah, we are going to see that Savage Smash get played. Curious what the target's going to be. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and target an Ominous Shadow rather than giving Sean the choice.
Well,
just to take care of it. He has to take care of those at some point, right? Or he has no way to break through.
And it's actually used alongside with the Bulwark Sword as well. So exact enough to go ahead and take care of that Ominous Shadows. It does reduce damage by 3 whenever it is hit. Almost like a permanent Resolute stand sitting on that. You want to make sure you overkill as much as possible. But Sean just on the value train. Surveil the Winds, drawing a card, getting an additional prep counter, returning Saudi, another prep counter.
It looks like he did find that Mastermind scheme that you were talking about as well. So this might be all he needs. He's going to go ahead and take his draw step. He can deploy that Mastermind scheme, go up to 18 prep counters, and then the Shadow Strike in his hand surely is lethal.
We do have to have consideration. I believe it is Serene Spirit of Water, Nico.
Right.
So there is that additional HP buffer that can be provided. So 18 counters is comfortable, but due to the Vapor Jet shield, the allies will not be able to assist in closing out the game. But I think it's a perfect time to make Nico pop it, as this turn anyways.
Yeah, I mean, he's in such a commanding position, right? Like, basically, whichever decision he decides to make is probably going to be fine. He's going to choose to cast the Surveil the Winds just so he has a little bit more information. He's then going to cast that Mastermind. Now has 10 counters, so he's going to go up to 20.
And since we are above that 8 counter thresh mark, we do gain Agility 3 for the turn. And then Shadow's Claw coming in for free. Thanks to Tristan having 4 or more prep counters, you're able to activate that from the material deck. And what are we considering here?
I think he might be considering the Shadow Strike.
It is purple.
Yeah.
And let's see the amount paid into it. All
Prep
just
for 20.
instantly, all of them, right into the pool here. So 21,
25 damage, yeah. A casual 25 unblockable.
And we see the lineage release of the Spirit to heal 2. Nico is Guardian level 2, so has 25 total HP. So had to do it immediately for that attack.
Right.
And then the Omnis Shadow swinging in for 2, reduced by 1, closing out the game there.
Yeah, a strange situation where we see the Shadow Strike for 25 is not exactly lethal. It is just close enough that Shadow Strike, or that Omnis Shadow can come in for that last point of damage. So a pretty commanding game from Sean Zhang. I'm not sure if that's indicative of the matchup. It does look like Ken chose to take the slower route, and that might not be where he wants to be. He might want to have to apply that pressure before it gets to a point that Sean has, 15 influence.
Looking back, maybe instead of holding that Icebound Slam that turn 1 when you could have played it, you just have to commit.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go ahead and take a look at the sideboards here. We're going to start with Sean on Win Tristan. And we see some kind of interesting choices for this deck itself. And I think Zephyr might be the best option to bring in against Water Nico currently. Incapacitate is interesting, but I don't think you really care too much about the Cerulean Decrees to have that in. Additionally, we see Imperial Spy. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that card.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that being in sideboard here?
So looking at the sideboard sort of holistically, the copies of Imperial Spy, the reprograms, the Ensnaring Fumes, all seem to be sort of consolations to these allies decks that we're seeing a lot of. Imperial Spy, sort of similar to Sadie, has an on-kill condition to gain you a prep counter. So she sort of fills that same Sadie role against the allies decks. In this particular Nico matchup, not really going to get the job done unless Sean is really trying to be the aggressor, but we saw that game that he was more than happy to take the game long, build up those prep counters, and take that sort of traditional Shadow Strike route. So as far as cards coming in, I think you're exactly right. Zephyrs are pretty good. They can take care of things like that Vapor Jet shield to allow you to push through a little bit of extra damage. Perhaps something like a Tide Hollow Claymore or a Magebane Lash can get taken care of if need be. Other than that, I would say that probably not a whole lot else is coming in.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then we're going to go to take a peek at Ken's sideboard here, see if there's anything to help them against this Tristan matchup. Looking here, we do have Song of Frost. That is very interesting.
Huge.
The only issue is you got to make sure there's no Korhazi outlook at all. And then with that as well, there is a Crimson Protective Trinket, which is a very interesting thing to use against decks with Windmill Engineer, is because they show you exactly what they're imbuing, and if there are 2 really good win cards, you can pop your Trinket to go ahead and get rid of those.
Right. Yeah, I think this sideboard looks like it's built for this matchup. I think almost all of these cards are going to come in. The Crimson Protective Trinket, of course, the Songs of Frost, the Hailstorm Guards are all really good against these big Shadow Strikes, with the caveat that there needs to be no outlooks on the board. But, you know, sometimes you can't win that war. I think the Tidal Sweep probably comes in as well. Tidal Sweep is really integral for Nico to get rid of the Ominous Shadows off the board. So she needs to be able to set up a big weapon, sweep all of those shadows off the board, and then hit them with something like a Ravishing Finale.
Exactly. The only problem with Hailstorm Guard, and it's one unfortunate thing Water struggles with, is if the Lantern is on board.
Yeah.
And because Lantern just shuts down your ability to play defensively because of that. And we need to make sure Ken is a little bit more aggressive to not allow Sean to get that Lantern on first materialization like they were able to. Because it was probably like the biggest sigh of relief they felt of like, oh, you're just passing turn to me without, you know, sneaking in anything. Perfect.
And something huge to consider as well is Sean was on the play that first game, which I think is going to be super important in this matchup. And so we have to assume that Ken is going to choose to be on the play, gives him the first materialization. And then, you know, if we can see something like an Icebound Slam or a Savage Smash or something to put on pressure, Sean is going to feel a lot less comfortable about taking his first materialize behind by a turn to get that Nullifying Lantern.
Exactly. Both players are discussing a little bit, shuffling up as we're getting to get ready into Game 2 of this exciting round. And I really want to see, in consideration of what Ken's going to be changing for this next game, is like, are they going to try and play more aggressive, or are they going to be like, no, I just think I was a little unlucky with my start, and I'm going to still keep on that slow game plan.
Right. Yeah, we will definitely see, you know, card changes, attitude changes, see if he wants to pivot a little bit into a different game plan. So it looks like he sent most of them to the bottom. We do see, I think, a couple copies of that Savage Smash in hand, and it looks like the one card that he had kept is an Icebound Slam pulled all the way to the left side.
Yeah, we kept 1 in hand, 5 on the bottom. There's only 3 copies of Savage Smash in the deck. So seeing 2 in that opening hand, if I was Ken, I'd draw my card and rip that Icebound Slam instantly.
Statistically looking pretty healthy. So, yeah, we will see. In traditional Tristan fashion, we're seeing Sean start off with a Fairy Whispers.
And one thing to know as well in Sean's hand, I saw a lot of purple. That's not something you really want to open up with. Right. Especially if you're trying to go the value game plan. And we see 2 purple cards reclaim, double reclaim, and 2 Dream Fairies. Yeah. That is not a optimal start when you're wanting to generate that value.
Yeah, I mean, Tristan's so good at filtering the top of her deck, but not so great at filtering out her hand. And so he's going to be stuck with a lot of these cards. He's going to be forced to, you know, sort of play a lot slower than maybe he wants
and there we see just 7 down, Icebound Slam, 5 water cards, a decent amount of floating memory too. We have Freezing Still, Chilling Touch, 2 Frostsworns in the back, and then Storm of Thrones with class bonus floating memory. Yeah. So 3 for 5 as well.
That's pretty good. Yeah, we heard Ken say on resolution, we didn't whiff. And, he did not. Gets that 8 damage across, and like you said, a really healthy spread of floating memory that should help him carry himself into the mid-game pretty safely.
Yeah. Tristan just not taking any chances if there is a second Icebound Slam in that hand, taking that level up. And we'll see here, Windmill Engineer off the top. That is some
great draw.
You do want to see, we do know there are those reclaims as well. So it's going to be able to be recycled here. But still in sort of in a suboptimal hand position, as you're not really going to be able to do much else besides Windmill Engineer imbue and hope you're getting something.
Right, yeah, he just has to sort of sit on these reclaims. We'll probably see him cash one in on the end step, but we see Ken is really just taking this opportunity to try to punish Sean as much as he can. Sean smartly is going to cast a reclaim and put 2 Umbra cards down into his memory to hope that this Crimson Protective Trinket whiffs a little bit, but it's still a pretty dangerous position.
So
gonna see them
hoping
roll
to
it up.
snipe 2 win cards here.
Yeah.
We do know there are 3 Umbra cards in here. So let's see if luck is still on Ken's side. We're discussing here, and we get
Wow.
Incapacitate and an Umbra card.
Okay. Well, looks like at least in this example, luck might be on Sean's side a little bit. We see him get up from the table. Gonna take a bit of a breather after that one.
Oh, that is 2 opposite reactions from different players.
Right.
You have Sean ecstatic, not
Yeah.
losing a single card from that, and Ken sort of banking on that strategy. As you saw the materialization with the floating memory, instantly into I'm using it. I know what's in there. I want them gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's like pretty punishing. He had a pretty commanding lead, was really in charge of the tempo of the game, and we see him just taking a moment to, calm down and adjust after that pretty big tempo swing.
You really got to get in that mental state. You can't
Right.
let that affect you there.
Yeah.
You got to continue trying to close out the game. You're still at an advantage. Tristan has taken 8 points of damage.
Right.
And if you're able to pressure them more before they get 4 prep counters, you could get them into level 2 without those additional draw cards.
Yeah, do you think we're going to see these Savage Smashes get deployed here?
I would love to see Savage Smash here. We're going to start with an imbued Fractal of Rainbow, revealing the Tidal Sweep and Diffusive Block. And using the Fractal, you can play the Savage Smash to push in 4 additional damage. And then take your level up next turn into Tenoris using one of your floating memory.
That is what we're going to see. Savage Smash coming in for 4. Trying to count up towards that life total. And Sean's in kind of a tricky situation where he doesn't really want to level up quite yet. And like we had said, his hand is pretty weak. He's glad to have not lost them to that protective trinket, but that doesn't change that they're pretty unimpactful in this spot right now. So we'll see what he chooses to do. Maybe looks for some additional cards with something like a Grand Crusader's Ring, or maybe he just, respects that his life total is in danger and just goes straight to Tristan level 2.
Yeah. And a little bit of mind games with that Savage Smash connecting as well, because prior Sean was not worried of a Icebound Slam that turn because it wouldn't have been lethal. But now that extra little bit of damage pushed through now makes the Icebound Slam lethal.
Right.
So you're really going to have to try and play around that. And I'm deciding not to actually take the level up, going backup charger instead.
Yeah, he's just really going to value that card advantage, and we see once again Sean with something 10, 11 influence. But we'll see if he can put those to any good use. Stuck with a bunch of Umbra cards and Dream Fairies and Incapacitate pulled to the front of his hand, which is not super impactful against Nico's attack cards.
We're going to see some cards being played down here. Perhaps the Black Market Broker is going to be entering the field, getting that prep counter.
You're exactly right.
Does not have stealth. You only gain stealth if you have 3 or more prep counters. Although I really don't think Ken is going to be looking into removing it off the board. Face is going to be the place for at this
Face
curve.
is the place. Yeah, if you're Sean, you're thrilled if any sort of damage gets pointed at this Black Market Broker. And I don't think that's going to be the case. We'll see what the materialize is for Ken. Maybe he decides to get something like a Claymore or a Bulwark Sword just to start making those Savage Smashes that he's holding on to a little bit more scary. Or we might see him just go straight to Tenoris level 1, get some of that class bonus active. Does look like he is stuck with a fair number of defensive cards and that 1 Savage Smash. He's going to opt for Tenoris level 1, get the mill off of his Fractal of Rain, draw for turn.
And we do mill
wow.
a Song of Frost, and off the top, that is Ken really like sitting there calmly for that card.
Yeah.
We see an Icebound Slam top decked, and that is exactly what we were talking about, Ken needing to close out this game since Sean did not take that level up. A little bit
That
showing
seems
the
pretty
Icebound
good.
Slam. Sean looking at his hand.
Do you have 5 water, he asks. He does indeed have 5 water.
Just not,
And he
there we
scoops it
go.
up.
Closes out the game.
Whew.
What a, I would say, polarizing
Right.
difference from game 1 to game 2. Now we got to see how both decks want to optimally play their route and thing, and it is one of those things where it's crazy that just the momentum swing, the tempo change. One Icebound Slam was just enough to set up Ken for the rest of that match.
Yeah. The aggressor is so important. Like you said, Valk, he really wants to take the aggressive route and finish the game as fast as he can. And we saw that there with obviously the help of 2 Icebound Slams. But even, cards like Savage Smash playing a real role in that game. And so I'm sure he'll be looking to do that when we get to game 3. But yet again, that is going to put him on the draw. So Sean is going to have the first materialize, the first 7-card hand, and that might put him in a position where he can better control the game to get towards the late game.
Indeed, and it's one of those things, now since you're being back on the draw, if you do draw your Icebound Slam, you know to let it rip now.
Right.
It's the Lantern's mainboarded in. You clearly see what happens when you're able to play it right away. So as Sean, I think you're going to try and hope you draw into or filter as much as you can into fast preps into level up, because you can't be caught at low levels once again.
Right. Yeah, the unfortunate part that these Nico decks find themselves in is that, you know, in a perfect world, Sean's going first, Ken can go second, play that Icebound Slam. But since he is starting on Serene Spirit, he's actually going to be a card short to play that Icebound Slam on
You
on
are
turn
correct,
1.
yes.
And so he's going to, I don't know, hopefully find something like a Savage Smash. That's like our best impersonation, right, of an Icebound Slam if you're trying to add some pressure on. Maybe deploy something like a Vapor Jet Shield. We see a much healthier hand, though, this game from Sean Zhang. He is going to imbue a Windmill Engineer, draw a card into memory, and it looks like a couple of Slice and Dices in his hand.
Couple of slides. I think the important part to note is the 2 cards revealed for that imbue were 2 Surveil the Winds.
Right.
So that is instantly right there. 2 preparation counters, and then a 3rd Surveil the Winds in hand. So this is one of those moments where you're more than happy with your opening hand, and it's clearly going to be the fast level up strategy.
Right. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Sean that he had to put those down to imbue because he has so many other normal cards in his hand. He probably doesn't want to lose one of these to the level, but you know, if he's just a little bit lucky, maybe he can dodge that. I see Fractal imbued.
I think in this case as well, you don't even take the level up; you just backup charger.
Sure.
Since or Nullifying Lantern as well, just because it allows you to have a pretty much shut off Nico's strategy, and then allows you to be able to not have all 3 in hand when you do go into Tristan to be able to get that pre-recollection. We did see an imbued Fractal from Ken, which is probably one of the better things you can rely on right now to start filling up that graveyard with floating memory.
But I think you're exactly right that he is going to feel pretty bad that this Icebound Slam now in his hand is turned off. Or at least turned off from being a real threat to Sean's life total. He does have 1 Savage Smash in hand, so he can sort of combine the 2 of those over the course of a turn to imitate a single Icebound Slam, but that is not exactly where you want to be. We do see Sean deploy a Sadie just for the body. 2 damage coming across. Then we'll see a backup charger on the side of Ken. He's going to pop it in his Recollection just to see a few more cards. And we might see him deploy something like that Icebound Slam this turn, just to start filling up that graveyard, like you said.
Thanks for that. We do see the Fractal going ahead and milling a floating memory in the Refracting Missiles. That actually is an alternate win con with the Fractals you do have. It's a great way to push in additional damage, especially since your Icebound Slams aren't going to be swinging in for as much. It's all your damage adding up is going to be very beneficial. But the issue is you really don't want to commit a Vapor Jet Shield Bearer to the board right now with the Saudi being there, as you have no way to actually remove it. Sean, plenty of cards in hand to return that back to their hand, and then have that additional prep counter generation. I think we're going to see a Savage Smash here. Oh, Icebound. Just wanting to get those 5 cards into the graveyard, hopefully filter through, get some floating.
Looks pretty good as far as floating goes. Like he milled 3 floating. Is pretty good. And he pointed at his opponent. This Icebound Slam is coming for face. But only 3 this time.
Only 3.
Came here to do one thing.
Came here to do one thing, says Ken. Play Icebound Slam. Target my opponent with it. Hope that they die.
Yeah, it's a good strategy. It's if I could hit my opponent for 8 every attack card, I think I'd take that as well.
I'd take that deal for sure.
So we see Sean committing to the level, putting down a Surveil the Winds. That's an interesting. I thought it'd be one of those cards you would instantly keep for the when you do level up here, but
maybe there is a number that's too many.
Maybe
maybe it's 3.
And it looks like one, and then the second one should be coming down here pre-recollection as well. No, we're going to go ahead and keep that one in hand, drawing a card. And we're at 2 prep counters now. We do know there is the Surveil the Winds for the 3rd prep counter, and then the Saudi for the 4th, so we can see a commit to level 2.
We could also see a Surveil into a Slice and Dice here. It's getting pretty close to lethal. 6 damage here on the side of Ken. Slice and Dice is for 9.
That's
would be exactly.
exact, yeah.
We'll see if he decides to go for it.
And we do return Saudi, and we're paying 2, and I think we are going to see the Slice and Dice. And this is the brilliant thing we were talking about, the tempo style
Right.
gameplay, is you're able to close out games like this.
Yeah. Yeah, Ken says, yeah, okay, that is lethal damage. Yeah, like you said, crazy how fast this deck can pivot to being an aggressive deck. You know, we saw in that first game, slow and plotting, 10-turn game goes up to 20 preparation counters, and then this game, it's turn 3. He's like, oh, you didn't level this game? Here's a Slice and Dice. That'll be lethal damage.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you put all your cards down. You don't have any defensive options
Right.
anymore. Well, I guess this is my time to show you why you need to respect that. But
Right.
What a great showing between both players. It's really brilliant. We got to see both of them, their decks perform, and they got to do exactly what they were planning. Sean just managed to go ahead and sneak it through in game 3. Very fast-paced as well.
Yeah, the play draw is so important in a matchup like that, and we saw that, you know, every game that was won by the player that went first. And so a really important matchup to like know your role and know when you should be defensive and when you should be aggressive, and we really saw Sean deploy that, right? Even though he was on the play both game 1 and 3, he took very different approaches to both of those games. And so does his opponent, right? So it's that sort of dance back and forth to know which role you should play, who's supposed to be the aggressor. And looks like, you know, Sean made the right choice.
Yeah, there's only one certainty both those games. That was nullifying Lantern.
Right.
That was the big difference maker. And it's one of those things like you don't consider it looking at it at first, but that was a main board Lantern.
Right.
So Sean clearly thinking about running into these style of decks. If there wasn't that in the main board and it was sideboarded, I believe that game 1 would have gone over to Nico, and then game 2 would have also gone over to Nico if that was the chance or the potential. So this outcome could have been completely different if just one card was different in the starting list.
Yeah, it shows such respect for this Nico deck being a part of the meta. It started at the beginning of the season as a sort of like fringe niche deck, and then in Taipei it made that one placing that was in 11th place, and so many people were like, oh, that deck looks really interesting. Maybe there's something going on there. And then over the course of the season, it sort of snowballed to be this monster sort of proponent of the MRC meta.
Yeah, it finally found its home. It is able to counter a bunch of stuff that is currently going on. And as we saw, it can just catch you off guard from out of nowhere. Icebound slams very powerful, and you can even like Icebound into setting up for Ravishing the next turn as well. One important thing to note about Ravishing Finale is everyone considers it the mill card, you know, top cards, but that's only a Nico bonus. It's still a 6 damage attack itself.
Right. For 3, it's like very efficient at doing the amount of damage that it does. You know, compared even to Icebound Slam, which is the sort of namesake of these water self-mill strategies. It's way more efficient to play a Ravishing Finale as long as you have access to that floating memory to cast it.
Correct, yeah. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's so much effort from, like, the players themselves, the community working together to make their champion and their deck work.
Right.
It's the evolution. And one brilliant thing about Grand Archive is we'll constantly keep seeing that as more tournaments move on throughout the course of a set coming out. MRC is still brilliantly like new. We're only a month and a half into MRC meta itself, so we're going to see a huge development of the Nico deck. I guarantee you that deck we saw today is not going to be what we're seeing at the end of the season. And same with Tristan. Originally, Slice and Dice was not in the deck. Tristan then realized like, oh, I can get enough prep counters before I hit level 3, and I could take advantage of this if ally decks who are trying to rush me down don't consider their own HP pool.
Yeah, just great play by both players, of course, and it's great to see these sort of like meta titans playing at the highest level this weekend. we have a Path of Puzzle update.
That's exciting.
My most exciting thing of the weekend. On my break, I was out there looking at the puzzles and seeing what people have updated. I did see that there was one that was a picture of a cat, I think, that was like almost complete. So hopefully that's our Path of Puzzle update.
And here we are. It looks like our fire representative here for artwork. What do you think just looking at this image?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I believe when Clem was at the desk, she said that this might be an assassin card, and I think that's probably where I'm leaning. Looks like some daggers going on here. Hard to get a full picture, though, since we only have like a good half of the torso right now.
I'm curious about the weapon on the left side of the image, the right hand. It looks more like a spear or a rapier to me.
Maybe.
Less of a dagger. So it may be in the warrior
Perhaps,
thing.
yeah.
With A and B set, the theme being sort of the three kingdoms,
Right.
you're going to see a lot of really cool weaponry, art, and just aesthetic itself for it. And I'm super excited to see what other artwork we're going to see from this Path of Puzzle.
Yeah. So here is that aforementioned cat. It looks like some sort of wind cat that's like almost complete. It's missing maybe half a dozen pieces. Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about this windy cat friend that we have?
I think it is adorable. That is such a cute cat we have here. I'm just going to go ahead and go out on the limb here. That is probably going to be what you're looking in for your tamer side of things. It's just the cat itself giving me a sort of green slime vibe with the wind around it. But I'm a big fan. I really like the artwork so far, what we're seeing.
Yeah, maybe it's like sort of an owl familiar situation where it's like a split class bonus pet sort of thing. So I'm glad that the community is doing their best work and getting those puzzles together. I'm sure by the end of the night we will have some complete pictures to look at.
Yeah, so with Path of Puzzle, it's something brand new that we've never seen before here at Ascent, and I think it's a brilliant idea to not only involve the community, but also get everyone super hyped for the upcoming set. So when everyone checked in for Ascent Chicago, in your bag you got an envelope, and in that envelope were 6 puzzle pieces or 8 puzzle pieces, and they go to different puzzles. You don't know what they were, but your job is you have to go to the tables and start coordinating with your other fellow Grand Archive community members to put together the artwork spoil for A and B cards.
Right. And so long as we complete those puzzles by Sunday at 4 p.m., I believe, any puzzles that are completed, we will see those spoiler cards during the closing presentation here at Ascent Chicago. So stay tuned for that. If you are not here doing the puzzling yourself, we will get you all of those rewards. You get to reap those as well with us when we get to see those spoiler cards at the end.
And here's one of the things to mention too, is it requires everyone here to participate.
Right.
So if you have friends out here who are just like, I got these puzzle pieces, I don't really care about them. No, message them. Tell them like, no, please, we need you to see these cards. Yes.
Yeah, I believe there's only 2 of each puzzle piece in circulation. So like, really, you cannot abstain. Like, we do need everybody to be participating and make sure that we get all of the pieces that we need.
And so with that, I think we're going to go ahead and go on a 15-minute break here. Go ahead and get yourself something to drink, something to eat, and join us back here for another round of Grand Archive.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to Ascent Chicago Round 4. We are grinding along. We got 5 more to go if you count this one. We are going to have a very special deck on stream that I'm trying to pull up in the hands of Cactus. You guys all know him well. Let's see if I can find his list. But I've heard through the grapevine that he is playing an Erupting Rhapsody.
Yeah, it's a very interesting list. I've been hearing about it for quite a while now. I am interested to see how he does. He lost one game. Because he drew 40 cards and saw 0 melody.
Yep, that is the way. A little bit strange too, with so many more like melodies now than they used to have, or harmonies, melodies, Rhapsody.
I am unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think it's Erupting Rhapsodies.
Yeah.
Like harmony, yeah, just harmonize.
Yeah, right. We got there.
It's fine.
Yeah, I think a lot more people are playing more copies of stuff. Like in addition to Ember Song, they're also playing
Flame
Break
Chorus.
Yeah, thank you. My brain is starting to ooze out my ears.
Yeah,
but we are ready to get another match up and going for you guys. We will get our second pairing in just a couple of minutes. We are, I believe, just running through like overtime for current round, so we'll get everybody seated and ready to go. But an exciting day it's been so far. We've had some really good matchups. I'm glad that it seems like so far we haven't had any repeats either, like all individual decks, which is pretty interesting.
It's there's definitely been some interesting decks as well. Have you seen the puzzles?
Yeah, we got a quick update for the puzzles while you were away. I saw the cat. The cat is like mostly done.
Yeah.
That's very exciting. I haven't seen a whole. So I feel like the last time I was over there was like, 4 that were even sort of looks like pictures, but there's supposed to be 8 total, right?
I'm unsure.
I think there's 8 puzzles.
There's a bunch, but there are 2 that I'm really liking. They have horses. There's one it's a guy on a horse.
Rusty Steed returned.
I hope so. That's a reprint we needed.
Right.
It's the reprint we needed.
Yeah, we are famously getting Dungeon Guide reprinted in A and B, which is very exciting. We're getting Zephyr reprinted as well. So that's the tier list, right?
Yeah.
It goes Dungeon Guide, Zephyr, Trusty Steed.
Of course. Trusty Steed has to be in every single deck, right?
He's a staple. I mean, it's basically a $40 card by now.
Yeah. Have you been talking to players? Have you had time to talk to anyone?
I've got a little bit. We took a step out when I was on my break, and I'm trying to see what the room's looking like. It's definitely a way more diverse field than I had expected. A lot of decks that are floating around that are not like, I wouldn't say not known quantities, but things that have sort of like fallen out of favor, or even like on stream we saw like Fire Xander make an appearance. That Vanitas deck is also very interesting, but lots of people playing things that are sort of out of the norm. This deck that Cactus is playing, I've heard a couple of people talk about that they think it's really good.
Yeah.
And obviously we've seen Erupting be strong in the past. It's definitely sort of a household name in the Grand Archive sphere, but it's sort of taken a backseat, and it's been pretty underrepresented, especially post MRC. So I'm curious to see if maybe the deck really is that good, or maybe it's a reaction to people not really preparing for it like they used to.
I think with Nico around and like all the water graveyard decks, people have been playing Nullifying Lantern again.
Yeah.
So that's like an unintended side effect, right? With an unintended side effect of that is Erupting being a bit more iffy to play. But I think in general, Erupting got a lot of support. Yeah. Right. And it just needed people to brew it, right? Because Matt G, everyone knows he is the Erupting guy, but he swapped to Wind Robots for a while.
Right.
Which is also like his Wind Robots, like Wind Automatons, is also a combo-ish deck, right? Sure. So he kept on. He was still on that similar style of deck. Sure. But I think As far as I know, he is back on erupting.
To give Matt the credit, the first time I saw him playing not erupting was right after he won his Gwendolyn, and his reasoning was he couldn't play Gwendolyn in his erupting deck. So,
Makes sense.
you know, so maybe he's had enough time away playing his Gwendolyn, playing his Windex, and time to come home, play some erupting.
Good old Royal.
But yeah, I think you're right. There are some sort of nullifying lanterns floating around, sort of like ancillary because of Nico. We saw, to great effect last match, but I think somewhere in there it adds people have sort of a like complacency where they're like, oh, I'm playing nullifying lantern, even if I run into erupting, it'll probably be fine, and they're not taking into consideration, the powerful cards like reduced ash that erupting now has access to that make nullifying lantern basically a non-issue.
Exactly.
Unless you're a water deck playing Fracturize.
But even then, you still have Dust-like community and everything. Right? So it's not...
Yeah, the ultimate fail-safe if everything else fails.
Yeah. If somehow you cannot reduce the ash at fast speed in response to Fracturize, they'll have that. Because obviously it's still a threat, right? And regardless of how many cards you draw, you sometimes just don't find the cards, right? Like how I mentioned earlier, literally happened to Cactus.
Yeah.
Where he drew everything.
40 cards.
40 cards.
My God.
And in his deck, he plays 5 harmonies.
Yeah.
So
I'm not a statistics buff, but I don't think
but
those numbers are very good. Yeah.
Exactly. So in 40, a card that you play 5 of is well, not a card, you know what I mean? No, it's like statistically you should have found at least one.
Yeah.
More, preferably more. But yeah, because he said he had the whole hand of erupting rhapsodies. But he just needed that one card, the one harmony to push him, push him and get the damage in. But but he has to have lost another game as well, right? Because he lost the whole round there.
Sure.
But that's still unfortunate. Then I think like erupting is in a pretty solid spot right now. I think it's definitely going to be fun to see on stream. Unless, sometimes erupting games, just play 1, play 2, over, right?
It's over, yeah, it's turn 3 and it ends.
It's like, oh, okay, it's over.
Yeah, I think definitely an interesting choice. There's a lot of really talented players playing it this weekend. So there must be something there, right? Like they found some sort of secret sauce for this meta, or maybe this just tournament specifically, where, they think it's really well positioned. Yeah, and I could see that.
I've heard Matt talk, like I've seen and heard Matt talk about it for a long time, and it was supposed to be super secret. And then a couple days before Ascent, like a week I think before Ascent, just sent the list to everyone, and everyone's like, oh, the secret sauce was spilled. But I still think that even though he shared his list, those players, those pro players, if you will, that got the list still can't really prepare for it, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't want to give away any sort of secret sauce. But
we'll see the secrets.
even today, when I spoke to Matt earlier, he was very much like, oh, there's a couple of cards that we just slotted in, and we're trying some new stuff. So.
You can look at the list right now.
Are they playing the same deck list?
Yes. So there's a little erupting team.
Sure.
that was testing and brewing it all together, and it's been some would say overcooked, but I don't think.
Sure.
I definitely don't think we're at the point where it's from. It's been cooked, and I think it's been optimized very well. Like look at there are multiple one-offs.
Yeah.
And obviously it's in there to make whatever card you can only play 4 of, 5 of, because functionally Flamebig Chorus is an Ember song.
Right.
So it's an interesting way to get that consistency up, right? And I'm definitely interested in seeing it in play. But at the same time, it could just be like a 20-minute game, and so it's over, right? Because I went out, I barely left the room last round, and Cactus was already done with his game, right? There was still like 40-something minutes on the clock. It's definitely an experience. But sometimes, I can also not draw the cards, and then it's a sticky situation, right? Because your graveyard's filling up, and you're just there with a full hand and just well, what the hell am I gonna do?
Yeah, that's sort of that like archetypal fire strategy, right? Like very chaotic, and
Yep.
sometimes they don't find all the pieces that they need. They need to rely on all those like filtering effects, like creative
Yep.
shock and hasty messenger and stuff like that. So we're gonna have a slight delay. We're getting everything worked out here. Like we said, big tournament. We're making sure that everything is dotting I's, crossing
Yeah.
T's, all that good stuff. We're gonna go on a short 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with your round 4. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Grand Archive Ascent Chicago for your round 4. And a little bit of a tricky situation setting up. There was we were getting everything ready, and we were about to go to our match, and then repair. So you guys know how it goes. Big tournaments, lots of people. Everything doesn't
Mistakes happen,
yeah.
right?
always work out the way that it should.
Yeah, but hey, it's fine. Calm down, take your time, and even as playing, it's very
relax.
stressful, but I get it. But it's a long day. It's gonna be long, even longer. So just relax. Nothing's running away.
Right. I think we are gonna keep Ryan. I think that is the plan. Cactus playing his erupting deck that we've talked so much about, but he will probably get a different opponent than the one that we were just searching for. So we'll get those settled in just a minute as we wait for this round 4. I know that as we were talking about before we went to break, that there was a Path of Puzzle update. People are hard at work, and we're gonna get that from the producers as soon as they get it settled. But they're obviously still working on our repair. But yeah, excited to see what's going on. Excited to see these new A and B cards.
Yeah,
I
me
really
too.
am.
Art is. I just heard. I think we might not get Cactus. That would be a little bit unfortunate, but
we'll get it figured out for you guys in just a little bit. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at that Path of Puzzle update. See if we can get a bigger picture of what these puzzles are looking like. For anybody who hasn't been following along with us so far today, the Path of Puzzle is every attendee got a selection of puzzle pieces, and we are creating art from A and B that have been split into puzzles. So here we have one of the updates. I believe I have some of these chains up in my hotel room.
Yeah, we also checked it yesterday.
Yeah, so maybe we can come help this puzzle while we're on break. But looking like a water card.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe I have no idea. It's like
know.
it's very similar to Storm of Thorns in the
true,
device,
yeah.
but it does not. Well, it
The
has some
chains are an odd
lotuses.
choice. Yeah.
It's definitely. I'm loving the art so far.
Yeah, it's so good. One of the nice things about what we're doing for Path of Puzzles, so once these puzzles are completed at the end of the event during the closing ceremony, we're going to be foiling any of the cards that have their arts completed via these puzzles, but also here at the venue, they are debuting like large canvas prints of these arts that are going to be auctioned off at the end of the review. So for those of you who love this art and have deep wallets, can submit your bids.
Right, but it's a silent auction, so you don't. So maybe if you don't have a deep wallet,
that's true.
Take your shot. Maybe no one will want. Maybe
nobody wants the cat. Who knows?
No one's gonna bid on the cat. Definitely.
Yeah, we will see. Hopefully, we get these all completed. But this is a pretty good update for round 4. We have all weekend to get these done. So I'm confident.
I've seen Silidar do puzzles as well. As I was walking around last week, he was there doing puzzles.
Yeah, helping out.
It's a community effort, truly.
Right, truly.
Devs are in there helping us.
They want us to see the cards too.
They want to show off the pretty art, right?
Right, of course. So this is very exciting. It looks like we have had a change of what our match is going to be, but we have Foam going to be on stream, a community leader from Talk GA podcast, and he is playing, my God, Mordred today, is what I've been told. He's playing a Mordred deck, currently undefeated, technically, asterisk, has a draw, but he's 2-0-1 playing Mordred, so anybody who is a big fan of these original DOA champions, you get to see a little bit of Mordred action. I haven't gotten to see the deck myself yet, so I'm not sure what flavor of warrior deck we're running today, but I am excited to take a look and hopefully see some stuff. Like we said, people just dedicated to their hero and playing these off-the-wall sort of decks that we definitely weren't expecting.
Yeah,
Mordred to be a part of the meta this weekend. And
It
so we'll
is,
see how it works out.
Yeah,
So we have
it's-
Foam versus number 4. Number 4 is going to be starting us off.
When
All right, so going to start off with a Spirit of Wind from number 4. See what they choose to deploy here. Taking a quick inventory. Going to put a couple of cards down. Perhaps Windmilling. Oh, okay. So it looks like we're going to see a green slime get put on the board. So it is going to be a Sylvie player. But a little bit different. Green slime is something, you know, we said this when we were looking at Sylvie a little bit earlier today, is that the Sylvie decks have sort of moved away from these traditional beasts from the first set. This is sort of a classic Sylvie look, and we see, starting with Spirit of Wind as well is interesting, not a Spirit of Slime like we're used to seeing. But something we are used to seeing is this turn 1 Icebound Slam from Foam. Oh no!
That's unfortunate.
Unlucky. Hits a Thieving Cut. Only going to be 3 damage on this Icebound Slam, as Icebound Slam does require 5 or more water element cards in your graveyard, and it did hit a normal card.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Icebound Slam only goes to the graveyard after resolution, so it does not count itself.
We gotta appreciate Foam just going for it.
Yeah.
You know, he's got to know the numbers in his deck, and he's like, yeah, it'll
The
probably
odds
be fine.
were.
We're gonna see a level up to Sylvie Wild's Whisperer.
The Slime's blessing away. I really love green slime. I'm a bit disappointed that it's not played that much, because I think it could be very good. But it's a very wind specific card, right? You can put it anywhere you want.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll take a look at this deck, see if they are doing some green slime manipulation. Since he's Spirit of Wind, he can play cards like Displace and Zephyr that do work really well with this sort of green slime strategy. And so maybe this is a Sylvie that we're not used to seeing so much
It's
on coverage.
maybe a counter base still. Yes, you could Slime's Blessing also gives counters.
True, yeah.
You can just loop the displacing of the green slime. You can have a big board very quickly.
Yeah, we saw another green slime revealed from the hand as well. So a pretty aggressive start. Green slime does have Pride, so right now it's not going to be getting into the red zone, but we do have this baby gray slime that's picked up a buff counter from that level 1 Sylvie. Looks like he's going to play a little bit of defense. Number 4 really realizing after the turn 1 Icebound Slam didn't go so great for his opponent, the second one will probably go better. So he wants a little bit of a intercept shield there to deal with any of those pesky attacks that Foam can throw at him.
You have to be very, very careful nowadays against water, because they can just go immediately out of the blue.
Right.
Just get you, right? It's scary.
Yeah.
To play against water, especially with all of these extra damage buffs. It's not little; they're massive damage buffs.
These little big damage buffs.
These little big damage.
And speaking of buffs, we're going to see Frostborn Paladin pick up a Floating Memory and draw a card with her on-enter trigger and do a little bit of defense themselves. We'll see if Foam wants to start dealing with some of these allies, maybe take care of that baby gray slime, but we see number 4 responding in kind with a Slime Shield.
That is indeed. It's more counters for their.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
It looks like in response we'll see an imbued Cerulean Decree. So Cerulean Decree says negate up to 1 target non-attack activation unless its controller pays to, and then Foam chose to draw a card into. Super powerful 2-for-1 here. So they are going to take care of that threat and get to counter that Slime Shield. Super big deal.
But the green slimes on death still happens, even
True.
though, despite Pride. So that is a big baby gray slime there.
It's a 4/4 now. It's huge.
It is very strong. Effigy of Gaia. That's a.
You know, there's a lot of tidal sweeps running around. Effigy of Gaia going
Yeah.
to do a good job
Yeah.
of defending against any of those pesky sweep attacks. We've seen some Fire Lorraines kicking around as well. So Spirit of Wind really giving you a different card pool.
Yeah.
And insane to see this baby gray slime just kill that Frostborn
Just,
Paladin.
you know, casual 4/4.
Casual 4/4. It drew a card.
It drew,
Seems
it,
pretty
drew,
good.
it replaces itself. Now it's a 4/4.
That reads like a Crux card to me.
Actually, it is. It's suspiciously close. Maybe, but who
We
knows,
have
I suppose.
Ethereal Slime at home.
Yeah.
After that, looks like we're just going to pass over to Foam. So number 4 keeping a whole grip. Not sure if it's full of reactive cards or if he just wants to wait a little bit before he deploys more threats. We're going to see a Quicksilver Grail grabbed by Foam. Not sure what the secret is, but I'm sure we'll find out later.
Just pass it. That is also terrifying. If you're on the other side, your water opponent just passes.
Right. Yeah,
I
taking
would
their
be
time.
afraid. Yeah, they're both playing, so I like making sure everything's okay. You know. They got time. Well, you never know against water,
Right.
but
They have a whole 53 minutes, which they might use.
yeah.
We'll see. Yeah, it's hard to see exactly what's in Foam's hand, but we do see a Refracting Missiles pulled to the front. Perhaps he's looking to fire off some floating memory in the end step of his opponent to get a nice, safe level 2. Drumroll Mordred is the plan.
Yeah.
Wing 4. 4 damage across.
For force.
Yeah, we'll see if he wants to put some more threats on. Get a little bit more pressure.
Get that green. He's probably doesn't, he doesn't level up here
Right.
because of the. Well, didn't level up because he wants to maximize the value off of Sylvie too, right? Draw one for the beast and then draw one for the little animal.
He's not like these other Spirit of Slime Sylvie players that are happy to draw
Exactly.
one card. He's an idealist. He wants to draw those 2 cards. get
Maximize
that
the
beast.
value.
Yeah.
Oh, foam.
So
Yeah.
it looks like a Refracting Missile is going to get fired off. A Reclaim is going to get fired off in response, and then a second
another-
Refracting
Yeah,
Missile.
because unlike with the Sylvie level 1, the green slime's counters are an on-enter trigger, so you can respond to that
Right.
and kill it before it gets the buff, which is unfortunate if you're, if you're slimes here, but it's part of the game.
Right.
And Foam did need to use both refracting missiles just to take care of it, and number 4 still has the floating memory from Reclaim, so I think it's he doesn't mind it too much.
Sure, of course. Yeah, still mounting pressure too, right? Still
Yeah.
has this big 4/4 slime, and he's, like you said, requiring Foam to use multiple cards to deal with one of his. So we'll see if it works out. We're going to see a Chilling Touch deployed. Most notably, you have to not bury the hatchet here. There's a Mordred in play.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a nice swift
It's
level
a-
2 Mordred, which gives all of your attack cards floating memory. And we'll see what the route is for Foam to utilize those. I have to assume something like Erendite is the plan. Make a big sword.
But there are many cards that utilize floating memory, right? That
Right.
you can get value off of floating memory in water now.
Yeah.
So even just in general, having all that float is fine. Even even if something happens to your Erendite,
Mhm.
you still got it's not just Frostborn anymore, right?
Right.
You still have your bishops. You still have your all of the power cell oriented cards.
Yeah, it's not what it used to be, for
Yep.
sure. There's way more cards, like you said, that manipulate floating memory out of your graveyard that Water has access to. The which of those Foam decides to use out of his toolbox. He's going to activate Quicksilver Grail. This might be for the namesake, Erendite itself. It is indeed. And Sylvie is at a sort of precarious 19 life. There could be a lot of counters coming into play here. It looks like we're going to see a Lost in Thought in response. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It is
Five counters.
which is 10 extra damage.
Mhm.
That is not something to scoff at, right?
Yeah.
It's and he can hit with it twice. So if Sylvie doesn't level up to level 3 real quick,
Right.
it is. Well, even then, right? Because it hits for 11 right now.
Really
so
dangerous,
it is
yeah.
exactly lethal right now, even on level 3. So it's a scary position for Sylvie to be in out of nowhere.
This is turn 3.
Yeah, out of nowhere. In turn 3, Erendite for 11 damage or so.
Looks like Foam's casting something else as well.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh, Lord.
Oh.
So he does not have the prep for this, so it's only slice and dice the normal way. So it's going to be slice and dice for 14.
That so what a shame.
little bit.
Only 14.
Only 14.
They can double hit. That's a very, very strong start. Sylvie obviously has to keep up the baby gray here,
Right.
because if he doesn't, then he's dead.
Right.
Definitely, right? Even now, it's just on
Yeah,
2.
it's a little scary. Yeah, like even just this baby gray slime might not be enough
Yeah.
to keep that Erendite back.
But he does need to level up, or else he's, something like basically anything,
Right.
any ally comes,
Yeah.
and the game's over. So
He does level up. He gets 1 card drawn off of that baby gray slime. Draw for turn, and hopefully find something like a dungeon guard, right?
yeah, because he really, really needs to level up your and find something, right?
Yeah.
But it seems he is digging for it.
Yeah, starting
Um,
off with a cake. Draws a card. A little digging.
Just trying to get to any answer, right? Because
Right.
he needs more than a baby gray.
You know,
'Cause-
something that could be huge here is since he is playing Spirit of Wind, and he's assumingly playing baby green slime, could be really big against this.
Yeah. Because he just needs something. Yeah, it's just anything. But baby green would be the thing here, right? Why
He's attacking.
He's attacking.
With the
That
baby gray
is
slime. That's confidence.
that
right
is
there.
confidence in in that is there's very confident, like in
Right.
the Foamy has a cleave here or something,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Because that is, unless he drew another baby gray, right?
Maybe.
In which case it's understandable, but on its own without seeing his hand, that's a brave.
This is very brave. Yeah, he's trying to put on pressure when he can.
There it is. Yeah.
Interesting. So yeah, so he chooses to do it now, even though that should give him fast activation. He's letting
Yeah.
it come back into play on Foam's turn, or rather on his turn. Maybe to play around something like a Cerulean Decree or a
Yeah.
Frostbind. So the way that this works, it is going to suppress Baby Green, I believe. Yeah, so it looks like number 4 chose to Baby Green at fast speed in his own end step. So the
Yeah.
way that that's going to work is suppresses an object until the beginning of the next end step. So if you do it in your end step, it will be gone until the end of Foam's. So smart play by number 4. Looks like a Crystallian Longsword is going to be the materialization for Foam. He only has to do 5. That's not 5.
That is not 5. That is not an attack, unfortunately, but
Gonna imbue a Fractal Rain. We'll see if he has anything else going on. He can at least attack with this Crystallian Longsword for 2. 2's not nothing.
yeah. It's like it does force Sylvie's hand here to level
Right.
up, because next turn 1 attack and the Erendite together is very
Yeah.
close to lethal, because he has one attack card, I believe. Yeah, the
Yep.
slice and dice. That's
So-
still a 3. It still attacks for 3.
Yeah.
In
And-
which case you just need 1 tiny little attack and it's done, right? It's enough.
But Foam is kind of low in hand size here. Down to just 3 influence, looks like. And so maybe our Sylvie player here has gotten out of the way of this giant Erendite. It looks like we had a slight problem with our player name. We apologize. Looks like we have Jay Schmidt, who is piloting our Sylvie deck. And piloting it well. Looks like we're seeing a dungeon guide, which is exactly where he wants to be. And keep one card. You have to assume getting that very powerful Sylvie Slime Sovereign to start getting some advantage. We'll see what the slime of choice is. Like perhaps an ethereal slime in hand. Be a
storm slime. There's definitely storm slime.
Looks like storm slime is the choice.
Yeah.
It's a pretty slim vanish though.
It's a one storm slime, one slime, storm slime.
One whole slime.
But I found his list in the meanwhile, and he does not play as many slimes off as a normal slime deck, obviously. But it's an interesting list. It has there's one young beast wonder in it.
Yeah.
2 Asim protectors.
The one lustrous slime. I love to see the one-ups. It makes me think this is a tuned deck.
It's very tuned. Go on Bistro Frenzy main board.
They know exactly what they want. Yeah, it looks like that was enough.
That was very quick turnaround for Sylvie.
Yeah, I mean, this baby gray slime, right? Just like went the distance. It had 4 counters. It attacked 4 times, I think.
And then done immediately. That was from foamy threatening lethal to winning the turn he went level 3. That's
we thought it was all over that Erendite for 11, but
he found the answer. He found your baby green, right? The one I just talked about. So you really just have to get lucky, believe in your deck.
Yeah, I'm sure that Foam is not thrilled to be sitting down across from what he thought was a normal Sylvie player, but is in fact a Spirit of Wind Sylvie player that has way more ways to interact with his big Erendite than the slime Sylvies usually do.
I think this is like the perfect matchup for wind slimes here because it's so reliant on Regalia, and wind can take care of that very easily, right?
Right.
You have Zeph. He plays everything. He only plays 2 storm slimes though.
Wow. Two storm slimes, 2 ethereal slimes. Really not relying on that back end. And we saw that this game where he didn't level immediately. We saw him really try to get value out of his level 2, things like backup charger, taking the game a little bit slow, opposed to these sort of Spirit of Slime Sylvie decks that are all about getting to level 3 as fast as possible, as soon as possible, at whatever the cost.
Yeah.
But it seems like this Wind Slime deck is taking a little bit more of its time trying to set up some bigger threats that they can use, like this baby gray slime that attacked so many times. Green slime really providing a huge amount of value that game.
Baby green slime won that game single-handedly, I would say. Because, well, obviously he could have kept up the baby gray, but then just one cleave attack and it's over.
Right.
So it was not... An interceptor doesn't mean as much anymore.
Yeah, there's so many sweeps.
There's so many sweeps, and I remember when back like a year ago, when we didn't have that many sweeps, we were still laughing at title sweep, right? Because it's like what a back card. Now,
what a comeback story for title sweep, right?
Now it's such an important card for water decks.
Always the odd one out, always losing the hurricane sweep and flame sweep. Everybody laughing at title sweep, but now it's the best one, seeing the most play.
Yeah, it's definitely a wild turnaround.
And hey, title sweep, Mordred on the art, so it's thematically appropriate.
True,
and that's
true.
What matters.
That's all I care about. That's all we care about.
All right, so we're gonna get into our second game here. So Foam getting to choose. Probably gonna choose to go first. Get that first materialization. Get one step closer to being Mordred. I wonder. So he's playing Slice and Dice, of course, and he's playing Ichthys Float, and it's an attack for 3 for 2, very efficient. But I wonder if he has any sort of incidental preparation counters that he can rely on. Maybe things like Korhazi Trapper to sort of utilize both Slice and Dice and Thieving Cut both in his. Very interesting take on the water aggressive deck here from Foam. So glad to see players always innovating, always trying new things.
Do anything?
It looks like it was a pass back over to Jay Schmidt, and he is going to start off with an Academy Guide. Academy Guide going to be met by a Cerulean Decree.
Imbued. So he has to either pay 2 or get it negate. But
yeah, it looks like just going to be an annoyance here for Jay Schmidt. He's going to pay the 2, but I'm just looking to take tempo as much as he can.
And of course, he wants to keep the Academy Guide, right?
Right.
To keep his card advantage and keep everything up. And it's also an animal.
Yeah,
Which
true.
makes it so good in Sylvie, right? Because if it stays alive, then he even gets to draw a card off of it, which is wonderful, right? It makes these things cheaper. It's an animal. It can get buffed, right? It can become like the baby gray, but it's even harder to remove because it's a 1/3.
Often forgotten that Academy Guide is an animal. Yeah, I've seen a couple of 2/4 Academy Guides in my day, and they are frightening.
They are difficult to remove.
Yeah.
4 is a strong stat line.
You see Foam pull that Icebound Slam to the front of his hand, and he's thinking, well, I should probably deal with this Academy Guide, and he's going to choose to do it the hard way. How does 8 sound?
That's a...
How does 8 sound? All right.
Yeah.
A close one. He did hit a normal card there, but Icebound Slam does track all cards in your graveyard, so there was already, thankfully, 1 water card.
Yeah. But it's funny how both times he managed to go 4-1.
Right. Yeah, he's playing, I think, a lot of normal cards. But he's just going for it, you know?
Yeah. It's definitely interesting to see. But he's also like mostly water, right? We've only seen him play Slice and Dice, right? For
Slice and Dice, and I believe Thieving Cut as well.
Yeah, you're right. Thieving Cut is a great way to utilize the 1 prep counter you get on Xander level 1.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course, here he wants to play Xander 1 because it's glimpses for him.
Sure.
So he finds the cards he needs. There's another Academy Guide for Jay Schmidt.
If the first one doesn't work out, surely the second one is good enough.
Yeah. This time, it'll survive. It'll stick. But seems that's the turn. And Foamy levels up. Yeah.
That's something to be said about these water decks. They don't have a great way to deal with Academy Guide, right? So they're going to have to spend something like an attack to deal with this Academy Guide, though there are a lot of them. We're going to pass back over to Foam. We'll see what the plan is. Yet again, same position as last turn. Does he want to spend resources to deal with this Academy Guide, or does he just want to spend some of these more important cards to start dealing some damage to his opponent?
So I did find his list, and he plays 9 normal cards.
Yeah, that's kind of a lot. He's playing 3 copies of Sadie as well, which is interesting. Sort of laning on that Xander level 1.
It does have that Sadie in his hand there, I can see it. So that's how he does the prep counters.
Yeah.
Now we know. And it seems that he's just going for the Academy Guide kill there.
Yeah, should it work out, he does get that agility too, which is huge.
Is pretty good right now. And in water, especially, I think that's agility is so strong.
We are going to see a Zephyr in response, though.
That does save the Academy, and then it does not. It saves it from Snow Fairy as well.
Yeah.
Because it's technically a new Academy Guide. So it's the game doesn't remember. So it just gets to live, and Jay Schmidt gets to level up for free. That's so good. It's such a good feeling when your Academy Guide stays alive long enough, where you can just do that
for free. absolutely zero.
Just absolute value. But it's also been a funny game. We haven't seen Jay Schmidt do much other than Academy Guy, protect
Right.
Academy Guy. There's
We're
the
gonna see
baby
the
gray.
big baby gray slime. He's gonna get a counter from that Sylvie level 1. Gonna show a storm slime and an ethereal slime.
Just showing off the best of slime.
Right.
Just to, like, hey, yeah, I can do that. You know, just flexing his
Right.
slime.
These are for you later.
Yeah, just remember these.
Yeah.
By the time you see them, it's over.
We'll see if he wants to deal with some of these threats. He can actually remove Sadie from the board. The first time in Grand Archive history that Sadie's been killed by an attack without getting picked up.
Some animals came and
Right.
ran her down.
And we're just going to see a pass back to Foam. See what the choice is for materialization. Might not be Mordred time yet. Looks like it's going to be Crustallion longsword time.
It's I mean, it's 1 extra damage, right? Even without a class bonus, it's still a sword that you can just use to attack with, as when he has a bunch of attacks in his deck.
Right.
Right. So he can absolutely utilize it regardless.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to be attacking every turn anyways, so might as well get a sword, make it a little bit easier. And you are right, not getting that class bonus just yet, but maybe he'll have it for that second durability counter when he levels up to more a little bit later.
I would be surprised if he didn't.
See one come across. See if he decides to try to deal with this baby gray slime. Can do 1 and 1. Deal with that future interceptor. But there might be some interaction. It looks like Jay has a lot of interaction in his deck. So it's going to be a little bit hard for Foam to peck through all of these interceptors and pieces of interaction, baby green slime, zephyrs, all that stuff.
And they're very to take care of the interceptor, so he just can focus on taking care of the Academy Guide, right? Just
Yeah.
get rid of it.
Academy Guide, not a slime, but will get slime shielded nonetheless. Oh,
No. But it doesn't get the buff cannon, but
yeah. Looks like he's going to pay 2. Play a slime shield. Does not yet have that class bonus, so it is going to cost 2. But that is going to prevent the next 3 damage that Academy Guide would take, and that is enough. So Academy Guide is going to survive. We'll see if Jay Schmidt wants to take his newfound 3 card advantage to level up to Sylvie 2.
there is that ethereal slime is gone. It's gonna be great food for storm slime though.
Right. Who needs it? Going to draw 1 card, as he does have an animal in play, and pick up and draw for turn.
Unfortunately, only 1. There's no beasts around. but
Right. Much as he has tried in the past. No green slimes this time, at least not earlier enough, but he is level 2. We'll see if he can find something like a dungeon guide here, and it looks like
He has 2 of them.
he has 2 of them.
Oh. Yeah. Easy. Just without the threat of a stifling trap, you can just take care of it,
Yeah,
right?
right.
But in a wind matchup, you love to see 2 of them just to
Sure.
be sure, right? Better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, we are going to see the dungeon
he
guide level
did,
up.
but he hasn't grabbed
Yeah.
it yet.
Gonna
So
make
if
sure
he plays,
Oh no!
whereas,
No wait!
uh,
No wait! Does indeed have to put his Sylvie into play.
at least he didn't do something that he could have
Right.
without Sylvie 3. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna
Looks
have
like, yeah.
the table judge resolve this. So the way the dungeon guide works is a little bit of an intricacy that trips people up sometimes. It is a May effect to put that champion into play. So it looks like dungeon guide's effect was paid, but he did forget to put his new champion out.
Yep.
So see what the judge's resolution is for that.
There is if something is finding something specific, like a dungeon guide, the next level champion from a private zone, you can choose to fail to find, right?
Right.
Failing to find a specific card happens. So it's definitely possible here, right? And
Yeah.
that's why, like, sometimes with a starter, right?
Mhm.
People wanna deny the majestic spirit,
Right.
and then some players forget that they can just choose not to get the
Right,
majestic
right,
spirit
right.
and have it banished forever, because that is a thing. Like,
I want to see Sylvie players start playing Dungeon Guide at level 3 just to banish cards for their Storm Slime.
That,
You know?
look, I'm not an expert, but sometimes I do that.
Yeah.
Like if you have a Storm Slime in hand, then it's fine. It's
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get it resolved here. So that
Yes,
Storm
and
Slime
then
was put back into the hand as it was an illegal game action. And I believe we are,
you're talking it down.
yeah, figuring out what the plan is. But we'll, you know, take just a second and figure out what the course of action is. But man, what a game.
Okay,
Okay,
it
so it
seems
looks like,
that-
yeah, it was a fail to find. So we're just going to move on with the game. We're going to see both of the guides of each variety come in for their 1 point of damage. Then we're
That
going to
is-
pass over.
That is rough for Jashmin.
Yeah.
But and it wasn't even both slimes there that he banished. He banished his other dungeon guy. So that's rough.
You know, it's a long day.
It's
There's a lot
yeah.
of decisions to make, and I cannot say that I haven't made that mistake more times than I'd like to admit. But
Yeah.
happens to the best of us. We are going to see Foam cash in a Lost in Thought.
Two. Lost in Thought is such a fantastic card because at worst it's a 0-cost fast floating memory.
Mm-hmm.
At best it draws you cards and is floating memory itself. Still has to be one of my favorite cards from MRC. It's fantastic. I'd love to see it used, right?
Yeah, yeah. And it's so crazy here when all of your attacks have floating memory, right?
Yeah. It's very good. Very good.
Speaking of attacks, you see a Thieving Cut that he can use his 1 prep counter that he got from Xander, as you had mentioned earlier, to cash this in, prepare it, maybe draw a card, maybe finally dealing with
some
this
value.
dungeon, this Academy Guide for the 4th and final time.
Because leveling up here normally with the Academy Guide is the same as a dungeon
Right.
guiding.
That is the case,
it
and he did
seems to
prepare,
be.
so he's
And
going to draw a card. Your favorite card?
It is. It's another Lost in Thoughts, but he has 3 Sea Sprite Divers. You hate to see that, but they're good to pay for the Lost in Thoughts,
Of course,
right?
yeah.
Because he's back with he banished 2 floating memory at the beginning of turn for Lost in Thoughts, and now he's back with on 2 floating memory
Yep.
again because one is Lost in Thoughts, the other is attack.
Yeah, just crazy amounts of card advantage from Foam's deck here. Maybe he's onto something. Maybe Mordred's cooking.
Maybe. Orange of it. Ooh, pretty good.
We're going to see that backup charger finally get cracked. Draw an extra card, make a power cell token. And we'll see what the materialize is for turn. Going to be a Quicksilver Grail.
I wonder what's under it.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd choice here because there are so many Terra cards. So maybe he's waiting on a Terra card for later, something like, you know, Covenant of Thorns,
Yeah.
Stone Skill Band or something. Or maybe he's trying to hide something a little bit more nefarious under there.
Well, Covenant of Thorn is nefarious
Yeah,
enough,
that's,
I
that's
think.
fair.
I wonder if he drew another dungeon guide somewhere in there, right? And that's why he's not
Not
leveling, yeah.
Right. We will see. So he's putting a couple of cards down here. The 3rd dungeon guide would be huge. Looks like it's just an
Ooh,
engineered slime.
That's pretty solid. Like it's if you have the power cell awake,
Yeah.
then it's a very, very solid play, right? Because otherwise it's very easy to take care of,
Right.
unfortunately.
Yeah, he can give it a buff counter here, should he want to. Make it a 3/3, is a little bit more of a formidable slime opponent. Otherwise, it's just looking like a Grey Wolf. But we'll see if he decides to do that.
I think Foamy is deciding on whether to get the names, not the names, get Aaron Dyke or
Sure,
not here.
yeah.
But,
All right, we're going to see an attack for 1 with Dungeon Guide, an attack for 2 with that engineered slime. We're going to pass back over to Foam, and we'll see if you are right. We see 1 floating memory used so far.
so he's getting
perhaps, for that Erudite.
Oh, Scepter.
Oh, interesting. So Scepter, even though he can't really level up, he's just
But
going to use Scepter's alternate ability.
just to draw.
Yeah.
That's a that's a solid play.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love drawing cards before the Recollection, right?
And look at how many cards he has.
He has all the cards. He can. Wow.
Do
That's
whatever he wants.
whatever he wants, exactly. But that's the 3 Sea Sprite Divers.
And maybe he starts casting
there.
those.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
yeah.
what he wants to do.
Just start using them as your allies, you know.
At least
For
the
when they're-
first one will cost 3.
Yeah. And then slowly go down.
That might be the plan. Putting a few cards down here. Gonna start with a Fractal of Rain.
Imbue, obvious. Now that Imbue token, very, very useful and looks very nice.
Yeah.
He has so many cards in it. There's so many things he can do, right?
That's
It's,
the blue player's dilemma. Too many cards, too many decisions. Not exactly sure what he wants to do. Looks like he has a Cerulean Decree pulled to the front, so it may just look to peck in for a little bit of damage and hold up that Cerulean Decree.
just in case, right? Yeah, both players are on pretty comfortable life totals right
Right.
now, though. Well,
Been a pretty slow game. So we're going to see, in response to an attack, a Slime Shield cast to try to protect this Engineered Slime. And in response by foam, we're going to see that Cerulean Decree get cast and imbued.
I assume to draw a card because there's not much attacking being done by J. Schmidt here.
And you can't have enough cards. Right?
Yeah.
No numbers.
You love a card that replaces itself,
Right.
right? Does everything. But it's a pretty slow and steady game here. After a very quick game 1.
Right, yeah.
We are settling in here.
And it's looking to be a pretty good position for foam, but just a single dungeon guide away from Jay Schmidt taking over.
It's down to 2 dungeon
Right.
guides. Which is makes it a lot harder to find in your deck, right?
Right.
The odds are not in his favor. And he also only has 2 academy guides left, or
Right.
maybe even less.
I'm not sure if he was on 4 and 4, but definitely a tricky situation to be in. Foam definitely looking ahead in this game so far.
He only has 1 floating memory in his graveyard now, so it's not. The J. Schmidt doesn't have to be too afraid of an Erudite either, right? And there is no. Once again, we see the refracting missile just take care of green slime. It was made for this situation. It has to be in there just for this. Because it's been very useful, right?
Yeah, responding to that on-enter trigger before it gets those buff counters very strong.
I think Foam's gonna get a safeguard amulet here. Then slowly start chipping away with those snow fairies,
Pecking away. Those snow fairies are virtually invincible until it's ethereal slime time.
Or Fractal of Rains.
Just trying to find those floating memories. Look for that spot that he can deploy that big Erudite and come in for the.
If I see correctly, he does have a revitalizing cleanse in his hand, so he's in a very, very comfortable spot right now. There's not much.
Yeah, foam at a virtual 0 damage counters.
He has all the cards, right? So J. Schmidt's gonna grab a Beast One Boots here. Which is
Another slime going green and engineered.
Baby gray slimes are awesome. Really, really.
Yeah, definitely putting in work, especially against these big water decks, but having a bit of a tough time into areas that are going to be get it clear.
And it's there is the revitalizing cleanse. It's not. It's played so little. J. Schmidt has to see what it does real quick.
Casual 7.
Casual 7. So it's from 11 back down to 4 is definitely something, right? It's a feat. May not have floating memory, but it's
Does replace itself, like you said.
Yeah.
We love a card that replaces itself. Be a Terrafring grabbed by foam. Stop those slimes from pecking away at him.
no floating memory milled, unfortunately. But there's another Snow Fairy.
Yeah, looks like a Snow Fairy and a Blanche. One come across, deal with that baby gray
Take care
slime.
of the baby gray. And
One
then
more damage for him.
probably one to face. So that's fun. We went from 11 to 3, 4, 4. Vitalizing. 1-0. And
The
there's
first one. We've done it.
We are on CCC Sprite Diver is slowly gonna come out, right?
Yeah, using his opponent's graveyard to make Sea Sprite Diver cost a little bit more, but choosing to banish a card from his own graveyard to not give his opponent an advantage by banishing slime cards, right?
It's also, get rid of the non-water cards in there.
Sure.
Just make it pure
just don't wanna
water
look at
cards.
them,
Yeah, just why would you even have them in there, right? It's rough. Foamy is not seeing many of the cards he wants to see, right?
Yeah,
There's
no big attacks.
no big
No
attacks.
Icebound
No,
slams.
exactly. No slice and dice. No Sadies for it. No thieving cuts even
Right.
to draw more cards. It's a slow game. Not even Frostworm Paladins.
Right.
It's definitely. Hey, here's the second Sea Sprite Diver.
Hey, they are 2/3s. Nothing to scoff at. They're going to start mounting some damage. That clock of 2 Snow Fairies has been exponentially allow
It's,
Foam to try to close
yeah.
out this game.
We went from a combo deck to what's it called?
For Water Allies
to
deck,
Water
right?
Allies deck, yeah.
I did that on Ascent. Now I'm materialized.
I was too distracted by Jay Schmidt sacrificing the power cell to buff Foam's Sea Sprite Diver because it is an automaton.
Out
It's
of
just,
respect.
Yeah. He really needed the level up there.
Yeah.
We were was not in a good spot anymore. And he does go for the effigy. Okay, yeah, once this is really what were they waiting, like he was waiting for, right? To be able to finally level up and get the Storm Slime because it's massive now.
It's a terrifying banish zone, and we see Gaia's Blessing maybe increasing it to a level that is just untenably large.
Yeah. There's an Ascent Protector on top, so he can even get it back.
Bounce his
Yeah.
Storm Slime, yeah.
Bounce the Storm Slime, play it again.
If this one's good, we are going to see a Safeguard probably cracked in response.
Yeah, but even then, it's a lot of damage, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get the final count on his banish, but it looked like upwards of 8 or 9.
It was. I just saw him infinitely go through slime cards. And there's definitely 4 banished for Gaia's Blessing. There was 3 banished, I think, for Sylvie.
Right.
And then there was a bunch or like a few already in there.
Yeah.
So it's definitely around 8 or 9. Oh, it was a lot.
Yeah, so it looks like it's brought Foam up to 14. Unfortunately, that Storm Slime probably not long for this world, but it does have that very powerful on-death effect. Sort of mimics Rye.
Gets to banish 2 to draw 2. And what he wants here really is just get another Storm Stone, right?
Right.
Because then he's done.
Yeah, we already know the top card being Ascent Protector, but maybe that
Maybe.
next card. Storm
Exactly. So he can, if Storm Slime dies here, he can just dig. Find
Right.
the next one, right? Because we've only seen 1 Storm Slime.
But we do know he only plays 2 copies
That
of
is
this deck.
true,
So
that
we do have
is-
to find that final Storm Slime. It's a
Is,
little bit tricky.
It is a scary situation, right?
But like you said last turn, Foam without access to these big game-ending attacks, and he hasn't gotten his Erendite yet. He's not providing much pressure right now.
yeah. But Foam also doesn't know that he only plays 2 Storm
True,
Slimes,
true.
right? So he's probably also thinking of what do I, how safe or how much do I want to risk the slime here. But here it is,
So yeah,
yeah.
we see refracting missiles target you, activate Quicksilver Grail,
Grail.
get my Erendite. One,
One,
two.
2, 3, 4. That is plenty.
Sounds
That
like
is-
enough to me.
That looks like enough to me too. That's 4 refinement counters, which is +8 to damage, which
Yep.
means it's a 9 attack, which
Casual.
yeah, casual 9 is a lot, but if he does have a Covenant of Thorns under there, it's not enough.
True, yeah. Covenant of Thorns, even something like a Slime Shield.
Yeah,
Oh God.
it is a Covenant
Oh,
of Thorns.
God.
Homie's like, yeah, you got it.
So we see an Icebound Slam with an Erendite attacking for 20-something, but this Covenant of Thorns is going to come out here and attach itself. Yeah, we're just figuring out the timing of where he wants to activate this Covenant of
when
Thorns.
exactly it's gonna come out.
But everything should be fine. It's just going to get attached to one of these Snow Fairies. That Snow Fairy is going to take a staggering 20 damage.
That's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah,
No, just a
a
bit
bad day
right?
for that Snow Fairy
Yeah.
for sure.
Wouldn't want to beat that. But
This is kind of scary, right? He's left this Storm Slime on board. He chose to attack with all of his allies first. So Jay Schmidt here is just going to do some digging, see if he can find another threat.
because he cannot attack with everything because of the Terror Ring here.
Right,
And Storm Storm is just a 5/3,
right.
which is just not enough, right?
Just close.
It's so close yet so far.
And unfortunately, it looks like a stifling trap on top of his library, so he is not able to clear that and get another look. Any way that he can see that next card on top, but only 3 cards in hand is going to make it pretty difficult.
He is literally just 1 card shy of
Yep.
having it. It's very unfortunate, right? But Fomi has also obviously played it in a way where
Right.
he guarantees that he's not dead, right? Otherwise, I'm pretty sure he would have taken care of the Storm Slime. But he built himself a little fort.
Right.
You know that
Yeah.
he's protecting it, and he's staying safe, right?
Yeah, Terraforming really looking pretty strong here.
Terrifying.
Be a much different game without it.
Yeah. Here, Jay Schmidt has to decide if does he want to take care of an ally to guarantee. Does he even want to attack, right? But probably he wants to because there's no, it can't really redirect an attack to Stormslam because he doesn't play Cry for Help.
Right.
So he can't. There he has no way to redirect the attack. But does he want to waste his cards? I cannot exactly see what he has in hand.
Yeah, I believe he has a Baby Gray, an Ascent Protector, and 3 card.
Because we saw what he drew
Right.
turn. Because of the Avatar of Gaia, every time you draw a card, even if you draw multiple at a
Right,
time, you
gets
have to
revealed,
reveal the top card. So your opponent will see every single card you draw. It's always revealed. The top card's always revealed.
We see a couple of attacks with some allies, leaving Jay at 22. Do have this
Just
big Erendite.
3 damage. And yeah,
Big Erendite,
okay.
good enough.
It's enough. Just what can you do?
Right.
There's sometimes you just don't have it, or like sometimes your opponent just builds up for it. But after a very fast game 1,
A
that was
very
wrong.
long game 2.
Very
yeah.
long game 2, and we'll
Yeah.
see if it goes to time or not.
Right,
or
yeah.
maybe we'll have a very fast game 3. Who knows?
Yeah, it sort of just depends on the draw, right?
Yeah.
We didn't see a whole lot of aggressive attacks there from Foam. We saw a lot of more defensive tools, and we talked about it several times, those several copies of Sea Sprite Diver sort of clogging up his hands. So if we see a more aggressive tilt from either of these players, they might be able to get that 3rd game finished in time, but Ooh, man, 10 minutes on the clock is not where you want to be going into game 3, especially, you know, you have to think as the foam playing a water deck that are additionally a little bit slower.
Yeah. It's and then Sylvia's with a level 3 deck. They're
Right,
focus deck, so none of them are. There are no fire Xander.
Right. Yeah. No pivot into the fire aggressive strategy, unfortunately.
Yeah. But those Sea Sprite divers did carry in the.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Those-
They did a
those-
lot of damage. Those 2 snow fairies probably attacked 5
Yeah,
or 6 times on their own.
They're stuck. The stealth is very hard to get rid
Right,
of, right?
yeah.
So they stuck, and then they work. They put in the work.
Right.
They earned their keep.
They earn their keep for sure. So, foam being the winner means Jay will get to choose who goes first. Assuming he's going to go first here. And hopefully find some aggression.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Looks like
There's, like,
foam's going to be
foam-
going.
Probably
first.
J. Schmidt wants to push damage here,
Right.
but that does give Foam like the advantage of materialization, because then he gets to have more defensive options out, right?
Yeah.
Like he gets to defend himself a bit better, which is just what you need, just what he might need here.
Yeah, there's also something to be said that Foam is playing Spirit of Water, the regular one.
Yeah.
Which means, should he be going second, he has just enough cards to play an Icebound Slam, and so maybe Jay Schmidt is trying to disallow him from
True,
having that ability
true.
on the first.
But with the luck we've seen from him
Yeah,
so
that's
far,
fair.
it's going would be 4 water and 1 norm card. I completely forgot Trapper also generates prep counters.
Yeah, yeah. And in this matchup, you're probably not going to use that Trapper counter a whole lot, so he can cash it in for something like a Thieving Cut if he wants to do that. We do see a
Does he
Green
have
Slime
it?
deployed, no refracting missiles this time.
Unfortunate.
Resolved. Counters
Unfortunate.
achieved.
That's not what you want to see on Foam's side,
Right.
but hey, a backup charge with exactly 3 cards in hand. It's also
Clean.
that, but you love to see that though,
Right.
right?
This will bring him up to 8 in hand if he wants to fire off something like an Icebound Slam. He does have that opportunity. See him pushing some stuff out of the way, maybe to make
This,
room to slide an Icebound Slam into the middle of that playmat.
Sometimes you just top deck it.
Right off the top. And we'll see if he's lucky this time. This time it is going to matter. No water cards in graveyard.
It's
1. Oh,
oh,
maybe not 1.
not
1.
2, 3, 4. Oh,
Oh, every time.
again.
Unlucky.
That is unfortunate.
I'm the most unlucky man on the planet playing
The-
15 normal cards in
Yeah.
this deck.
The odds are, well, I think to be fair, it's pretty average,
No, I
right?
think
Because
so, yeah.
because if you took within the 2 blanches, that's
11.
11
Mhm.
norm. Well, it's a
It's a little bit below average.
yeah,
right?
yeah, it's doing a little bit worse than expected, but
Did hit a little bit of floating memory. Will
Yeah.
hopefully help.
it's better than nothing, right?
Better than nothing.
He has the lost in thoughts, the brain.
But yeah, that's huge.
That's
Not only does he miss on the Icebound Slam, but Jay Schmidt's able to start setting up some interceptors here, which are going to be real pain.
He does have the baby gray, which just replaces itself. He showed a baby green and a normal green for it. you
Yep.
know?
You see the Academy
Academy
Guide
Guide?
as well.
Ooh. That is rough.
Yeah, that is a pretty big deal. And something to consider here, which doesn't come up a whole lot, is if Jay Schmidt has a way to shift his green slime, either a displace or a Zephyr or something, he can put those counters on Academy Guide to make her a little bit more survivable.
Yeah, and Home doesn't have doesn't have many ways to take care of Academy Guide once
Right.
it's down, right? So making it that bit stronger could be all the difference that's needed.
Goes a long way.
Yeah. And Foam is also still has a lot of cards in hand, so there's not,
Right.
he's not in a bad spot either. Oh, Chilling Touch.
Let's start off with a Chilling Touch, grabbing a baby
the
green.
which he already knew about.
Yeah.
So there's no new information there for
Sure,
him.
sure.
And there's the finally.
Hey, he
we get
plays
to
that
see-
card. That's
it's
crazy.
wild. I thought he didn't. I thought, you know, he forgot in a floating memory there to
Right.
play the one important ally.
Yeah, it's going to give him a real threat and something that he can choose to try to deal with this economy guide with, and I assume that's what this attack is. We're going to see a
The
slime shield.
Unfortunately, no counter.
No
Because
buff. She's going to live. Probably.
well, you never know. And what if?
Oh, what if there was
What
a
if
thieving
there was
cut?
a demon cut? Exactly. That does do it.
And just like you said, going to use one of those prep counters. Not super impactful to have the Skorhazi Trapper have 2 prep counters, as he still has one. So pretty big deal here. Bishmit's going to have to level anyways.
And you use the green slime. No information.
No
No
information.
information. That's does he have? Did he draw a storm slime? Did he have it every game?
I
Yeah,
think
he plays
did.
2, and he just has it.
I believe he has a dungeon guide as well.
And an engineered slime, right? It's a beast, so you can just. And
Might just have
go
an
for it.
academy guide here.
Let's go for. Here's a resolute. Is that? I just see something red there.
We're going to get this engineered slime. It is going to come in with a buff counter from that Sylvie Wilds Whisperer, and he is going to think about if he wants to sacrifice a power cell to make that a 4/4. Could be pretty big. It would deal with this Frostworn Paladin, which is a pretty big game all by itself.
Yeah, but it's a 4/4 in general is pretty good to have, right?
It does have Pride 2, though. But right now,
Yeah.
it's only playing defense. Not going to be able to come
Yeah.
across.
Unfortunately, that also means that he cannot take care of the Frostworn
Right.
because it's a 3/4 right now.
Yeah.
Even like even if we don't count Trapper, right?
Sure,
Because
sure,
because
sure.
that's a spot. But if he could kill Frostworn if he were level 2 with Engineer's Time through Trapper.
Sure.
But then he uses all of his resources just on that.
Right.
I'm not sure if you want to do that.
Probably not. It looks like we're just going to pass over to Foam. He's going to grab a Quicksilver Grail, and I would bet anything that there's an Erendite down there.
I most likely.
Do you have another Icebound Slam? Is that?
I don't know. But he does have Lost in Thoughts.
That is true.
So he can dig for what he needs.
Yeah, he can at least like cycle those and try to set up for a Mordred next turn.
Like if he's confident in the Erendite, if he has enough floating, he can just use it for 0. Yeah, that does.
I think,
Not-
okay, yeah, we caught that.
Yeah.
There was an attack there with the Engineered Slime, but it does unfortunately have Pride 2. I believe Sylvie's just
No,
leveled
it was
1.
it was retaliation.
Oh, I see.
It was the Trapper, whether it's attacking or not.
Sure. Yeah, it looks like it was just being activated there. We'll get that cleared up.
Because Corsi Trapper says target units attacks get
Right,
minus
yeah.
3.
Oh,
And
sure.
retaliating is not an attack.
Right,
so
right.
unfortunately that does not save the Frostworm Paladin. Sadie.
Sadie deployed. Gonna
Sadie
take care of
is
this
back,
Engineered
yep.
Slime.
She did. And there was the Forgotten from Chilling Touch. The baby green was
Yeah.
just left there. It's it happens. But fine.
It's been 4 hours so far of Grand Archive.
Yeah.
Lots of Grand Archive to be played. So those little things come up. We're gonna see a Fractal of Rain be imbued. Another Sea Sprite Diver joins the mix with a Refracting Missiles.
Yeah. Well, the green slime's down. Green slimes are already out there, so we can't use them anymore, right? Refracting missile for its intended
right.
purpose. Yes.
So we return the baby green slime to memory. All is good. All is well. Regarding that miss trigger, we do see that Refracting Missile fired off 4-1 to deal with that baby gray slime. We are going to see a quick level up here. Draw a card for that beast in play. Recollect and draw for turn. And I know we have an Academy Guide, and I believe a Storm Slime. Oh no, we banished the Storm Slime, unfortunately,
Ooh,
to
that
the
is
level here.
fortunate.
So Dungeon Guide in tow, but no payload to deliver. Just gonna start with an Engineered Slime. And a Bestial Frenzy. You saw Foam rock back in his chair a little bit there. A little bit shocked by the one of Bestial Frenzy coming into play
Yeah.
here. So it's going to give +1 to a beast and give Cleave.
And another, once again, Sadie dies.
Sadie dying to attacks in combat.
That's wild. Oh,
And it looks like the players here are unfortunately in time. So the way that our timed rules work for Grand Archive is the players are given an additional 3 turns or 5 minutes, whichever comes first, to decide a winner. And if they do not, it is draw. So we're having Foam do some materializing, going up to Mordred, but he does already have that Quicksilver Grail set up. I'm not sure how many floating memory we're looking at in the graveyard, but if he can make a big enough Erendite, he drew a Icebound Slam for turn.
that's
Does he have enough
also.
cards to pass that Icebound Slam? Oh, I think he's a little short.
Unfortunately, I also think so.
I think he might be literally 1 card short. Feels
That's
pretty
rough.
bad.
That is rough, unfortunately.
But still, a pretty big Erendite threatened here. He does have that Lost in Thoughts, like you said, so he can just fire off some floating memory and then materialize this Erendite and attack for big number.
It's then 2 big numbers
Yeah.
might just be enough. Might just be what he needs here.
We'll see what his plan is. So it looks like for now he's just going to pass the turn.
Another, and J. Schmidt grabs Quicksilver Girl. I wonder what's under it.
A mystery card.
Probably a Covenant of Thorns.
Yeah, he does have the Dungeon Guide, so he can Dungeon Guide pretty safely here. Not get a whole lot of value off his Slime Sovereign trigger, but like you said, I assume he's holding on to a Covenant of Thorns just to protect himself to secure the draw here.
He has this. He knows a Stifling Trap and a Dungeon Guide. Both are. Oh, he wants. Since he didn't fail to find
Sure.
with Dungeon Guide this time, it's
Right.
fine that he lost it. And Stifling Trap is not the best in this matchup. There isn't many.
Yeah, no great on-enter trigger.
Not many gone into this here. Yeah.
All right, we'll see what the plan is here. He's hovering that.
It is. Oh, it's a,
Also, it's a Verdant Scepter.
That
He's
is.
just going to try to get a little bit more card advantage. So Verdant Scepter says on enter you can sacrifice a
Price it.
slime you control. Verdant Scepter gets an amount of counters equal to that slime's power +1. Then you can rest it, remove a refinement counter, and add a buff counter to up to 2 slime allies and draw a card. Which is super strong.
Is with the green slime counters.
Yeah,
This is strong slime as well now.
Yes,
He's-
5, I think.
He has 5
6
counters, so
maybe.
it's a 7/7
Yeah.
and 1 Dungeon Guide. So
But unfortunately, I believe this is turn 3 for Foam, so J. Schmidt will not have an additional turn, and Foam's going to have to see if he can come up with a staggering 22 damage this turn. Kind of a tall order,
it is.
but
it
not
is.
impossible.
But yeah, you never know.
Right.
Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. He still has his scepter, so
Sure.
he could draw 2 cards. But
Oh,
that
yeah.
means, he does miss out on something else. But I think, you want to dig as much as you can
Right.
to guarantee you have it, right?
You see Foam doing a quick count. How many
So
cards do I
now-
have? How many cards do I need for Icebound Slam? He's going to spend 1 in his Materialize.
No, he will get the scepter there.
Right, you
yeah.
are. Get that Scepter, draw those cards. and That'll allow him
Yeah.
to cast Icebound Slam.
Yeah, so if he does have it, I mean,
Oh, the floating memory.
That is
oh,
a floating.
Oh, no, it's
Oh.
class bonus floating memory, right? For
But it's an
Xander.
attack.
Oh, but it's an attack.
It's an attack,
True.
so Mordred is.
So smart.
Mordred is doing his part.
Mordred is doing his part. Yeah, we just.
And I think it does have the ice bounce limit.
Yeah, we just gotta see how big the Erendite is. I
Yeah.
think that's the plan.
Unfortunately, don't like. That's 8 from Icebound Slam, and it has to be.
That's pretty big.
He needs 7 floating memory.
3.
3.
I would say 3 is probably not enough.
Fortunately, yeah, that's just a bit shy.
It's only 15 damage. Only
It's
Icebound you
only
for 15, but like,
damage.
you know.
No,
So,
no,
yeah, looks
there
like-
was it was a Resolute
Oh,
standing
okay. Didn't even matter. Couldn't find
Yeah.
it. So that is going to be a draw for our players. It was a long match. You know,
was a
it's
long
hard to be
match.
put in that position where both players are trying to find these like sort of I don't know like singular win cons. Right?
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
both like trying to find very specific cards to end the game, and you know if you don't find those, right, like there's only so much you can do.
Exactly. They're both focused. They both did their best, but it wasn't even that. You know, that the Foamy did have a lot of protection, but he just didn't have the ways to take care of J Schmidt, right? So
Yeah.
it was just that they didn't have it this time.
Sure.
So it took a while.
Yeah,
But-
definitely a very interesting match. 2 unique decks that I would be surprised if we have more people playing
Yeah,
these
yeah.
2 very unique decks. So we're glad that we got to have them on coverage. Very interesting take on Sylvie, and you know equally as interesting take on the water attack-based Icebound Slam
Yeah.
decks.
You expect it to be Nico because of the life
Right.
total, right? And
Yeah.
like everything, like the Nico is the mill way, but Mordred, I think this is a wonderful use for Mordred. I love
Yeah.
Foamy's Brews. I like Foamy's Brews every single time.
Sure.
Like he has some wonderful
And it looked pretty
wonderful
good.
cards. Yeah, wonderful decks. I'm looking at the deck here as well.
Hmm.
It is very fun.
Yeah, definitely looks pretty solid. Definitely a lot of decks trying to leverage Icebound
Yeah.
Slam. We've seen so much of that card recently in this MRC format because it's just such a powerhouse. Does so
It's-
much damage. Gives you so much advantage if you hit those floating memory cards.
Yeah, and
And
you
yeah.
just have the cards and then you just go for it.
Yeah. So we are going to take a short break for lunch. The players, like we said, very long day. We're going to take a short break before we get to round 5. So we're going to be gone for about 35 minutes. And then we will see you for round 5.
Welcome back, everyone, to our Ascent Chicago stream. I'm back with my good friend Valkyrie. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We all have had our small little lunch break, got some food, got some drink in us. How are you feeling after your last match that you were commentating and then this break? Are you ready to get back into some more gameplay?
I'm ready to see interesting decks, hopefully. Nico was one of the decks I didn't want to cast. It was not Nico, but it was very close, very close. But it was not Mill, at least. But I really enjoyed watching that game. It was definitely something that you don't see every day, right? Mordred is nobody plays Mordred, right? and then Fomi comes and makes all of these fun decks, and it's just it's always a delight to watch him play, right?
It really is, and like even the deck is super fun, and he's doing really well on it as well. 2-0-2, that is nothing to really like scoff at. That's still potential to make day 2 if he continues playing as he is. So it's really great to see that even these crazy off-meta decks, things that people aren't expecting, they can still come to a large event like this and perform very well.
Yeah, it's fun that and then it's also fun to see that it's not always top deck, right? It's not all Tristan. Like those are not the only ones. Because we have Vanitas was Fomi's Mordred was. There's a bunch of like homebrews that you don't expect to see are doing pretty well, and obviously that's how the new meta decks are found always, right? You hook something up at home, you take it to locals first, and then slowly go up, and then once you top 8 in Ascent with it, and wow, out of nowhere this deck came, right? It just blew up.
Yeah, and it will go into the eyes of everyone else, spectators, things like that. They'll be able to make their own changes to it, and the more people working on a certain deck or deck archetype really will allow it to expand. Sort of what happened to Nico. It was one of those moments where people were testing with it, playing with it, but it really wasn't doing quite well. And then all of a sudden, everyone started to getting that rhythm of working together, adding cards in, trying different things out, and now Nico's in a great position for all those players out there. And for all of you at home who are watching, go ahead and let us know the matchups you've enjoyed, the decks you've liked seeing so far. We've had 4 great rounds of gameplay, each of them displaying a unique deck, I'm pretty sure as well. I don't think we've had any overlap.
I don't think.
Yeah, and we have 4 more rounds of gameplay as well, which is super exciting.
It is. It definitely is. It's gonna be a long day still. There is lots to look forward to, right? As we progress, like slowly, people are gonna start dropping and like going to side events, registering to tomorrow's event. But the games are also gonna get much more. Well, like the stakes are gonna get much higher the more further along we go, right? Because soon we'll be at the point where it depends on the win whether you get into day 2 or not.
Yeah.
So games are gonna be a lot more tight, and our players are gonna be much more careful, and like we'll see a lot less mistakes, I'm sure, because people are gonna start very much focusing on the most optimal.
Exactly. Every win counts towards your record here. It's all on a point-based system. 1 win is 3 points, a loss is 0 points, and a draw is 1 point. And it's all about adding those points up and going into day 2 to have a better starting position. And then when that top 8 cut does happen on day 2, it's the top 8 players with the most amount of points. So even if you feel like you're secured in getting into day 2 today, you want to play it out, because all those additional points will help you even reach top 8.
There's also always like percentage. You also want to obviously fast as possible, but just to make it to day 2, there's always just as long as you have the win, you're happy. But after that, on day 2, you really focus on winning as clean as possible, right? You want to go 2-0, 2-0, 2-0,
Yes,
2-0
yeah.
until get into top 8.
All right, and with that, we have our featured match players at the table, and starting our round 5 match 1, we have Cactus versus JC Cologne. Both players sitting at 3-1. And we have JC opening up with a Spirit of Wind. And as they're starting to play, we're going to go ahead and take a quick look at their deck list to see what we're going to be dealing with here. Based off the hand here, we see a Shimmercloak Assassin, so potential wind robot, something that you might be excited to see.
Maybe. I'm hoping. Or maybe it just, it could also be allies, because Shimmercloak is also, in general, played in ally decks. I'm really excited to see Cactus's deck here, because he is on Erupting, right? Earlier, we was supposed to come on stream, but his opponent did not want to. So we've talked about it we've talked about it with Cam a bit, and it's definitely exciting to play because Erupting has been kind of in the background now for a bit. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he plays it, right? And how the changes that have been made to the deck are done.
Exactly, yeah. And Lantern has been a card that not a lot of people have been including in mainboard or sideboard. So Erupting sort of has a free matchup in most of these cases now, nothing to really shut them down. In this Erupting versus Wind Allies, Wind Robots matchup, who do you think's going to have that upper hand as we're starting things off?
Well, the thing is, it really depends on the hands they have, right? Because Erupting can, with a good hand, it can easily win on like turn 2. It can get very quickly like carried away. But Wind Allies is it's robot, I think. It seems to be robots, but Wind Robots is also very similar in that way, and also like it can pop off with combo, but it can also be just a very overwhelming deck, right? And if a Cactus doesn't find the Eruptings here, it can be pretty rough for him. So it's really a toss-up. It depends on what hand they draw.
Gotcha, yeah, and we do see the Wind Allies player being not really too focused on robots. We do see a Windmill Engineer that was imbued, along with a Shimmercloak Assassin joining on the battlefield. And then going ahead and swinging in, putting Cactus to 3 and passing the turn. Cactus popping the GCR and drawing. When you're playing as Erupting, your whole main purpose and goal is you want to filter as much as you can, draw, discard all your fire cards, and pretty much find your combo pieces before you start playing anything. Erupting's all about just incremental, making sure you're digging through that deck, because you want to find at least 2 copies of your Erupting before you start making those bigger plays.
Yeah, it seems that we are checking to see if Cactus versus Cemetery.
Yeah, it looks like he played Increasing Danger, drew into Memory, played a Cemetery Sentry, discarded the Cremation Ritual, but did not draw, as that would have been 2 down for Increasing Danger, putting you 3 in Memory, and then 4 down with Cemetery Sentry, putting you at 7 in Memory, and 1 card should be in hand, but I think Cactus just had 7 down in Memory.
It's that it was sorted out. Stifling. JC losing a Stifling Trap here for the level up. It's Stifling Trap is this is a really useless card in this matchup, right? Because there is not many ETBs, but you know, in like the case of the Cemetery Sentry, which it has been confirmed that Cactus did draw for it. But for like a Cemetery Sentry, sure, it stops it, but it's not that relevant, right? Because they have many more ways of taking care of, like filling up their graveyard with fire cards.
Exactly, and like some other cards that you could possibly hit with Stifling Trap would be Clumsy Apprentice. You could stop that on enter, but it does still accomplish the same thing for Erupting. You get a fire card into their graveyard, which they really want. Yeah, they won't be drawing a card, but it's very similar trade-off. So it's Stifling Trap seems like a very dead card in this certain matchup. You can incremental value here and there. But we see an imbued Vermilion Decree taking out that Shimmercloak Assassin. It's
Each player gets to draw a card, which is very interesting because here it's in like a wind deck. If you see that it's allies, it doesn't draw that many cards, right? So you really have to think about whether you give them that or not, right? Because maybe you just want to damage, but obviously that's also a bit of a waste, especially when you're looking to get, when you're digging for your combo. But yeah, it's Million Decree is a very good card, I think.
It is. It's super strong, especially in Erupting itself, because it helps not only filter your card draw like you want, but it can remove things off the board, so you're not having to commit any Erupting damage to those allies or run Innervate to try and clear those. But we do see JC dropping down a Phalanx Captain, thanks due to the class bonus being reduced by 2 for each human on the board. So it is coming in for 1 attack right now, which will buff up the Windmill Engineer and that Lurking Assailant. But this is a lot of damage and pressure. But Cactus luckily has that Resolute Stand, activating that for 3. Is going to be safe this turn from the ally Onslaught. But one of the issues that you do run into is that they will still be on the board that next turn.
Yeah.
So they will continue swinging in unless you can do something about it.
And Cactus does have another one in hand, if I saw correctly. But he does not. Maybe I missaw. But if he did have, he would still need to keep up 4 cards, right? We have 1, the Resolute, and 3 others. Pay for it. So it's rough. But yeah, so that's always the problem with allies to some extent, that no matter how long you survive, unless you have the big explosive turn, they will have the whole board usually. And that's something that you have to deal with. Or, you know, in this deck, it's not that difficult to just win. So it's definitely interesting, right? Definitely something you have to very much remember, that you may survive this turn, but then you really have to focus on winning.
And here we see the Clumsy Apprentice swinging into the Windmill Engineer, and JC did have the Reclaim to bring that back. So not only is that going to be some additional value, but it's safe to be played and swing again with that Phalanx Captain buff, which is going to be really beneficial. Something very interesting of note is in Cactus's hand, we do see a Under Fire, a new card from MRC that Erupting is able to take advantage of. The stealth is great. Additionally, it deals yourself damage. So if you were still running the Innervate package, the amount of damage can just heal back as well.
Yep.
So you just pretty much get a free fog in fire because of that. We do see a Cremation Ritual on that Clumsy Apprentice to be able to draw 2. And with that, the amount of fire cards in the graveyard is really adding up. That's an additional 2 cards. I believe there's already 5 or 6 in there. So we're sitting at 8. Double Erupting is near lethal at this point.
That's the Erupting, right? There's the beauty of Erupting, that everything generates you just so much value, right? Even your opponent taking care of and killing your allies gives you value in the end. It's an additional damage, right? It's definitely interesting. I really love to see Erupting just because of, like, yeah, everything generates value. But of course, it is very weak to Nullifying Lantern, which people have started playing again because of Nico. And like, well, Icebound Slam specifically. So it's it definitely has that one weakness, but it has so many ways of taking care of it now that it's not as much of an issue as people think it is. Because you can even previously, right, the Fracturize was a big problem, because then you really had to get the Dustlight Communion. But now we have Reduced to Ash, which is fast, so you can just keep up 4 and just take care of it as they grow to Fracturize if you're against water. Here, he just needs to have anything, right? Any Regalia removal.
Yeah, both players respecting each other's decks and the potential for a kill. JC grabbing that Nullifying Lantern, and Cactus getting the Terrafring for his materialization to really like knowing that both of these decks can just instantly burst you down in a turn. It's super scary to be in either of those positions. Both players are having to play near perfect in order to try and circumvent the stalemate that they're in. Erupting is looking for the Reduce to Ash, this answer to the Lantern. And the problem is that you're playing against the Wind deck. Wind is able to Zephyr their Lantern and protect it in certain ways that if you don't have enough cards to Reduce to Ash and then go for your kill turn as well, you just sort of negate your whole turn by playing Reduce and it getting the Lantern getting Zephyred here.
I'm looking at Cactus's list here, and he does not respect mainboard Lantern. He only plays one single Reduce to Ash and no other Regalia removal, so he really has to just dig for it. Otherwise, he's in a very rough spot right now, because I talked to him about this, and he was like, yep, most people will not mainboard a Nullifying Lantern, and it's unfortunate that he found the one opponent, one of the few people that do. But yeah, so he wasn't too worried about it before the event, because even though it is good for Nico, it's not one, Nico's not that big of a threat. Two, usually it is just too late by the time you get to Nullifying Lantern, so people don't really play it mainboard. But unfortunately, when they do, you have a situation like this where he will have to just draw good. Just draw into it, right? Just dig until he finds the Reduce to Ash.
Yeah, and we just had a big development here. We went ahead and went into Drawnblade for materialization using the floating memory from the Reclaim previously. And then pre-Recollection, we go ahead and Zephyr the Terrafring. So we're JC looking to mitigate this turn, but Cactus responds with an Under Fire, a card that we were touching base on here, that you go ahead and take a little bit of damage, but you gain stealth for the turn. And your champion would also become distant as well. Distant really does not matter for your spirit unless you are planning on going into Diana. But yeah, it is a really great card, especially because it's a fire card that prevents you from being attacked. If you look at most of the cards that we have that provide stealth or prevent you from being attacked, Resolute, Norm, Vanish from Sight, Norm, Peaceful Reunion, Norm, and Erupting takes double advantage from not being attacked and a fire card in the graveyard. So unfortunately for JC, just going to have to pass turn again. Not going to be able to push through much damage, but Cactus is sitting only at 5 damage counters left before they lose, so has to think of something to deal with this board. Perhaps we use a... oh, but we can't use Erupting to even clear because of that Lantern.
Yeah, and there is... I'm looking at the list right now, but there is not much not many outs he has here. He can obviously level up, which is, he plays both Tristan and Lorraine, level 1. But that does not give him enough life where he can comfortably survive the onslaught of 2 Phalanx Captains with an Ascent Protector out as well. Because that Ascent Protector is very strong.
That is a big Ascent, a 5/4 when it's attacking, and that is by itself enough to close out a lot of the games. We do see Cactus going to go ahead and commit to a level up here, going to Lorraine level 1, grabbing that Sword of Seeking. But once again, there's nothing to do besides find that Reduce to Ash to get rid of that Lantern. It's all about card draw and digging at this point. Like, even if you look at your allies, Cemetery Sentry, Clumsy Apprentice, Library Witch, Stalwart, none of those are going to be able to favorably trade into the board right now. Phalanx Captains are 4 life, and it is really difficult to remove them without direct damage. So a Cemetery Sentry is hitting the board, and we're going to be discarding a Fiery Momentum. That card is just a basic attack for 3 at this point, without your graveyard being active. And then a Cremation Ritual on the Cemetery Sentry and passing the turn.
Cactus does have the Resolute stand up to survive that bit more, but the Ascent Protector attacks for 5, so 2 damage still goes through, and the Lurking Assailant attacks for 4 as well. So that is a lot of damage that still goes through on goes over the 3 prevention from results.
Yeah, and there may be an additional Phalanx Captain that may be dropped here or something like that that would just increase the amounts. 3 damage over a Resolute Stand is such a good position to be in. Lorraine has 20 life at level 1, and that's your cap. Maybe we're looking for an Innervate on Cactus's turn, but I do think a Paraphrang will be popped here.
Orb of Regret.
Interesting. So probably going to be looking for to shuffle back some of these dead cards in hand and maybe find that additional Phalanx Captain. And the Terrafring was not popped at Recollection, which is an important thing to note here. Cactus relying solely on that Resolute Stand in hand.
That prevents all the damage from the Phalanx Captains. I think he's also like it's best not to use up all of his defensive resources on this one turn because he still has a chance, especially looking at his graveyard and hand right now. He has a very good chance if he can find that one reduced to ash, right? And he's gone through a lot of his deck, but 1 in 60. The odds are not in his favor, but it's still best if he just keeps trying to survive just until, right? Because it doesn't matter how much life you survive on. I've said this before, and I do really believe that it doesn't matter how much life you survive on as long as you survive and win. In the end, that's what matters, right?
You could be 10 away from lethal, you could be 1 away from lethal, but as long as you don't have that amount of damage counters, you are still winning here. And something interesting I want to note about JC is I saw a Ascent Protector in their hand as well after they did the Orb of Regret reshuffle. So this may be an additional way to push in more damage. They could bounce back a Phalanx Captain, play the Ascent, then replay the Phalanx only for 1. So really good value on that.
If I see a card there might even be 2. But I'm not sure because what I thought was an Ascent. Oh, that is. He has 2 Ascent Protectors in hand.
It looks like we're just going to imbue a Windmill Engineer though, showing off 2 Dream Fairies. Getting that, going to draw into memory here. And this is one thing that you mentioned about the Wind Allies player wanting cards. It was that Vermilion Decree that did allow them to draw in. JC's sort of just been running away in hand advantage as well. Not worrying, having to worry about anything. We're actually going to Ascent back the Windmill Engine here for
the infinite value. Yeah.
It's a cycle. It's now next turn. If Cactus does draw a defensive option, JC still has more filter through in that board. And interesting enough, we're not attacking with the Ascent Protector to push 2 damage in.
If he keeps up the Ascent Protector, then it protects him from Fiery Momentum, right? Because if Cactus does draw the Reduce to Ash here, then it's basically lethal from him, right? So the Ascent is very, very important here to keep up because of the intercept. Solely because of that. And it's because he wasn't going to win last turn, right, if he attacks. So it's better to just keep it up and play it safe than push the damage here because his board is looking very good, right? He's guaranteed to win next turn, so it's better to just play it safe, keep your life total, and not risk it.
Yeah, very, very good analysis there on that one. The Ascent Protector is the insurance policy next to the Lantern to make sure that you don't get taken out that turn. A crucial moment here, that Hasty Messenger attacked, discarded a Clumsy Apprentice, and a Resolute Stand was drawn off of that. So another turn where Cactus has a little bit of a safety blanket in not having to worry about full damage to the being taken here, along with that Library Witch being played, is going to intercept, probably going to be attacked by one of those Phalanx Captains. Not sure if Cactus is going to pop Terrafring. They are not relying once again on the Resolute Stand by itself. JC getting the GCR, cracking it immediately. I think, was it 12, 13 cards in influence right now?
Yeah, so he's making very, very sure that he does have lethal there. He can just Dream Fairy back the Library Witch, so it doesn't even,
And that's exactly
what he's
good
going
call on
to
that
do.
one. Exactly what's going to happen here. Saving all the damage as JC's assuming there is not a Resolute Stand, but is going to be careful about going about it here.
He's just doing as much damage as he can. And yeah, he Cactus goes under fire again.
And a very neat interaction here, since Under Fire deals 4 damage to your champion. It's non-combat damage, so you can pop Safeguard Amulet in response to which we saw here to prevent taking any damage. You get free stealth
Yep.
at instant speed.
For low cost of.
For the low cost of 3. And the Safeguard Amulet is already in this matchup, not going to be used at all. Wind Allies does not deal any non-attack damage. So it's a great use of materialization and cards, the resources you have for you. So JC's instead just going to clear board here, get rid of that hasty, going to prevent any more filtering. And right now, it's just, how do you stay alive as the Erupting? You really need to find that reduced to ash. You need more defensive tools. And it's just so many things that you're having to find. And you've seen so many cards in your deck. That's why one-ofs are always... It's an interesting choice to add them to your deck, because in moments like this when you absolutely need them, they're so hard to find.
Yeah. It is rough, but I understand why Cactus didn't respect Nullifying Lantern too much more either, because even if you're afraid of Nico's Icebound Slam, you only play it in your sideboard, because it's game 1 is not that you can still cheese it out game 1. You just want it as extra insurance, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, it allows you just in case of the game 1, but it's harder to play from behind on game 2, especially after taking that kind of loss. So it's always one of those, you really want to make sure you have everything you need, and that's why you include that one of just in case. We did see a materialization of smoke bombs here.
You can see Cactus shake his head because he still didn't get the reduced to ash. He did draw another Under Fire, which he plays Flash Grenade just so he can utilize the distant from Under Fire, right?
To be able to draw a card because
Yep.
your champion is this. That's a great observation and point here. And we do see a Hasty Messenger swinging in. The issue with that smoke bomb is if a reduced to ash was drawn, there's still 2 intercepts for a fiery momentum that would be out on the board. So we're actually going to be swinging into the Windmill Engineer, reclaiming that back. So once again, that Windmill Engineer has been in a bounce house, being played, being brought back, being played, being brought back.
That's a lot of value off of one
Yeah.
little 2-cost ally, right?
This is the guest appearance. And so Cactus just passing the turn after filtering. We do have a Resolute and an Under Fire, but Under Fire is going to be dealing damage to you as well, and it's not where you want to be.
It is very, very rough, right? Because if he does take the 4 from Under Fire, he has to win next turn, because even a Resolute won't save him from.
Correct.
But if he uses Resolute, I think there is enough damage on board. So there's right, each ASIN hits through for 2. That's only 5 damage, but it puts him in a very similar position as if he were to just use Under Fire, right? It's 18 or 19, it doesn't matter. You have to win regardless.
Mm-hmm. You're correct. We see a level up here into Lorraine level 2. Very interesting to me. Probably just wanting that larger HP pool, and can take advantage of the on-kill effect with that Hasty Messenger on the board. JC should be, testing out the waters, not swinging with Lorraine right away, wanting to see what there is. And Under Fire coming in again to go ahead and give stealth. But now the Lorraine's free to swing into that Hasty Messenger to draw a card. We're going to get the on-kill here. Dawnblade is banished. And looks like an Ascent Protector off the top. This is just getting out of hand. There's just too many resources for the Wind Allies player. JC board unanswered, and Cactus still trying to find the way to remove Lantern.
That's singular, the one-off, reduced to ash in his main board. It is rough to be in this spot, right? But it also shows how good like pillow forting is, because he's still hanging in there, and he still has a good chance. Like if he draws Reduce to Ash, he's in a very good spot, because he can. I'm not sure about his graveyard. It's looking very big, the amount of fire cards in there, but he is not, as long as he has the Reduce to Ash, he's in a good spot.
Ooh. But we do see a Channeling Stone being materialized, and the random banish is getting rid of a Resolute. Does the Channeling Stone signify that Cactus does have that Reduced to Ash? Or is this just sort of a, I wouldn't call it a desperation play, but I'm going to try and play everything I can in case I do draw?
I think it's preparing, right? Maybe it's if he does draw the Reduce to Ash, then it's unfortunately it is over for Cactus. But the Channeling Stone, if he did drew the Reduce to Ash there, it would have guaranteed that he has enough cards to play Fireball, play everything from his hand, because the cost reduction is very, very important when you're relatively low on influence, right? Because he wasn't short on cards, but he did need 2 damage spells to secure the round there.
Yeah, and yeah, so it's a very interesting line of play. It's one of those things that you should always consider the what-if moment. If after materialization, what if I do draw that Reduced to Ash? What will it look like? How can I go ahead and win this turn because of it? And now players are going to be sideboarding here. Taking a look at Cactus's sideboard, we see some Dustlight, Arisana, that's more for the water matchup. And then we have Incapacitate, Innervate Fury, and Reduce to Ash. So we're probably going to be seeing Reduce to Ash brought in and Innervate Fury as well. Incapacitate probably is not so much, as the only things you could really hit are going to be your Zephyrs and Reclaims.
You definitely, basically it's given what he's bringing in, right? You look at a side where it's like, yeah, the Furies are coming in, the Reduced to Ash is coming in, everything to take care of, 1, the Lantern, 2, the allies, right?
Exactly, yeah. Innervate's going to be so helpful in this matchup, especially with being able to have Under Fire. It's something where you can have it deal damage to you, which then adds up to the damage you're taking, which then Innervate Fury, part of the cost is to heal 5 damage counters. So it helps you get that. A lot of ally players, if they know you're playing Innervate Fury, will try not to push you into that damage zone, so you can't heal it up, so they can able to burst you down. And now we're taking a look here shortly at JC's deck list here in a moment, as they are still sideboarding. I'm not too sure if Wind ally players have many things to bring in against this matchup, but it is something interesting to find out. And game 1 did take quite a while, almost 30 minutes for that first game. Both players, between the stall that you have with Resolutes, Under Fires, things like that, really prevented the ally player from closing it out. And so with JC's sideboard, we're looking at Viridian, Cleansing Reunion, which is going to be a really good card in this matchup. Hurricanes, Veiled Dash, and Veiling Breeze. So I think with the amount of cards and resources that JC had access to, go ahead and bring in those Veiling Breezes along with those Cleansing Reunions. Cleansing Reunion, if you could get that imbued, is so good into this matchup. Not only do you get rid of floating memory, but you get rid of fire cards as well. And it's a great way to sort of keep them down with their damage. And starting off in match 2 here, Cactus is going to do the Fire Classic of just...
Turn 1, starting player, increasing danger. That's the best play, right? Because and very often, we had this conversation about Gloamspire as well. As the starting player, you don't mind seeing that, right? Because they don't get to use the card until you get to use your card that you draw into your memory.
Exactly. It's such a good feeling, too. It's like, yeah, I'm giving you a card, but I get to take advantage of it first, so it really doesn't matter. And also dropping off a Stalwart Shieldmate as well, knowing that, you know, aggressive allies are going to be coming in here. So JC, I do see in their hand they have a... the Wind card that prevents damage. The Veiling Breeze. So those did come in from sideboard. which is going to be super helpful here, especially if you are able to cleanse your Union at least once or twice, and Cactus is trying to push in incremental bits of damage, you'll be able to prevent that. Lurking Assailant swinging into the Stalwart Shieldmate, but Cactus opting into just more card draw, which I think is the better choice. You're in no threat of actually dying on the next turn, so there's no need to level up. You're more than happy to take a little bit of time, get some card advantage, and then we see a Clumsy Apprentice as well, swinging in.
That's the beauty of this matchup as well, right? Because if you're in if you're in Cactus's shoes, you're very happy to be playing this matchup because you cannot just lose out of nowhere, right? With allies, it's very gradual. So you see your doom coming, but it's not like all of a sudden one and done, and it's you're dead. It's incremental, right? So he has time. He knows when he has to start focusing on surviving and winning. Right now, he has time to build up his graveyard, build up his win condition, and then hopefully pop off before he gets too bad. The situation gets too bad.
Yeah, and you're actually in a happy spot here as Wind Allies if the Erupting player draws their card, attacks you with their ally, and then just passes turn.
Yep.
Which they're not Cremation Ritualing, they're not setting up with more card advantage, or even like Cemetery Sentries.
Yeah.
It's still everything adds up as they discard those fire cards. So I wonder if we're going to see a Creative Shock here, or if that was just maybe the hand is a little bit dead, not enough filtering or card draw to go through, and more of like the attacks. I do see an Erupting, a Fire Momentum.
I do see the Reduce to Ash in Cactus's hand as well.
Those came in immediately.
And
This time seeing it though.
Yeah, he does not have to worry about Lantern anymore.
And we do see taking the immediate level up with the Stalwart Shieldmate into Lorraine, and we're going to imbue a Vermilion Decree, showing off 2 Tempered Steel and a Fiery Momentum. I believe the modes we're going to be choosing here are deal 3 to a champion and draw into memory, or draw a card. Both players are...
And another one.
And another one. And so far that's 6 damage
Just
to
awful.
JC.
Yeah, just off of...
Oh.
Unless he chose the ally, the damage to target ally because he knew he was going to Vermilion Decree twice. But I'm pretty sure... I'm not entirely sure because it has to resolve...
Fully here, and it looks like, so
So
finally resolving the second Vermilion Decree here, both players drawing again. Which...
It was before Recollection.
That was,
that's that's why he kept up so many cards, right? Because if you don't Vermilion Decree, you don't expect that. I think you don't really expect Erupting to just use it right before Recollection. So that's probably unexpected there for JC.
And it's something to consider here, because Vermilion Decree not only replaces itself, but it adds a card to your graveyard for fire. And we did see the Fire Momentum revealed for one of those imbues, and we're already Lorraine level 1 due to that. The Fire Momentum is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage with the sword, and then the Clumsy swing in for 1. That's enough for lethal if JC doesn't have an answer to that.
Yeah, that is that's the speed you want to see from Erupting, right? You don't want to play around and wait until they level up or you level up. You just want to be as fast as you can and go and get your opponent before they can do anything, especially in this matchup, right? Because after they build a board, they have loads of ways to protect themselves with interceptors and such. But right now, not really, right? And he is going for the Fiery Momentum here, it seems. I'm not sure if JC has anything right now. And,
we do know there's the Veiling Breeze in there. But Cactus, really smart here, playing Tempered Steel before that to gain that additional fire card, which will be exact lethal with that Fiery Momentum if there was not an answer from JC. So not having to commit too much to it. you do go ahead and keep that Sword of Seeking alive a little bit longer as well. But yeah, we have to see this Veiling Breeze come down here. Oh,
No, I think JC has to build up his memory first to guaranteed prevent all of the damage from parry momentum, right? So we're just seeing him reclaim. That gives him floating memory, so it's not even losing that much. And I think now, yeah, he will Veiling for a lot.
maximize the amount of win cards in there.
That is 6. He's going to prevent 6 damage of every single source until
And
end
some
of
things
turn.
to keynote. We see 2-second wins there, 2 Zephyrs. So it is something that if a Shimmercloak Assassin by chance is able to stick on the board, then we can see a second win kind of play with that Power Cell, which would be pretty deadly because that's 4 damage from the Power Cell with the Automaton, and then you second win, so that's 5 damage, and then you second win again. So you're looking at close to 14 damage swing if you have enough influence to be able to take care of that.
Yeah, it's gonna be 4 because second win gives 1 attack as you wake it up. So if you do it before damage, it's even better. It's like it can push a lot of damage. I'm a really big fan of second wind. I think the plays you can do with it are awesome.
So this is going to be a resolute stand check here. We have a Lurking Assailant swinging in with a buff counter due to the Ornamental Sword. And then JC is going to go ahead and second win it. And Cactus will play that resolute stand. This is still going to sneak in for 1 point of damage though.
Yeah.
And then you might as well swing in for that second point of damage as well. There's no need to keep that.
Well, if you can keep it up, you can always keep it up for a bigger combo turn. Right? But yeah, here I have to attack again. Or, oh, you really want to attack, you don't want to give them an additional fire card here, right? As in the 1 point of damage might be relevant in the long run. But right now, if you're JC, you're probably focusing on trying to take care, trying to just reduce Cactus's life total as fast as possible.
Yeah, Grand Archive is every damage matters. You always try and sneak it in whenever you can. There's so many games where you're 1 or 2 damage off, and you're like, oh, only if I swung with my sword that one turn, or only if I just attacked with this ally that could have dealt 1 damage during a resolute stand turn, things like that. So it's always good to maximize your turn and your thought process throughout that whole thing. But it is back to Cactus, and JC needs to have another defensive option here. Otherwise, Cactus might be able to pull out a sneaky win with a Fiery Momentum or even a Erupting right off the top.
Yep. Does have 6 fire cards in graveyard. Does have the Ember Song in hand.
Uh-oh. The Ember Song.
And yeah. That's you don't like to see that as JC. But here is Cactus has the double Erupting. It's gonna deal, the first one's gonna deal 7, and then the second one's gonna deal, first one's gonna deal 8, and then the second one's gonna deal 9 because he's level 1 already.
And just like that.
That is enough, yeah. He needed 11. He went above and beyond with the damage there to make sure that it's But this is what you want to see, right? This is here Erupting, and he did have the reduced to ash in case JC brought out the Nullifying Lantern, so that wouldn't have been enough either. Maybe it would have slowed Cactus down a turn, but overall, it wouldn't have bothered Cactus too much, right? Because he could have taken care of it easily still. But this is what you want to see in Erupting, right? But there weren't any new cards other than Vermilion, but that was enough where it was relevant, right? The 6 damage and the card draw from it was enough to guarantee the win here, which is wonderful, I think, and it's just the magic of Erupting.
Yeah, both players that their last turns were pushing for the win. JC was going for the very sneaky double second win play with that Lurking Assailant. With a buff from the Ornamental, it would have been 3 damage swinging in. Second win though, so make it 4. and then swing in again, second wind, go 5, so you go ahead 9, and then an additional 5 again from that Lurking Assailant waking up. So that 14 damage would have been exact lethal on Cactus. Luckily, that Resolute Stand in hand, though, saved them from being taken out by that. And then they answer back in kind with sort of their own combo of Ember Song into double erupting to finish it off here. So we are going into match 3 here. And JC is going to be starting us off, and you really want to see a early amount of allies being played. You want to make sure that Erupting is put under pressure and really has to play more reactively than proactive.
Yep.
When Erupting is able to just draw cards and discard for free and not feel pressured at all, that's the element they thrive in. That's where they want to be. And opening up here with a Clumsy Apprentice and a Cremation Ritual in hand as well. So I don't think this Clumsy is meant long for this board state.
Yeah, you will love to see that. Immediately 2 cards in your graveyard, and you're up. You're up 1 card overall, right? And it's a +1 for you because I love cards that replace themselves, and then fire especially. This is just amazing, right? Because Cremation's Ritual is meant to be net 0, but when you have an ally that replaces itself immediately, then it ends up being a positive, and that's why fire was so dominant for so long, because the card advantage that just everything generated was ended up being positive, right? Because there's so many cards working together to heighten your influence that it just ended up being extremely strong. But now all of the other elements are also catching up and holding back on the power of fire, I guess. It's not as oppressive anymore.
Yeah, it's other elements have gotten their tools and resources they need to be able to keep up with filtering card draw. It's not just all in fire. And interesting enough, we do see Cactus with a Creative Shock as well, which is 4 cards in hand, so another way to filter at the end of the turn for JC, or can go with a backup charger if needed, just like how JC did for their materialization, getting that card. And with a Shimmercloak Assassin on board and a Power Cell, that's something you really have to consider, that you may be in danger of next turn with a second wind if they do decide to go into Lorraine, or even a Rallied Advance.
And he does go for the Creative Shock. It's also one of those very, very good cards that you love to see in any deck, any fire deck, right? And it's but especially in Erupting, it's not just filtering, not just card draw, but it also does a lot of work towards your end goal. Ooh, there's 2 Eruptings and Cactuses in right now.
And that is very scary to see. 2 Eruptings with 4 fire cards in the graveyard right now. We still are at level 0, but if we Ember Song, that's going to put us at 5 fire cards. That's going to be 5 damage from Erupting, and then another Erupting, another 6 damage, so 11. Not quite lethal there, but we are getting close, and that increasing danger is just going to add to it a little bit more.
Yep.
We do see a defensive options as well for Cactus, that Resolute Stand. So not too worried about this next turn then. But we'll have to wait and see if JC is going to go with that super tall Shimmercloak Assassin, or going to go more of the wide approach.
Yeah. It seems that, I don't know, it seems that JC is not afraid of Cactus as of right now, because he doesn't seem to be going for the Nullifying Lantern here, which is a very brave play, to say the least, because 6 fire cards in the graveyard is already a lot, right? It already can be very much lethal. And it's a gamble he's taking, and we have to see if it pays off, because obviously we know what's in Cactus's hand, but he doesn't. So that is a brave play there.
It is. I think JC is playing with a pretty confident turn right now, just because they do have a Cleansing Reunion in hand. So they are not too worried about having to deal with that graveyard right now. And I wouldn't even be surprised if we see the Cleansing Reunion imbued this turn. But looks like we're just dropping a Lurking Assailant and passing turn. I can't really attack through any of that Resolute there. And additionally, JC also has a Veiling Breeze. So a lot of defensive options open, and with a decent amount of influence to be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Veiling Breeze is only good if you have cards, and JC's done a very good job of resource management, making sure to keep win cards in and in memory, and playing Lurking Assailants because they don't really add much, so might as well just develop them on the board when you can.
He's the good part about Cleansing Reunion is that it is fast, so he can just respond to Erupting by imbuing and taking all of the fire cards away from Cactus. So I completely missed that he had that in his hand, and that would make sense why he didn't get the Nullifying Lantern, because he can just reliably do that. He only has to have an influence of 3, so even if something goes through, he has enough cards in hand where he can Cleansing Reunion and use Veiling Breeze as well if needed. So he's in a very comfortable spot right now, even without Nullifying Lantern.
Yeah, it's a great place to be in. And it's sort of both players are waiting for the other one to pull the trigger before they are able to respond. Cactus, ooh, a Fiery Momentum. So sort of this is a start to Cactus letting JC know, if you do have an answer for me, you better start playing it now. Otherwise, this is going to be pretty painful. Yeah. I believe this is going to be a Fiery Momentum for 8, 5 in the graveyard, 6, 7 for Fiery, and then 1 from the sword. And we do see the imbued Cleansing Reunion showing off a Reclaim and a Displace.
Yeah, it is. I think Cactus really didn't expect that, because you don't expect people to respect it so much, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's unfortunate for Cactus, but he's still like it's not that difficult to bounce back, right?
Yeah.
From the as if you're playing Erupting, your whole deck is built around building up your graveyard. So this is not too detrimental for his game plan. It just slows him down significantly, of course, but not enough where it's worrisome, especially with JC's current board and with the Inured Fury to take care of the board. Yeah. It's not he's not in a bad spot, right? He doesn't have to worry yet.
Going back down to a comfortable life total, going back down to Spirit though, but a really smart heads-up play of swinging with Fiery Momentum, trying to bait anything out, and then innervating for that board clear. It looks like we're leaving up the Windrider Vanguard and taking out the Lurking Assailant and the Shimmercloak Assassin. I am very curious that the choice between leaving the Windrider Vanguard up opposed to the Lurking Assailant, maybe perhaps the not wanting to deal with the retaliation ability of Lurking Assailant when JC does level up.
Yeah. I think that is the most likely reason as well, right? Because well, Lurking Assailant is also in general harder to take care of because it has stealth.
That is
most
true.
of the time. So if he builds up enough allies, he can just take care of Windrider Vanguard, but he can't really do that with Lurking Assailant.
And it looks like we are banishing 1 and going into, I believe Lorraine level 1 was declared here. Yep. And we're going to go ahead and get our Ornamental Sword buffing up that Vanguard. Cactus, all cards are down in memory right now. So there is no...
Unless he top decked a... Well, we can't even Resolute
yeah,
here, right?
because we're down to
down
Spirit.
To Spirit, yeah.
And here we go, a second win, swinging in. So this is going to be 4 from the Windrider Vanguard itself. Windrider Vanguard swinging in for another 4, thanks to waking up from the second wind. Oh, we see another second wind in hand. Hold on. This may be that turn we were talking about.
Yeah, it's a combo. And a rally that.
Wow. And
that
there
is
we
enough,
go, just like that.
Yeah.
JC sneaking out the game 3 with waking up that Windrider Vanguard multiple times, swinging in.
It's
Amazing game between both players. It
Yeah.
was super close, down to the wire. Both of them had the opportunity to close out the game, and JC just managed to get there slightly faster.
yeah. That cleansing reunion was the key to his victory, right? Because um, he would have very easily lost the game there, right?
Yeah.
If he didn't have the kites to take, didn't have the way to take care of the graveyard. It was very nice to see Cactus on stream finally. I think he's the only Worlds competitor we didn't see on the World stream. It was definitely an interesting game. It's a very old school in a way matchup, right? It's been both of these decks have been around for a long time, and both of them are very established. And I think there are people that hate them both and love them both, right? For erupting, it's very strong. Either you hate it or you love it. There is no in between. And for allies is eternal deck.
Yeah. You'll always have your allies. Yeah, this is very. You've seen this matchup many of times back in DOA, the old wind allies versus erupting, but now it's that same matchup with tons of new toys for both decks, and seeing how it's evolved, and still as close as I remembered back then, which is really great to see that even these old decks still can fight their way through. Both players were 3-1 at the start of this round, so both clearly doing well for themselves as well, and still potential to make day 2 as long as they keep playing and winning out from here. Alrighty, and it looks like we have another Path of Puzzle update. Everyone in the community at Ascent Chicago has been super duper into it, and let's go ahead and see how far we've gotten.
Oh, that is a trusty steed if I've ever seen one.
That is a majestic horse.
Beautiful. That reminds me of childhood, of my first ever TCG as a horse TCG. And the arts in it looked exactly like that. So I need every single copy of this card. It's very beautiful. I did not expect horses to be in this set.
Right?
This is a surprise, but that's awesome. There's only a few pieces, I think, but I'm very happy that the whole community's gotten together and we're doing puzzles together at Ascent. It's definitely super fun.
It is, and I went and checked it out last round, and there's like 5 people all huddled around a puzzle trying to like put each piece in individually. It's like it was super into it and fun, like the communication. And we got one more Path of Puzzle update here. I really hope it's the water card.
It is not, but it looks like a spell.
It's
gonna be
beautiful.
It is. The art is so pretty.
You said it looks like a spell shield?
It looks like a spell shield.
I could totally agree with you there. The sort of like protection, the aura coming around. And dude, that's not a normal element though. That's not fire, wind, or water. So that might be a peek into an advanced element, don't you think?
Yeah, but I assumed Exia would be like bluish as well because of Jin's outfit and color scheme. But it could be, no, or maybe it's a
Neos,
or Luxem.
And we are hearing that there is a puzzle with just one piece away. Uh-oh. There may be someone, and here we are.
This has to be an assassin card, right?
Yep. we do see dual-wielding daggers here, fire on top of the event. I haven't turned in my puzzle pieces yet, so I may be the one.
Both you and Cam, you guys are a little slacking. You guys should go. I know Cam said it's back in his hotel, but you guys should go donate your puzzle pieces.
One of us may have this to finish the puzzle, but once we do, we'll be able to get that full art revealed to us, and we'd be able to see it in non-puzzle form. And with that, we're going to go ahead and go to a 10-minute break. We hope to see you all on for the next round.
Welcome back, everybody, to Grand Archive Ascent Chicago. We're here for round 6. Been a long day. I'm back here in the booth with Valk. Hey, Valk. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm all right. Well rested. Got a break to sort of watch the people from inside the trenches, as it were. And I'm back ready to cast some games.
Perfect. I'm glad to have you here with me for this next one. Did you see the Path of Puzzle updates that we've been looking at?
They're like basically done. I was out there. All of them like basically look like complete pictures. There was one when I was out there that was missing a single puzzle piece. And
Clem kind of tattled on you when we were looking at it, but she said you have not turned in your puzzle pieces
I have not.
yet.
I left them in my bag. I said I was going to do it when I was on break, and I forgot. So the next time, I promise.
Oh, if you're the one who's holding that puzzle from being...
I'm going to hold it hostage.
Yeah. Start demanding the highest bidder to get you that. Perfect. And as we're leading into round 6, we just want to talk about a little fun facts of our past ascents, because this is actually our 5th ascent for Grand Archive. We've had Houston, Ontario, Taipei, and Worlds itself.
Mm-hmm. And Auckland.
Oh, I'm sorry, Auckland, not Worlds. Yeah. Worlds is the 3v3 format, not counting that in this. But in all 4 of those past ascents that were a singular player format, Lorraine, level 1, has been 100% in all those winning decks.
Yeah.
Which is like super interesting to think about, that a champion back in DOA, one of the original Kickstarter champions as well, is leading the charge in Ascent wins. 100%. Has not lost a single one. And this is the first Ascent that we actually can have a chance for Lorraine to be dethroned. You have Tristan, you have Sylvie, and then even a Nico can sneak in and take this like monumental occasion from Lorraine. Additionally to that, the 4 Ascent wins, 2 of them have been fire and 2 of them have been wind. Water has not been close to winning an Ascent yet.
Yep.
Which leads us into the question of just like, why? Has Water has won nationals, however, at like larger events, it seems to like falter. Like players lose faith in it, or it doesn't have that longevity to be able to go into a 2-day status. That. And then even more interestingly, after the introduction of FTC, Merlin has seen 50% of those Ascent wins as well, being in whether the deck being level 3 or just being there just in case needed for, like in Ontario's case, as erupting.
Yeah.
So Lorraine, super dominant. Merlin, half the time in there. And you know, what would you like to see taking this Ascent to maybe like break the streak? Do you want Lorraine to continue the undefeated, or?
I don't know. It depends on the player. I don't want to root against anyone specifically, but as we said earlier, you and I are both Water players. I would love to see Water take some purchase here at Ascent Chicago. We know that we have a couple of Nico players that are doing quite well, and hopefully maybe they can, take it all the way. But it's nice to see how diverse this format is, and it feels like every Ascent that I've been at or that I've watched, they progressively are getting more diverse, and so I'm really happy to see there's some other things. I mean, like, who would have thought 12 months ago when we were going to Ascent Houston that Sylvie would be taking up the meta share that she is now, right? I believe currently there's like 7 undefeated Sylvie players. Insane to think about for people that have been with the game for a long time.
A sentence no one would ever think to utter of like, I'm undefeated on Sylvie right now. It's the introduction of Sylvie back in DOA. She was always missing something, a key piece, things to really make the deck work. It was always a struggle to balance between animals, beasts, pride level. But now with the introduction of Recollection decks, brilliant design space and everything that was provided to us, it allows Sylvie to feel a little bit more natural in what she wants to do. She's able to play slimes, level up it consistently, and you just have enough tools now to not have to worry about balancing between those 3 items.
Right. It's great to see her doing so well, and some people are sad to see the old style of Sylvie leave, where she's so slime dedicated now. But like you said, it's such a like versatile package. It gives her so many tools and allows her to just sort of like bring her playstyle that felt like it was sort of trapped in the past with DOA up into the future of like current Grand Archive.
Exactly there. And not to mention, like, none of the other champions are slacking as well. We've had representation of almost everyone here, and there's still chances, like, we're not 100% sure who is on that undefeated or, like, sitting at that 4-1 mark, but all those players at that moment still have a chance to bring their champion into that top 32 conversion rate and then still fight for that top 8 spot.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, like, we're not counting out any of our champions. There's the Polcocks, the Arisanas, like until actual top 32 cut, it is anyone's game.
And there's still a long way to go. We still have another 4 rounds to cover tonight, and so a lot of these players, even that are sitting, at the top brackets right now, undefeated X1, they're not out of the woods yet. They have a long way to go, and there are plenty of players that are sitting at that very contentious like X2 slot that could win all the way through and have that sort of comeback story into top 32.
Exactly. We don't want to wish any ill on anyone, but it is possible. You could be in this moment, lose your next 4 rounds in a row.
Right.
You've been on such a hot streak, and then all of a sudden, it's just bad luck into a misplay into something, and before you know it, you're on that bubble. You're getting cut, or you just miss it entirely. So with these large-scale events, especially one as Ascent Chicago, our largest Ascent, you want to make sure you're playing as well as you can, staying focus, mentally locked in until that final round as well. Until that final clock ticks down and they say that's the end of round 9, you got to be locked in here.
Right. It's such a cutthroat room out there. So many great players. Some of our best are here in attendance playing today. We talked a little bit about previous winners and Water taking home nationals. I believe this next round we're going to be covering our reigning U.S. national champion, Christian. Going to be in our feature match area for round 6. Such a crazy room to be a part of, and yeah, you really just have to bring your A game.
Yeah. And we just got an update from production as well that 7 out of 8 North American Worlds players are at this Ascent, which is, you just mentioned, a highly competitive thing. And a lot of this is like, in this Ascent, a lot of players, it's like, oh, this is my first time big tournament.
Right.
And you're playing next to, side by side, some of the best players in the world of Grand Archive.
Yeah, I was just talking with a friend before we came back live, and he was like, yeah, my last 2 rounds I played against 2 top 100 players. It's just like, that's how it goes when you come to these big Grand Archive events.
And even with that, it's still anybody's game. Like, these players, they're consistent. They're good. They've made a name for themselves. That's why they were at Worlds. But you can still, with enough practice, patience, and the dedication, beat them in a round of Ascent.
Right.
And you could be the difference maker for them. And it's one of those storylines that you could always follow. It's just like, yeah, I played at Ascent. I didn't do too well, but one of my rounds I played against a Worlds player, and I took a game off of them and like get that motivation, or like even took a round, and which can really help the community evolve. And just, why not go to Ascent? Why not play and try your hand at it if you're enjoying the game?
Right. We're such a small game, and we're growing more and more every day, but it's really all about that community vibe and the dedication to the game. If you're enjoying the game, try to make it out and play at one of these events. Like Valk said, you could be the one that becomes the next world champion, right? Like, they all started from somewhere, and not even like you look at other games that have these storied histories. This was only like a year ago. So, we may have never found the best Grand Archive player, right? They might not have even started the game yet.
Exactly. And just take a look at everyone playing right now in Chicago, enjoying their time. It's a great experience. If you've never been to a large-scale card game tournament, it's one of those things that are very unique, where you don't really get that vibe anywhere else. The camaraderie, the interaction with everyone else, your fellow players, judges, the people who are vendors right here.
Right.
Like, it's such an experience that you can't get anywhere else. The Ascent store, oh my gosh, that's one of the best things about being at here. The cool playmats, the prizing, everything like that. And then, of course, you have the devs bringing out new things every time. We discussed about the Ascent puzzle at Worlds. When we were at Ascent Worlds, they did the scavenger hunt. When you opened up a new card from the new set, you brought it over and they would reveal it, and it was just great community building.
Yeah, it's the only TCG or game at all that I've ever been a part of that has those like community forward facing events at something that's supposed to be really competitive, right? Like, everyone out there in the room to our left is playing the most competitive Grand Archive that they can, but there's still like fun to be had and community engagement to be had, and you can spend your time on Path of Puzzle or side events and still have a good time without being at that top 8 tables fighting for top 32.
Yeah, it's constantly, the side events are always going on as well. So even if day 2 you don't end up making it, you can still continue to enjoy playing Grand Archive, do other things.
So it looks like we just got the update that we are going to be covering Table 6, which does have 2 Worlds players, one of which is Christian. I'm not sure, we have to pull up our table, see who our other Worlds player is. But I mean, like we said, right? Like some of the best in the game, and that's why they are still at this, high level, I think. Both undefeated currently.
Yeah, so no, this is not an undefeated match here. We have them being at 4-1, I believe.
Sure.
And it's going to be Christian versus Tage. Both these players appearing at Worlds, having a great run at Nationals, if you were following them there.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Christian Duck Hats here, going to be sitting on the Spirit of Wind going Tristan.
Yeah, a deck that we've seen a couple of times this weekend. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. A very versatile deck. Has lots of tools. It's very skill expressive. It is definitely what these World players are going to be looking for, is something where they can sort of flex their muscles and have all of the tools that they need, and they have to sort of build the puzzle as they play the game.
Exactly. And we're now starting to hit that upper echelon of decks. Tage right now, Corinthian, is going to be sitting on Sylvie, Slime Sylvie. And we're going to start seeing these decks consistently reoccur on stream probably, because these are the decks that a lot of the top players are thinking are the strongest, along with the Merlin and the Nico. So we're going to start seeing a rotation of that, and it's going to be a really interesting matchup between these two, because it all comes down to exactly if both players see what they need in their hands. Both rely extremely on key pieces for the puzzle. And if one doesn't see it, then they're both, in an unfortunate circumstance. As you've seen with that Tristan before, where you just sort of like dirtle and don't have anything. Sylvie can do the same thing, not seeing a dungeon guide, not even seeing an advanced element slime.
Right. Yeah, they both rely so heavily on these very, very powerful advanced element cards, and they do have ways to get around that, right? Like Sylvie has the smaller slimes like baby red slimes to sort of peck in some damage, and depending on the Tristan list, they have access to the more mid-range plan like Slice and Dice, but they are all ultimately trying to rely on that advanced element, super powerful cards in the late game. And yeah, it's going to be, it's the story of the weekend, right? Like we're seeing these Tristan decks, these Sylvie decks doing so well. The impact that the Recollection decks have had on the format, almost like more so than MRC, the main set. These Recollection decks have made such a splash, adding so much diversity and versatility to the card pools of those two, not only classes, but champions as well.
Yeah, and both the Recollection decks offered a lot for just the non-specific decks as well. Like, Win got a lot of really interesting tools from it.
Yeah.
And then Sylvie itself, granted, a lot of the cards you can't play outside of the Slime Spirit, but you see the side off of like Fire Slime Sylvie or Water Slime, Wind Slime Sylvie. And that deck unlocked so many other things for players.
Right. Yeah, I think it's been a great addition to the format. Like you said, I think not only like the ripple effects that it has for the decks themselves, but also the ripple effects that it has for the rest of the format, stuff like Stifling Trap. And, I think Incapacitate is one that comes up a lot. That is like a pretty restrictive card if you play it outside of Assassin, but so powerful that people are doing it anyway.
Yeah. Paying 4 for the ability to go ahead and just negate a action card is super strong. Grand Archive does not have many hard counters, so that's why players are willing to invest those resources for it, because it just puts your opponent's plan to a halt.
Right. Yeah, we've gone through so much time where the closest that we have to a hard counter is something like Song of Frost that sort of manipulates that phase of the game, but Incapacitate is the first time that we've had any sort of hard way to stop somebody from doing something. Even when it comes to allies, there's not a whole lot of like hard ally removal. So we see these sort of hard stops like an Incapacitate going to be super ubiquitous across the board, even when, like you said, you have to pay 4, which is pretty pricey.
Indeed. Luckily, being an assassin helps reduce that, but a lot of cards, for example, Fire Merlin comes to my mind, but they have the resources to just expand it and not worry about it whatsoever here. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, so going to be an exciting match, definitely. 2 players that are no strangers to each other. Both World players have both played several times, and so you have to know that, of course, these players are going to be playing the very best Grand Archive that they can.
Of course, and both players have been on stream before, but do you think like you still get that little bit of stream nerves going on, even if you're that well like veteraned into it? It's just still it's a big event, large, many eyes are on you. Like it's you still feel that you don't want to make any mistakes or have that opportunity to like have the stream notice, you know, because as being a top player or a big player, there's a lot of like people look up to you. And it's one of those things where it's hard to always stay consistent because you're human. You make mistakes, and sometimes you're not playing your best a certain day. You can't always be on top. So I'm really curious to see how these two players do with that.
Yeah, for sure. Like we said, they're just people, right? They're here playing amongst the community. We saw the footage of them, you know, in the crowd, just playing the game like everybody else, and we'll see how they do in this match. So we're starting off Christian going first. Gonna deploy a Sadie and pass the turn.
A couple things to note here. The Spirit of Wind is actually Gwendolyn. A little bit of a flex from Ascent.
Ontario,
Ontario, yes. Perfect there. And unfortunately, no Spirit of Slime yet. Maybe that in the future, but we're going to see a Baby Gray Slime opening up, revealing double slime eruption here, which is a really good place to be. Most decks only run 2.
Yeah.
So the fact that you have 2 right away is really helpful. And then a Baby Blue Slime as well, a little bit of protection against the Saudi or the Baby Gray.
Yeah, kind of a huge hand here for Tasia. He has 2 Slime Eruptions, which are a pretty big game. Right now, a little bit anemic. He doesn't have a graveyard that he can really use to throw at you know, allies or Christian himself, but also has access to a reprogram in hand, which he can use usually for those sort of automaton strategies, right? But he can use it in a situation like this, much like you said about Baby Blue, to sort of stop this Sadie from getting any sort of value.
Indeed, a lot of answers here. Duckhat's gonna go ahead and get the backup charger for a turn, getting that additional card. It's a very classic Tristan thing we see here, where they rather value card draw advantage over leveling up. And Dream Fairy.
Yeah, so we're going to see a Dream Fairy come down. Dream Fairy's going to target the Baby Blue, and he's going to put the prevention effect onto that Baby Gray Slime. And we will see that reprogram come down and come in clutch, stopping that Sadie from getting that last point of damage on that Baby Gray Slime.
And that's a very interesting thing to note here because it, A, prevents that Baby Gray from dying to allow the Sylvie player to have additional protection, but you can use that floating memory instantly for the Sylvie level up. Sylvie needs to be at level 1 or higher. Everything is locked behind class bonus.
Right. Yeah, I think something that we don't often see with these Sylvie decks, they're usually pretty happy to like level the normal way, right? Not have any floating memory. But this draw from Tage, we're seeing not only the reprogram, but as you mentioned on that first turn, 2 Slime Eruptions at his disposal.
Yeah, and it's looking into the hand here, we see an Escape the Wreckage, and I believe another reprogram drawn off the top there as well. So that Baby Gray has a lot of protection here, and it may be a key thing to bring it back on next turn to be able to replay it for some more card advantage.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think Escape the Wreckage is going to be huge, and I would be surprised if we don't see that be the game plan. At least hold up a couple of cards, look for an Escape the Wreckage, especially when Sadie goes in for the kill. You know, as Christian, even though it's a little bit more efficient to send the Dream Fairy to that Baby Gray Slime, he's going to want to get that Agility 3 if he can.
Agility 3 is just so good. It's really hard to pass up here.
We're going to see the level up to Tristan underhanded. Of course, just a little bit of a flex from Christian. I would have to assume his full line is CSR.
And we are returning Saudi pre-recollection as well, going to get that additional prep counter. It's always good. You could tell players if they're used to playing Tristan or not with how well they manage that prep counter.
Yeah.
Because pre-recollection bouncing Saudi, you're like, oh, but you're going to have to replay her. But it doesn't matter because of the agility trigger, right?
And right you are. We see her come back, and she's going to try to go for that Baby Gray Slime kill. We're going to see that Escape the Wreckage deployed.
Baby Gray taking refuge in all the debris here. Jumped back into memory. Saudi not going to get the on-kill trigger for the Agility 3. So Christian's just going to have to be happy with the 1 damage with that Dream Fairy and pass the turn.
I really love this mini game that you get, not only as a Tristan player, but against Tristan, to sort of manage their Sadie and make sure that they don't get too much value out of it. Is like a really intricate thing that you'll see in this sort of matchup, and especially between players of this caliber.
Yeah, it's always a fun, like, why are you playing this? Or do you have a reason to do this? Or are you trying to make me react to it instead? And Tage actually taking a slower start as well. Instead of that hard level up into Sylvie level 2, which you want to see a lot of times, didn't feel like not getting any draws. So went up with the backup charger, drew a baby wind slime off the top.
Sure.
So now guaranteeing at least one card draw when you go to level 2, thanks to the fast activation. But we see the reappearance of the baby gray slime, revealing the same 2 cards, which is very important. You never want to give your opponent more information than they should have.
Right, of course.
We've already shown those 2 cards, so might as well just show them again here.
We're going to see a Forest Cake deployed, going to draw a card, maybe get us a little bit of value later. Usually those Forest Cakes are going to be saved for those advanced element slimes, stuff like Storm Slime, Ethereal Slime, makes them a little bit more threatening. But a great card to cantrip, replace itself.
Yeah, it's usually Forest Cakes are what you look for your Ethereal Slime turn.
Right.
Because you get that to exactly either... and here we go, another little mini game. Saudi swinging in, and we have another escaped wreckage. Baby Gray's just not wanting to get hit.
Yeah, he's just living in that wreckage. One more damage coming across. Yeah, not a whole lot going on here. We are going to see a Windmill Engineer deployed. Something really important here, though. 2 Veiling Breezes revealed for this Windmill Engineer. So should Christian want to, with his insane amount of influence right now, if he ever gets into a troubled spot once that Sylvie Slime Sovereign comes out, he will have access to some pretty good defensive tools in the form of Veiling Breeze.
Exactly, and that's something now, since Tage is aware of, that you're going to have to really fight through.
Right.
It is super difficult to try and push through Storm Slime damage if you know your opponent is holding Veiling Breezes.
Yeah.
So you want to like commit to the board a little bit more, but it's going to be slow, and sometimes your opponent's like, okay, yeah, I'll take 3 damage here, 4 damage here.
Right.
And saving it for your big tempo turns. And here we see a level up into Sylvie level 2.
An Ethereal Slime drawn for the turn. I'm not sure if I see a Dungeon Guide in this very large Sylvie hand, so we might be waiting a little bit before we see that Slime Sovereign. I think we see several copies of Reprogram, though. Maybe he wants to fire those off, stem a little bit of the bleeding, and make his level into Sylvie Slime Sovereign like pretty painless.
Yeah. We could also potentially see a Slime Eruption as well. There is that baby blue slime in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So we can have a nice smooth level up into level 3 with enough influence as well to not be stuck with just playing a advanced element slime and that's it.
Yeah, definitely not the norm for Sylvie. Sylvie usually goes pretty low on influence, trying to level as fast as possible. But this game has given a lot of tools to Tage to have more influence than is expected of him as a Sylvie player.
Exactly, yeah. And we see the level up into Tristan, Hired Blade. We do have those 4 prep counters, so we get that draw too, all thanks to those Windwalker boots.
Yeah. My God, very, very high influence here for both players. But yeah, it looks like upwards of 10 cards in the hands of Duckheads. He's going to send a couple points of damage across, start mounting that offense, and we'll see if he wants to deploy something like a Dungeon Guide to start ramping up that level 3 advantage.
Yeah, we also do see a Slice and Dice at the top of that hand as well. Reprogram hitting down the field, sort of what you mentioned there. Gonna stem the bleeding and smooth into. We have 1 floating, 2 down, so that's the perfect amount for that Sylvie level 3.
Yeah, smart play here. Shows the experience with Sylvie that he's going to try to leverage as perfect a memory as he can to level up and maybe get some extra slime cards into his banish for a future Storm Slime. We do see Dungeon Guide on the side of Christian, so he is going to level up. And it looks like Shadow Dancer is the choice. Going to get an extra prep counter, get a couple ominous shadows onto the board. Make it pretty tough for the Sylvie player to attack.
Yeah, I think Shadow Dancer is needed here. One thing of note is 1 Veiling Breeze did get banished, though, so we are down to only 1 left in hand. And that gets a little bit scary if you accidentally put it down or you try and commit to something and in hopes that the Sylvie player doesn't have the answer.
Right.
But we are going to see what Duck Hats is going to decide from here. I don't see a Mastermind scheme, and that is one of the key components you really want when you are at Tristan level 3. We are going to get the Shadow's Claw here. A nice little 5 damage ping with 1 from Tristan and 2 from each Omnis Shadow. Really helps add up, and if you're able to do that for like 2 turns, Shadow Strike just becomes lethal with the amount of prep counters you have.
Right, yeah. This game we're seeing a lot of chip damage come across from these 1-power allies, and just like you said, leveraging that Shadow's Claw for just a little bit extra pressure can really get across the line. We are going to see a pretty big slice and dice here, or at least 3. We'll see if he wants to add his claw to it. This isn't going to be quite lethal, but it is quite a lot of damage coming across.
That's is actually going to be lethal with those Omni Shadows if there's no
sure,
answer.
yeah.
Because we're looking at 4 damage with the initial hit, and then we're looking at 7 damage with the second hit.
Yep, and then 2 and 2.
And then 2 and 2.
Okay, looks like we were just a bit shy, but Sadie is good enough to get across the line. Oh,
And
maybe
the
the hunt.
reprogram.
Living on a prayer, going to go to 1 life here. Really going to force Taja's hand to level up into this Sylvie, but can't be feeling good, even though you lived through this turn. You're so far behind the ball, such a huge board for Christian. And unfortunately, Sylvie doesn't have a whole lot of ways to deal with a wide board like this.
Yeah, a lot of decks cut out Bestial Frenzy,
Yeah.
so you're not going to look at any wide cleaves or anything like that. So it's a really hard spot to be in. You're going to have to play allies to trade into the other allies, but that leaves yourself vulnerable for these Omnis Shadows to swing in.
Right.
It's that Shadow's Claw still there. You only have 4 effective remaining HP or life left, and that's you're looking at 5 damage just from Tristan herself.
Right. And there is a world where Tej gets basically the perfect hand here and can present 25 damage, even through a single redirect on that Tristan Shadow Dancer, but it's going to be a pretty tall order. We're going to start with an Ethereal Slime. That's going to be cost 2 less because of Sylvie Slime Sovereign. He's going to come in with 2 additional buffs. He's going to banish a Tamer Regalia card to draw a card and get an additional buff counter. And we'll see, like you said, maybe he puts that Forest Cake on that as well.
Yeah, I think that would be the best choice here. Yep, going to go ahead and buff that up. Trying to maximize your damage. It's so good to put the Force Kick on Ethereal due to it having stealth,
Yeah.
so your opponent can't favorably trade into it with their own allies.
Right. You see quite a few cards. I see another Ethereal and I believe a Storm Slime in the hand. But I think what's really going to need to get the job done is some additional Storm Slimes. So we're going to see a Gather Slimes, get a little bit of life back. We do find a Slime King, which is, I don't think he has the right targets for it right now. So he's going to pick up an Ethereal Slime
I don't think he
instead.
has any slimes in the graveyard, actually.
Yeah.
There's 2 Escape the Wreckages and a Forest Cake.
That's sort of the downside of all of these like floating memory efficient cards that he's drawn, is he hasn't really had a way to trade slimes or dump slimes into his graveyard with something like Baby Red.
Yeah, and there is a Gaia Songbird as well in hand, can dig a little bit deeper for another advanced element slime if needed, which I think we are going to be playing here.
Yeah, so we're gonna see the guy's Songbird. It's going to flip, I believe, into Terra Beasts. Oh no, okay, we'll
Just
get
beasts.
advanced element
Yeah,
beasts. Yeah,
a Terra or a Beast.
gotcha.
So we get another slime, and do we have... I want to know that banishment count for slimes. I think we're only sitting about 2 or 3 slime cards in there.
Yeah,
So
he does have 2 Storm Slimes, but I think you're right that he might be a little bit short as far as the damage threshold goes.
So it's just double checking here, and perhaps another ethereal for card draw. And just even with that, the Sylvie player untapping with a lot of cards in hand, and still look at the plays they're able to make.
Right.
We've had an ethereal to draw and replace itself, Gaia Songbird to find another card, Gather Slimes as well.
Right.
So we've already looked through the top 8 decks, top card of the deck, and still continue to searching for more.
And he has given himself a little bit of wiggle room here with Gather Slimes. Does recover a little bit. He's going to use these big ethereal slimes to start clearing the board. And something very interesting is he has a baby green in his hand. So should he use that to suppress the Shadow's Claw, that's going to force Christian to have some sort of attack in order to enable those Omnis Shadows.
That is correct here. And, you know, if you're looking at your opponent's side of the board now, it's scary. You're
Yeah.
looking down these 2 slimes, and you're already low on prep counters. You only have 2 since you did slice and dice that last turn trying to push for game. That you're only able to get 1 redirect, and then
Right.
after that, that's it. And we know the information of 2 storm slimes in hand. that can be enough to just close out this game.
Yeah, so Christian's really going to need to have a Shadow Strike or a Slice and Dice here to get across the line. Looks like we do have the Shadow Strike. Going to prep it, going to be unblockable, going to deal lethal damage. But, you know, like you were just saying, that wasn't, it was like closer than it seemed. If there was one more turn for the Sylvie player, it was probably all over on the other end of the table.
Exactly, and that's one of the brilliant things about this Sylvie deck that makes it so strong, is it sits there and you think like, oh, I have the advantage on it because I've dealt damage to it, I've kept that, and as soon as it hits level 3, it's sort of go, 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 nothing but gas.
Okay, let's take a look at the sideboards for the players. Speaking of gas in the Sylvie deck, not a whole ton that I think is going to fit that description for this matchup. There is those 2 copies of Bestial Frenzy, like you had said, in that game. They opted to cut it out of the main deck, but they are still packing it in the sideboard, and I think that is going to be really huge in a matchup like this. 1 reprogram, 3 Resolute Stands, maybe okay, but probably not the sort of thing that you're looking for. Is there anything else that you think he's probably bringing in?
I'd bring in the Verdant Slimes in this situation here. The reason I really enjoy Verdant Slimes in these kind of matchups is it removes Shadow's Claw if your opponent is getting greedy with it, like we saw Christian did in that turn.
Right.
They didn't need to materialize that. They were gunning for the wind, and if they do that again and you have the defensive options, Verdant Slime now then shuts that down, gets rid of it, and they no longer have access to it.
Yeah, I think that is a great shout, and he will probably look to do that. On the side of Christian, looks like we have those Imperial Spies that we had talked about a little bit earlier in the day, some copies of Eternal Magistrate, a Zephyr, 3 reprograms. I think maybe the Spies are coming in a little bit. We saw how much work Sadie did in that matchup, right? And so having additional copies of Pseudo Sadie that are stealth threats, that are sort of evasive and have a reason to kill slimes, I think is a pretty good idea. And I think we'll probably see these Eternal Magistrates come in as well to shut off Dungeon Guide draws from Sylvie.
Yes, those are really important. I would also have an argument for Safeguard Amulet as well.
Sure.
That late game insurance policy, and just in case against those Storm Slimes. I do want to say that one of Grim Foreboding is very interesting in this list in itself. It's not something that you would commonly see. And I'm curious to see like when you would bring that in certain matchups. I don't think it's going to be brought in here for against Slimes. You just don't have enough time. But yeah, I think you're exactly right on everything going to be bringing. If we could get any Beauty Eternal Magistrate on the field,
it's huge. Yeah,
Sylvie will have such a difficult time removing that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely see. We'll see if we can catch Christian at some point this weekend and ask about that Grim Foreboding and see what's going on there.
Get a little bit of insight. And once again, it just brings us all back to these top players. They have these interesting techs. Like maybe there's something that they're uncertain playing against, or they like have tested against someone else. They're like, oh, this one card keeps beating me, so I got to make sure I put that card in.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like such like tuned decks. You know, that these players have played more than their fair share to practice for a tournament like this. And so, yeah, to see those spicy one-ofs is definitely a sign of a deck that's been well tested. So we're going to see Tage go first. Draw 7 with that Spirit of Slime.
Alrighty, in this opening hand, you know how good a Sylvie's opening hand is by the amount of Force Cakes and Baby Grays they play on turn 1. That is what you're looking for here. So let's see. So far, so good.
Count 1. I believe he does have a Baby Gray as well. No, looks like just the Force Cake. Does have a copy of Baby Red, which is something that his hand last game feels like it was sorely missing. A way to dump those floating memory cards without having to cast them yourself. And so we'll see if he can leverage that Baby Red Slime, maybe even with the buff counter from both Sylvie and that Forest Cake to make it a little bit more defensible.
And just sort of a same story, different match here. Turn 1 Saudi coming in swinging for 2. And clearly we are going to be paying 2 to bring that back at the end of the Tage's turn here to get that prep counter. But yeah, both players off to a great start. I think here, though, we're just maybe going to be slowing it down. Materialization, though, is direct straight into Sylvie level 1.
Yeah, interestingly, it looks like Tage is playing a pre-Recollection Baby Green Slime to flicker his Forest Cake. Very smart. Going to allow that Forest Cake to get that on-enter draw card yet again at the end of his turn. So just valuing, like we saw in that first game, card advantage over everything.
Exactly. And it is kind of a difficult situation seeing those 2 Dungeon Guides in hand, because you do want to like pursue them and go as fast as possible, but you don't want to go down too much on influence, just because you want to find your advanced element slimes to
Right.
piece it. And we only see Storm Slime as the advanced element in their hand. And then another Force Cake as well, so I think we might be seeing that coming down.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a cake-filled match. Lots of forest cakes going to be deployed to sort of keep that hand size up for our Sylvie player. As like you said, they try to rocket towards their level 3, but as safe as they can without losing any cards that they don't necessarily have to.
Exactly. Slimes are the type of deck to have cake and eat it too. And Baby Green coming into the red zone here, taking 2. You know, it's not a one of those things where you attack into Saudi. You know that
Right.
it's just going to come back to hand, so might as well get that damage to the spirit while you can.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what the plan is here.
Oh,
for
Dungeon
Christian.
Guide.
Looks like a Dungeon Guide banished as well, so that sort of indicates that he probably has another one kicking around. Going to use that to level up to Tristan underhanded and start that train rolling. Start to get as many prep counters as he can. Starting off with 2 is a pretty good start for his second turn. He does find a copy of Reclaim for the draw step.
And Saudi coming into the Baby Green, we believe here. 2 down, and his Slime Shield.
Slime Shield
Immediately
very quickly
answered.
Yeah, answered by an Incapacitate.
Not even a second thought or hesitation
Right.
about that. That card was slammed down before he could even finish saying Slime Shield.
Right. These players know exactly what they want, exactly what spots they should take, and Christian decided that that was where he should deal with getting that Baby Green off the board. Just to get that very powerful Agility 3, it's going to allow him to pick up some of those cards, probably picking up that Reclaim that he just showed us, to have that available to pick up this Windmill Engineer.
Indeed. An imbued Windmill Engineer, once again, you can never go wrong with it in these
Right.
earlier turns. It's so beneficial too. Although, did we miss a draw into memory trigger here?
I believe we got the draw, and then he picked it up with Agility.
Okay, so we already passed turn here.
Yeah,
Perfect.
we are on the turn of Tage. He's looking at his material deck, going to see what he wants to do. He once again is in the spot where if he levels up to Sylvie level 2, he's not going to get that card draw, so I think he's just going to opt for a backup charger here, get a little bit... Oh! Yeah, looks like he opts for a Quicksilver Grail instead. I believe that was Horn of Beast Calling that went under?
Covenant of Thorns.
Covenant
there's
of
the-
Thorns,
Yeah.
sure.
There's always 2 cards you can expect the Sylvie player to put underneath that grill. It is Stone Skill Band and Covenant of Thorns.
Sure.
And it just depends on what they want to do. Covenant is telling me that Tage is wanting to play very defensively.
Yeah.
That they're on the back foot and they're not comfortable with the hand they currently have to push the pressure for combo turns. So they're going to go ahead and wait and get that as a defensive option.
Yeah, they have a little bit of extra time here. They can deploy a Baby Red Slime, maybe discard this Limitless Slime in their hand to get a little bit of floating memory, start working on that card advantage engine. Like we said, going to take the more defensive route and try to draw the game out a little bit longer.
And Baby Red is such a good card. It's a 2/1 on attack with class bonus. You discard a card, and then if you do discard a card, you draw a card into memory, and if that discarded card was fire, you get +1 attack as well, which really is a 3 power attack is nothing to scoff at in this early game, especially because it also helps filter both floating memory and drawing in. It really adds up over time. I'm surprised, too, that the Force Cakes weren't popped on the Baby Red. That is a very common play a lot of Sylvie players do if they are wanting to put a clock. And I
Right.
think it would be smart to start pressuring Tristan. We don't see enough prep counters quite yet. And, of course, Saudi just going to come in and remove that additional reason why you want to buff up that Baby Red.
Yeah, these are the points where Tristan just feels so oppressive. Is this Sadie keeping the board locked down, repeatedly playing these Windmill Engineers to generate card advantage. Just seems like Christian has complete control of the board, and so Tage is going to look for a window to jump up to level 3 and start deploying those powerful cards like Storm Slime, as that is probably is out to get some purchase back in this game.
Exactly. And at one point, do you just consider double dungeon guiding?
Maybe.
Going to 2, going to
Yeah.
3.
So it looks like we're going to start by going to 2 the natural way. But he is going to be stuck with those dungeon guides in hand. He does see a couple of slimes banished here. Maybe he's just working on that storm slime count.
Yeah, just realizing that the only opportunity, the window that's open for them is to go with a spell damage from the Storm Slime. Just going to play into that. We do see an Ethereal as well, so if we Dungeon Guide into level 3 here, that Ethereal is going to go ahead and help draw an additional card, and is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, and it looks like that is the plan. We're going to see a dungeon guide And we'll see if there is a response from Christian. Of course, a spot like this where you really have to worry about the existence of Stifling Trap. But it looks like Dungeon Guide is good and going to resolve. We're going to lose a Storm Slime.
Okay, interesting. The important part here, too, is it does make that Covenant of Thorns underneath that grill actually playable.
Right.
And we are activating the Ethereal Slime for free thanks to Sylvie level 3's ability. Going to go ahead and banish that Horn of Beast Calling, draw a card, and then we're going to see if these Forest Cakes are popped off too.
Yeah, if we pop these Forest Cakes, we're going to turn this Ethereal Slime basically into Geldis with several keywords, which is a pretty good place to be in. 7 power is really, really pretty scary, especially with Tristan only at level 1, currently 19 health.
Yeah, and putting Tristan to 10, only 9 effective life left here. And, you know, there's not enough prep counters, I believe. I think there's only 3 on Tristan.
Yeah, so he really doesn't want to level here. But he is going to opt to do it just for the life. Going to draw a single card.
Uh-oh, we're returning Saudi, though, for that 4th prep
Sure,
counter.
very smart. Yeah, so he's going to level up. He's going to respond to his own unentered trigger by returning Sadie to his hand, and then get that extra card draw off of Tristan Hired Blade. So.
And Surveil the Winds, why not? Continue the value
Why
train.
And then a Fairy Whispers, just to add a little bit on top, right?
And this is one of those things when you play against Tristan, they do all this kind of stuff. You're like, cool, is it my turn? And they go, no, that was my pre-recollection. I'm going to go ahead and
No, it's my turn now.
take everything, yeah.
Yeah.
And now since we're Tristan level 2, and if Christian has a Dungeon Guide, this can get very dangerous very quickly.
Yeah, it can get pretty scary for Sylvie here. 21 damage is not out of the realm of possibility, or even just setting up something as a wide of a board as he had last game that's just really going to be hard for Sylvie to deal with. We see yet another Fairy Whispers still in pre-recollection. How many spells can he cast?
The players joking around, talking about taking multiple turns.
Right.
It's build your own reckless conversion for the for Win Tristan here.
If Tristan can have it, why can't Rye?
Exactly. And it looks like, really considering this Fairy Whispers, probably saw a card that you really wanted to keep, so deciding. But we're just going to go with Surveil the Winds off the top. And then now it's time to recollect.
Thankfully, for the sake of the clock, we did not have enough cards in hand to cast that Surveil the Winds that he grabbed off the top. Going to pick up his staggering 11 influence and start off by casting a Dungeon Guide. Start getting that Umbra train rolling. We'll probably see him go into Shadow Dancer like he did last game.
Yeah, you want those ominous shadows, especially with that giant ethereal slime on the board.
Yeah.
And alrighty. Here we are in Shadow Dancer.
Shadow Dancer going to bring with her some friends, a couple ominous shadows for your trouble. A little bit hard to read how much we have on the prep there, but I believe we're at 6.
It should be 6 because there was a 4 for Saudi was your 4, 5 was Surveil the Winds, Tristan is your 6
for Shadow Dancer.
So
yeah.
since this is Tristan Shadow Dancer, are Omnis Shadows her backup dancers then?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to think so at least.
Right, and then we can also get the activation of Shadow's Claw here. And I do think there is a Slice and Dice in hand if Christian is wanting to try for that lethal turn once again.
You know, it worked out pretty well for him last time. Not quite getting lethal immediately, but at least setting up to be in a very favorable board position. You know, Tristan wants to set up as many threats as she can because she is such a versatile defensive deck that if she puts all of these threats on the board and knows that you have to deal with them, she can spend the rest of her turn sort of defending herself or ramping up her card advantage. We're going to see a Mastermind scheme deployed, and that is going to bring us up to, I believe, 12
counters.
preps.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that one, which then unlocks our Agility 3 ability, getting some of those cards back. And in a very comfortable position, I believe Duck Hats was double-checking the amount of slimes banished just in case, in fear of that Storm Slime, make sure it's not going to be too big.
Yeah, I mean, Christian really putting Sylvie in a position here where it's like, you should kill me now, or the next turn you're almost assuredly dead to these 12 prep counters.
Exactly. We do see that Shadow Strike in hand as well,
Right.
so having that information. There is that Covenant of Thorns, though, so it's something to work around.
Right.
It's a lot of Sylvie players prefer to put it on an Omnis Shadow. You get that it has that built-in Resolute stand,
Right.
so now Tristan has to work extra hard to try and get rid of it.
Right. We'll see if that is the plan. Not quite yet. Still, Christian has some plays to make.
So the Ethereal Slime swinging in, and Christian deciding to redirect it to one of the Omnis Shadows. A
Yep.
great choice, not wanting to take 6 damage.
Reasonable. He will take the 1, and then it looks like it's just going to be a pass over to Christian.
Interesting. We did get a backup charger for materialization. I think there is only about 3 cards in Tage's hand, so looking to either just backup charge on the turn or play I believe, a blue card, which was Gather Slimes, to maybe heal some of this damage and survive this burst turn.
Yeah, Gather Slimes would be a pretty good one here. He's at a healthy enough life total that the recovery will be useful, and it will help him find some extra damage in threats like Storm Slime or Ethereal Slime. We'll see what the deal is. Christian will draw, start with some attacks, Dungeon Guide, Windmill Engineer, just chipping away, bringing Taish up to 13.
And we're going to see what Christian is deciding here. Uh-oh. Korhazi Outlook. You never like to see that hit the board. It signifies that your opponent is going to be looking to try and finish you off here.
Yeah, such a powerful ability from Korhazi Outlook. Allows you to remove a preparation counter, and it says opponents can't activate cards this turn. Only do it on your turn. That is good enough. We are going to see, in response to the cast, a Gather Slimes, as the most powerful part about that Korhazi Outlook ability is that you can activate it multiple times.
That is correct. And we do see 3 slimes revealed this way, so we're going to go ahead and remove 3 damage counters from Sylvie and get the Ethereal Slime to hand. But now, since with Korhazi Outlook, that's everything Tage can do.
Right. So yeah, that is going to leave a window pretty open for Christian to deploy this Shadow Strike here. We believe it is 11 prep, or 9 prep now, I believe, which is going to be pretty big, but we are going to see...
Oh.
Wow.
And just like that, we have the Shadow Strike prepped. Tage then responds with Quicksilver to Covenant of Thorns, and Christian just sort of shoves the Zephyr and says, you could do that, but you're still dead.
Yeah, our players went a little bit fast there. For anyone who is a little bit lost in what just happened, is we saw that Shadow Strike be put on the effect stack for lethal damage. In response, Taj cracks his Quicksilver Grill to materialize a Covenant of Thorns, and then Christian shows him the Zephyr, so whatever the Covenant of Thorns is attached to, he's just going to get Zephyr. That Shadow Strike is going to come through for lethal.
And Covenant of Thorns, as you see on screen here, has Ally Link. If damage would be dealt to your champion, it's dealt to that ally that Covenant of Thorns is connected to instead.
Right.
So it's a great way to prevent tons of damage for Sylvie. But if it's not on the board, then it can't save you.
Can't do much for you. Yeah, really powerful, like you had said earlier, to put that on your opponent's Ominous Shadow, which is something these Sylvie players will often do. But in that case, the Zephyr is enough to get it done. And just a mastery shown by Christian on this Tristan deck that he's obviously put a lot of time into testing and getting the mechanics down. It's such a difficult deck to play. There's so many lines that you can take, and we saw several times that game Christian just making snap decisions because he knew exactly what he wanted to do.
Exactly, and even prepared for what he would see on his opponent's side. And that's a mark of a really great player, is not only knowing what you're going to do on your turns, but knowing what your opponent's wanting to do and stopping them in their tracks.
Right, of course. Yeah, so just really well played. That's obviously why both of those players played at the World Championships this year, right? Just very, very talented players, and that moves Christian on to 5-1, looking pretty good for his run tonight. We still have 3 more rounds of Swiss for you tonight, so don't go anywhere. We'll be here for a while.
Yeah, no one's locked in yet either.
Right.
Since there are 9 rounds, even at 5-1, you may not make it.
It's a little scary. Yeah, I mean, X2 is looking pretty safe, but anything past that is getting a little bit scary. So still got 3 rounds to go, and yeah, if you're in Christian's shoes, if you lose 2 games, it could be all over, and that's obviously not out of the realm of possibility.
Exactly. And Tage is not exactly out as well. That one loss does hurt, but still fighting through those next 3 rounds as well. And a very interesting matchup. It could have gone either way, and that's the cool thing about it, is both players were really playing towards their outs, and just unfortunately the Tristan player saw more than the Sylvie player did, and allowed them to close out the game in a nice 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean, something that is so cool about these two decks that have been really pushed to the forefront by the Weebs team that brought them to us in those Recollection decks is they're very well pitted against each other. Like, they have a very, it feels like even matchup, and it could, like you said, go either way. It just really, comes down to the draws, the decision-making from the players.
Exactly. And that's what you really like to see in a game, that the devs really made sure when they produced these kind of decks, they knew exactly the power level they were aiming for, the strategies and things like that. And even the decks benefit from older cards as well. And that's something you don't see in a lot of games where something new comes out and it's just like, oh, only put new cards in that. But all these decks running old cards, staples from DOA still.
Yeah, I mean, you see cards like Dream Fairy and Zephyr always making appearances in these win decks. Even alongside, stuff like Stifling Trap and Windmill Engineer, these new cards, we still see the old there as well. And speaking of the new, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say this is something new. We have an update, and this is something that we're super excited about. Path of Puzzle.
Yeah,
we're gonna get some more photos. Do you think we're almost done with them?
They all look pretty close. Do you think we found that one piece that was missing from that puzzle?
I don't.
Hopefully,
I
don't
think you have it. I think. And here we go. What a awesome art. We have someone riding on a horse, looking valiant. I think that's a bow in their hand here.
Yeah, it looks like an arrow, and a bow, some sort of wind bow that's going on here. A very majestic looking horse, and it looks like just about done. Like half a dozen pieces are missing.
4, 5, 6, 7,
but
8,
we really have
8.
to find those. The real crux of the problem here is that we don't get to see the cards unless the art is complete. So even though we can pretty clearly see the art, if we're missing that one piece, we need to get that one piece, get the spoiler at the end.
The devs have been very clear to us that the puzzle needs to be completed in order to see it. So
that is not the one that I think I'm responsible for. So hopefully we'll see if I'm responsible for that other one. There's another one out there that is just a horse. It's a bit of a strange one. I'm praying it's our trusty steed reprint.
Trusty steed.
We really need. Yeah.
It looks a little bit too majestic to be trusty steed.
That's disrespectful.
So I'm hoping it's an additional the pack leader of the horses for the trusty steed. The trustiest steed. Yeah. Which allows it. And if we do get a trusty steed reprint, that actually is that the style we're going for A and B? Is that going to be one of our strategies? We can is sort of like a ally buff.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we get a new keyword where we could mount horses and ride into combat here.
We're going too far. We're going too far. So we are going to take a short break before we get back to you for round 7. We're going to be gone for about 25 minutes. We will see you then. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to Ascent Chicago, round 7. I'm
Yeah.
back in the booth with Clem. Clem, you're looking great.
Thank you, thank you.
It's a
I'm
good look.
feeling great. Feeling great. How was this last round for you?
It was good. It went pretty quick. You know, Christian and Taj are both very talented players, so they played very crisp, very quickly. So I got a nice break, got to mingle with the people. Got a little puzzle update. All the puzzles look basically done. They all look like art, and I feel like I am solely responsible. I feel like every last piece is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is sitting in my bag upstairs. If it is, I won't tell you. You won't know because I will be so embarrassed. So
You're the reason you
I know.
cannot complete it.
Well,
You're the sole reason the puzzle can't be
it's a
completed.
long walk up to the hotel room. That's
That's
all
true.
I'm saying.
That's fair.
It's a long walk. So
I
maybe
did
I'll make
the
it
walk
next
while you were casting this very short game.
round.
Back to mine, but it's okay. You just don't want to help. I heard somebody actually threw their puzzle pieces in the trash.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
What are we doing? All right,
What's
so we are back, round 7. We got 3 more rounds for you. We are still trucking. So what I heard, we just sat down 15 seconds ago. But the word on the street being here, is that we are casting the only other European in the building.
Yep.
It's you and them. Is that
it's
true?
just us representing the whole
Ooh,
continent.
they 5-0? Is that 5-0 last round?
They lost to Sean last round,
Okay.
but
So 5-1 now?
5-1. Yeah.
Nice. What are they playing here? This one? Nope, I misclicked.
We're now fire slimes. I was complaining that people are not not doing flavors of Sylvie, but
Yeah.
it seems that it is, and he seems like it seems to be working.
Yeah, we talked about that like round 1. We were
Yep.
like, oh yeah, everybody's playing these Spirit of Slime decks, and then I feel like on coverage we've had nothing
had
but
that.
Wind, Sylvie, Fire, Sylvie, all these innovative shells. So
Exactly.
yeah, the last one we saw was Wind. So Fire is different. You get access to some pretty powerful Fire cards, stuff like Creative Shock and Cremation Ritual. Probably going to go a long way. We see also on Stalwart Shieldmates, so that's sort of like Merlin-esque beginning strategy to
Right.
play a cheap ally with floating memory and then sacrifice it with something like Cremation Ritual. So definitely interesting. So do we know who Hanky's opponent is yet? I think we're still waiting
sure, yeah.
on their opponent, but we'll get down to it in just a minute. We are getting towards the end of it. There's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
few undefeated players left. I believe there's just 4 undefeated players
Well,
going into this round.
right, most of these are together. There's 3 definitely,
Right, yeah.
but
we
also
are- we're
I'll
getting close.
count. Do you count Tides as undefeated?
Oh, of course. You know, we can't
Oh,
take that away from them. They
there's
are
more,
also
yeah,
undefeated.
yeah.
There are lots of ties, 401s. Everybody's trying to find that, I think, X2 record is really what everybody's looking for to
Yeah.
make sure that they make it into that top 32. A tremendously large tournament today. If we hadn't said it enough, it's 283 players when we had check-in at round 1, which is huge.
It's so many people. Like you go in there, it's so full.
Yeah.
It's barely
Ooh.
anything.
We heard from producer that we can show off the prize cards. This is the first time that we have Vera, Spirit of Fire, being our prize card at first available at Ascent Chicago, and so that's very exciting. Here are our top 32 exercise curses that you guys have seen, and there she
They're
is.
So pretty. Yeah, it's such a beautiful spirit.
It's so
like,
nice.
I love
Ooh, the camera
all the
work.
first place. It is absolutely gorgeous. I love Grand Archive prize cards because
Yeah.
they feel special, right? Because it's not just like any other card, right?
Right.
It's not just like, oh, this card, but it's extended. No, it has the extra to it, right? The stamp
yeah.
and it being a spirit. It all adds to it, and it does make it feel so special when you win.
Of
one.
course. And I can promise you at home, if you haven't seen one in person, that they are way better in person. The camera does not do them justice. And it's a shame. I'm a water guy. I like playing water, but the fire spirits are by far my favorite.
Yeah.
Both Vera and Aethne, both done by the amazing Honshu. Done
Wonderful.
art for both of
Yeah.
those.
I'm a Gwendolyn and
Oh, me
myself.
too.
Gwendolyn, and
Yeah.
she's so cute,
Hmm.
and she's like the forest vibes, and I really enjoy that whole aesthetic.
Yeah.
So she's perfect, and she's so cute and awesome, and I wish she were more events, right?
Hmm.
They would be
Yeah, I believe you can make your way out to Christchurch. I believe is going to be Gwendolyn as well, right? Later on. That's
Yeah.
probably just as far as getting here. So
I wish. I could just, funnily enough, it is actually not the same. Coming to America is a lot easier than going to New Zealand.
It's just
So
as hard for
sm-
us then. I
Yeah,
guess.
it's a small little island in the middle of nowhere. And so America's big, cool.
True. Well. But yeah, we will, congratulations to all those players that are going to be getting those gorgeous prize cards tomorrow. We will be crowning our top 32 players in just a few hours. We'll see who will be fighting tomorrow for those coveted top 8 slots. We're going to have 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow morning, so stick with us, through tonight and through tomorrow, followed by our top 8. So it's going to be very exciting. We will be back in the booth. But before we get there, 3 whole rounds. Swiss left to cover. And,
But slowly, people who are guaranteed starting to become clear.
Right.
Because I think it's after round 7, we should have a good idea of the people. Definitely.
Yeah, you're going to start seeing those intentional draws towards the top and people sort of trying to lock themselves into those coveted rounds tomorrow. Because, not only are you playing for those prize cards and the money, but of course the top 32 people also get that exercise curses promo that we just saw. So it looks like we do have our pairings up. We can find out who Hanky's opponent is. Take a look at their list. Devin B. playing Sylvie. Spirit of Slime Sylvie.
So it's going to be slimes versus slimes.
Yeah, a little bit more traditional. So I wonder if I think that the benefit that the Fire Slime deck has is consistency, right? You get those creative shocks, those cremation rituals are really going to help you smooth out the bad draws. But the Spirit of Slime has that sort of more raw power in the cards that they have available. So we'll see, who wins, the consistency or the ceiling.
Yeah. I played a much worse version of Hanky's Fire Slimes deck at the Yeti region.
Yeah.
And it definitely felt very close with Spirit of Slime because the raw power is great, but the card advantage you get from being able to use those fire cards and not being limited to just slimes is very, very good. And it is definitely going to be interesting, in such a high table to see how they do.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting that both, something that we see from these Sylvie decks is that their material deck is so dedicated to their own game plan that they usually don't get a lot of those flex spots for stuff like Terrafrings or Safeguard Amulets. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see which spots they can take to sort of interact with their opponent. Storm Slimes are just going to be flying back and forth, right? But will they have any way to stop that is, I think, going to be really...
Yeah. And also, with the Spirit of Slime, you can only play the whatever utility cards you have has to be Norm,
Slimes.
right? And or either Slime or Norm, right?
Yeah.
So there is not much you can play around with there either.
Right.
So it's definitely a trade-off.
Right.
But at the same time, slimes, the raw power of slimes, like you mentioned, is just so good that sometimes you might not even need utility, right? You just go and win.
Your draw's good enough. You just play your hand and do the slime thing, Storm Slime for 85.
Yeah.
So we will see. Yeah, we have Hanky on the left is playing that Spirit of Fire Sylvie deck, and then Gurthos on the right is playing that traditional Spirit of Slime Sylvie.
It does have the 4 Storm Slimes for Ethereal Slime.
Right. Yeah, we saw an interesting list earlier in the day that was a little bit slimmer on that advanced element package, but I think both these players are maxing out on both those very powerful Storm Slime and Ethereal Slimes.
Yeah. But I also understand if you don't want to run 4 Storm Slimes, especially because the deck you're talking about, or the deck we saw earlier, was not Spirit of Slime, right? And Storm Slime is extremely strong, but you kind of need to play Spirit of Slime for it, because then you have to have every single slime card, right? You have to have the non-ally slime cards as well.
Right. Because density.
Yeah, because you just need to have as much as you can. It's literally rye. It's basically rye, but slimes, but slimes. And it's I think that's why it's also such a great card, right? Because it gives you in my opinion, Spirit of Slime Sylvie is just a better rye,
Sure.
right? Because it's
Don't
way
tell
more
the rye
versatile.
players that.
I apologize to all the rye players. I respect rye very much, but the versatility that you get from Spirit of from playing slimes and allies as well is just incredible, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, having the ability to just like play to the board is not something that the other sort of spell-based decks get to do, right?
Yeah.
So Sylvie sort of plays both those roles. She plays the aggressor with allies, but also can leverage those powerful effects like Storm Slime to finish out the game. So we will see. We see plenty of goat emotes in chat for Henky the Goat.
Henky the Goat, yeah.
Exciting stuff. Our European representative. Of course, no bias.
No, never biased, but he's the top player in EU right now.
Yeah, and he's doing
Yeah.
very well. 5-1, extremely well in our largest ascent to date. So we're going to get started. Looks like Girthos will be going first on that Spirit of Slime. Sylvie, we'll see what they got. Looks like a baby gray pulled to the front.
And a forest cake as well, the ideal opening
Of course.
for Sylvie deck. But
Exactly.
it also has a Blissful Calling. Blissful Calling is not something you see too much, right? Blissful, it's usually it gets caught because there's just like better cards, but it is a choice. It does help you in like tough situations, and you can see him immediately use it and dig for more slimes, but it's interesting to see someone he's not the only one I've seen play Blissful Calling, but it's I think it is definitely interesting because you don't expect it.
Sure.
It's Forest Cake.
Yeah, we see that Forest Cake just like you said, and I wonder if we'll see that baby gray as well. Looks like not. Looks like we're just going to pass over to Henky. He's going to draw his 8 cards. We'll see if he leverages any of those powerful fire cards right off the bat. Definitely looking for cards like Creative Shock, Cremation Ritual, stuff like that.
He seems to be going for the baby gray.
Good start.
And I think he also has a Forest Cake in hand as well, right? So he can do the thing, right? It's definitely something, right?
Good to have ideal starts on both sides, right?
Yeah, but
we like to see equal match.
I'm interested in knowing why Gruthos did not play the baby gray there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because I can see he has a Time Shield and a baby green in hand, but he cannot fast activate the baby green.
Yeah,
And
maybe he was just worried about banish, like he wants to keep those cards and he doesn't want the risk of losing them to Sylvie level 1.
And that could be very, very true. And you can see Henky's, because everything costs 2 and the Forest Cake replaces itself, same with the baby gray.
Right.
He can just went for the Stalwart Shieldmate, and he's in a very comfortable spot right now, right? Because he can attack with baby gray easily because from 0 allies, it's hard to produce, especially on slimes, produce enough damage to take care of Stalwart Shieldmate and baby gray as well.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see something like a baby red. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. He kept it up for the.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Been such a cool interaction, just the baby green and Forest Cake. Just abusing the card draw.
Yeah, now we see that baby gray revealing a Limitless, and I didn't catch that other one. Maybe a Lustrous Slime. Looks like quite a few advanced element cards in the hand of Girthos.
The baby gray seems to have the buff counter, but I think the baby green should be the one having it because it was fast activated at the beginning of Recollection.
So he could choose to respond to his trigger, and that might have been what he did. Respond to the Sylveon Enter trigger to fast activate that baby green. We'll make sure that we get that checked.
There's a timing is very
Yeah,
very vital in this game, right?
lots of intricate plays that you can
Yep.
make. Even, you know, in Slimes, which a lot of people think is like a little bit more of a straightforward deck,
Yep.
there are lots of, you know, bits of skill expression and timing windows that you can use to your advantage. So we're seeing a dueling Sylvie level 1.
But he does not have the pre-recollection interaction like Ruthos did.
Yeah. Looks like a Dungeon Guide was the draw for the turn, which is
Yeah.
a pretty good setup for later, but looks like we're just going to deploy a Limitless Slime.
Yeah.
It's going to pick up that buff counter. Doesn't have all of his fun text yet, just floating memory, just a 2/2. It can be used to take out that Baby Gray should there not be a Slime Shield, but I think
There are
There
2
is a Slime
dungeon
Shield.
guides in Hanky's.
mm,
It is. And this is definitely interesting. You love to see dungeon guides, right?
Right.
It's a wonderful card.
you'd
but
rather see 2 than 0.
You'd
right?
rather see 2 than 0. Oh, he
Wow.
cremates the limit.
Yeah, and there's that power. He uses that Limitless
Yeah.
Slime to take care of something on the board, and then cremates it, draws 2 cards, and puts a floating memory into his graveyard. That's that consistency that we're talking about from this Spirit of Fire Sylvie Slime deck.
It's most of the time you wouldn't think about cremating your limitless slime,
Right.
right? Because you're like, oh, it's so good at later levels, but he is using it. You know, he's absolutely going maximum efficiency here, and just trying to level up without losing as much, without losing too many resources.
Right.
But he doesn't have another animal right now. So if he does level up next turn, he does not have he will not draw off of it.
Right.
So
Yeah,
it is-
interestingly, we're going to see Girthos go for a backup charger this turn instead of opting for that level 2, even though he does have a slime on board. It looks like he is also valuing that card advantage and just trying to set up his hand as much as possible. Like you said, I'm curious to see if Hanky will just go to level 2. He's set up for it. He's got the dungeon guides, so he is in the position to want to go to level 2 as fast as he can. But like you had just said, he does not get that on-enter Sylvie level 2 draw, which is sometimes really impactful. It sometimes makes the difference having that extra card.
yeah. Oh, I didn't. So he might not even have to rush that much to level 2 because I didn't see any advanced element slimes in this.
Oh,
hand.
sure.
So that he's not forced to, right?
Right.
He's not in a rush. It's not like he can't play his hand.
Yeah, he's found those dungeon guides, but not
yeah.
found the payload to deliver yet.
Exactly. He was in a comfortable spot overall. Because Guruthos is not putting on too much pressure either.
Sure.
It's they're still both taking their time and just seeing what they can do, right?
Yeah, and you're exactly right. Looks like backup charger is going to be the materialized from Hanky, so he's going to take it a little bit slower. See if he can resolve a slime or 2, keep something on the board. He is playing those red slimes that have sort of fallen out of favor from the Spirit of Slime Sylvie decks, but are huge for this sort of situation where you just want to keep something on board. You put something really punishing for your opponent to deal with, so they either deal with it and they wipe their own board and you're fine with that, or you get to keep it around for that Sylvie level 2 trigger.
Red slime is very ideal for this matchup.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get to put buff counters on it as well if you want.
Right.
And then it's not only is it a massive threat because you usually go to level 3, right?
Sure.
You have the pride, you meet the pride requirement, but it's not only that on. He does have the turbocharged backup charger.
Yeah.
That's you love to see that, right? If you're Hanky here, it's perfect.
We heard you like card advantage. We got you this.
Yeah. It's not even fire, right?
Yeah, everyone else
The
could be
fire
playing
deck,
this. What are they
exactly.
doing?
It's a missed opportunity. Especially if you don't play Engineer Slime. I think it's better to just play one of Turbocharge. And it also, since many decks are playing Gaia's Songbird now, I think it might just be better than playing Engineered Slime. Because you don't waste your Songbird on an Engineered Slime. You
Right,
don't need
true,
it.
true.
Seems-
So we see a baby red slime played by Henke, immediately dealt with by a very small slime eruption, making a pretty efficient level to 2, and he's going to get that card draw. So Henke once again left without a slime on board, so it's going to be pretty difficult for him to want to level to 2. We'll see if Girthos here can find something like a dungeon guide. It looks like both players are sort of on opposite ends of the Sylvie spectrum, where Girthos has all the advanced element slimes, no dungeon guide, and then
Yep.
Henke has all the dungeon guides, no advanced element slimes.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting,
Yeah.
and I think this is a very good like what would you do situation. Right?
Sure.
There's also sometimes like which is better, right? Having the card advantage or having the whatever. I forgot. I was gonna say it too fast and then it just slipped my mind. But yeah, it's interesting. Which would you rather have,
Yeah.
right?
It's cool to see this sort of like similar deck, but built very differently
Yeah.
and sort of a different play style, even though they have a similar end game. So just shows the versatility of something like Slime Sylvie, not necessarily stuck to her recollection route. You can
Yeah.
sort of
Yeah.
diverge and play a different strategy, even though you still retain that same top end.
I think he does go and level up
Mhm.
when misses out on the draw, which is interesting, but he does seem to the cards, the advanced element cards in his hand are building up.
Yeah.
So he is forced to level up. He's at the point where he's kind of forced to level up here.
Yeah, I
and
think
go
you're
with
exactly
Dungeon
right.
Guide.
Yeah. We're going to see a dungeon guide. Going to get rid of a couple of these, go up to level 3 Sylvie. And I think you are exactly right. He's going to start leveraging some of those very powerful advanced element slimes. We see at least one storm slime in the hand. I believe an ethereal slime as well. The count right now not extremely high for slimes in banished. So we might see him wait a little bit and yeah, just start with an
Yeah.
ethereal slime.
Ethereal Slime is very good here
Mhm.
because it has stealth, it has true sight. So if unless they also have the Ethereal Slime, it's probably gonna survive. And
Right.
if not, it can always trade, right? He can keep it up to protect his guarantee that he if Gruthos levels up here and has the Ethereal Slime, it trades,
Right.
or just go in instead of just pushing for damage, right? He can play it. He can always play it self-hand, so it's a guaranteed removal in that way.
Right.
And at worst, he just goes and gets to kill their the slime, right? If Gruthos doesn't kill his slime, then he can still kill it.
Yeah, people always talk about this Sylvie Slime deck as, explosive Storm Slime and Ethereal Slime drawing a bunch of cards and, just beating your opponent down. But at the end of the day, it is an Allies deck. And so we're playing an Allies mirror. And like you said, it's going to be really important to use things like this Ethereal Slime to keep your opponent's board clear. Is the longer you can establish a board, especially with evasive threats like Ethereal Slime, the better off you're going to be.
Yeah.
We do see him use that Ethereal Slime to
As-
clear that Limitless Slime.
Does have a baby gray, and 2 red slimes. That's it. Does he does have a luster slime in hand, so even if he does play in, which he seems to be, then he doesn't have to be afraid of basically anything, right?
Oh my god, it's going to be so big.
4, it's a 5/9.
Yeah?
4 buff counters, and even if it dies, he gets to recover 4, so he's basically on 0 damage because it has
Right.
taunt. So that's a and he does have. I completely forgot about a Force Gate because he has not sacrificed it yet.
Right.
That's 6/10.
6/10. I'd say that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's definitely not something to scoff at, right?
Right.
Because his allies are protected, he himself is protected. It's very difficult to take care of a lustrous slime.
Yeah.
If your growth was here, especially in a slime only deck.
Right, yeah, the Spirit of Slime deck has a really tough time dealing with large threats like this or like Incarnate Majesty. And so that is something that you really get the benefit of playing something like
That's
Spirit of Wind.
3 forest cakes on the top of his deck.
Ooh.
That is wow.
Thankfully hit. The recover here not going to be super relevant. And he did find a Ethereal Slime, but I hope he wasn't looking to play any Forest Cakes this game because those are going away.
Those are gone forever. He saw his one in the beginning of the game. No more.
Yeah, that's enough for me. I've
Yeah.
had enough cake. No room for dessert.
Yeah, he does go for the lustrous slime here.
Whose Luster Slime will be bigger? That's the the question.
That is the... Because... This might just be a lustrous slime show off, right? Because the lustrous slimes have Pride 5.
Right.
So you have to be at a very high level to be able to attack with them. So it's possible for it to just come down to who has more Storm Slimes.
Yeah, I mean, both these decks don't really have a great way to actually get to level 5. So they are sort of just going to be sitting behind those slimes for, I think, a pretty long time. You could, probably build up a board big enough. These big ethereal slimes on both sides of the board are going to do a good job. But, yeah, we're going to see a Storm Slime here. Not sure the number, but it is getting pointed at Lustrous Slime.
That is, I saw a lot, I saw Gruthos count a lot of slimes there.
So it looks like 7. So it looks like the plan is Storm Slime trigger on your Lustrous Slime. Use the Storm Slime attack to trade for that slime to get it out of the way, and also get the benefit from that Storm Slime on death trigger.
It does feel bad if you're Hanky here, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
But at the same time, he technically, Storm Slime was wasted.
Right.
There just to take care of it. So if you're still, you still saved 7 damage, right? It still protected you from 10 damage.
Yeah,
actually.
10 damage and recovers 4. Like that,
Yeah.
that Lustrous Slime was worth 14, which is pretty good.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong.
Whose is next? Is this also 4? Oh, just 3.
Just 3. Well, we say just 3 as if as if it's not a for the forest cake. We have
So he's going to use that forest cake and not a 6/10, only a 5/9.
Oh, so close, so close. These slimes can get out of hand very fast.
Yeah.
And it seems like Hanky will also have to do the same thing, right? Use his Storm Slime to take care of the Lustrous. But Gorthos here will get less of a benefit from it dying, right? Because he's already, because of his Gather Slimes, he's already on 0 damage counters.
Right.
You cannot go below 0, so it would be a bit of a waste.
Sure.
But it's still 9 damage that you stop from going into directly to your champion.
Yeah, something interesting that we didn't touch on before we get too far is that Hanky chose not to retaliate into that Storm Slime, really valuing not giving his opponent that on-death trigger, even though he is leaving an ally on the board.
Yeah.
He's thinking on Materialize here. We've seen him grab Stone Scale Band a couple of times. Looks like that is the plan. He's going to get rid of those red slimes, draw 2 in his Recollection, and see if maybe he has anything he can cast here. Answer is no. Recollection and draw for the turn. Looks like he is sorely missing a sort of payload like a Storm Slime, but he does have plenty of beasts and animals in his graveyard to use the alternate activation cost on Gaia's Blessing. Forest Cake on top.
A lot of Forest Cakes this game.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic card. I very much underestimated it when it came out. It's a very unassuming card, right? Because you just realize like, oh, 2 draw, it's fun, and then you realize you can baby green it. You can abuse it very much.
Yeah, it was a big revelation moment for me the first time I saw somebody cast their baby green on their own Forest Cake in their Recollection. I was like, oh, that makes sense.
That works, for sure. It does work.
But not going to have access to it here. Does have a Storm Slime, and that Storm Slime's going to be huge after that Gaia's Blessing.
6 slimes in banishment, according to Hanky's dice.
We're living in the mirror world. He's going to send that Storm Slime damage to that Luster Slime, send his own Storm Slime attack into that Luster Slime. His opponent, once again, is not going to retaliate.
The on-death trigger for Storm Slime is very good. And I think for Hanky, he already saw that Gurthos plays Slime King. So it would basically give another Storm Slime to Gurthos.
Yeah.
Right? He probably also didn't want that.
So we are going to see the Storm Slime get killed on the side of Gurthos, and we are going to see that very powerful on-death that we were just talking about. 2 cards banished.
2 slime cards banished.
2 slime cards banished.
Draw 2.
Oh, wow.
Is that
Is that a Storm Slime?
Another Storm Slime?
You know, Clem, I think like you said a couple of turns ago, I think it's really going to come down to
Who has
how big is this last storm slime.
who outstorm slimes the
Right.
other? It's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
Like, there's a thing about the slime mirrors, right? It's just who has it, who
Right.
has it faster, right? Because it always like it always goes from one to the other so quickly. Like sometimes it seems like one of person's ahead and then the other person plays a million slimes, takes care
Right.
of their board, and then you're like, oh, but and then it's very close, and it's always just who has that specific turn, right?
Sure.
Who has the win
Well, I
at
think
the right time?
Girthos is staring at 7 currently in Banished, but he does not have his Guy's Blessing in play yet, and he does have the ability to get it. So once he goes to his main phase here, he can get upwards of 11 slime cards in Banished. That's pretty big.
That is wild.
Yeah, gonna start just like really doing a dent should he want to send that at Henke, but Henke's also sort of built up a board. There's 8 power alone on Henke's board, which is real pressure that you have to worry about. So it looks like we're gonna get a Horn of Beast Calling here. Gonna banish one of these at random, maybe another slime card. It is not. It's a Hymn of Guy's Grace, so he's gonna put that to the bottom. But he's gonna get this Horn of Beast Calling, which will allow him to cast multiple slimes this turn, should he want to do that and sort of try to put some pressure on. He's going to start with a Guy's Blessing.
And if 4 more slimes, we're at that.
Yeah, I believe he's at 11
his
now.
storm slime is massive.
Yeah, Baby Red on top,
Baby Red.
castable.
It is? Definitely.
See what he starts off with. So he is going to be able to deploy 2 slimes this turn if he wants to. He just has to figure out what the pacing that he wants to do that is, what order he wants to do that in. I could not see what the other slime was in his hand, but I believe he might have an ethereal as well, which is pretty
definitely
good.
as a baby. I saw a little green mile there.
Gonna count one more time. How much damage do I do to you this turn? Gonna crack that Horn of Beast Calling, reset his top deck. Oh, wow, that's
dude,
huge.
That's perfect.
Yeah, he sees
You
an
love to
ethereal
see
on
that.
top.
Exactly. So right now his next beast costs. So he could still play at the animals, and it doesn't affect that.
Interesting, yeah.
But he's probably thinking of how and if he can do lethal here.
Right.
But because that's really what you want to do. But it is he needs to go from 0 to 25 damage.
And this is a good start. This is just raw card advantage since he casts it off the top of his library and he draws a card. And it's like actually just drawing a card into his hand. Does not find another slime on top though. It's going to be an Escape the Wreckage that he cannot cast. Going to go ahead and cast a Storm Slime. Putting 2 down. I believe it's for 11, but maybe I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12?
He was flipping to. I didn't even try. I trust you.
We'll trust the life totals.
13.
My God, that might be the biggest one I've ever seen.
Yeah. 25 does not seem that far away all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is 19 right here, but without another Storm Slime, I don't think he's going to be able to get it done. But hey, 19 damage is pretty good.
Yeah, but if he just needs well, if Henke doesn't find an ethereal slime or a way to take care of Gurthos' ethereal slime, it's gonna be very tight. But obviously, both players still have Covenant of Thorns. We cannot forget about that.
Yeah, I mean, we see a Quicksilver in play here, and that might be the Covenant of Thorns hiding under it. Henke's just going to look to find something big. He similarly has to do 21 damage, except he started with quite a lot on board. He does have 2 Storm Slimes, a Baby Gray, and a Dungeon Guide, and this is huge. He has access to Cremation Ritual, sacrifices Storm Slime. He's going to draw 2 cards and banish 2 cards from his memory to draw an additional 2 cards. 4 cards off the top, one of which is a Storm Slime. That should be, oh my god.
Oh, he has it.
That should be enough to get it done here. Not nearly as many in Banished as his opponent, but he does have just an overwhelming amount of options. He can cast that Ethereal Slime off the top.
He has 8.
And
It's still,
8.
it's like, that puts in, that is still a lot of cards, right? That is still a lot of, a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's just going to make sure that he sequences it correct here, but with no cards really available here for Girthos, it's going to be pretty hard for Henki not to find a lethal line here.
That's 10 damage.
Yep, all of this makes
12.
sense.
And then ethereal attacks can attack for 3. Get
15, and then it would be 8 from Storm Slime and another
and then
3.
another 3.
That should be enough to get it done here for Henki in this first
That would
round.
make it 20. Even a bit excessive.
Just a little bit.
Just a bit, you know, just enough where it's polite.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, gonna
That
take
is
8,
8.
23.
And then just attack for lethal.
See if there's a slime shield to be
There is.
had.
Oh, there's a
Oh, a gather slimes.
slimes. Let's see.
Who needs to, currently coming in for 3 here.
Okay, yeah. Oh, he got it. He just
He
needed
got there.
2
Yeah.
slimes, right? And in a deck like that, it's really needed. I completely missed that was his hand because it was in his memory.
Right.
But yeah, he has. But then, in this case, Guruthos has it because he just has to play. He has to sequence it correctly, of course, because of the covenant
Right.
or a potential covenant. But
Sure.
it's safe to assume that that's what's under there.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy route here, especially with Stone Scale Band.
Yeah.
He does get the opportunity to sort of present lethal attacks with the threats that he already has on board. And then, should his opponent play something like a Covenant of Thorns, he can activate Stone Scale Band and activate that Storm Slime in response. So he'll take his draw step and
Draw,
recollect. See what it. Oh my
Oh,
God!
well.
Well, all right.
Double Storm Slime will.
Turns out that that's enough.
But of course, well, Guruthos doesn't know what Henki has in his
Right,
hand,
of course.
Right? You can
And
never
sequencing
know.
is so important.
Yeah.
So they really have to make sure that they take their time and sequence it correctly, thinking through all the possibilities. We're going to see him go for those first couple of lethal lines.
Yeah.
We will see a response crack of the Quicksilver Grail,
Well.
and I would be shocked if we didn't
Yeah,
see a Stone
and-
Skill Band. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Looks like Henki sees the writing on the wall.
Yeah, there
Gonna
is.
scoop it up.
He sees the Storm Slime on top, and he also knew that Guruthos drew one, so.
Right.
And
And
that's
man.
I mirror.
Yeah, it went back and forth so much.
Yeah.
And we really, I thought Henki was going to clutch that one out, and then just a single piece of interaction in Gather Slimes
Yeah.
was enough for Girthos to take that first game.
It's always so tight,
Yeah.
right?
So let's see if Henki has any sideboard
Sideboard.
tech for the mirror.
Resolute Stand, obviously I'll have to play that. Immolation Trap. I remember the first time I met Henki, he was asking me for an Immolation Trap. I'm happy to see him play it.
Yeah, it looks like a whole lot of respect here for the slime decks. We see those 2 copies of Resolute Stand, 2 copies of Blanche Sheltering Saint, those Immolation Traps, even the Twilight Slime are all going to be really huge here to sort of get the leg up on his slime opponent.
Yeah. Twilight Slime is such a good card.
Yeah.
2 Twilight Slimes is unstorm slimeable.
Yeah, I mean, just the one alone is really going to make your opponent have to think twice about when they want to cast their Storm Slimes, because they will have to target that Twilight Slime should it be in play.
And for Guruthos here, he does play 2 Twilight Slimes. He plays 2 Vampiric Slimes, which I think he will bring in here,
Yeah.
right? Because that is also what you need, right? The recover makes life a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
One Verdant Slime is interesting, but probably won't bring that in unless he really wants to take care of the Gaia's Blessing. But I don't see why you would want to do that after you already have it out.
No, I don't think so.
Resolute Stands as well.
Yep, Resolute Stands. Maybe even the Slime's Blessings.
Maybe. I mean, it's the level counter from Slime's Blessing can be useful. Obviously, the buff counter is the main point here.
Right.
But sometimes that right 5 is sometimes you just need that little bit of damage, right? Illustrious Slime attacking is just as scary as it just being there and being taunted.
That was the biggest slime that we've seen on the stream today, and if that had the ability to attack, that would be doing some real damage. Come across for 6. So we will see what the plan is, but both players have a real amount of tech for the Sylvie Mirror. Definitely respecting this deck going into the tournament. Of course, they chose to play themselves, right? So it shows that they really respect the power level that Sylvie has grown to in the MRC meta. We see Henke going first. Going to start with that perfect start. Forest Cake, maybe a Baby Gray as well.
Boy, Blissful Calling.
Yeah.
Oh.
See what he grabs? Looks like a baby red.
Yeah, there was a Baby Gray in there. Oh, he could have grabbed that, but...
Yeah, maybe really valuing that early pressure, especially with his Forest Cake. He can leverage that once he hits Sylvie level 1 to make that Baby Red a pretty formidable foe and start cycling his hand, but also providing pressure so that those Storm Slimes are facing a little bit of a weaker target later on. Looks like Dueling Forest Cakes is the name of the game.
Everybody has them. Urthos' hand is looking a bit advanced element and reaction heavy, right? You can't play Escape the Wreckage without an ally down.
Right.
They seem to have one Baby Green, which is what you want to see with your Forest Cake, right? But it's still, he doesn't draw something else off of it. He's in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, you think we'll see that same play that we saw last game, the level into Sylvie, play that Baby Green in Recollection.
On enter, yeah. Baby Gray attacking it. And Henke didn't level up here. I just went for backup charger.
Wanting to choice.
Wanting a card advantage. There is a dungeon guy there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's really something that you do want to see. And so he's not going to be able to pick that up. Those cards do have to go to the bottom. Can grab a slime, and he's going to grab a luster slime for his trouble, but hate to see one dungeon guy going to the bottom.
Or maybe he has another one in hand if I saw it. So he's living the life.
Living the life. Like we said, rather see 2 than 0.
And Gurthel is going to level up, probably do the same, like as you said.
It looks like that is the plan. Respond to Sylvie's on-enter trigger with a Baby Green slime, newly fast activated.
This time he didn't respond to the on-enter.
He chose to give it the counter.
Understandably, I guess, because he didn't have the Baby Gray here.
Right.
So he didn't need to. So it was the only slime he could play.
Sure.
So, but definitely. That's a slime shield? Oh, losing the blanch for Henke is a bit rough here. Don't want to see that. But he has another in hand. What the hell?
Trying doubles of everything. Everything that he needs is at his disposal. He just has to get to level 3 as fast as he can and start deploying those powerful sideboard cards.
What the? We're here. He has a handful of doubles, which is pretty good here.
A great thing to do with those doubles is to discard them. He's going to start by discarding a Slime Eruption, get a little bit of floating memory, and then draw a card into memory from that Baby Slime's ability.
Escape the Wreckage from... I underestimated that card. Because it always felt so expensive for what it did. But I wanted it to work, and I'm happy that it is working. I just didn't expect it to suddenly be such a popular card.
Yeah, like pop up out of nowhere. It is definitely a powerful effect when you can leverage it, but not always, right? It's a little bit hard to cast sometimes. pretty prohibitively expensive.
Ruthos also goes for the backup charger. Oh, and that his influence is so big.
Yeah.
He has so many cards in hand.
Doing
That's
his best Merlin impression.
Yeah, truly living the life, Rock's life. He has 2 forest cakes. He has everything. Just needs to decide what he wants to play, right? He has 2 storm slimes in hand.
That is a good place to be in.
Yeah, or
Just
maybe
have to
that's
get there, right?
Twilight Slime. They're very
Same
similar.
thing though, right?
Yeah,
Like you're
yeah.
happy to see some Twilight Slimes as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are very
Oh,
similarly
boy.
color paletted.
And they're just you just see half a slime
Right.
without anything. I think that might be 2 storm slimes and a Twilight Slime.
Gonna see that baby green get deployed. Flicker a forest cake.
And get the counter from the other one. Would take care of the baby red there. And if turn forest cake comes back to draw a card.
Yep.
Never lose influence. Never lose.
It's basically impossible at this point.
Yeah. It's the Sylvie life nowadays, right? Before we were struggling to do anything. Now it's just cards everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, sort of depends on your perspective and your plan in the matchup. Both these players are really valuing card advantage.
Yep.
Only now do we see a dungeon guide on the sign of Henki, going to bring him up to Tristan level 3. Should have evolved.
But then he's... That's... 0 slimes are banished there.
0 Slime's banished. Yeah, a little bit Slime Light is Henki's deck's playing a lot of these interactive red cards that does take up your sort of density of slimes. So
Yeah.
as we saw last game, we're probably going to see Girthos have a much bigger kill stack.
When he goes for the Gaia Songbird there. Going to search for a beast, which is, for the most part, is just advanced element slimes, right? That's why many decks don't play any advanced element slimes other than Ethereal and Storm Slime, because
Right.
they want to always hit it.
Yeah, of course.
And to have the but a lustrous slime in this a mirror is what you want to see. You're not, it's not a problem to see then, but it's
It is what we're going to see here.
yeah. Even that's what I love about lustrous slime is if you do it on level up and without any slimes down, it's still a force to be reckoned with.
Right.
Right. It's a 0 cost.
1/5
3/7.
taunt?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
3/7,
if you
right, yeah.
if you do it on the first slime in your level up,
Right.
it's a 0 cost 3/7 with taunt that recovers 2 when it dies.
Yeah.
That's a lot of text for a 0 cost ally.
And especially like we saw last game, these lustrous slimes are going to be a real roadblock for either of the Sylvie players to get through.
Yeah.
So Henki's sure to be glad to have resolved his first.
Definitely. He's probably feeling in a comfortable spot right now, even though he doesn't have, his influence is fairly low and he doesn't have that many cards in hand or like cards you want to see. He has his lustrous to protect him,
Right.
right? It's surely gonna take away some resources from Gruthos there to get rid of it.
We'll see what the plan is. Force Cake comes back.
End of turn. Oh, Gruthos just passed through his turn.
Yeah.
Just
Biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Yeah, he also needs to. He did not find the dungeon guy.
He's
So-
probably going to look to level the hard way. He doesn't have a
Yeah.
great way to put cards down right now, but he might have access to something that we don't know.
Fortunately, it does seem. But I think he has a gather slimes in hand,
Sure.
which could be impactful.
We're going to see a Stone Skill
Stone
ban from
ban.
Henki. Going to discard.
2 lustrous slimes for sure. That's a lot of lustrous slimes.
Yeah.
Like lustrous slime is good, but there is a point after which it can become a bit excessive, right?
One's okay.
know-
More than one is a little bit
Yeah,
dicey.
I know we've been saying that how good it is in the mirror, which it is, but there is sometimes there can be too much of good.
Right.
You know, much too good.
All right, we're going to see that Gaia's Blessing alternate activation, revealing a
Does
baby
go-
red on top.
He has a limitless slime. I really like limitless slime. If it survives, it can be a force to be reckoned with as well, right? And with the lustrous slime, it dying is not that big of a threat. It's just it's there to be a threat, right? It's
Right.
there to be scary. And Gruthos has escaped the wreckaging the green slime. That baby green slime is putting in so much work with the forest cake and
For sure.
in general.
Yeah, I mean, like you said a couple turns ago, look how high his influence is.
Yeah. It's not going down.
Right.
It's not going down. But he is also not on level 3 yet, which is a bit scary, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Then-
he might be waiting for a dungeon guide to, make this level as clean as possible, but it is definitely scary. Hanky's got a lot on board right now. He is level 3. He does have access to those powerful cards, and so this might be enough for him to just close the door on this game pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Like 7 slimes in Banish. Griffith's going to level up.
The baby green gather slime shield. That's all slime cards. The storm slime.
And one more time.
Gathers. There's the dungeon guide. At least it's gone, right?
Yeah.
It
don't
might
have
be
to
a bit
worry about
late,
it
but
now.
yeah, at least it's gone. But that is 2 slime allies only, but he gets to. But these are good slime allies, right? And
Yeah.
ethereal slime is. You'll have to see
Almost
that.
as good as you get.
Yeah.
Was hoping it was a storm slime, but ethereal slime will get the job done. Gonna
It's
recollect
close
and
enough,
draw.
yeah.
Start deploying these crazy slimes.
A lot of slice and banishment for both of them, and we're right back at the point where who can outvalue the other. Who has
Always
the-
sort of what it devolves to, right? Is who can play more value creatures, who can play more storm slimes.
who can deal. It's wild though.
It is.
Like, every time it just comes down to this, right?
We're gonna see it started off with an ethereal slime. Gonna banish that tamer card to draw a card.
That will become a 5/5. But it's still not big enough to deal with the lustrous slime.
Right.
You still need 3 more damage.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see those combos that we got last game, storm slime into the attack. And it looks like we will see a storm slime starting off. See what the banish count is.
That's a lot.
Looks like 6.
6 or 6. And
And the same thing
yeah.
going in for that attack for 3, which would be lethal on that luster slime. We have Hanky thinking about it here.
I can see Hankies, but he could also be bluffing about thinking
Right.
about it here, right? He could be bluffing a resolute stand.
A little Hollywood taking his time. He
Yeah,
is going to
he's
retaliate
going
here, which is not
retaliate.
something that we saw
Last
game. Yeah.
So he's playing more aggressive. Gurthos banishes 2 ethereal slimes there to draw 2 more. I think he's going all out on the storm slime plan. I think it seems because he did not seem to mind losing the ethereal slime. He brought in from what I can see, he brought in a verdant slime as well, which is not something you see every day, or not something
No.
I mentioned it, but I didn't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right. They're going to use that to maybe take out things like Stone Skill Band or even a Quicksilver Grail. If you can make them pop that Quicksilver Grail when they don't want to like sort of play around Covenant Thorns, that can be a really huge game.
Yeah. It seems Gruthos is clearing out the board fairly quickly here, and this is what we were talking about earlier as well, right? It can turn so quickly. Obviously, Gruthos will go for the Storm Slime there.
And another Gather puts him down to 0 damage counters, and so he's just going to look to stack up
And
his banish as much as he can. So yeah, we do see that Verdant Slime come down and deal with that Stone Scale Band. Gonna get a buff from the Forest Cake.
Because it has taunt as well.
Right.
All of them, and so many slimes that are out there with taunt. I always forget. Yeah, but most of the Pride 5 slimes have taunt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even though they are not good attackers, they are very, very good at defending your champion.
We're going to see a pseudo face-up Quicksilver Grail from Henki. Probably definitely holding that Covenant Thorns.
Yep. No real surprises there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's basically what you expect from Sylvie. What's a surprise if it's not? Right? If it's something else, then you're like, then you're shocked.
They have access to a lot of really powerful Terra cards, so it could be. We're going to see a Blissful Calling start us off. Looks like an Ethereal Slime has been found and will be the grab.
Then, yeah, Henki's hand is looking a bit rough right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just the Ethereal and the Limitless Slime in there. It's not quite enough to be scary here, right? Because Gurthos, we know, and Henki knows, he has the Storm Slime. So having Blanche up may be the better choice here, but he is also at the same time he's not threatened by lethal at the moment.
It is starting to become a rather large board for Gurthos, though.
Yeah.
We saw that happen exactly last game, where the snowball sort of happened out of nowhere.
Yeah. But it's also, like we saw last turn, it can turn at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
It's not. It happens out of the blue. That's the magic of these mirrors.
Right.
It's unexpected things can happen, right?
So we'll see. As you had mentioned, that Verdant Slime does have taunt, so he's going to have to attack that first. 3 damage being dealt, but that is not enough to deal with that 4/4 Ethereal Slime. We're going to see 1 damage come across from Dungeon Guide into that Baby Gray. The board's looking a little bit more clear, but Henki may be in a little bit of trouble.
If unfortunately, if I see correctly, Gurthos only has 3 different element slimes in his graveyard, which is unfortunate because if I remember correctly, he has a King Slime for which you need 4 different kinds, different element slimes, because it would be great synergy, obviously, with Storm Slime, and he could recycle his other one.
Right.
But he doesn't seem to be able to do that. But he doesn't have 4 allies in general to use for Gaia's Blessing either, I think. So he's just going to go with the... He's thinking, I think, of what's the best way to go about this here.
Yeah, this is going to be a very pivotal turn, and so we'll see how he wants to...
He's going for the Stone Scale, and I wonder if he's just going to fill out... yeah, I think he might be going for the Slime King, but I am not confident, right? Because he can also just be going for the Gaia's Blessing here. Even though he has the King Slime. It's a tough decision to make, right? You have to decide what you value more.
Yeah, and there's so much face-down information that you can't exactly tell, right? Like what's going to be the right play.
But I think he is just going for the Gaia's Blessing.
Gonna see if he can find some value, maybe some more Storm Slimes, and he's also increasing that count.
14, if I count it correctly.
My God.
Henki's laughing. It's a lot of slimes.
And just like that, with a Storm Slime that he has in hand, he's just 2 damage short. Provided that Henki doesn't have any interaction, Gurthos should be able to get it here. He has 6 damage on board from the Ethereal Slime. It's 14 from the Storm Slime. Gets to attack with the Storm Slime for 3.
But he seems to, he's using his Ethereal to take care of Henki's Ethereal Slime.
Yeah, interesting.
So maybe not, he's not going for lethal just yet,
Yeah, maybe really valuing something like the Slime Shield maybe
Yeah.
being available on the side of Henki.
Yeah.
Something that is worth noting is Girthos
But-
looks like he's going to pass, but he does have that Stone Skill van available.
Yeah. So it's it can come out of the blue. But Henki can't even use Storm Slime, right? Because he's on Fire Spirit. Slime Shield. So Slime Shield is a wind
right,
card.
Right.
So, but I think he was more afraid of something like Resolute Stand,
Sure,
maybe,
yeah.
or like
Similar roles,
or like
right.
the Blanche, right?
Yeah,
Because
right.
you can kind of expect a Blanche in this meta because everyone's playing
Right.
non-attack damage or non-combat damage.
This is going to put Henki Girthos in a bit of a tough situation. Henki grabbed those Beast Bond boots for his Materialize. So he does have to activate them to gain Spell Shroud,
Yeah.
but most notably Storm Slime does say as a spell on his on-enter. So
Yeah.
Spell Shroud will stop it. But Girthos is going to have to be pretty deliberate about when he wants to deploy this Storm Slime.
Yeah. I think he does have the turbocharge again, he's still stabilizing his influence as well, right? He's in a solid spot right now.
Wow, and another
Yeah,
Ethereal Slime on top.
Yeah.
The
But
hits keep coming.
unfortunately, though, for Ethereal Slime, there's only so many so many cards you can have in your material deck to banish for it, right?
Yeah, it looks
After a
like just
while-
2 left in his deck there.
Yeah, it's I think one of them is a power cell token, so it might just be
Oh,
one.
sure, just one. Yeah.
But even a 2-cost 2/2 with stealth and true sight is not
not bad.
that bad, right? But I think that was his last card.
Yeah.
He's out of material deck cards. He does get the dungeon. That's not what you want to see there, but
3 damage. Girthos goes to 5.
yeah. One does good.
So we're going to see a Stone Skill Band activation. Henki says, okay. We're going to see a Limitless Slime deployed. Likely in the end step here.
Yeah. And just
Yep. And he's just going to wake up and go to his turn. Going to grab his own Quicksilver Grail.
And we clearly saw that that was a Covenant of Thorns, which I think is once again also expected.
Mm-hmm. Luster Slime on top.
Luster. Yeah, Henki hasn't seen a single Storm Slime this game, I think, which is definitely interesting.
Truly
but
unlucky.
yeah, but he keeps saving up, right? It's slow and steady. He can build up his slime banishment.
He's going to show the
Show
Twilight
two,
Slime there.
Yeah, gonna show it. But he has another Twilight Slime in it.
Interesting.
It was 2 Twilight Slimes and 1 Storm Slime, not the.
And yeah, that Storm Slime is a lot. Again, we're in the sort of situation where when he decides to go for it, it's going to be pretty devastating. He just has to worry about that Covenant of Thorns. That is the name of this game. Both players need to worry about when their opponent is going to activate a Covenant of Thorns. So Girthos sort of using this Stone Scale Band and this Storm Slime as a Doomsday button to protect himself from his opponent activating the Quicksilver Grill.
Yeah.
We're going to see a Slime Eruption, banishing 3 slimes here to deal 3 damage somewhere. Might be to this Limitless Slime. Might be to Girthos himself.
Maybe to Lustrous Slime just to be able. Yeah, to the
Yeah.
Lustrous.
That's fair. Make it a little bit easier to get through that big body.
There is the
Storm Slime off the
4,
top.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I missed one card, I swear.
Is technically too much. That's what the number is. We're going to see an activation of Stone Scale Band and a Twilight Slime in response to try to fizzle that Storm Slime on enter.
Spell Shroud does so like if you have to target when it goes on the stack, right?
Right.
Doing something Spell Shroud will just fizzle getting targeted by a spell.
Yeah, exactly right.
Unfortunately.
So he can use this to sort of block out that Storm Slime. We'll see if there is a response from Henke. Looks like not. Looks like everything here has resolved. So now Henke has to find a way to deal with this Luster Slime, keeping back all of his pressure.
He really has to push the damage here.
Right.
And obviously try and take care of Gruthos' board. Gruthos seems to have to retaliate, which is interesting because taunt only works if the unit is awake.
Right.
So like, Henke could easily take care of the Twilight Slime here, but at the same time, it doesn't matter too much after you've Storm Slimed, right?
Right.
But he just needs to have another Storm Slime, right? But we also saw that Gruthos has another Twilight Slime in hand, so technically, it's makes sense. There is the next Storm Slime. Obviously, he's gonna try.
I'm going to start with a Gaia's Songbird and grab another Lustrous Slime. Just putting in so much work in this matchup with these giant taunt Lustrous Slimes.
Yeah.
Speaking of, Garthos is going to have his removed. Let's see
Karen?
what he regains as far as life is concerned. Looks like... All right, both players just taking their time. Sort of the...
There is.
Yeah, we're gonna. All right, so we're finally gonna see a big Storm Slime here from Henke for like 15.
That's a lot of Storm Slime damage, but yeah, Gruthos does have the Covenant of Thorns there, which he will use to basically take care of one of Henke's eyes, right?
Yeah, use it as both a removal piece and a way to save yourself that massive point of Storm Slime damage, and then he will take 3 from the attack. And really, one of these players just has to find a spot where shields are down. But speaking of shields, we have the world's biggest Luster Slime coming in here. That is 5.
That is big.
Yep.
That's something to scoff at.
Yep, that's tying for the one last game. Another 6-10 to deal with.
Yeah.
Thankfully, both players have Storm Slimes big enough to just deal with that in one shot, but that is definitely not what they want to be using their Storm Slimes on.
Yeah. We're nearing time here, so I think that what they're doing now is playing for the time.
Yeah, I mean, so Garthos being up one game.
Yeah, Garthos is playing for the 1-0, and Henke is trying to tie the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, so here's that Storm Slime. Does take care of Lustrous in one hit. But again, not exactly what you want to be doing with your Luster Slime, especially when you get that on-death recover.
And just attack in, push as much damage. Gruthos pushing as much damage as he can.
Yeah, this isn't going to kill Henke, but it is going to put him really on the back foot. He's up to 15 damage counters already. But Garthos has mostly run out of interaction. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for a Slime King.
1, 2.
But that does mean he goes relatively shields down.
Yeah.
So if Henke can find some giant Storm Slimes, he can sort of clutch this out and sneak that tie in.
Yeah, but unless Henke gets another Storm Slime, or he has to, because Slime King has taunt, right? So he has to attack and take care of Slime King, which will give Gruthos his own Storm Slime back and the Twilight Slime to protect his own slimes and himself.
Yeah, so that's basically not an option. Henke just needs to find his own Storm Slime.
Yeah, and he will also have the Verdant Slime to take care of the boot as well. So he'll just have everything. Was that 2 Storm Slimes?
One going to the bottom though.
Yeah, that's what that's rough.
And this Storm Slime is pretty big. I
But-
think upwards of 15, 16 damage, but not enough to get it done on its own. And like you said, that Slime King is really keeping any sort of attacks on the ground at bay.
Yeah. And so it's really just Storm Slime or bust.
Right.
And he only has... He doesn't have any more Storm Slimes, right? Because one of them, he created one. One
Yeah.
is at the bottom, one is in his hand, and one is on the field.
Yeah, I think so.
He is out of Storm Slimes, and he does not play Slime King.
Sure.
Bring his back. Bring back his own.
So we are
Okay,
seeing a
so-
couple of attacks go into the Slime King,
Yeah.
but that is going to trigger his on leave, put a bunch of slimes into play,
Yeah.
one of which being a Storm Slime, one of which being a Verdant Scepter. So
Verdant
really
Slime, yeah.
interesting timing here on the trigger is he's going to use his Verdant Slime to force the preemptive pop of the Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Henke has those despawn boots that he can crack in response and give himself Spell Shroud.
Then we'll pop the so Gurthos targeted the Quicksilver Grail
Yep.
with the Verdant Slime, forcing him obviously to pop it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Storm Slime forces him to use up his boots.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a situation for sure. We are going into time here.
Yeah,
with-
unfortunately, it looks like Gurthos will be our turn 0 of time. So Henke's going to get a couple more chances to close this one out and clinch out a tie. But if not, Gurthos is leading 1-0. So
Yeah.
Gurthos doesn't even necessarily have to win. He just has to survive long enough.
Yeah. He's definitely
Do we see
he's
a
definitely
horn?
not getting storm slimed, right?
No,
he has
right.
multiple layers of protection.
And just like you said last turn, we believe that Henke might be out of Storm Slimes completely.
Yeah, but he has one in his hand or down in his memory.
Sure.
But it just won't be enough. And
I don't think so.
but it seems that Boruthos does take
Yeah.
it at time in time with just normal combat damage.
Man, so something like Sylvie, which again, so many people in the community sort of think of Sylvie as this like, you know, a starter deck, right?
Yeah.
It's straightforward and the play lines are pretty simple, right? So they recommend it to new people, and of course it's a very powerful deck. But you can see in this mirror match between Henke and Gurthos how intricate the sort of lines of play here go, especially that last turn we had so many effects put onto the effect stack all at the same time, and they resolve in a very particular order. Yeah, just really really complicated lines that you can get there by, you know, that Sylvie mirror. So first time we've seen it today, and man, that was a
It was a long game.
It was a long one, yeah.
I was just complaining earlier that you have to have short games, and I go to time
right.
or I tie every time, and it's a slime. So slime mirrors usually are like that as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, so many ways to interact with. You know, the Storm Slime being the operative way to end games usually. And I would be curious if we went back and watched how many times we said the word Storm Slime in that mirror match. But so many ways to deal with it is what becomes the hard part for these mirror matches.
Yeah.
So that one was pretty long. So we are going to take a very quick break before we jump back to round 8.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 8 of Ascent Chicago. We are coming close to the end of this event. We have this round and one additional one, and then we will be able to see who our top 32 cut is. And so one thing we are going to be keeping an eye on are those people sitting at the X2 bubble, the X1 area. Those are the people that we really got to see win out these next 2 rounds in order to be able to make that day 2. And the interesting is we have some information that there are decks that are not expected to have been making it this far. One of the matches that we're going to be looking at here today is going to be a Water Lorraine Ensoulist. Super happy to be able to cast this, as Ensoul is one of my favorite cards, along with Water being one of my favorite elements. This is being piloted by Bayleaf right here. And we can just go over the deck, just slightly taking a look at it. Very defensive tools with the Water cards. The top end being Install and Dispersion. One thing of noting is the level 3 Lorraine of choice is Spirit Ruler over Crux Knight. And the reason for that is you're going to go ahead and get an additional sword back. Usually your target is going to be that drawn blade with the additional durabilities and that draw to really help push that advantage. Do any of the cards in the list right here stand out to you of interesting choices?
Not too. Yes, he does play 2 Sadies, which is interesting for a Lorraine deck. But yeah, it's not definitely not Ensoul focused with the Spirit Ruler as well. Obviously, because he only plays 2 Ensouls, but he does his material deck is an Ensoul material deck, and then his main deck is just like a waterized Lorraine, right? It's definitely interesting, but I'm excited to see it played. Excited to see how it plays out. But yeah, overall it's a fairly standard deck. Loads of playsets. 2 Idle Thoughts is interesting. The 2 Sadies is interesting.
The City is a very interesting tech as well because it works directly with the Korhazi Trappers. Because the class bonus is agility, not the pay to return her to your hand to get a prep counter. So it's a great way to deal with ally boards and keep a momentum with Korhazi Trapper being able to negate a bunch of attacks. And your opponents don't want to waste resources attacking into the Saudi since you'll be able to return her anyway. So I think that's a really cool way for Bayleaf to take advantage of the preparation counters, because that's the biggest problem when you're running Korhazi Trapper is you get that 1 prep counter, you use it, and that's it. It's just a 1/3 ally sitting on the board. Now it has continuous value in the deck. And then moving on over here to the sideboard, pretty standard sideboard for Water. You have a lot of defensive options. You're looking at Terror Frings, Incapacitate, Song of Frost, things to really stop your opponent. Pretty sure you're only really concerned about Tristan with big Shadow Strikes and Fire Lorraines coming in with Rending Flames, things like that can shut down your deck. And we're going to go ahead and move over to the opponent that they'll be playing against here, and we have a Spirit of Slime.
Not enough slimes today, I think. We really needed this. But no, it's Chiharu's list here is a pretty standard slime deck, except it has 1 single Terrasite, a 1-off. I don't think from Terrasite you really don't need more because of the at the top of my head I forgot the word, but once it resolves, preserve.
Yep.
It goes into your material deck, and so you don't often need more than 1 Terrasite, right? Because once you have it, you already have the value off of it.
Perfect. Yeah, and slime decks have like about 6 to 8 flex spots that they can go ahead and like work around with that aren't going to be your advanced element slimes. And looking at Chiharu's list, we see 1 Slime King in that flex spot, 2 Lustrous Slimes. Additionally, we are running 2 Reprograms instead of 4 Blissful Callings. So it's a very interesting lineup they have. Every Sylvie player always has a different list because they have a preference of what they like to see and what they want to see. I know a lot of people are cutting Lustrous Slime out of the deck as they're not really valuing the taunt and heal as much as it can provide. And then sideboard, you don't really see much in for this matchup besides perhaps Resolute Stand. This sideboard is much more aimed towards Sylvie's weaker matchups like Tristan, Merlin, things like that. We could see with the Twilight Slimes and Blanches. But so yeah, I think that both players have very strong decks. They are capable of taking out games, but it's going to be a longer form. Both players want to hit level 3, develop board a little bit more. It's just what's going to be the deciding factor. Is it going to be Ensoul swinging in for a lot of damage, or is it going to be Storm Slimes finally taking over?
Oh, Bailey, I think Bailey has a very, like, Bailey is not as level 3 focused. He can, has many, not many, he has options earlier as well with Icebound, you know, the must-have Icebound Slam, and he has Frostworm Paladins. He does have, like, Sadie as well. So he's not too focused on level 3, but at the same time, the more I'm looking at, the more I see that it's more so controlled. It's more of a control deck.
Yeah.
So he's looking to stay alive as long as possible, you know, and then just win out of nowhere in a way. But looking at this deck list, I think Slimes are favored, honestly, because they have a lot more early game interaction, and they have, and Bailey doesn't have that much removal, right? He does play 3 title sweeps, which is what you want here, but at the same time, it might just not be enough, because these kinds of control decks don't control allies that well.
And just with that, we're hopping into match 1 of round 8. Chiharu won that dice roll, so gonna be going first. And interesting enough, we see it's. We were looking at the wrong.
We were looking at the wrong deck list.
The whole time. This is actually.
This is even better than
Wind allies coming in here. We have what's looking like robots, which is super interesting. And so you finally get to cast a full robot game.
That is true. This is my dream come true. And it's no more Slimes.
No more Slimes, yes.
You know what? I'm happy. I'm happy.
We do see an imbued Internal Magistrate revealing a Andronica. So we do know that is possible and online. And just passing the turn, Bailey is going to go ahead and draw their 7. They're on normal Spirit of Water, so no glimpsing here. Not really valuing the digging and sculpting the hand, rather just the raw card advantage. And it's very interesting because you have to, in this matchup, you really have to trade for board as Bailey. Thankfully, you're able to with the Saudis and your Frostworm Paladins and everything to really fight back and forth until you're able to get to that title sweep with your Crystalline Longsword, things like that. So personally, you want to level up for that HP pool, and level 2 Lorraine is going to be the pivotal moment for Bailey to see if they can come back after being rushed down.
Yeah.
And so Bailey's really contemplating here what to do on this first turn. Opening turns really do matter a lot, especially against an aggro matchup. And we're going to start by imbuing a Fractal of Rain with a Chilling Touch and Cerulean Decree. This is going to start helping fill the graveyard with some floating memory cards, help find some key pieces in order to allow Bailey. Also, starts putting on Icebound Slam a little bit sooner.
Because he does play a lot of fairly large amount of non-water cards. So it guarantees the water in his graveyard, right? Because he can fill it up fairly easily, fairly quick.
That is correct. And we do see an end of turn Fairy Whispers doing a little bit of digging into a backup charger. So it'll just be the classic 3 cards that you have left in hand after your opening turn 1 play. Getting that influence advantage. Wind allies, especially wind robots, blow to the ground. You rarely ever level up to Lorraine 1 unless you're trying to go for an Andronica second wind play. So most of the time you are going to be staying on Spirit, which is very comfortable for Chiharu against this water list. Not feeling like you have to quickly level up, lose some cards that you may want to hold on to. And Let's see what the player is going to decide to do here. We see a Stifling Trap in hand, so can help prevent any of these level
Yeah.
up dungeon guides. And we're going to see a Shimmer Cloak. So Shimmer Cloak going ahead, swinging in here. No response. Just this damage is going to add up. Nothing you can really do early game. You mostly want to make sure you're set up for your later turns. You don't want to spend too many resources just trying to prevent. If you did have a reprogram, that may be the moment to play it, but if there is a reprogram at hand, Bailey does know Chiharu has an Andronica, so maybe saving it for that on-enter effect, because that can really be a momentum swing with the 2 additional buff counters to some automatons, and then giving herself that +1/+1 and Vigor as well. So we're going into materialization for Water Lorraine here, and we're just playing a little bit slow, just going backup charger. Both players doing a handshake on backup chargers for the materialization, wanting that pure card advantage over a level anytime. And we see a mill from the Fractal of Rain being the Fracturized, so getting that floating memory, which is so nice. And now it's a clear route for the backup charger. If there's an Icebound Slam drawn from either this backup charger or off the top, this is a great turn to play that and start filling out that graveyard.
Fortunately, this not. But there is a Frostform Paladin which can just as well, which can utilize the floating memory from the Fracturized just as well, right?
Yeah,
And maybe that'll get the Icebound Slam that he's looking for.
And a 3/4 against this deck is something that's very good. It prevents a lot of these automatons swinging in, and you could favorably trade into the Shimmer Cloak if they decide to attack and you intercept. It could also remove the Eternal Magistrate off the field. That's something that is really a problem with the Ensoul deck, is Eternal Magistrate, when it's imbued, does not let you bring anything in from your material deck.
Yep.
And both these players have been testing partners and have played together, so I'm pretty sure they're familiar with the decks and are trying to make sure they optimize their plays here to not fall behind at all.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting because it's they both know each other's decks, so it's a bit different than all of the other games, right? Because they know what to do. They know very well what to do against the other player.
Especially when you're testing partners, you know exactly how the opponent, how the other person plays, or like when they draw a card or have a certain card in the hand, you know exactly what they're going to be doing, their tells, their signs.
Yeah.
So it's a whole nother layer as you get into these later rounds playing against people you know. Really interesting to see how it's going to develop. We do see a turbocharge going ahead, sacrificing that power cell, drawing 2. So Bailey's just on the value train right now. It is so good.
He has it all. Refracting Missile is very good here because it does deal 2 damage with the Fractal Rain. Unfortunately for Bailey, Chiharu does have the favorable wins, which just puts the Shimmer Cloak Assassin just outside of lethal there.
Yeah, and just as you were discussing that Frostborn Paladin coming down, banishing the Fracturize, you draw a card. And I believe it's going to stay here as sort of a defensive buffer, and not wanting to take much damage from these robots, especially if Chiharu decides to go into Lorraine level 1 here, showing that there is a potential for lethal. You always want to try and avoid that.
Yep.
Shimmer Cloak with that power cell would swing for 4 by itself, and all it would take is a second wind or rallied advance if you are into Lorraine. Let's see. There is that floating memory. Will Chiharu go ahead and take advantage of that, or are we going to go for a little bit more draw power? And we will be going into Lorraine.
Does go for it.
And depending on the sword we grab, it may be ornamental, and if it is, that means we're going to be a little bit aggressive here. Opposed to the Sword of Seeking, a little bit of contemplation. And we do get the ornamental targeting the Eternal Magistrate, which is very interesting. Instead of buffing up the Shimmer Cloak Assassin, it spreads out your damage a little bit more evenly. I'm very curious the plan Chiharu has for doing that. Perhaps it can set up an additional rallied advance, swinging in with the Eternal Magistrate, and then rallied advance it, swing in with it again. If you wanted to go for like a one-shot on the Frostborn Paladin, you could have put the buff counter on the Shimmercloak Assassin, then imbue the Andronica to
There's
buff
the
it again.
Andronica, yeah.
But I feel like Chiharu is really valuing the stealth from that Shimmercloak and not wanting to lose it and the opportunity to abate damage. So we're targeting the Eternal Magistrate and on Andronica himself. We do see that second wind, Rallied Advance, and Rose being imbued in memory. So Chiharu clearly had the line. So great heads up play from Bailey for keeping that Frostborn Paladin untapped and not attacking.
Yeah.
And we do see a swing for 3 into the Frostborn with the Eternal Magistrate. No retaliation, and Lorraine swinging in with that great sword for that last bit point of damage, that 4 life on that Frostborn. And Frostborn will take that retaliation for 3 against the Lorraine. Andronica and Shimmercloak just doing their due diligence.
Pushing for a bit more damage. It's definitely scary to be going up against allies because it's fairly... The damage can add up very fast, right? And especially with all of these buffs out of nowhere. Once they have the allies are already down, it's very, very easy to make your army grow. You know? And it gets strong very fast.
It does. It's super hard to answer. It was just, you were sitting at 3, now you're at 8. You're halfway to dying there. So you're taking the level up for that extra 5 HP buffer, going from 15 to 20. Super helpful, and grabbing a Sword of Adversity. But this is something to really consider here, as if you have no allies, you get +2 power on that attack with the sword, and pairing it with Tidal Sweep for 3 would be enough to clear this board besides the Eternal Magistrate.
Yeah.
And that's something that Bailey may be looking for here, just to help stem some of this bleeding from the Andronica and the Robot Onslaught.
Yeah.
So enough cards in hand as well to Tile Sweep. It is a 6-cost attack. The benefit from it is you do gain Floating Memory as a class bonus, which does help level up into level 2 and level 3. Do we save it here, or do we pull the trigger? We do know those cards in memory, so it's really scary to leave that Shimmercloak Assassin.
But I think Bailey also wants to maximize the value off of it, right? Because then if you go to level 2, 1, it's more damage. 2, you get to draw 3 cards off of it, at least. And that's if Chiharu doesn't play any other allies. Because if she does, then... But also, you know, the risk is also always there that she can just have anything that will just... You know, just make her, let her win the game, let her take the game home.
Yeah.
But Bailey does have at least 1 Frostbind in his hand, and I think a Surly and Decree as well, which both of which are basically will completely stop Chiharu from doing a combo turn this turn.
Exactly. That's a very good thing to point and notice in that hand. Bailey did just end up passing turn to Chiharu. So Chiharu must think something is up, grabbing that Terrafring as well, really considering the fact that they don't want to get swept with any cleave card or anything like that. So I don't think Chiharu is going to invest too much since Bailey does have a full grip of cards in hand. We're going to see Andronica testing the waters here, trying to sneak in 2 damage, seeing if Bailey's going to react. No dice, so we're swinging in with the Eternal Magistrate to go ahead and deal 2 more. Putting Bailey to a roll of 12, and then Shimmercloak swinging in for 3, betting Bailey to 15. And no response, staying true, making sure they're keeping cards just in case they need to counter a second wind or anything, a Rallied Advance. Pretty sure if that power cell was popped on that Shimmercloak, we would have seen a Cerulean Decree imbued immediately.
Yeah.
Would have been way too deadly here. But Chiharu just maybe considering not developing more allies to the board right now, just because the cleave is getting really scary with level 2 Lorraine on the horizon. We do see a reprogram in the graveyard for floating memory. So here's the rallied advance, swinging for 1. I wonder what ally we're going to wake up here. I believe the Shimmer Cloak is the best bet here, as it's your 3 power, 3 life automaton. And it also gives you an opportunity to use that power cell if needed. And this is one of those tricky things. Bailey has 4 total life left. Damage counters needed to lose this game. And that Shimmer Cloak is swinging for 3 with the potential of 2 more from that power cell. So if there is a no response to this attack, Jiharu can pop that power cell and force Bailey to react to it. It looks like that's the consideration. What do you think the card of choice is here to stop this?
I think it is just a Cerulean Decree. That's the way he.
We see 2, 3, so another Cerulean, a Frostbind, and a Chilling Touch for a Cerulean. Modes are going to be -3 attack, and I'm assuming draw a card into memory here. Perfect. So that 5 power Shimmer Cloak going down to only 2. A little bit more manageable, but still scary. Setting Bailey to 18. And Chiharu has 3 cards in hand. Cannot really commit another ally, especially knowing that Frostbinds are an option.
Yeah.
Just going to go ahead and pass the turn. Vigor will go ahead and trigger for the Andronica, and we'll see what happens if Bailey's going to take this level up, which I think would be a highly efficient use. We do see a Lost in Thought at the end of turn, banishing 1.
Having another Frostbite. He does have all of the negations.
Yeah. And we see a shuffling up of memory, so possibly a sign that the consideration of going up a level, you're going to banish some cards. So 1, 2.
Let's see.
That is unfortunate to lose here, although I think it is a little too late for that card to really be making an impact.
Goes into Lorraine level 2. And I think question is, does Chiharu pop the Terrafring?
I do believe you should pop the Terrafring here, at least make Bailey commit more cards from their hand so they couldn't sweep, draw the cards, and Dungeon Guide to level 3. But we do see in response to the on-enter effect of Lorraine Blademaster, we're going to go ahead and reclaim. This is very interesting. Chiharu valuing saving the one of the allies to prevent a card draw on Bailey's end. Additionally, be able to set up for next turn to push for lethal. But we do see that Frostbind in response.
Yeah, but the timing on that was very interesting. Before Recollection, he went for the reclaim, which is, on one hand, of course, you want to minimize the risk of them having another negation spell, but it's also, I don't know. I think it may have been a bit hasty. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's the purpose you run it out right there is just you saw that Frostbind in memory being imbued, so you're just hoping, crossing your fingers that there's not another one.
It's true because he did. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's one of those that's you hope your opponent doesn't have it, but luckily enough, as you saw, Bailey drew that Frostbind and came in clutch there. And we see a contemplation now looking at that graveyard. Tidal Sweep was discarded. Really? Oh, it wasn't discarded. It was the Fractal.
Yeah.
As went ahead and milled that for turn. So do we have another Tidal Sweep here? We don't. So Lorraine is just swinging for 4 into the Eternal Magistrate.
That was what's stopping. This is what was stopping Bailey from just going Dungeon Guide to level 3.
Yeah, and I think I see a glimmer of a Dungeon Guide in that hand.
Yeah, it's definitely. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw that. Yeah, right? But at the same time, he doesn't have any card that any sword other than adversity to bring back there. He might go for, but he also does have Insult in his hand already, so he has that. I'm not sure if he has the influence for it to do it this turn. Doesn't seem so.
He does not have a Dungeon Guide in Soul just because of the
But-
Terrafring as well.
Yeah, but for next turn, well, he's set already.
Yeah, setting up your lethal for next turn.
Yeah.
In Soul is very surprising. Depending on the swords you're actually running, depends on your burst damage from that card. And so we're looking here, we see a Drawn Blade, so that's 1 damage, Adversity 1 damage, a Ron Light. That's the one that's always a big X factor, because you don't know how much floating memory is actually going to be there when that's coming in. So that's anywhere from 1 to 8 damage, usually on average. And then you see a Crystallian Longsword, great card. It gets +1 attack if you have 5 or more water cards in the graveyard. And then a Karnwennen, which is a 3/1 assassin sword that you can take advantage of. So you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So about 9 damage off of an Ensoul itself, which is really nice. But, oh, we just see a Dispersion
yeah.
here. Which is a great heads-up play, removing the 4 durability counters from the sword that was just brought into Spirit Ruler and taking out both the allies.
And it's just a one-off dispersion, right? Bailey only plays 1 dispersion, so it's he had it from the beginning of the game, so he was going to use it. But it's definitely a fantastic card. I think it's basically a 0-cost blazing throw.
Yeah, and it is interesting. There was a Terrafring that turn, and it looks like the Dungeon Guide did swing into the Andronica. So we are just going to double check real quick to see if that 2 was paid for that. So the Dispersion could finish off the Andronica and the Shimmercloak Assassin.
You're just
So we have a judge at the table currently talking about it, discussing the proper procedures. Want to make sure we follow everything accurately to the one of the judges. So still discussing. Chiharu is being explained what's there, and 2 more cards go down. That is to pay for the Dungeon Guide swinging under the Terrafring. And very interesting development we see so far here. Chiharu is still completely board cleared, and then doesn't have a sword or anything. So we're really going for has to deal 10 damage as soon as possible before Bailey is able to cast Insult, because you're already behind. And it looks like the final judge ruling here was go ahead, pay the cost of Terrafring. Any warning was issued to go ahead and maintain that. So hopefully you don't see any errors like that. It is something very common to mistake, especially when you are deep in the think tank. There's so many factors going on, things like that. So one of those things easily missed, but both players. And we see Bailey reacting to an imbued Eternal Magistrate. Not what you want to see when you're about to insult.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that once you've already set up your insult turn. And you've already taken care of one of them.
So yeah.
But you all have to expect it every time.
You do, and a 1/3 is so difficult to remove right now as well, unless you see like a Frostthorn Paladin and buff it up, or additional. Even a Saudi would be nice at this point, teaming up with that Dungeon Guide to combo it. But you do have to take a turn off of what your original plan was in order to remove it. So we do have a Drawn Blade being materialized, banishing the floating memory from graveyard, thanks to Tidal Sweep. So replacement card value and another floating memory hit off of the Fractal of Rain. This Fractal of Rain has been at the top of its game. That's 3 for 3, I believe.
It's been putting in some work.
It really has. And so we see still pre-Recollection, think about considering. Important to note the amount of water cards in graveyard. We see 1, 2, 3, possibly 4. So Crystallian Longsword's not going to be active yet, and Icebound Slam's not going to be active as of now before the mill. Something to always consider. But
It's still 4. He didn't Lost in Thoughts, banishing the Refracting Missile to draw 1 card before Recollection. And now he's gonna... we're keeping up the 4 water cards in our graveyard.
exactly.
In the graveyard.
It looks like that Lost in Thought drew another in Soul, so something that you don't want to see with that Eternal Magistrate. But I think the draw for turn was a Frostborn Paladin. It was.
Yeah.
And that is a very important card to see right now. You do have the Floating Memory to take advantage of the buff counter. You can remove Eternal Magistrate. And I believe with the draw off of it, you'll have enough to cast in Soul this turn as well. Trying to get a quick influence count.
No, it's 1 shy, I
One
think.
shy. That is very unfortunate here. But it's still something very good to clear off. You're going to get that banish and draw. Buff counter on the Frostborn. I assume that's going to be immediately sent into that Eternal Magistrate.
Just get it off the board as soon as possible.
Chiharu does have 4 cards in hand, though, and can be representing a Reclaim, a Zephyr, or a Displace, anything like that. But we are just passing turn. More of a defensive option, not wanting to fall...
No, it was Chilling Touch.
Oh, Chilling Touch, okay.
Temporarily banishing Hawk until the end of Haru's turn. Probably for the floating, just so it's setting up for the next turn, because he may not be able to insult right now, but if he takes care of the Eternal Magistrate, then next turn he can insult, and then he can use the Erendite and go for a big swing.
Yeah, take advantage of that. Having that floating memory is very nice. No swings with either of the Frostborns. Yeah, keep that Eternal Magistrate. It may be waiting for Chiharu to go shields down, putting all the cards in memory so they couldn't save it. Yeah. Concerned about a combat trick. Also, if you are going for your kill turn with Soul, you might as well try and remove it that same turn, because even if it is Zephyr to Reclaim, you don't have to worry about it anymore.
That's true.
And that's one of the brilliant things about Soul decks, is that your damage push is always consistent with your swords. So as long as you get your opponent in that certain range, that number for the kill, it is guaranteed almost every time.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about those resolute stands that most decks do run, as ally decks tend to forego them for more damage.
Yeah, indeed. That's cool. Immediately get back everything that you invested into it.
You do. It's almost as if you just didn't play anything, but now you have a 3/4 body on board.
Exactly. It's a free 3/4. Your influence stays the same. The cards in your hand stays the same. You just see new cards, right? And you also have a 3/4 now.
Yeah. Nothing beats free, and a free 3/4 sounds so good.
That is works for you.
That is, and looks like Ghost's taking out Eternal Magistrate, which leaves Soul open to be played this turn. And I wonder if Chiharu has an answer, perhaps a Veiling Breeze for 2. Could be a way to help minimize a bunch of this damage coming through.
Yeah.
Looks like some careful consideration. We see Dungeon God swinging in. We know there's 1 win card for sure in that memory. So any bit of damage prevention is going to help. Only sitting at 5, so we do need to prevent something, as our Soul turn we're looking at least 13 or 14 damage from swords themselves, and then we have 6 damage from allies still on board as well. Oh, but no Soul here. Bailey passed turn to Chiharu, which we're getting the materialization of Smoke Bomb. Very interesting one to see, maybe wanting to play more reactive. Didn't want to count if there was like a Resolute or a big Veiling Breeze. You would have had to use all the cards in your hand, and then you would have been caught by surprise on the smackback due to that poison coating oil.
Indeed. You do have to, regardless of how many Souls you have to play it careful here. Because Bailey's only on 6 damage away from... Well, no. He's 9 damage
yeah.
away.
Lorraine and
Math
Warrior
is
with
hard.
28.
He's 9 damage away from dying, and if he commits to Ensoul and it doesn't work out, he doesn't have any way to protect himself. Like the Frostborns are great, but if it's just he has to leave both of them up, and he cannot push even more damage, and it's a tricky situation because he does have to have the 15 damage minimum, right? If that's if Chiharu doesn't have anything to protect herself with.
Exactly, and we do see this Rose of Eternal Paragon coming into the field. Very interesting. It does have Intercept, True Sight, and then on enter you can change the target of an attack to Rose. If you do, she gains an additional life. But actually, that was pre-Recollection. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That came in. A very defensive tool. Cards in hand, this is probably going to be used mostly to block some of these attacks. And past the turn, we do see a Second Wind, a Reclaim, a Zephyr, and a Stifling Trap all in Chiharu's hand. They're more reactionary than aggressive, and I think that may be the problem they are facing at this current moment and preventing them from being able to close out the game. Bailey, at the start of their turn, went ahead and milled one with that Fractal of Rain, hitting an Idle Thoughts. So additional floating memory for that Aron Light. And
They use Crockside before Recollection to get back the Dispersion, which probably means that he will be going in for that kill turn this turn.
yeah, this is the turn to do it. It's there's not, with both Ensoul and Dispersion, you have both forms of closing out the game.
Yeah, and Chiharu sees that there's not much she can do. It is over, and they're heading into game 2.
Awesome. Bailey goes ahead and takes game 1. I wouldn't say a decisive victory. It was pretty back and forth. Chiharu did have many moments that they could close out the game. Bailey just had the answers at the time with the Frostbind, the Sterling Decree, things like that. But as players are getting ready to sideboard, let's go ahead and take a look here at what Bailey would want to be bringing in. Any thoughts?
Obviously, Terrafring immediately. Song of Frost is very good. It's an extra counter to Second Wind, because you really have to pay attention and be careful. It forces Chiharu to be more conservative with when she Second Winds, and then that can make her lose out on that extra bit of damage she might need, right? Because the Second Wind gives +1 attack to the unit, to the ally you wake up with it, which is why usually you play it before damage, but while already attacking to utilize it all. But so with Song of Frost obviously counters that perfectly. So I think that'll come in, and Terrafring. Freezing Kill is also very good, but I'm not sure if you want to bring it in here, right? Because it doesn't have that much impact if you're going wide on a board.
Mm-hmm.
And with cards like Second Wind and Rallied Advance is also being played, it's not that, not waking up is not that big of an issue. The 2 damage might be relevant, but it's not. I'm not sure if it's worth citing it in here, right? The Terrafring and Song of Frost are definitely incapacitated as well, maybe? There's a lot of, like, this whole sideboard is very good. But what do you take out for it, right? What would you...
Exactly. There's really not really much room. Freezing Hell sort of does the same thing as Reprogram does in the deck. It kills Andronica and Shimmercloak Assassin before they're able to do anything. So it may be an either-or option. You either have Reprograms or you have Freezing Hells. Not sure if you want to bring both in at the same time. But yeah, no, your analysis of that was great, of the cards that would be able to bring in Song of Frost, much needed. And looking at Chiharu's, we do see a Viridian Protective Trinket, which is probably a Windmill Slam bring into your deck. You really don't want to have to deal with what you did in game 1, where that Cerulean Decree and that Frostbind both came down on your turn. Along with, we see 2 Zephyrs, which would actually be very interesting. Something to always consider is if you are concerned of losing to Ensol in one of the turns, you can Zephyr one of the swords swinging in, which would prevent that damage. Usually you want to target that Iran Light or the Harnowen, making sure the big damage ones. So it's a great way as a temporary removal for that sword.
Definitely, I have to agree with you. What do you think about when you think of the one-off rare degree?
So it's a very interesting card. They are running 2 in the main board, and it sort of is the card you use against Tristan to remove the Omnis Shadows, destroy a Fantasia, and then suppress an ally. So you could go ahead and get rid of both of those at the same time. In this matchup in particular, I don't think you're really wanting to bring it in. It is, you can give an ally +2 attack, but you'd rather have a second wind that you're using, especially since you do want to get those multi-attacks in rather than just one big swing, because you'll be able to get Song of Frosted, as we were talking about there. So the other ones we're looking at is Veiled Dash is not really meant for this matchup in particular. Chiharu wants to be the aggressor, wants to make sure playing as many cards and allies as they can. And then Incapacitate, you could incapacitate the Cerulean Decrees, you could incapacitate Frostbinds, but at that point you're already playing a counter war, and if they're trying to counter your things, you're probably already putting cards down that you can't afford the incapacitate.
And it's also, if you already have, if you have 5 cards in hand, you would rather just pay for the 2, right? Because it's a, you still get to keep at least 1 card in your hand. If you have 5 cards, and then you have to pay for the counters, versus putting down, losing out on 5 cards for incapacitated.
Exactly. No, that's a really great point. If you have 5 cards and they say pay 2, you're like, I'll pay 4.
Yeah. Even if they go double, you can still afford it. And it's if they go double, then it's better to have to actually pay for it than to just incapacitate back.
Exactly. In that situation, it's incapacitate leads better for the class bonus if you did have it. But all right, so Game 2 starting off here. I believe Chiharu elected to go first, which is something that you usually want to do in a Robot Lorraine deck. You want to make sure you can develop the board first and get that first level up if needed. And so hopefully we see maybe an Eternal Magistrate turn 1 again. Shimmercloak Assassin's always an amazing turn 1 play. That stealth really prevents it from being affected, but Lurking Assailant, another one of those units with stealth that's hard to remove off the board right away. It's a very safe turn 1 as nothing can really affect it. There's no need to attack since your opponent's technically not in the game. It just has a good time chilling.
It's a safe play, right? It's something that almost always sticks, and is very, very hard to get rid of on the first turn. So it's basically a guaranteed 2 damage investment there. And we see Chiharu go for the backup charger.
Backup charger, yeah, getting that card advantage. Interesting enough, Bailey just passed turn. There's no Fractal this time. That
it is
MVP.
scary though. if you're Chiharu here, you're like, that's a 8 card hand. It's it can be anything. Right?
It's like, what are you holding on to? What are you waiting for? Are you just 4 Frostbinds in hand, waiting to counter everything? And here is that an Armored Valkyrie.
4 cards in hand. That is 2 negation spells that you can pick for with there.
Chiharu asking if this card activated is good, and Bailey letting it resolve. No Cerulean or Frostbind. And we see an attack in for 2. This may be where we start to respond. And considering the reprogram, which would be really beneficial, is a removal spell for automatons and floating memories to go ahead and go into level 1. In response to reprogram, we're going to play 2 for Manufacture Cell. It's a really strong card. If you control an automaton, you create or draw a card for controlling an automaton, and you summon a power cell.
Yeah, but Bailey does have the Cerulean Decree there. So unfortunately,
We see imbuing a Tidal Sweep Frostborn and another Frostborn, just a different art of it. And so that's where that 8-card hand into pass was really strong.
Yeah.
It really dismantled Chiharu's whole turn. They spent 3, activated a Armored Valkyrie, attempted to swing, and then tried to manufacture Cell to sort of get value from that Valkyrie, and the Sterling Decree negating it. And the beautiful part about that is Sterling Decree, since it was imbued, draws into memory as well, replacing itself. So Bailey only goes down 1 card that was floating memory.
I'm not sure if he went to draw it into memory or gave -3 to the Lurking Assailant to stop that damage. I didn't quite catch it. But
I didn't catch it, but seeing that Lurking Assailant not attacking, that would make a lot of sense here. Because as Chiharu, you would want to push in that 2 damage where possible. So the fact that we did not see that Lurking Assailant attack, or maybe just wanting to keep it more defensively here, just in case, because we do know there's the poison coating oil in that material deck that you can use in combination with Lurking Assailant. And it could be poison coating oil into Lurking Assailant, that's swinging for 4, and then you could second win just for another 4 without the class bonus, of course, since we would not be on Lorraine. Bailey comfortably staying on Spirit, getting a GCR for materialization. And is this just going to be another pass, or we're looking at developing the board state a little bit here? 3 down for a Frostborn Paladin, I think, going to be eating up that reprogram.
yeah.
And Bailey sitting very comfortably, winning that game 1. As you know, you can just play a little bit more defensively, set up Frostborn Paladins, not go for these crazy plays, and just really ensure you're set up for level 3 End and Soul. Don't have to worry about rushing or moving too fast to try and sneak a win in against your opponent. And it's one of those things where I don't even think we're going to see a Frostborn Paladin attack at all this game until the very end.
Yeah, because it's a wonderful protective tool here, especially into any ally matchup. It's better to just play. If you're Bailey here, it's best if you just play it slow and be more defensive and try not to push damage, because you'll get there, right? You'll for sure get there with the and Soul and your later games, right? Crux is a very strong element, and with Dispersion, you'll definitely have at least like 4 damage. So you have no reason to rush here.
It's a very reminiscent style of a control deck, right? It's one of those classic archetypes in many TCGs, where this is a deck that just sits there, tells you that negates all your actions, stops you from your own game plan, and every turn they gain incremental value over and over again until they just overwhelmingly have shut you out of all the resources and can win the game. And it's one of those, it's great to see here in Grand Archive as well, the 2 of the stronger archetypes, aggro versus control. And it's right now control is sneaking out a little ahead, but aggro always in the game.
Yeah.
It can just sneak in for massive amounts of damage when you're least expecting it, so you always have to make sure you're playing around their outs, on your toes, keeping up your defensive option.
You should never underestimate aggro or like ally-based decks, because they have tricks up their sleeves. They may seem very straightforward, but there's always something that you don't think about.
That is
that
true.
Can get you.
And the ally deck itself, you mentioned it, where you can go wide with it with a bunch of allies, or robots in particular can go tall.
Yeah.
You can just have one giant ally swinging in multiple times.
And it's you can choose what you want to do, right? It's not necessarily one or the other. You can see how your opponent is playing or what cards they have, and then work around it. But the problem here is that you can't really go tall because the threat of Song of Frost is always there. And just in general, I think it's into water going tall is very scary.
It is. There's so many answers for it. Funny enough, the Trained Hawk was the target of the Chilling Touch again. So it did get affected by it. And heading back into memory here as Chiharu passes turn, this is starting to look very reminiscent of how Game 1 was starting to end, with Bailey with tons of cards, tons of influence, and Chiharu's sort of being on the back foot with cards in hand. Maybe we're going to see another Rose at Recollection being fast activated. but not wanting to commit too much to the board. And Bailey just more value, getting a backup charger, staying on Spirit, not worrying about any class bonuses. The Crux, as you said, is not necessary. It is a great way to close out games, but if you're just in it to survive, Frostborn Paladins and card advantage, that's just the raw value of those. Will be able to go ahead and eliminate any chance Chiharu would have of dealing damage.
Yeah, it's definitely possible for him to just get by on Spirit, and his hand is also not very Crux heavy right now, right? Unlike last game when he had the Ensouls in there. He does not this time around. So he doesn't need to rush. Right? He has the Pendragon. He has the Crux value cards, but it's not the same as last game when he could very comfortably just rush and be certain that there will be a payoff at the end of the round.
Exactly, and interesting to see the Saudi come down and go ahead and attack for 2.
Yeah. And Chiharu levels up here finally.
Yeah, finally going to Lorraine level 1. I'm very curious to why Bailey did not play the Frostborn Paladin with that floating memory in the graveyard to go ahead and draw and cycle and get another blocker. Maybe thinking about using the Saudi prep counter with a Korhazi Trapper that is also in hand, but just one at a time, not over-committing to the board, as we do see Frostbind and Cerulean Decree in the hand for Bailey. And here we are. We see the Rose once again enter the field.
Before Recollection.
Before Recollection.
And I mean, it's a 4-cost ally, right? So you want to play it at fast speed before your Recollection as often as possible, because 4 is a very steep cost, right? Keeping up 5 cards or just using up 5 cards in your main phase is pretty rough, right?
Exactly. Five cards for a 2/3. It's very, very difficult to play it during the main phase, during your actual turn. You want to try and take advantage of fast activation as much as possible.
Yeah.
Especially if you could even take advantage of the fast activation into intercept, is such a stronger play when it comes to that. So Rose, interesting enough, is coming into the red zone here for Saudi. And we're going to see perhaps the pay 2. One thing to consider here as well is perhaps Chiharu's trying to make Bailey put cards down to prevent a Cerulean Decree imbuement, which we do know now one of them is a norm card, and with only, I believe, 4 cards in hand, the Cerulean Decree will not be able to be imbued because of that. So this kind of leaves a way for extra value. We do see Manufacture Cell coming in. Rose is a automaton, so you will be able to get a power cell and a draw off of it. And we see a Trained Hawk drawn off of this. A card that is very good in a lot of matchups, except for this one. There's really not much that the True Sight is going to get you. But still a decent stat line if you want to try and use it to push some extra attack in. I'm curious if this Lurking Assailant is going to swing into the Frostborn Paladin alongside with that Lorraine to go ahead and remove it from the board. And we do see a development of Shimmercloak Assassin, 1 card in hand. That's a very important card Chiharu is keeping in hand, which is our second wind. It looks like he is going to be thinking about going tall with an automaton. That power cell plus that second wind is going to add up for tons of damage here. But we see 1, 2 down, and the Frostbind. So, yep, Shimmercloak Assassin is negated. But Chiharu is happy to see that counter out of the hand of Bailey.
Exactly. It's, she does not seem disappointed. She already expected it. So it's definitely not a surprise for her, right?
Yeah. It's curious to see if Bailey is going to take the level up here or decide to stay on Spirit and go for a little bit more incremental value. It is scary staying on Spirit, as we do see 2, 4, 6 damage just from the Automaton Power Cell combo, which we know Chiharu in hand has the second win, so that's 7 damage one swing, 7 damage another swing, which would be enough for a game.
Yeah.
So Bailey, really considering that, going to Lorraine level 1 here.
Wait, bring in this longsword.
The Crystallian Longsword. I love this card. It's so great. It is a 1/2, 1 power, 2 durability. But if you do have 5 water cards, it is 2/2, which is very good here. Frostworn going ahead and taking out the Rose. Really smart move here. Not going to be able to let Chiharu take advantage of those power cells. And we're going to imbue a Fractal of Rain.
That should be as useful as last game. Every
Yeah.
turn, floating memory. That's what you want to see, honestly.
And it's starting to get to that tipping point that control decks do get to, where they have all the advantage and everything they need in hand, while the aggro player is just running out of steam.
Yep.
Not really able to play multiple things in turn, just one at a time.
Slowly but surely getting the advantage there, right? Because it really is in there for the long game. Control decks are always more slower and there for a long time. While aggro decks, if they cannot get off of the ground early game, it gets very rough, right? And unfortunately, because it's Chiharu's list is more of a combo-ish deck than a pure aggro deck. Early game was very rough for her, right? And then this matchup, because traditionally aggro does well into control because of this burst, early game just go very fast. Versus, control has to still keep up cards, right? And this tries to stall, but aggro just traditionally overwhelms it. But Chiharu's deck is more of a combo deck, right? When robots really builds on having a robot and going tall. It can go wide, but it's more so go tall, and I think that's why it's in a rough spot here.
No, you bring up a very good point here. And the only ally on board is a human, so those power cells are currently not able to do anything. Bailey just passing turn as well after imbuing that Fractal of Rain. Not committing any other cards to the board. Probably keeping up. I do see, as they flick through their hand there, a Song of Frost, a Cerulean Decree, and a Frostbind in hand. So pretty much has the answer from almost anything that can come their way. And we see the Poison Coating Oil. This is going to be very similar to the Automaton play that you can do with the power cells, but instead using your stealth unit.
Yeah.
And you see that already popped underneath the Lurking Assailant. And we're taking out the Frostworn Paladin. And looks like we're imbuing an Eternal Magistrate. Showing a Shimmer Cloak and a Trained Hawk. This Eternal Magistrate is an automaton, so can take advantage of those power cells. And we are seeing it swing directly into Lorraine here.
Bailey is probably thinking about the...
Oh, we're fracturizing the power cell.
All right. And then for 2.
Paying 2. 3. Cerulean Decree, perhaps unimbued? No, refracting missiles.
Because he needed to add the additional fractal for the 1 additional damage. Because refracting missile deals damage based on how many fractals you control. So with that fracturize on his own power cell, that's enough to take care of the Eternal Magistrate, which is a very, very cool play. It's not something that you would think of, right? But it does mean that, it shows how experienced Bailey is with the deck and how well he knows what he's doing.
Exactly. You got that line planned out, because not only does it add a fractal to the count, but it also refunds 1 cost of that fracturize you did.
Yep.
Since you're able to tap the rest of the fractal in order to activate that refracting missile.
Exactly. It's very, very good. It's a great line.
So we see here, we're going to take that quick level up into Lorraine level 2. using the Fracturize and that Refracting Missiles that were used on the last turn. And this might be the nail in the coffin Bailey is looking for to close out this game. We do have, and the Fractal hitting the Lost in Thought.
It is floating memory, huh? We love to see that, honestly.
You really do. And this Lorraine swinging in for 4 into the Lurking Assailant.
Because it's rested, it doesn't have stealth, so there is not much of a obstacle there for it.
Perhaps Chiharu considering a favorable wind or a reclaim second wind or something. It looks like we are doing a second wind. The reason for this is we're going to be going for retaliation damage.
Yep.
And
so Lurking Assailant will have stealth now, which means that the damage going into him will be negated, so he will survive. So if you don't retaliate, he will survive, which is what Chiharu went for here. Because of the interaction of True Sight and Stealth. And stealth is a very interesting mechanic. But yeah, it was an unusual play on Chiharu's part as well, right? Because you don't really think of the stealth interaction often, especially once it's already been attacked. But it's a wonderful play. Both of these players know their decks and know what to do, know the game very, very well, and that's why I think it's wonderful. It's a Trade Hawk again. With the Chilling Touch.
Chilling Touch just directly not liking the Strained Hawk. Our players on the feature match did get a time extension for those deck checks they did receive at the start of this round. So we still have the time on the screen is accurate here for them. But Chiharu with only 3 influence, not much you can do with what's on board. You only limited to at least playing 1 card. The double Chilling Touch, very detrimental here for any sort of comeback or plan Chiharu was wanting to do. Taking the defensive route as well, getting a Terrafring. That is going to be your answer against in Soul if possible. But Fairy Whispers digging for something here. Not sure what exactly you're wanting to look for. Perhaps a Shimmer Cloak or an Automaton to take advantage of those power cells. But Bailey may be looking up to push level 3 on this materialization coming up here. And the turn has been passed, so let's see. Those 2 cards coming back into memory. We're going ahead, banishing 1 floating memory with a Chilling Touch, maybe a Drawn Blade instead.
Yeah, probably, because it's basically cycling, right? And if you have floating memory, that's just cycling a card to draw.
Yeah, and we see Fractal of Rain hitting a Frostborn Paladin. The first unfortunate hit from that, but it's still doing a great job. There can also be a Dungeon Guide play here too. We can swing with Lorraine level 2 with the Drawn Blade, get that Drawn Blade banished, Dungeon Guide into Spirit Ruler, get that Drawn Blade back, get those additional counters, and draw a card.
Or Hazy Trapper. It's looking more rough by the minute for Chiharu there here. It's not looking good, but I think Bailey here is just going for the survival route, right? Because if he goes 1-0, it's still a win.
Yeah, it is such a Bailey's going for the I'm going to make sure I don't die at all. The Korhazi Trapper and then passing turn. Chiharu then materializes a Viridian Trinket. It may be a little too late here. Bailey still has plenty of cards to play around that Viridian Trinket. Enough to Frostbind or Cerulean Decree if needed.
Yeah.
And the Viridian Protective Trinket is a passive effect that allows, during your turn, water cards your opponent plays costs 2 more to activate. And it's a very interesting tool because, as you mentioned before when we were talking about sideboards, water is all about reactions. Songs of Frost, Frostbinds. You want to counter, prevent your opponent from doing anything. The Viridian Protect Trinket really helps manipulate that math and force your opponent to make sort of more suboptimal plays to play around that.
Yeah.
But after materialization, it was just a pass right back to Bailey.
Yeah, it's she also has a full hand there, so you never know what to expect here, right?
I think there is a dungeon guide. It is a consideration into swing with sword dungeon guide, but maybe Bailey wants to play a little bit more defensively here. We do see 3 down.
Or for a Sadie.
For Sadie, interesting here. Really going to be valuing those prep counter generation then. And that's swinging directly into Lorraine to deal 2 here.
It's just passing turn, but time is up. So the round clock starts ticking, right? I think Bailey's was turn 0. So now we should be on the first active turn.
First turn, yeah.
For
And
overtime.
when you hit OT, you get 5 minutes or 3 turns, whichever happens first. When time does hit, the turn player is turn 0. It is 3 turns after that. So it's very interesting. This is both detrimental and beneficial for our players. Bailey wants to make sure that they don't take any damage. Chiharu is going to try and sneak in as much damage as possible in this turn.
Yeah.
This is their second to last turn. Bailey only gets 1 additional turn. So you're probably going to see many defensive options and 0 aggression coming out of Bailey here. And Chiharu is going to be all gas, probably sending down every card in their hand every turn they have to play. We do see the Shimmercloak Assassin. The unfortunate part about that is you can't use the power cells with it since that Kohazi Trapper is on the board, threatening the attack reduction. And we do see here that Chiharu's just passing the turn, not even attacking in. Risking, you might as well just try and bait the Frost Kohazi Trapper to activate. And hopefully we can have a strong finish here with this matchup. Bailey's just, you're just going to see probably like all cards in hand in the pass turn, right?
Yeah.
Not going to commit anything to the board. You have a buff Froststorm Paladin, you have a Kohazi Trapper, you have the Sadie. It's looking like a very clean game 2 here from this Water Lorraine deck.
Yeah. It is. If there was a bit more time, right, to play the game, it would be a very, very nice, probably and fairly clean win. But unfortunately, it's water, and especially water and soul is slow deck.
And sort of what we were talking about, how playing that defensive option, Bailey's like, I'm just going to dungeon guide here. Get that extra HP pool. Not even really going to be taking advantage of the Drawn Blade or anything, but we do see a Stifling Trap from Chiharu, which is leaving with only 1 card in hand as well. And if I was in Bailey's position, I'd be okay with that. That's another card out of Chiharu's influence, less cards for them to actually deal with on their final turn. And yeah, just Bailey's accepting that, and it's going to be going ahead, swinging in, dealing some additional damage. And just a pass turn. All right, Chiharu, what do you have for us on your last turn here? Got to find something to answer this Kohazi and the Frostworn Paladin. Do not believe there is any Hurricane Sweeps in the deck. They're not going to be able to do a wide board clear. And we just see a materialization of Smoke Bombs. Gonna get a little bit of filter here. This is the answer for the Frostworn itself. When it is stealth, it will no longer be able to intercept. And the Trained Hawk getting banished once again. Poor
For
bird.
good this time. For good this time.
Will not be supplemented to that. And it looks like the Terrafring is being popped here on Bailey's side. So just putting more and more pressure on Chiharu's resources, grinding it out, making sure that every possible move is accounted for. And the reminder that looking to Sailor Swinging has to pay 2 due to that Tariff Ring.
Yeah.
And leaving Chiharu just 4 influence, or 4 cards in hand. Not looking like you can deal 22 damage with that amount of cards.
Yeah, it does not look like there is enough, unfortunately. She cannot combo off either because of the Tariff Ring, right? If she could attack multiple times, even then it would be very rough, but she just does not have the influence to do it all.
Oh, it looks like Bailey was actually...
It seems that Bailey was not the active. There is not turn 0.
Time might have been called as the turn was already passed to Chiharu, so this would be our turn 3. And do you think Bailey's going to try and close it out here with like an Insole? And
maybe, possibly. I'm not sure if I saw an Insole in his hand or not. But he has so many cards and so many ways to draw cards that who knows? You know, he can easily just draw into it.
yeah, it's a lot of times players don't want to win through timeout. They want to actually deal that last point of damage to their opponent. There is only 12 damage needed, and it looks like
it's time in the round.
that is 5 minutes, yeah, and that is the game. Bailey gonna go ahead and take it 1-0 over Chiharu. What a wonderful matchup.
Yeah, that was long games again.
Long games, players are probably feeling the mental and physical fatigue. That's 8 rounds of gameplay they've been playing through here.
Yeah.
And Chiharu's not eliminated. 5-2-1 is still able to sneak into top 32.
There is still
if
a
you
chance.
win out on that next round. So both these players confidently has to play out that round 9. I cannot falter here. Bailey, super happy with that win, going 6-0-2. That is...
They basically guarantees a spot, I think. Yeah.
Yes, you are guaranteed top 32. You want to play out, though, that last round 9 instead of drawing here, because it will help you better in placing for that day 2 Swiss.
Or maybe you played 8 rounds at that point, and maybe you just want to have some rest for day 2, right?
Yeah, the deck takes a lot of thinking here, so maybe we...
Yeah, and also, like, you want to rest up before day 2. You don't want to go in there completely exhausted, because no matter how good your placement is, if you're just exhausted and you're so tired from playing, that's going to affect how you play, and that's going to affect your chances of getting into top 8, I think.
Exactly, yeah. Grand Archive not only is a game of skill when it comes to cards, but it's a game of mental and physical prowess. You need to be able to make sure you can play optimally for 8-9 hours straight. It's very taxing on players. If you ever have the chance to talk to one of the players who sit through these long events, or if you've sat through this event yourself, it's exhausting. But on the bright side, we have a Path of Puzzle update. I'm really excited to see. We have a puzzle completed.
Fully done.
Fully completed.
No missing pieces anymore.
It sounds like Cam finally brought their pieces in. Look at that. That is beautiful.
Very pretty.
Totally looking like a spell shield kind of card. And it looks like it's for auction as well.
Anyone else knowing it, right? You just put in how much you want to pay. And then if you're the highest bidder, you get to take it.
And then whoever is up gets it. The card, it may be a hint at the new advanced element Exia. It may be Exia Spell Shield, or it could be something else, but I really do enjoy that lightning effect, the barrier and everything. Really cool card to see. I'm super happy we're able to get one. We have 7 more puzzles to complete, all of them very close. So if you do have any friends here, go ahead and let them know. But we're going to move on to a 10-minute break as we lead into round 9. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and we will see you soon.
All right, everybody, we are back for round 9 of Ascent Chicago here for Grand Archive. I'm back in the booth with Valkyrie. Dude, we made it.
It's been a night. It is a wonderful feeling. Starting round 9, 9 whole rounds of Grand Archive today. It's been such an amazing experience. We've seen so many great matches on stream, and I hear we have a very special treat on the stream as well. We have Alexander versus Neto, and a little bit rumor that we have a max rarity deck sitting at this table.
Yeah, we have heard that. So we're gonna get to see some shiny cardboard for you people that enjoy that. And of course, this is also a very important match in round 9. This is an elimination match. One of these players will be moving on, and the other will not. So the highest stakes that we can imagine. Let's get into it.
Fighting for the day 2 life here. This is a very important match 1, Ascent Chicago, round 9. If you're still with us here in chat, go ahead and let us know if you're excited for this last match of the evening. We have Spirit of Wind. Perhaps we are looking at we see it, the Saudi. You know what that means.
Starting off strong, Saudi gonna signal that there is a Tristan player in our midst. And a good start. Saudi's pretty easy to protect. He does have that first effect, which is not locked behind any class bonus. So if you're going to have to start an ally on the board, this is a great way to do it.
Exactly. And we do see here a Spirit of Water. This is actually a proxy that is being handed out here at Ascent Chicago right now by a artist. And beautiful card. Just want to clarify with everyone, though, that is a Spirit of Water we see on the board.
Right. So yeah, we'll see what we got here. Definitely love to see, as we said, some water representation that we've seen a little bit this weekend, poking out for this very important elimination match, fighting for, like you said, that tournament life, that top 32. Doesn't get bigger than that. Looks like we're getting settled here. Looking like some doom and gloom from our water player. Maybe not so happy with the hand that he's drawn.
Not really wanting to worry about that. We do see a little bit conversation, table talk going right here. There, I believe the judge has stepped in to go ahead and communicate something to our players. As we receive updates, we'll go ahead and let you guys know from our end as well. From the information we do have is that there was a materialization for the win player, played Saudi, past turn. And it appears there's an extra card sitting on the field face down.
Gotcha.
There's no form of card draw or anything, so it might have been a card forgotten to be shuffled in. Something. Don't want to speculate here, though, as we're waiting for official confirmation from our table judge.
Yeah, we'll get that all figured out for you. I see. So it looks like Alexander is missing a card in their main deck. That seems to be the problem. So they're looking to resolve that right now, and we will update you as soon as we know more. But man, what an exciting time here. Looks like they're gonna clean up.
I'm sorry.
So I believe the penalty for a missing card out of your main deck is a game loss. Yeah, so an illegal deck, unfortunately, you hate to see it. This is the worst place for that to happen. Round 9 in this elimination match. But looks like they're going to get that settled, so we're going to start off with 1-0 to Neto here, and we'll see if Alexander can rally.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate circumstance to happen here, especially in this important round. And it's one thing, though, that we've talked about a little bit throughout the day. It's a mental game.
Of course.
You cannot get tilted by this happening. You got to lock in, treat it as, I just need to 2-0 my opponent.
Right.
You know, you're playing for pairings. Don't let it get to you here. Maintain it, that attitude, positive outlook, and hope that you'll be able to play all your routes properly.
Right. Yeah, to be the very best at an event like this, you have to be good at Grand Archive. You have to be a very talented player, right? But of course, you have to be resilient. You have to have that endurance. 9 rounds is no easy feat. It's not easy. You know, you think card games are all fun and games, but you can't sit there and play for 9 hours without having some sort of, mental fatigue.
Exactly. And
so it looks like we're going to get started off here. We're going to return to Alex going first. I believe players do not sideboard. I'll see if I can get a confirmation for that, but I believe when there's a game loss, players do not sideboard. So we're just getting a game one, as it were.
And it looks like we're opening up the same way, though. It's a repeat. We have a Saudi into a Spirit of Water here.
Deja vu. Okay, so it looks like players were allowed to sideboard. So maybe a little bit different in this Game 2 matchup. Maybe both players know what's going on here. I think it's pretty clear what Alexander's playing, but a little bit less clear what Neto was playing after that start in our Game 1 But
I think
a little deja vu here.
Maybe because you didn't see anything, you don't want to bring anything in. But Lunette here just kind of makes me wonder if that's Water Allies we're about to see. And I may have some information. Neto is someone who has reached out online before, and they've been practicing some Water Diana.
Oh, interesting.
So we may be able to see a Water Diana break top 32 if Neto is able to take it, or will it be a Tristan deck standing in the way of the gatekeeper, as we would say?
Yeah, and this looks like a reasonable start. Lunette obviously would be much better on the play, but she can be quite an annoyance for these Tristan decks so long as Neto here can keep her alive.
I'm very curious to see why the Saudi attacked into Spirit instead of the Lunette. Lunette is not balanced with a 4-3 hand memory difference here. And so I wonder if Alexander just doesn't really value their allies entering the field rested.
Right.
It doesn't really affect Windmill Engineer, doesn't affect Dungeon Guide, and Omnis Shadows, they just take a turn, taking a nap, and not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, Tristan not really known to be an allies deck per se, right? She only plays the most efficient in slot. These cards, like you said, Windmill Engineer, this Sadie that's on the board. So yeah, maybe just worried more about getting that chip damage in, make those shadow strikes a little bit easier to come across the finish line.
Indeed, it's less prep counters you have to worry about, the faster you're able to